Chu Sheng was supposed to be a prodigy among the imperial capital's martial arts candidates. Yet fate had a harsh surprise waiting for him. At the awakening ceremony, he unexpectedly became a beast tamer, a role envied by many but scorned in this young new world. In other worlds, beast tamers commanded respect with adorable pets that attracted admirers, fierce battles among heroes, and ultimate power to shapeshift into loyal companions. But here, barely a century since servers opened, beast tamers were marginalized, trampled underfoot. Spirit beasts, like infants, lived only brief lifespans, and precious materials lasted only a century, extinguishing his promising future before it had a chance to bloom. He was expelled from the academy for a baffling and absurd reason, issues with conduct, not for harassing junior students as rumored, but simply struggling against the tides of fate. The imperial capital's ironclad rules prioritized one's self-worth. Chu Sheng had no influential brother, no lingering soul mentor, no gorgeous master blessing him, not even the faintest protagonist or a comment to transmigrators. Returning home to his rookie village, he was met immediately by a torrential downpour. With only some scraps of money left, he settled in a cheap inn, as though heaven and earth conspired against him. Cursing bitterly, Chu Sheng silently swore to reject this unwanted protagonist role. If the world didn't spare him, he wouldn't spare it either. Then, suddenly, a burning sensation bloomed in his chest, and in his mind appeared a golden door. Was it a hallucination? A divine cheat code arriving? Without hesitation, his transmigrator's pride fled. No matter how many blows fate dealt, or how lowly he was born and unloved, he chose to face it head-on, for he knew deep down he was the overlooked hero of this new world. A prompt before the golden door flashed. Insufficient positive energy. Unable to open positive energy? Straightening up, Chu Sheng felt the cheat's insight into his heart and character. His mind ran wild, wondering, what exactly was positive energy? Was it taking a white-haired little girl to watch goldfish, or helping a black-stockinged lady break through her mental seals? Was it comforting a weary girl in fishnet stockings, or lovingly caring for a neglected widow in mourning clothes? Was it sheltering a runaway JK girl, or saving that shattered her? Lost in these thoughts, urgent, fierce hoofbeats rattled from next door. At this late hour, this noise was a direct challenge to public decency. Angrily, Chu Sheng grabbed his phone, opened a browser, cranked up the volume, and lifted his belly like a seal, clapping water, matching the rhythm and responding defiantly to this sudden challenge. The rival rider was equally proud, and the two locked into a rhythmic duel. After 3 minutes, the rival faltered. 5 minutes later, the clash flared up again. 10 minutes in, tensions peaked. Opponent fell silent, but Chu Sheng refused to yield, continuing his rhythm war. Finally, after repeated setbacks, the competitor collapsed onto the bed with a heavy thud, overwhelmed by shame and negativity, flooding like a tide. Negative energy? Chu Sheng wondered, as a new message appeared. Use 2 points negative energy to form 1 point positive energy? The logic of double negative equals positive caused his brow to furrow, almost giving up, yet he forced himself on, and half-believing chose to triple the synthesis speed. Time flew by as negative energy transformed steadily into positive. An hour later, he gained a full 15 points of positive energy. From next door came cowardly pleas for mercy. Victorious, Chu Sheng nearly forgot the pain in his body. When it hit, he quietly donned a mask of endurance, tolerating the conflicting joy and agony. Filled with positive energy, the screen asked if he wished to spend 5 points to unlock the mysterious golden door. Eager, Chu Sheng made his choice, and suddenly golden light exploded forth, drawing his body inward. He felt himself falling through a temporal rift, the world spinning as his feet left the ground and consciousness blurred. When his eyes reopened, he was in a primeval forest, distant beast cries echoing deep and haunting. Tense and alert, before he could understand more, a brilliant red caught his eye, a crimson fruit like a frozen blood moon, its surface glittering with a translucent glaze that sealed an eternal flame. It was Zhugua, that century-old Zhu fruit, a rare treasure in the imperial capital he had once only glimpsed but never possessed. In other stories, Zhugua held little value. Here, barely 100 years since the new world's opening, it was almost unmatched, a supreme spirit material capable of devastating lives. He pinched himself hard, fearful this was a dream. Having resigned himself to Fatino matter, the lack of protagonist status, ready to settle down peacefully with a wealthy woman, he never imagined his life would still revolve around the protagonist's destined cycle. The fall of a supreme genius and the imminent script of a stunning comeback. The cheat had arrived, weapons in hand. A slow, confident smile crept upon Chu Sheng's lips and imperious Dragon King's grin. Looks like I won't be saying goodbye to the imperial capital after all. Instead, I think it's my classmates who should remember. Our story is just beginning. This is bad. Danger ahead. Chu Sheng had just felt a brief moment of happiness, barely 2.5 seconds, when suddenly every hair on his body stood on end. He instinctively twisted his head, only to see a strange creature resembling a leopard crouched on a tree branch, baring its sharp teeth and glaring fiercely at him. The beast was at least 5 or 6 meters long, muscles taut all over its body, with a clearly defined ridge along its spine. Its mouth revealed dagger-like fangs, and occasional drops of drool fell to the ground, sending chills down Chu Sheng's spine. Ah! Chu Sheng let out a piercing scream like a terrified college student, feeling as if some unseen force ripped his soul apart layer by layer. His legs suddenly powered up like they had engines, and he bolted away at full speed. As he ran past a cluster of century-old jugo trees, he reflexively reached out and snapped off 4 bright red jugo berries. Roar! The leopard clearly wasn't willing to let Chu Sheng escape so easily. It let out an angry roar, crouched low, and with a powerful push-off, it surged forward like a blur, the roar of wind whistling past as the ground trembled beneath it. Chu Sheng's mind screamed desperately, "Mom, I want to go home." His frightened yells mixed with frantic shouting about not having brought any cough syrup. In the next moment, whether it was a halo activating or some secret keyword triggering, just as the leopard's claw was about to strike, Chu Sheng felt a sudden scorching pain in his chest. At once, 5 points of his positive energy were drained. The world spun wildly before his eyes, and then his figure vanished completely from the spot. Ugh! The leopard swiped at empty air, staring blankly where Chu Sheng had just been. The boy's disappearance seemed to violate some unknown barrier, leaving the beast bewildered. Panting heavily as he reappeared, Chu Sheng felt like his body was about to fall apart. Then a voice echoed in his mind. Consumed 4 points of positive energy, obtained 4 century-old jugo berries. He blinked in surprise and looked down at his hand. The 4 vibrant red berries exuded an enticing fragrance, confirming this was no illusion. Suddenly, he remembered and hurriedly lifted his shirt to check his chest. There, a golden tattoo had appeared, shaped like a begonia leaf, surrounded by a faint golden glow. But when he returned to the small inn, the glow gradually faded until it completely vanished into his body. Rubbing his chest, Chu Sheng began piecing together memories. His parents had been official supernatural agents but disappeared during a mission when he was just 2.5 years old. Later, his second uncle appeared, bringing a jade pendant resembling a begonia leaf. He said it was a keepsake from his mother and told Chu Sheng to wear it as a memento. Originally, Chu Sheng thought it was just a regular jade pendant, but it turned out to be a golden cheat code. Such a familiar cliché. Chu Sheng couldn't help but scoff, feeling the author was relying on the oldest, most overused tropes, pulling out every melodramatic plot device to fool readers. As a seasoned bookworm, he immediately recognized the pattern. When in danger, the treasure shields the protagonist. When protected, it hides just out of sight. Facing cliffs, the hero bravely leaps. In battle, the trick is dodging to the right. Whenever a wealthy woman appears, she reaches out for money. Clever ladies steal poems, and when encountering a female emperor, you cling to her thigh for protection. Well, enough of that. Chu Sheng pulled his thoughts back and prepared to go find his second uncle for some answers. He then picked up a century-old juga fruit. After a brief moment of hesitation, he swallowed it whole, eager to personally experience the legendary effects of this 100-year-old fruit. Boom! A violent roar exploded inside his body, followed by a terrifying surge of energy flooding every part of him like a tidal wave. Chu Sheng sat cross-legged back on the bed, ready to begin refining the jugua, when suddenly, a familiar prompt echoed in his mind. Activate training mode? Training mode 2? Chu Sheng was momentarily stunned. He had thought this golden finger only allowed him to travel through other worlds, never expecting it to have additional functions. His instincts urged him to choose to activate it decisively. Consume a bit of positive energy to unlock 3 seconds of training mode. Only 3 seconds? Listening to the prompt, Chu Sheng couldn't help but feel annoyed. At the rate he had just barely gathered 15 points of positive energy after more than an hour, accumulating 1 point took 4 to 5 minutes. And now he was granted only 3 seconds of training time. Wasn't this classic bullying the honest guy? But before he could complain further, the energy from the Zhuwa instantly surged through his limbs and bones, furiously enhancing his meridians and flesh. While this felt incredible, Chu Sheng stretched lazily like Harry Maguire, his arms and legs extending until it seemed they might unfold like flowers. He had thought 3 seconds of training was a waste of time, but afterward, he realized those 3 seconds were truly invincible. What should have taken over 10 days to refine from the Zugwo's energy was entirely absorbed in just 3 seconds, instantly pushing his cultivation to the 9th level of the Chaobao realm. That's right, the Chaobao realm. In this world awakened by spiritual energy, there are 2 cultivation systems. One for awakened individuals who gain innate powers from the inside out, and another for ancient martial artists who strengthen their bodies externally and cultivate their vital energy through hard training, opening their dantian. Simply put, awakened ones naturally carry elemental attacks, while martial cultivators start without attributes and only gain elemental powers and related magic after breaking through the innate realm. Because of these 2 systems, their cultivation methods differ, but they share general ranks: low-life realm, Chaobao realm, and Pawn realm, each divided into 9 levels stronger as you approach level 9. Only by surpassing these 3 ranks can one truly be called a person of note. Above those are the Chi Si realm, Grandmaster realm, Great Grandmaster realm, and Innate realm. As for what lies beyond the innate realm, the game has only existed a little over a century, so it remains uncharted territory. Right now, Chu Sheng could keep accumulating experience as a beast tamer, or even give up his supernatural powers and pursue the martial path, quickly surpassing early players. Unfortunately, all 15 points of positive energy had been spent. Chu Sheng glanced toward the next room, quietly pulling out his phone to pass the time. But his stomach hurt too badly to ignore, so reluctantly, he loosened his belt, planning to switch careers and become a seasoned gambler instead. Damn it, it never ends. Came a frustrated curse from next door, like an angry Donald Duck going berserk. Yet Chu Sheng didn't stop, his movements quick and mechanical, like an unfeeling automated gambler. Integrity 1, negative energy 1, integrity 1, negative energy 1. The next morning, sunlight streamed diagonally through the curtains, casting a warm glow across Chu Sheng's face. Sitting cross-legged at the edge of his bed, his expression had completely shed the exhaustion that had weighed on him just 2.5 days ago. His whole being was now radiating a vitality renewed, as if reborn. With a new script in hand, Chu Sheng was embodying the true meaning of cheat code activated, anxiety vanished through his actions. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and a surging power burst forth from deep within him. A muffled bang echoed, as if some heavy shackle had finally been shattered. The energy tore through the room like a roaring storm, whipping up fierce winds and soaring in intensity by several folds in an instant. He had broken through. Chu Sheng exhaled a long breath of stale air, his aura gradually stabilizing. Reflecting on last night, he recalled spending a full 2.5 hours painstakingly extracting exactly 9 points of positive energy. In addition, the century-old Zhu fruit he consumed had solidified his foundation, successfully pushing him into the first level of the Xiaozu realm. At his previous cultivation pace, even with an SSR-grade talent, a breakthrough and consolidation like this would have taken a full 2.5 months. But now he achieved it overnight. What delighted him even more was the awakening of a new beast-taming skill called Beast Blood Boiling after the breakthrough. This skill not only purified the bloodline of his spirit beast, but also grew stronger alongside his cultivation, qualifying as an upgradable divine skill. Chu Sheng couldn't help but twitch his mouth as he read the skill description. The problem wasn't that the skill was bad. Rather, when he first awakened as a spirit beast master, he already possessed 2 powerful skills: Human Face Beast Heart and Beast Temper. Human Face Beast Heart granted him the heart of all beasts, allowing soul communication with contracted spirit beasts and seamless interaction with all wild spirit beasts, while also assessing their growth potential. Beast Temper permanently enhanced the power of contracted spirit beasts and temporarily boosted uncontracted beasts' fighting ability, steadily upgrading with his cultivation, undeniably a divine skill. Now with this newly awakened Beast Blood Boiling, he felt like some kind of beast bloodborne mutant. Putting aside the exaggerated metaphors, his SSR talent truly bestowed terrifying abilities. It not only amplified his contracted spirit beast's combat strength, but also purified their bloodline levels and assessed their growth potential. In another novel's world, Chu Sheng would surely be hailed as the #1 phantom god and beast friend, casually contracting dragons, phoenixes, and Kunping alike. Unfortunately, he was born in the wrong era, hundreds, or even thousands of years too early compared to those formidable peers. He shoved these chaotic thoughts aside for the moment and began seriously pondering how to continue gaining positive energy. He had long thought efforts futile against innate talent, but now finally understood that talent was worthless without resources. With enough resources, even a pig could learn to fly. But the reality was that his current method of acquiring positive energy was painfully costly, killing hundreds or thousands of enemies, but ending up wounded all over. His backside and abdomen still burned from needle-like pain. If every point of positive energy required such a price, he believed it wouldn't be long before he faced total exhaustion. Positive energy? Like helping an old lady cross the street? Chu Sheng muttered to himself, feeling the heavens were really testing him. Nowadays, the old ladies had evolved into beings that could explode gold coins in every conceivable way. Even with the entire otherworld's resources at his disposal, he felt it was nowhere near enough. Almost immediately, he reminded himself that 2 negatives make a positive. A certain celebrity once said, "It's hard to build up a team, but incredibly easy to tear one down." Since generating positive energy was so difficult, he decided to focus instead on creating negative energy. Negative energy, Chu Sheng whispered softly to himself, his gaze resting on the 2 red fruits on the table. Drawing on years of experience immersed in books, Chu Sheng knew very well that protagonists who travel between worlds usually auction off exotic treasures. This not only makes buyers feel lucky, but also leaves those who miss out feeling frustrated. Yet, he had no intention of doing that. It wasn't that he doubted this approach, but but rather that selling those goods directly this way would actually cost him money. Instead, imitating a game developer's lottery system felt like the only way to truly profit. Suppose each red fruit was worth 100 yuan, and he set the winning odds to 1 in 1,000, charging 2 yuan per draw. That meant it would cost 2,000 yuan on average to win a red fruit. If 200 people entered, each spending about 10 yuan, players felt they didn't lose much, but Chu Sheng pocketed a real 1,900 yuan gain. If some unstable players with a gambling urge kept recharging desperately, he could take advantage to earn even more negative energy, covering his supply costs. This way, he made a tidy little profit. Rubbing his slightly hungry stomach, Chu Sheng murmured to himself that setting the odds to 1 in a million made the most sense. After all, these were century-old red fruits, not just enough to attract 200 people. Once he put out a message, millions would swarm to watch instantly. That was far more enticing than fake popularity data from game designers. But he wasn't in a hurry to make a big move, not out of laziness, but because his experience living through 2 lives taught him a rule. No matter the world, the rules were mostly the same. You might have astonishing talent, but you could never amass huge wealth too quickly, otherwise, you wouldn't survive to see the final outcome. As the saying goes, Chu Sheng suddenly straightened his back, a sharp gleam flickering in his eyes. Pretending to sound wise, he began. If you want safety, you have to be either so low that no one pays attention or so high that all eyes are on you. But in the end, you have to be strong yourself. I need to improve my strength as fast as possible. Even if others are unreasonable, I can only teach them physics with my fists. Fists are the language of power, that much I understand. Then his tone shifted, and he quickly reined in his fierceness, his face showing a weary, helpless expression he could no longer hide. It's been 100 years since the server opened. Some veteran players have already broken through to the innate realm, and maybe even beyond. I can't recklessly rush forward now. I have to be steady and solid, ideally staying 1 or 2 levels ahead. In the arena, you can't be like those basketball teams popping champagne too early, getting face swiped by a last-second three-pointer, and forced to watch the other side's MVP ceremony. Leading by at least 4 points is the only way to deserve an early celebration. His voice trailed off, and Chu Sheng truly fell silent, the fleeting smile vanishing as a heavy mask of pain settled on his face again. Though he had advanced to the first stage of the pawn's tier, his body remained as fragile as a mage in the game pale, and weak compared to the tough martial artists, with far slower recovery. He sighed, dropping the pretense. Pressing his hands to his aching backside, he slowly stood up. Without a word, he walked into the restroom, closed the door, and remained still for 2.5 hours until his legs went numb. When he finally emerged, his complexion was dark and listless. He grabbed a couple of zhugua fruits and some fresh clothes at random, stuffing them into his backpack without any energy, ready to check out of the hotel and go home to heal. But as he approached the front desk, his peripheral vision caught a familiar figure, a man with heavy panda eyes and a haggard look. Chu Sheng froze, his heart suddenly tightening. He slowly turned and met the other man's equally shocked and complicated gaze. Silence hung between them for a moment before subtle expressions of contemplation flickered on their faces, as if they were both weighing whether to speak. "Qin Shou?" Chu Sheng whispered. "Chu Sheng?" The other man's voice was hoarse, tinged with confusion. Their mutual recognition shattered the silence, their eyes locking tightly. Past stories and hidden secrets seemed to come alive again in that instant. Time itself seemed to freeze. Waiting for their responses, they both sensed the changes in each other and the unknown storms that lay ahead. "I didn't expect it to actually be you." Chu Sheng's eyes lit up as he covered his backside and stepped forward. Although he left his hometown for the capital at 6 years old, he still clearly remembered many old friends in his mind because of having gone through a kind of rebirth. Qin Shou was one of those friends. "I didn't expect it either," Qin Shou said, looking him up and down with a face full of surprise. Even though he hadn't been lucky enough to undergo that rebirth, his memories of Chu Sheng were especially vivid. Back when Chu Sheng first arrived in the capital to study, the whole village celebrated for 3 days and nights, and excitement far surpassing any traditional festival. Such a shame, though, as that little hero title eventually turned into the village's cautionary tale. Indeed, a cautionary tale. Don't be fooled that Chu Sheng was only 6 was famously the village's little troublemaker. His masterpieces included stuffing firecrackers into a manure pile that exploded like thunder, putting firecrackers in the dog's bowl, blowing up the outhouse, and twice getting into pitched battles with the entire village's rapeseed fields using wooden sticks. He even frequently threw rubber snakes into the women's restroom, causing a group of young wives to scream and scatter. Since his parents died in service, no one dared to stand up to him, which only made him more reckless. Even after he was found to have an SSR-level talent and was specially recruited to study in the capital, all those honors couldn't erase his reputation as the village's bad kid. When the village taught children, they often said, "Don't learn from that Chu Sheng kid." That phrase stuck with him through childhood and adolescence. So no matter how many years passed, Qin Shou immediately recognized that unmistakable mischievousness in Chu Sheng. Among a sea of faces, this kind of vibe is truly one of a kind. What's going on with you? Chu Sheng asked, curiously scrutinizing Qin Shou. Most young people are into cycling, fitness, or photography these days. How did you end up as the leader of dark circles? Don't mention it. Qin Shou grumbled. There's a newborn next door last night. Kept me tossing and turning the whole night. You too? Chu Sheng seemed to find a kindred spirit and quickly vented. Mine was some kind of beast kept making noise all night. No consideration at all. Just then, the front desk attendant froze at their voices and glanced toward the room cards they handed over. One read 102, the other 103. People these days have no manners at all. She rolled her eyes at them. Birds of a feather, right? That hotel owner must be a beast too. We'll take any rude guests if there's money involved. The two men draped arms over each other's shoulders and walked out of the small inn without looking back, loudly complaining about the terrible service. The front desk girl clenched her fists, her anger rising sharply. Anger 1, negative energy 1. Anger? Chu Sheng looked puzzled and glanced around. He clearly didn't understand what Head said to provoke someone's fury just now. But then he caught the strange looks from passers-by, and it dawned on him. It must be jealousy for my stunning good looks that there's so angry people who can't rely on their appearance get mad at me for stealing the show. Younger people these days, really hard to figure out. The bystanders watching this scene had extremely odd expressions. Early morning, just breaking, two grown men emerged from the inn's door, one with deep dark circles like panda eyes, the other limping, clutching his backside. They even had their arms around each other for support, creating a scene that begged people to imagine the exciting stories from last night. Delete it. Delete it. The passers-by whispered fearfully as they hurried away. Image 1, negative energy 1. Image 1, negative energy 1. Chu Sheng immediately snapped to attention, hastily pushing Qin Shou away and putting some distance between them. Qin Shou didn't back down either. With a face full of disdain, he shoved Chu Sheng back and stepped 5 meters away before stopping. Don't get the wrong idea, Chu Sheng said seriously. I'm a real man, definitely not that kind of person you think I am. Qin Shou replied just as earnestly. I'm not that kind of person either. Besides, I already have a girlfriend. In a few days, we're getting married. You're getting married? Chu Sheng's eyes froze for a moment upon hearing this. Usually, when friends announced their weddings, his first reaction was unease about family drama. But this time, he actually found himself silently hoping Qin Shou's choice was reliable. What's with that expression? Qin Shou teased, stepping closer. Don't tell me you've been in the capital all these years, but still haven't had any experience? You're the one who's inexperienced. Chu Sheng rolled his eyes, ignoring him. After all, someone like him who relied on his looks didn't need to say much. Everyone knew it was him who was being chased by the girls. I get it. I guess you're just jealous of me, Qin Shou continued, trying to squeeze out some sort of superiority. Jealous of you? Chu Sheng turned back, his face serious. You spend tens of thousands on bride price just to call her dad? Isn't that basically paying money to sell yourself off as someone else's son? Call it marriage if you want, but it's more like letting a thief be your father. Huh. Qin Shou was stunned, a bit confused. Putting aside principles, Chu Sheng's words actually made some sense. Awakening 1, positive energy 1. Could he really awaken like this? Chu Sheng's heart jumped, as if unlocking a new way of thinking. Just as he was about to press the advantage and make his point even harsher, a sudden deafening roar of modified dirt bikes approached from afar. 5 exaggeratedly customized dirt bikes sped toward them, each with mudguards hanging from the rear. Dirt bike gang and their flashy girls? Chu Sheng reflexively turned to look. They saw 5 pairs of girls dressed in revealing, stylish outfits tightly holding the boys riding the dirt bikes. But the girls kept exchanging glances with the others, blurring whether they were 5 couples or a chaotic mix of 25 people. The atmosphere was confusing but tinged with youthful awkwardness. There they are. Qin Shou frowned. You know them? Chu Sheng glanced at the rapidly approaching group and nodded. Yeah, I know them. They're from the neighboring South Village. That Kuan Tu guy came to Yin Village a few days ago to flirt with my girlfriend. I gave him a good beating with my own eyes. Didn't expect him to bring a crew today. Qin Shou looked grim. So this is a personal grudge? Chu Sheng nodded knowingly and quietly stepped back several paces, keeping a safe distance. He wasn't the type to avoid trouble by taking detours when roads got rough. The martial world was dangerous. He chose to slow down, affect the situation bit by bit, and keep acting, learning to be a reliable leading man who could step in at key moments. He also hoped his brother could become strong enough to solve problems on his own. No, Qin Shou saw Chu Sheng retreat, and his face instantly darkened. He had thought his brother would stand by him, but instead, he ran away faster than anyone else. Chu Sheng's gaze was sincere, his gestures firm and determined as he desperately encouraged his good brother, hoping Qin Shou would understand his earnest intentions. But this birth, damn it, this birth. Watching the scene, Qin Shou instantly swore inwardly had thought that since Chu Sheng had received higher education in the imperial capital from a young age, had at least hold some principles. Instead, had thrown his principles even farther away. Was it you, kid, who hit Kuan Tu? A sharp shout broke the scene as 5 Ghostfire motorcycles screeched to a halt in front of Qin Shou. Leading them was a yellow-haired youth. The boy had a bright yellow mushroom cut and a fishing line wrapped around his neck. The arrogant tilt of his mouth made him look like some self-proclaimed reincarnation of the Dragon King. Qin, you're done for today? Another yellow-haired youth shouted boldly. This is my boss Li Guannan, the top dog of Nan Village, South Brother, with a Chaos Bag level 3 cultivation. I advise you to break up with your girlfriend quickly, or else. Before he could finish, a loud bang interrupted him. Qin ignored the nonsense, and with a fist as heavy as a sack of sand, he landed a powerful punch to the yellow-haired boy's face. Caught off guard, the boy was sent flying by the force, blood splattering from his mouth. Looking for death, the boy called South Brother roared furiously, his aura suddenly erupting. With a fierce shout, his right fist whipped through the air like a cannonball aimed at Qin. Humph! Qin snorted coldly, his figure darting aside to easily dodge. Instantly, his own aura surged to Chaos Bag level 4. With strength in his left palm, he launched a swift strike directly at South Brother's chest. South Brother wasn't one to back down. He quickly pulled back his right fist and used his arm to block, then retaliated with an elbow strike aimed at Qin. Boom! The sound of their blows echoed fiercely. The intense clash drew a crowd of onlookers who cheered and applauded, filling the air with excitement. But Chu Sheng had no interest. His eyes were cold, and he didn't join the crowd. After all, he had just broken into the first stage of the Pawn Realm last night, and had been an imperial capital marshal candidate since he was 6. Having seen countless geniuses there, this fight between Qin and South Brother was childish to him, like toddlers squabbling hardly worth watching. So boring. Chu Sheng looked away and began to survey his hometown. It was a world apart from his childhood memories of Yun Village. The countryside had become crowded with towering buildings, and the streets were lined with dazzling signs advertising all sorts of temptations. Victoria's Secret Allure, JK School Uniform Wholesale, Lace Wholesale, various adult goods wholesale. The volume of product coming out of small workshops was astounding. Chu Sheng sighed. This big city doesn't have any of this stuff. Over there, they don't care about appearances, only the inner experience. Just as he was lost in thoughts about the new landscape of his hometown, 2 sharp barks suddenly caught his attention. Before awakening, he might have taken them as ordinary dog barks, but now he could sense something unusual. Brother Dao, look. 2 upright apes are fighting. One dog said excitedly. Red dog, what's so interesting about 2 apes fighting? Let's find some food. I don't want to eat crap again tonight 3 days straight already. What's one more meal? Another dog replied dismissively. Curious, Chu Sheng turned to look and saw 2 ordinary mixed-breed village dogs. They noticed his gaze but weren't scared. Instead, they began quietly discussing him. Brother Dao, these upright apes aren't watching the fight. They're watching us? Is that even a question? They must have been fooled by my scarred, yellowish appearance, thinking they could take me home as a pet dog. Really? Dao, hurry up and roll over or act cute for me. No way. If I go, they'll really become a dog. Dao, we 2 are dogs already. You're the dog, and so is your whole family. I'm the dog who's determined to become the top jungler king of Yun Village. Dao, aren't you a dog too? As the 2 dogs argued over who was the real dog, Chu Sheng suddenly crouched down and stepped between them. Whoop whoop. The 2 dogs froze in surprise, quickly whimpering and stepping back a few paces. Just as they panicked and tried to run, Chu Sheng suddenly said, You don't want me to tell the other dogs about how you ate poop before, do you? Whoop whoop. A flicker of shock appeared in their eyes, and they immediately became alert. They exchanged glances, then started whispering again. Was that a hallucination? He actually knows we ate poop? Impossible. Impossible. How could a bipedal ape understand dog language? Yeah, calm down. It must have been a trick of the mind just now. It wasn't a hallucination, Chu Sheng said in a low voice. I heard you both admit to eating poop for 3 days straight and planning to do it again today. Oh. The dogs' faces instantly turned sullen and ashen, as if about to pass out. Ever since the spiritual energy revival a century ago, all creatures mutated and gained intelligence, but no one had ever heard of a bipedal ape understanding dog language before. This completely shattered their understanding. Bang! As Chu Sheng threatened the dogs, a sudden crashing sound came from behind. Nangu, a 3rd-stage straw bag realm fighter, not a match for the 4th-stage Qin, immediately signaled 4 of his men to surround and attack. Taking advantage of the chaos, a yellow-haired brute launched a sneaky Iron Mountain lean move and sent Qin flying. Despicable. Qin's mouth bled as he clutched his chest, his chi violently surging. Despicable. Nangu and the others sneered arrogantly, stepping forward. If you're so tough, call for help. Even if you scream your head off, no one's coming. Let go of that boy. Before they could finish, Chu Sheng cut in, ready to step up and show off or take down these scoundrels. Who's there? Nangu and his gang frowned and turned to Chu Sheng, expecting a formidable figure. But when they saw his loose, unscarred physique, they rolled their eyes. This is the so-called protagonist? Chu Sheng smiled bitterly inside, knowing the ridicule was inevitable. He had no intention of revealing his strength, yet not because he couldn't beat them, but because he wanted these 2 mutts to have their chance to prove themselves. Let's scram. Let's scram. The dogs saw Chu Sheng was ignored and immediately spun around to run. Nope, my brother's getting married in a few days. The two dogs froze in place. I don't want to just take all the meat with me, but since I'm raising you too, I can take it home to feed the dogs as an excuse and pack up several tables of meat dishes. Several tables. The dogs' ears perked up instantly, and they stopped. They turned back to look at Chu Sheng warily. They positioned themselves one on each side of Chu Sheng, eyes fierce, baring their teeth at Nan Go and the others, as if there was a deep, bitter grudge between them over a stolen bitch. Awaken one. When Brother Nan and the others saw the scene before them, their faces immediately darkened. Although they hadn't witnessed Chu Sheng take action with their own eyes, seeing the two stray dogs behave so strangely was proof that the hand of an awakened one was at work. Unlike them, mere martial cultivators who relied solely on physical training, awakened ones were born with supernatural powers. Some awakened elemental abilities, others possessed rare powers, and there were even legendary abilities at the conceptual level. No matter what kind of ability Chu Sheng had awakened, it was far beyond what these martial cultivators could provoke. Unless they could break through the innate realm, the gap between them was an insurmountable chasm. To put it simply, it was like a scholar meeting the top-ranking imperial graduate. These martial cultivators were like little scholars who might boast in front of ordinary people, but when facing a top scholar, they weren't even worth a fart. Only through relentless cultivation, breaking through the innate realm step by step, could they earn the right to sit at the same table as the top graduate. Of course, the top graduate wasn't invincible after all. Everyone only has two shoulders holding up one head. So if the martial cultivators could close in, no matter how powerful the awakened abilities were, they couldn't save the user. Brother, you finally made your move. Qinshu was so moved, he was nearly in tears. Then he shouted arrogantly, those mutt bastards just now said I couldn't summon anyone? This is Chu Sheng, my brother from a different mother. The pride of Yin Village. We verified it ourselves. He awakened an SSR-level talent at age 5, got specially recruited into the capital at 6, and became a prestigious candidate in the capital's martial selection. Chu Sheng? That's Chu Sheng. The crowd watching was stunned at first, then quickly recognized the name. It wasn't that Chu Sheng was famous, but Yun Village was remote. When he was found to have an SSR-level talent, it was like dropping a nuclear bomb on the village. Plus, his unconventional and rebellious reputation meant many villagers had at least heard about him. You're Chu Sheng? Brother Nan and the others grew even more serious, clearly having heard the name before. They secretly regretted that Qinshu actually knew Chu Sheng. But compared to their frustration, the 5 girls blocking the path lit up with golden glimmers in their eyes. They had obviously never tasted the rare offerings from the capital. That's right, Qinshu was fully energized now. He arrogantly shoved aside Brother Nan and the others and walked straight up to Chu Sheng, then introduced him formally. This is Chu Sheng. He just turned 18 this year and has completed his awakening. Brother, loudly tell them what ability you awakened, so these bumpkins can open their eyes. He's only 18. The crowd gasped in shock, all eyes fixed on Chu Sheng. In their empire, if you could discover your talent level at 5 and successfully awaken your ability by 18, you were like the top scholar who soared to fame overnight, with a limitless future ahead. My sewer beast tamer skills? Can I really say that? Chu Sheng thought to himself, barely holding back a chuckle. Still, he quickly waved his hand to be modest. Actually, SSR talent isn't a big deal. When I awakened, I just grasped 2 skills. 2 skills. The onlookers inhaled sharply, stunned by the power of an SSR-level talent. Although none of them had awakened abilities, they had at least heard rumors about the awakened world. At the scene, tension mixed with excitement. Everyone was drawn to this sudden turn of events, their eyes locked on Chu Sheng, waiting for that legendary name and the promising future just within reach. Unlike Wu Xiao, who trains relentlessly day and night through all seasons, it is the awakened who are truly favored by heaven's will. When they awaken or break through significant realms, they have a chance to comprehend skills that align with their unique abilities. However, successfully grasping such skills isn't something that mere passion alone can achieve. Within the supernatural community, talent is divided into 6 ranks. In normal, are rare, are enhanced rare, SR super rare, SSR special rare, and SSR ultra special rare. Only those with talent at our level or above have the potential to master supernatural skills. Even awakening warriors with SS or higher talent aren't guaranteed to succeed, so Chu Sheng's remarkable feat of comprehending 2 skills at once is practically unprecedented. Did you hear that? Qinshu shouted arrogantly, barely hiding his pride. My brother just awakened and mastered 2 skills simultaneously. Unless you're some low-tier beast tamer scum, awakening a supernatural power is something you aren't even qualified for. The onlookers nodded in agreement, no one daring to contradict Qinshu. Although spirit beasts caused quite a bit of trouble early on, as humans grew stronger, the spirit beasts themselves began to suffer under the rule of upright apes either tamed as pets or ending up on someone's dinner plate. To protect them from reckless hunting, spirit beast protection agencies were established. Those with high social skills are called beast tamers. Those lacking in tact bluntly call them pooper scoopers. Clearing his throat to hide his embarrassment, Chu Sheng whispered, cut the act and get lost. I awakened as a beast tamer, and now I've been kicked out of the imperial capital. I don't even have a single contracted spirit beast. What? You got kicked out and awakened as a beast tamer? Qin Shou was stunned, letting out a sharp, disbelieving bark. With an SSR talent like his, awakening as a beast tamera widely seen as a sewer-tier job in the current version was like putting a tractor engine into a top-tier Ferrari. Utterly absurd. Expelled? Beast tamer? Nan Ge and the others straightened their backs involuntarily upon hearing this. They initially thought Chu Sheng, as an Imperial Capital Martial Selection student, held an untouchable status, but now it turned out he awakened as a beast tamer, the most looped down up in profession. The crowd shook their heads and sighed, glancing at Chu Sheng with pity. They all expected a true dragon to rise from Yun Village, but instead, he ended up reborn as a beast tamer. Not that being a beast tamer was terrible in itself, it was just that Chu Sheng was born far too early. Had he been born hundreds or thousands of years later, spirit beasts would have matured beyond childhood and wouldn't be bullied so easily by a few spirited youths. Is this the dim-witted teammate behind the protagonist's strength? Chu Sheng felt a headache welling up, truly understanding the hardship of being the lead. He could have used his awakening reputation to scare off opponents and avoid a fight, but his clueless teammate had to shout, as if afraid no one would know he was just a sewer-tier beast tamer. Damn, you gave me a scare. Nan Ge and the others straightened up, suddenly feeling a bit more impressive. An Imperial Capital Martial Selection student with SSR talent struck fear into everyone but an SSR beast tamer? Anyone would stomp on that guy without hesitation. Realizing his gaffe, Qin Shou quickly muttered, that last part was rehearsed, can we cut it and redo it? No problem. Nan Ge teased with a smile. Not only can we reshoot, we'll even add some extra challenges for you. As four underlings slowly closed in, evil laughter sounded coldly in front of Chu Sheng, and the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. What now? Seeing that the other side was dead set on giving no chance, Qin Shou immediately stepped back to Chu Sheng's side and whispered, what else can we do? Chu Sheng showed no fear and bluntly replied, then let's just take them down. He didn't regard the opponents in the slightest. In the Imperial capital, Chu Sheng was indeed a low-level beast tamer from the gutter, knew well who was ranked higher and more experienced. But this was a newbie village. Not only did he have cultivation at the first level of the rookie realm, he had just tamed 2 earth dogs for the first time. Although small and hardly strong in combat, these 2 low-tier spirit beasts were newly conscious. If it came to a fight, an average person wouldn't easily handle them. Their lifelong wandering scavenging, never attacking ordinary humans, was because generations had been tamed by humans. Their intense fear and obedience were almost encoded in their genes. Are you sure? Qin Shou glanced at the 5 opponents, growing even more uneasy. Besides the leader, Nan Ge, at the 3rd level of the rookie realm, there were 4 others at the 1st level. If not for such a severe, coordinated attack, Qin Shou, with his 4th level rookie realm power, wouldn't have been forced to cough up blood. On their side, including the seemingly frail crippled Chu Sheng, there were only 4 people plus 2 earth dogs. The disparity in strength was obvious, as if the system was playing a bad joke on them. Passers-by all sighed silently, mourning Chu Sheng and Qin Shou for 2.5 minutes. The enemies outnumbered and outclassed them so clearly, even the blindest could predict their defeat. Yet Chu Sheng ignored all sideways glances, stepped forward without hesitation, and firmly issued the command. Woof, woof, time to pack the meat. The 2 earth dogs seemed to understand, barking as they lunged at the foes. Nan Ge furrowed his brow and skillfully dodged the dogs' bites. Don't underestimate these dogs. They only had the strength of low-level petty spirits, far weaker than the rookie realm enemies. Yet their sharp teeth could still inflict painful bites. Those teeth were their only means of attack. If opponents avoided the bites, countering them would be easy. Bang, bang. 2 muffled sounds rang out as both earth dogs were struck. They howled miserably, tails tucked, retreating desperately to Chu Sheng's side. Qin Shou sighed helplessly. I told you, this team is doomed. Garbage matched with stray dogs, a perfect disaster. Nan Ge and the others swiftly began mocking them, completely ignoring Chu Sheng's presence. Just as they assumed victory was assured, Chu Sheng suddenly formed a hand seal, his hands swiftly generating 2 golden talismans, which he immediately infused into the earth dogs. Beast blood ignite. This move not only permanently refines a spirit beast's bloodline rank, but also strengthens with the controller's cultivation level. Like human awakened talents divided into N, R, SR, SSR, SSR grades, spirit beast's bloodline purity determines their talent levels. These 2 low-tier pets barely reached even the lowest and gradial the most basic of beings. As the golden talismans took effect, the earth dog's appearance changed dramatically. One yellow-wand white dog's fur grew brighter, and a lightning-shaped white tuft appeared on its forehead. The other, covered in red fur, darkened into a sinister red-black in the shade, radiating very different energies. Yellow dog with a white face, mountain ox red hound. The surrounding crowd gasped, amazed by the striking transformations before their eyes. Unlike the stray mutts wandering the alleys and streets, the authentic Chinese rural dogs possess top-tier and level talents. Coupled with generations of domesticated lineage, they are the ultimate guardians every wealthy family dreams of. Simply put, their value has skyrocketed by hundreds of times. If Chu Sheng were to announce he wanted to sell them now, a long line of wealthy heirs would immediately form, ready to pay a fortune just to take these prized dogs home. Suddenly, the yellow dog with the white face and the mountain ox red dog howled together, their aura surging explosively as they instantly unleashed the power of rank 9 riffraff cultivation realms. The white-faced yellow dog crackled with electric arcs, flashes sparking and crackling like thunder roaring inside its body. Meanwhile, the mountain ox red dog's fur turned even more vivid red, as if cloaked in blazing flames. They had awakened the legendary elemental powers lightning and fire. The surrounding onlookers gasped in disbelief. Purebred Chinese rural dogs were already extremely rare, let alone two mutts awakening elemental powers. Just like martial cultivators and awakened beings, their worth immediately multiplied thousands of times. Nan Gu and the others stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked by the scene before them. What had once been plain stray mutts from a street vendor's stall had now ascended into purebred Chinese rural dogs, awakening lightning and fire elements. It was simply unimaginable. Yet the gap remained clear. Chu Sheng and his group stood at the first level of the grass sack realm, far surpassing their opponents who were only at rank 9 riffraff. But Chu Sheng had no intention of stopping. Calmly, he formed hand seals again and released a fierce beast's spirit power. In an instant, two halos shot from his hands, landing on the yellow dog with the white face and the mountain ox red dog, lifting their riffraff cultivation a whole level higher. Though still short of breaking into the grass sack realm, combined with their newly awakened elemental powers, they were more than strong enough to easily defeat a grass sack first-level martial cultivator. How is this possible? Nan Gu and the others panicked completely. Their minds felt like wild groundhogs screeching madly inside their skulls, struggling to believe the rapid reversal unfolding before them. Despite overwhelming numbers and quality advantage, in barely 2.5 minutes, Chu Sheng had seized the upper hand, turning the tables decisively against them. Impossible, Chu Sheng said evenly, his voice cold and confident. In the imperial capital, you called me sewer rat, and I never argued. But now I've returned to Yun Village, what should you call me? At that moment, the two dogs suddenly blocked Chu Sheng's path, baring their sharp teeth and howling fiercely with overwhelming presence. They had once thought they'd spend their lives as common village strays, scavenging leftovers and sleeping on the streets. But their master had suddenly appeared, awakening them from obscurity, advancing them into purebred Chinese rural dogs, and bestowing upon them the legendary, fiery elemental powers. From now on, no longer would they fight for scraps or bow to others' tyranny. Enough words. The yellow dog with white face and the mountain ox red dog silently vowed to follow their master to death. Their master's commands were their absolute law. 2 horizontal strokes make dry, 2 dots and 1 vertical line make power. As long as they still had breath, they would never allow anyone to harm their master. Nan Gu and the others were shaken by this ironclad oath, instinctively stepping back 2 paces, faces pale with fear. Seeing the situation reversed, Qin Shou raised his voice arrogantly. Why so quiet now? Were you born without a sense of humor? Laugh at your grandpa. Nan Gu and the others snarled, their teeth tingling with anger, their hearts already beating to their own fierce rhythm. Chu Sheng's gaze suddenly sharpened as he stared at the crowd. Didn't you hear? What exactly should you call me? Answer me. Chu Sheng. No, he is Lord Chu. The shout sent a shiver through Nan Gu and his group, who immediately knelt before Chu Sheng with astonishing speed. Their movements so swift it was as if frozen in place before sliding to the ground in an instant. They gave up that fast. Passers-by around them snapped back to reality, a wave of disbelief rising within. Everyone had expected Chu Sheng and Qin Shou to get a brutal beating today. Instead, it was Nan Gu's group who scrambled down in panic, not even daring the slightest resistance. But when people noticed the 2 dog-like spirit beasts beside Chu Sheng, the situation became even clearer. The 5 men had barely managed to fend off Qin Shou's attack just moments ago, and now with 2 awakening attribute Chinese rural dogs at Chu Sheng's side, they were doomed to gain no advantage. Eyes suddenly shifted to Chu Sheng with newfound respect and quiet awe. What had seemed like a worthless exile from the imperial city turned out to be untouchably an SSR-level beast tamer, already showing overwhelming power at a low rank, slaying foes mercilessly. Fighting evil, positive energy, 5. Someone murmured inwardly. 5 people combined equals 5 points of positive energy. Chu Sheng straightened up, projecting the aura of a righteous hero. His gaze swept over Nan Gu and the others, begging for mercy. Thinking to himself that if he could take out the weaker ones first and lure the stronger ones later, maybe he could rack up even more positive energy points. Lord Chu, have mercy. We know the rules. Nan guest group quaked under Chu Sheng's piercing stare and hurriedly took money from their pockets. But to everyone's surprise, the five had only managed to gather 10 yuan and 30 cents, mostly mismatched coins, and a few crumpled bills looking pitifully paltry. Is this an insult to me? Chu Sheng's expression darkened instantly. He was a martial candidate who had studied in the imperial city. With an SSR defiant genius, Talenthy had seen all kinds of major scenes. How could he be bribed with so little change? Woof woof. The two dogs growled in unison, baring sharp teeth menacingly. Nan Gu and the others panicked, stammering. No, absolutely not. Their hands trembled over the scant money. They could call a crowd of girls on a whim, but couldn't even scrape together a decent meal. This 10.3 yuan was the barest show of sincerity. No? You say no? Chu Sheng's eyes blazed as he snatched the loose change, pointing angrily at the bills. The martial candidate returned from the imperial city, and Nan Gu, you're blatantly insulting me. He slipped the money quietly into his pocket. At first glance, it seemed like bullying, robbing with the help of dogs. Negative energy. One. Chu Sheng rolled his eyes inwardly. This was clearly the righteous payment he deserved. Smirking, he thought, their parents don't care. The Spirit Governance Bureau uncles don't care. Only he bothered to teach them to be honest and useful to society. What harm was there in collecting a little token fee afterward? The Spirit Governance Bureau's uncle is here. Just as everyone was starting to relax, someone shouted from afar. Sure enough, the familiar patrol car rolled slowly toward them on schedule. Chu Sheng saw it from a distance and knew this little drama had reached its end. But he had no intention of sticking around. His mind was already racing to get home and dive back into mastering his golden finger power. Without another word, he hopped on the Ghost Fire electric bike Nan Gu had left behind, stepped on the accelerator, and kicked up a cloud of dust as he sped off. Oh my god, this really won't do. A few remaining onlookers stood dumbfounded, watching Chu Sheng's retreating figure, their hearts a tangled mix of admiration, confusion, and disbelief. Brother Nan looked as if his wife had been snatched by a bully, his face turning pale with worry. He hurried forward to plead. This bike is borrowed from someone else. What if it gets scratched or damaged? What should we do? Chu Sheng showed no fear and answered confidently. Of course, we'll just ask Wani for compensation. Qin Shou was blunt as well, mounting another motorbike. Well said. If it gets scratched, what does it have to do with us? Brother Nan and his friends' eyes welled up, on the verge of tears, silently begging Chu Sheng for mercy. After all, these yellow-haired youths on their motorbikes understood better than anyone that losing a motorbike meant losing everything. Without it, not only could they no longer show off in front of others, but they wouldn't even have the face to lift their heads around the spirited girls. But Chu Sheng ignored their desperate pleas. He revved his motorbike and shot off like a rocket. Like in a past life, he ran so fast that even Mungpa, the deity who guards reincarnation, couldn't stop him. Now reborn for a second time, he swore to stir up a storm of motorbike craziness in this new world. My god, Brother Nan and the others suddenly looked like they'd been possessed by pigs, bursting into tears as they chased after the fleeing swallow. This guy was shameless. The bystanders on the roadside, watching Chu Sheng's receding figure, finally understood what it meant to be a negative example in Yun Village. Person abusing dog power, image -1, negative energy +1. Person abusing dog power, image -1, negative energy +1. Total negative energy gained, 23 points. Hearing the system notification, Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. Although he hated to admit relying on dog power, the sheer amount of negative energy rewards was hard to ignore. Woof woof. Two dogs hit the ground and chased after Chu Sheng, not willing to let him go. Chu Sheng turned back at the barking, seeing the two dogs following close behind. But his brow furrowed. With only 10.30 yuan in his pocket, he could barely afford to feed himself, let alone two dogs being a single dog too. We're almost home. Qin Shou suddenly reminded, pointing ahead. Is this Yun Village? Chu Sheng looked up to see a peaceful, tranquil village. Though it didn't completely match his childhood memories, the way home was still clear. Yet Chu Sheng didn't rush home. Instead, he stopped by a small hill, gazed down at the village, and slowly said, since I left Yun Village at 6 years old, I've always felt like the protagonist of this world. Chu Sheng, don't be sad. Qin Shou recalled when Chu Sheng had been expelled from the empire's capital and fallen from grace, quickly comforted him. You shone bright as a kid, but the capital is extravagantly magnificent. Maybe it's not bad we recognized reality early. At that, Qin Shou's eyes glimmered with regret, feeling Chu Sheng was truly born at the wrong time. If you were born a few hundred, or even thousands of years later, you wouldn't just dominate the young generation, you could control the whole world. Who's sad? Chu Sheng immediately turned back with a sneer. I always thought I was the protagonist as a child. Now that I'm grown, I know I actually am the protagonist. You little side characters don't understand, so don't talk nonsense. Qin Shou twitched at the corner of his eye, feeling an inexplicable urge to punch him. But looking at the two dogs beside Chu Sheng, he thought maybe he'd spoken out of turn. Frustration +1, negative energy +1 came the system alert. Is that frustration? Chu Sheng shook his head with a sigh. People nowadays are really too fragile. At the entrance of Yun village, two people appeared at the information station, each accompanied by a dog. But the crowd barely paid attention to Qin Shou and the dogs. Their eyes were fixed on Chu Sheng. For some reason, the young man seemed incredibly familiar, as if they had seen him somewhere before. Aunt Zhang, Aunt Wang, and Aunt Li bustled about with eager and expectant expressions. Relying on vague childhood memories, Chu Sheng smiled and took the initiative to greet them. Are you Chu Sheng? The aunts stared at him for a long moment, their eyes slowly matching the image in their minds. Suddenly, the place erupted with excitement and cheers. Someone stood up to get a better look at Chu Sheng, and murmurs rippled through the crowd. It's been over 10 years, and he's a grown man now. Did he bring a girlfriend with him? Chu Sheng's face flushed red, and he shyly scratched his head. Yes, I'm Chu Sheng. I just turned 18. Where would I get a girlfriend? I just got back yesterday. I might be living in the village from now on, so please take good care of me. Not leaving? That question seemed to strike a nerve, and the atmosphere immediately quieted down. Though their initial warmth was genuine, the village women knew Chu Sheng's childhood achievements well. Staying a few days was one thing, but living here long-term showed a lack of understanding of the bigger picture. The mood grew tense. We have other things to do, so we'll be off now. Qin Shou noticed the change and quickly pulled Chu Sheng away. Once Chu Sheng left, the ants snapped back to reality. Chaos broke out instantly as everyone scattered to their homes, like chickens and dogs startled by a sudden noise, quickly spreading the latest village gossip. Chu Sheng is back. Wasn't he supposed to be studying in the imperial capital? Maybe he missed home and will just stay a few days. No Wei said he's not leaving and plans to live in Yun village. Are you kidding? He's an SSR talent, a treasure of our empire. Even if he wants to stay, the court won't allow it. Exactly. Such a bright future, how can he waste it in the village? I heard he got a girl pregnant in the capital and got kicked out of school. That woman is clueless. With SSR talent, it's easy to cover up even 10 pregnancies. No, that girl's background was complicated. Wrong. She wasn't even a girl, but a high-ranking, older woman. Wow, that's scandalous. Chu Sheng must be hiding here for protection. Don't spread rumors. I met Chu Sheng's second uncle 3 years ago in the capital. He said Chu Sheng had dated over 10 girls. 3 years ago? Chu Sheng was only 15 then. Case closed. Said ruined his body and isn't doing well now. The debates and speculations flowed non-stop, like a never-ending documentary, continuously creating new versions of Chu Sheng's return. Meanwhile, Chu Sheng and Qin Shou waved goodbye and went back to their respective homes. After dinner, he'll come find you to hang out. Qin Shou waved as he rode away on his bike. Chu Sheng watched his back retreat without looking back and couldn't help but feel a little annoyed, thinking, not even a polite word before dinner? But when he turned toward his small courtyard, childhood memories flooded in like a tidal wave, the happy days of the three of them together before he turned 3. Yet, just as suddenly as those memories came, the warm scene vanished before his eyes. In place of the house stood a neglected yard overrun with weeds, the roof stained by rain and dotted with patches where broken tiles swayed in the wind. A large iron lock, long rusted, hung from the door like a mark of time's passage. Chu Sheng took a deep breath, swallowing the swirl of emotions inside, and slowly unfastened the rusted lock. Finally home, he murmured under his breath. 2 dogs poked their heads inside the yard, curiously looking around, but Chu Sheng paid them no mind and walked straight to the main hall, pushing open the heavy door. Inside, 2 black lacquer plaques hung high on the wall, the golden characters gleaming brightly. Tian Z Special Merit. These plaques had been awarded by the court after his parents' death. Though they were just ordinary wooden signs with little practical use, they had twice stood up for him when he was wronged. Now, standing there, he whispered respectfully, "Mom, Dad, your son has returned." His voice carried a trace of sorrow wrapped in resolve, as he stepped forward and lit an incense stick. The curling smoke seemed to bridge past and present. Instead of rushing to clean, Chu Sheng simply dusted off a chair and sat down, focusing intently on studying the new talisman he had acquired. Unlike the inexplicable Tongzi Gu that popped up unexpectedly, this talisman was a crabapple leaf-shaped jade pendant. Though not a system that continuously appeared with prompts, it functioned similarly by activating special abilities when certain conditions were met. Before long, he was surprised to discover that he now possessed a character attribute panel. The attribute panel displayed clearly. Name, Chu Sheng. Race, human. Bloodline, none. Physique, none. Profession, beast tamer. Level, beginner realm, stage 1. Talent, SSR rank. Skills, human face, beast heart, beastly frenzy, beast blood boiling. Spirit pet, uncontracted capacity 0-1. Positive energy, 6 points. Negative energy, 29 points. Training mode, not activated. Enlightenment mode, not activated. Evolution mode, not activated. Deduction mode, not activated. Chu Sheng half-smiled bitterly, had accumulated 29 points of negative energy in just one morning. In his previous life, he was a rising successor under the red flag, handsome and noble in spirit, able to return quickly to the right path, even if he strayed. In this life, he had grown up immersed in the orthodox education of the imperial capital, radiating pure positive energy. Yet now, fate had forced him to become a villain feared by all. He couldn't tell if this was the tragedy of the times or a moral decline that pushed a good man into such a feared role. But there was no time to dwell on this. First, he combined his negative energy in pairs, converting it into 14 points of positive energy. Then he took 2 fruit from his backpack. The 2 dogs immediately fixated on the fruit, drooling in anticipation. Bound by ancestral and human contracts not to let food fall to the ground, they reluctantly watched, unable to snatch the treats even if they wanted to. Chu Sheng looked at them with mixed feelings. Should he continue as a beast tamer or return to martial cultivation? Ignoring the dogs, he sank into thought. Although the talisman gave him aid, he wasn't sure if it could pull the beast tamer path back from its current dead end. Meanwhile, the various training modes in the talisman revealed great potential for rapid improvement through martial arts. The child chooses, the adult wants it all. Chu Sheng smiled to himself, pondering for barely 2.5 seconds. In the end, he made up his mind firmly. He would pursue both paths, beast tamer and martial cultivator at the same time. After saying that, Chu Sheng pulled out his phone and opened the official Heavenly Dynasty website for cultivation techniques. Unlike the mystical novels where cultivation manuals are treated like priceless treasures, in this world, the information on cultivation methods was freely available online, yet far from the shoddy, counterfeit guides found on the market. These were all legitimate, advanced martial techniques. The catch was, you had to be able to understand the content. Just like the legendary celestial level cultivation mathematics, countless cultivation methods with detailed instructions were online, but very few could truly master one to perfection. Chu Sheng swiped vividly through the information on his phone, eventually settling on 2 top-tier techniques, the Starfire Body Refining Method and the 9 Veins Body Refining Method. Rumor had it these 2 methods were created by 2 grandmasters at the dawn of the spiritual energy revival. The Heavenly Dynasty's official website offered a thorough and precise introduction. For an ordinary person to start the cultivation path, one must first break through 9 genetic locks within the body, corresponding to 9 main meridians. But unblocking the main meridians was extremely dangerous. Failure would mean anything from serious injury to death, the cause behind countless cultivators meeting their end. The 9 Veins Body Refining Method relied on brute force, rushing to amass internal energy to violently shatter these 9 meridians in a short time, but with immense risk and no finesse. In contrast, the Starfire Body Refining Method was gentler. It first activated the Bodhi's 720 acupoints, grouping them in sets of 8, and carefully concentrated energy, transforming the internal energy into a starfire-like force to gradually connect the main meridians. Activating acupoints? Sounds like self-torture. Chu Sheng frowned inwardly. Without hesitation, he blocked out the risky 9 Veins method and resolutely chose the Starfire method. Then, he pulled a fresh vermilion fruit from his pocket, immediately popped it into his mouth, and spent 20 points of positive energy to enter cultivation mode. Sitting cross-legged, he followed the lengthy steps on the website to begin training. The next moment, Chu Sheng's whole body trembled violently, and his mind cleared as though the entire world suddenly brightened. The dense text of the Starfire Body Refining Method on his phone screen seemed to leap to life, injecting directly into his body and accurately activating multiple acupoints. At the same time, the blood and energy inside him surged wildly, as if countless tiny flames had been ignited. Something feels a little off. Chu Sheng frowned slightly but steadied his mind and carefully absorbed the spiritual energy into his body. Back when he was in the imperial capital, he had seen many top-tier cultivators who spoke of the cultivation path's extreme difficulty. It required day after day, year after year of grueling practice, and a huge diet of spiritual beast meat to nourish one's blood and energy. Activating each acupoint took over 10 days. Moreover, the process was highly individual. Some cultivators exhausted themselves after reaching the 3rd level. Others had innate talents that let them break through easily. Even geniuses took 2.5 years to activate all 720 acupoints. But Chu Sheng, in less than 3 minutes, had activated 8 acupoints back-to-back and even passed a brief test that linked one of the main meridians. By cultivation standards, he had already broken through the first genetic lock and officially entered the initial stage of the small fry realm. With a roar, Chu Sheng suddenly threw a punch, the rushing wind creating a sharp sonic boom. From an outsider's perspective, it was an incredible scene, but he stared at his fist in disbelief to confirm it was no illusion. He had once thought switching to martial cultivation would be unbearably hard, that his talents would be crushed by others. Yet on this path, his martial aptitude surprisingly surpassed his previous abilities. Chu Sheng instinctively straightened his back and vowed to keep this astonishing golden opportunity a secret. He knew effort alone was just average. Only relentless determination would lead to success. Though he might start behind, with his talent and strong will, he had every chance to rise from the back of the pack. However, Just as a lone tree stands out in the forest and is battered by the wind, being a genius isn't always a blessing. To those in power, he was a potential threat, to scientists, a living specimen, and to ordinary folks, an outright oddity. So Chu Sheng knew that without absolute strength, keeping a low profile was the wiser choice. Gurgled just as Chu Sheng straightened his back, trying to face things bravely, his stomach suddenly rebelled. He had just unlocked the first genetic seal, greatly boosting his physical abilities, but this came with a huge energy drain. To maintain his vitality, he had to eat more spirit beast meat. Meat, Chu Sheng muttered to himself, reaching into his pocket and feeling the 13 jiao and 3 fun. Right now, there was no way he could afford spirit beast meat. Even buying a simple pancake from the village stall, let alone adding sausage or an extra egg, made him hesitate for minutes. Meat? Was it even mealtime? The two dogs guarding him heard the sound, perked up, and stood. But they didn't realize he intended to buy meat. Instead, they stared at his gleaming eyes with cautious, thoughtful expressions, as if they could see through the dark schemes running through his mind. No, no. Chu Sheng quickly looked away, trying to appear innocent. At that moment, urgent voices came from outside. Someone was asking if he wanted a wife. Lots of people want to marry me? Chu Sheng was stunned for a moment, touching his face, suddenly realizing that his good looks were already well known throughout the village and impossible to hide. Stepping out from inside the house to the small courtyard, he saw several village elders waiting by the gate. He recognized Aunt Zhang, Aunt Wang, and Aunt Livum he had met earlier at the village intelligence post. We just ran into your second uncle. Aunt Li was first to speak, smiling. He said you awakened as a beast tamer in the capital but got expelled, took a hit, and secretly ran back all alone. My second uncle came back too? Chu Sheng's expression froze, guilt washing over him. After his parents had died, his second uncle had become his guardian, gone with him to study in the capital, and taught him much about life. Running off quietly like this had been rash. His uncle must be beside himself. Yes, your second uncle is back, Aunt Wang chimed in with an unchanged smile. He said you have no career prospects, so you might as well settle down soon. The three of us aunts came to help find out what kind of girl you like, so we can arrange something good for you. Oh, it's matchmaking. Chu Sheng suddenly understood. He thought for a moment, then said seriously, I'm actually quite simple. I don't have much money now. Wanting a rich wife isn't too much to ask, right? The aunts hesitated slightly, but didn't think it was unreasonable. Despite Chu Sheng's expulsion from the capital, he was still a godlike figure in Yun village. Finding a wealthy village girl wasn't too much to ask. Seeing this, Chu Sheng added, I was expelled from the capital too. Wanting a girl from a capital university isn't wrong either, right? His words fell in silence, the aunts unsure if that was realistic. He went on, I awakened as a beast tamer who's practically powerless. Wanting a woman skilled in martial arts to protect there's nothing wrong with that, is there? Aunt Wang suppressed a snarky comment, but couldn't resist a pointed question. Rich, educated, and skilled in martial arts, you really think any girl who meets all three will look twice at a down-and-out beast tamer nobody wants from the capital? All right, Chu Sheng sighed helplessly. Then he'll just lower my standards. How about 3 girls? Each just has to meet one of those conditions. A quiet, humorous awkwardness filled the air as the aunts exchanged smiles. Thus quietly began the village's matchmaking gathering. As soon as he finished speaking, the aunts all widened their eyes in shock. They had expected him to listen to reason and lower his standards for a spouse, but instead, he made demands even more outrageous. Aunt Li took a deep breath, trying to calm herself before asking carefully, You mean you want 3 wives? 1 rich lady to earn money outside, 1 highly educated to show off with, and 1 skilled in martial arts to protect you? Exactly. Chu Sheng answered confidently. I'm a quality man who used to live in the big city. Coming back to the countryside is a downgrade for me. If they don't bring a dowry of 1.8 million yuan, how can they even ask to date me? A dowry just to date? The aunts exchanged shocked glances again. That's right. Chu Sheng remained self-assured. Even if they meet these conditions, it only gives me the chance to pursue them. It doesn't mean I agree to marry right away. All the money they spend on me during that time is purely voluntary. The aunts were flustered and exasperated, pinching the flesh between their noses in frustration. They had assumed Chu Sheng's background, coming back from the imperial capital, would make him a hot prospect on the marriage market, but these conditions were so absurd it was infuriating. Damn it all, it was beyond ridiculous. No one in Yun village or probably anywhere in all of China could match this kind of demand. Their integrity was shattered, their negativity levels shot through the roof. Integrity 1. Negativity 1. Integrity 1. Negativity 1. Why did my integrity drop again? Chu Sheng looked completely baffled. He hadn't changed his conditions. Why was it that when a girl made reasonable requests, he gained integrity points, but when he spoke, his integrity plummeted? This was downright bullying of honest people. In less than 2 minutes of conversation, Chu Sheng accumulated a total of 31 negativity points. It was astonishing and maddening, yet oddly amusing. He had vowed to guard his integrity with his life. But after exhausting his 20 positive energy points from his cultivation efforts, he had no choice but to spend integrity points to gain any score. The ants finally steadied themselves, gently declining. Chu Sheng, you're just 18, still very young. There's no rush to get involved in matchmaking. It'll be better to wait a while. With that, they turned and quickly left the courtyard, as if fearing any further trouble would put their lives in danger. Aunt Zhang, Aunt Wang, Aunt Lai don't go. Chu Sheng called anxiously after them. Previously, fighting against injustice and standing up to bullies had earned him 20 positive energy points. But in less than 2.5 minutes chatting with the ants, he picked up 15 positive energy points quick and risk-free. He was thrilled by this simple and effective positive energy acquisition method. But the ants were genuinely scared, afraid he might cause another shock with a single punch. They ran home without looking back. Seeing the situation wasn't good, Chu Sheng decided to visit each of them in turn when he had time, hoping to create more opportunities. Just as he was about to set off, voices came from behind. Two dogs were talking. Brother Dao, it's almost dark. You watch our master while I go find some food, a black dog ordered. Red dog, you can look for food. But remember, we're dogs with owners now. We can't hang out with those unruly street dogs anymore, got it? Replied another dog seriously. As the last rays of sunset drifted in the air, the dog's conversation mingled loyalty with cautious vigilance, quietly pledging protection and change. Got it, Dao go. They'll go find some food right away. If I can't find any, then as usual, Papa, you take the best part, and he'll sneak some from the side. Hongo, I told you, we're dogs with a master now. Of course, the best parts belong to the owner. Dao Gu, sorry, I almost forgot the rules passed down from our ancestors. Chu Sheng listened to the dog's conversation, his lips twitching slightly. He had hoped that purifying their bloodline would boost their intelligence, but it seemed there wasn't much difference. If they were given a kindergarten diploma, they could still ace all the tests with ease. Still, he was pretty hungry himself and needed to find something to eat quickly. But with only 10 yuan and 30 cents in his pocket, how could he support himself and these two unlucky dogs? Soup without salt is just water. A person without money is worse than a ghost. Chu Sheng sighed and silently resolved to find a way to make money. Clutching the small amount of money in his pocket, he first ran to the village convenience store to buy a large bundle of loose noodles. Then, following the familiar routes of his childhood, he went door to door knocking on neighbors' doors. Uncle Wang, do you have any leftover food? Chu Sheng asked with a smile. Not for me to eat, just to feed my dogs. What? Half a fish left from last night. No problem, dog food it is. Yes, dogs aren't picky. Leftover food and scraps will do. Oh, Uncle Lin is eating now. Let me try my luck, see if you have any leftovers for my dogs. One house after another, Chu Sheng knocked on over a dozen doors. At last, he managed to gather enough food for dinner. Under the dim yellow light in the small courtyard that had been abandoned for years, Chu Sheng set up a large pot and began cooking the noodles. The two dogs, eyes shining brightly, lay by the pot, salivating and staring intently at the steam rising from the hot noodles. Even the plainest noodles looked like a feast to them. Chu Sheng scooped a bowl of noodles for himself first, slipping a few pieces of leftover meat into his bowl. Then he poured the remaining noodles and scraps into a dog bowl. He muttered to himself, if it weren't for you two suddenly barging into my life, I could have gone out and eaten a hand-grabbed pancake with this 10 yuan 30 cent. With a helpless sigh, he placed the bowl in front of the dogs. Woof woof. The dogs perked up at the sound, barking a couple of times as if thanking 800 generations of their ancestors. Then without looking up, they dove into the bowl, eating voraciously as if they had come across a mountain of delicious delicacies. Feeding stray dogs grants 2 positive energy points. Chu Sheng heard the system notification and felt a bit better. Soon he remembered that his second uncle had also returned, so he quickly scooped another bowl of noodles from the dog bowl, planning to have a warm meal ready when his uncle arrived. Whimper, the two dogs looked up in shock and confusion. According to the food ownership contract signed between their ancestors and humans, the food in the dog bowl was supposed to be theirs. But now Chu Sheng had broken the rule by taking their food first. What are you looking at? Protecting your food, huh? Chu Sheng immediately turned the tables and refused to admit any mistake. Without giving the dogs a chance to protest, he smacked one of their paws with his hand, making them feel completely baffled yet unharmed. Whimper, the two dogs whimpered softly, feeling wronged, but silently complaining in their hearts. They weren't human, but this owner truly was an idiot of the highest order. Being too harsh on the dogs. Negative energy level 1. Being too harsh on the dogs. Negative energy level 1. 2 more slaps came down. Chu Sheng's patience with this negative energy had clearly reached its limit. He didn't really have any particular bond with these dogs. He just lost his temper and struck out in anger. The two dogs felt deeply wronged but could only lower their heads silently and crouch on the ground, hastily gulping down the leftovers in their bowls. All done? Chu Sheng asked, seeing they no longer radiated negativity. He then put down his hand, picked up his chopsticks and bowl, and prepared to eat. Just as he was about to take a bite of the noodles, his phone chimed sharply, a distress message from his second uncle, saying he was surrounded and urgently needed help and financial support. Chu Sheng glanced at it briefly but didn't linger. He kept chewing on the warm noodles in big bites. Only after himself and the two dogs had eaten their fill and let out a big, satisfied burp did he calmly pick up his phone, leash the dogs, and head out the door. I'm determined to leave the hometown. Once out the gate, he'll turn right. Chu Sheng rode his moped along the muddy village path, speeding to the right. Soon the rustic farmland scenery gave way to tall buildings, and the city's shape grew clearer in the distance. The city was called Haicheng, but unlike the free and open metropolis Chu Sheng once knew in his previous life, this place was surrounded by towering, heavy walls that felt oppressive and forbidding. Legend said that a century ago, the world's spiritual energy was reborn, causing firearms to fail entirely by some accident. A blood-red moon appeared in the sky. Animals exposed to its light gained strange powers and became bloodthirsty beasts, wreaking havoc and causing severe loss to humanity. Under the red moon's glow, the beasts ran wild, and the population dropped to less than 1% of what it had been. It was only thanks to pioneers selflessly sharing martial arts knowledge and building walled cities and defenses that humans managed to cling to their survival space. 50 years ago, the red moon suddenly vanished. People initially believed it was some error or a temporary disconnect, but it never returned. With the red moon gone, the cultivation era began, and human civilization exploded in growth, reclaiming the top of the food chain. The younger generation barely knew what the red moon was, seeing it only as a rare natural phenomenon. At last, he arrived. Chu Sheng stopped his moped in front of a building. Bright neon signs caught his eye. Romance Foot Spa stood out boldly. This was where his second uncle was trapped. Chu Sheng sighed inwardly and pictured his uncle. There was he dignified or unruly while soaking his feet. Taking out his phone, he dialed his uncle's number. While studying in the capital, Chu Sheng had enjoyed all kinds of cultivation subsidies and delicious food. Generous scattered cultivators often covered his expenses, letting him live worry-free. But after awakening as a sewer-type beast tamer, he lost all those benefits and was expelled from the capital, penniless and without any money even to rescue his uncle. Now, he had to ask for help from his uncle. The call connected quickly, and the matter was soon reported and handled. Chu Sheng parked his moped at the roadside and set the two dogs to guard while he prepared to enter the Red Romance Foot Spa and investigate. Welcome. The moment Chu Sheng stepped into Hong Langman, he was greeted by a young woman approaching him. She wasn't breathtakingly beautiful, but her face was full of smooth, youthful vitality. Wearing a figure-hugging short Chong Sam, she looked several levels more attractive under the soft glow of the ambient lighting. Truly worthy of the Hong Langman chain. Chu Sheng glanced her up and down and quietly thought, women used to worry about being stared at. Now they fear being ignored. How wonderful for this prosperous era. I love peace. Sir, are you here alone? The girl asked with a professional, warm tone. No, I'm here to find my second uncle. He said he's being surrounded. Chu Sheng replied. Surrounded? The girl immediately caught on. You mean Mr. Chinshur? She recalled the private room upstairs. Usually, people only order one technician here. Even wealthy customers might only take 2 or 3. But this guy came right out saying he wanted 10 at once. That was rare. Yes, exactly him. Chu Sheng nodded anxiously. Sir, he's upstairs. Please follow me. The girl smiled as she extended her hand warmly and naturally invited him upstairs. Upstairs. Chu Sheng glanced at the staircase next to him and felt fairly certain. Then he followed her lead up the stairs. Pushing open the private room door, a chorus of soft laughter came out. A bare-chested middle-aged man, blindfolded, was playing hide-and-seek with 10 women wearing number tags. Suddenly, the man shouted, Boss Chun, come catch me. The 10 women circled him, teasing and striking playful poses. Suddenly, the man seemed to change personality. He lunged forward and grabbed Chu Sheng. Got you, he shouted, reaching to touch Chu Sheng's chest. A voice broke the scene with resigned scolding. Second uncle, you've got the wrong person. Indeed, the blindfolded man was Chu Sheng's second uncle, now his only relative. Oh, my big nephew is here. The second uncle took off his blindfold, surprised and somewhat relieved to see Chu Sheng. He had expected Chu Sheng to be gloomy after awakening, but was instead greeted by a sunny, confident face. Though he didn't understand what caused this shift, as long as it went in a good direction, it was something to celebrate. The second uncle immediately called to the 10 women to join in surrounding Chu Sheng. Please don't. I'm still a college student. 10 waiting. Chu Sheng, as if here for the first time, was nervous and flustered. I'm a college student too, said the girl wearing number 16, with a sweet, syrupy voice. But I graduated this year. You're a college student? Chu Sheng hesitated, eyeing the number 16 girl. She dressed in very revealing clothes and smelled strongly of perfume, none of the innocence or naivety you'd expect from a college student. If she started working right after enrollment, no one would be surprised. Little junior, you don't believe you're senior? Number 16 immediately played along, adding a teasing tone. The truth is, after graduation, I found I had nothing to offer. But with my whole family to support, I forced myself to leave behind my youthful innocence and blend into the world of adults. I can tell. Chu Sheng nodded approvingly as he appraised her. Senior, it hasn't been easy. Graduate, then find a job. Graduate, then find a job. What? Urgius' expression froze briefly, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Something fell off. Junior brother, you're bad. Really bad. Number 16 seemed to catch the meaning and dragged out the last syllable with a mocking tone. Though these words were harsh, with his years of experience, number 16 remained unfazed, even putting on a look of feigned grievance, as if he truly had a gambling-addicted father, a seriously ill mother, and a younger brother still in school. Digging up old wounds. Negativity 1. Digging up old wounds. Negativity 1. The negativity meter surged to 10 points. Chu Sheng muttered inwardly. I'm just telling the truth here. Chu Sheng dropped all pretense, his eyes firm as he said, Senior, you can be careless with food, but not with words. I, Chu Sheng, am no villain. I'm a gentleman who values righteousness, propriety, integrity, and honor above life itself. From birth, I've embodied justice. Ah, so this junior brother is all about justice. Number 16 thought this must be some new trick, a fresh game starting, and immediately played along by casting an admiring glance his way. But just when she expected him to follow the script, Chu Sheng handed her a small note. On it was a long, clear phone number. Wow, this junior's sense of justice is so straightforward, it's almost laughable. The other girls exchanged suggestive looks and quietly whispered, First meeting, and he's already giving number 16 his number. Think he's planning to make it easier for the next Red Romance gathering? Hearing their innuendo, Chu Sheng answered solemnly, Don't misunderstand. I'm giving my number to Senior 16 so we can stay in touch after leaving here. He said it with such conviction it sounded like responsibility was carved on his chest. Urgiu nodded approvingly to the phone number exchange. Though inviting number 16 to a late-night snack would cost extra, seeing the boy shed his inferiority and grow up quickly was absolutely worth it. He whispered with pride, I always knew this kid was smart. We have rules we can't leave on our own. Number 16's eyes gleamed with desire for a bribe, as Chu Sheng suddenly switched scripts and roles. Remaining righteous and resolute, Chu Sheng replied, Senior, I meant after leaving the Spirit Governance Bureau, not after leaving Red Romance. The moment he said this, the surrounding girls immediately woke up and the room erupted. Did you report to Uncle? They'd thought he was faking a role as a justice fighter to scare them, never guessing he genuinely intended to act on justice. Urgiu frowned in shock and disapproval. You really aren't listening to me, kid. For justice. Chu Sheng's face was sincere, his voice resolute. The market is chaotic, prices inflated, and customers refuse to bargain. Without free health checks, how can this be fixed? Let them be inspected, guaranteeing market quality. When they need money later, they can bargain again, maintaining the market order. Urgiu nodded with satisfaction, thinking his nephew's idea both clever and wise. The young women seethed with anger but had no outlet, grinding their teeth as they cursed silently. Birth, damn birth. But their priority now was escaping Red Romance. It was clear the place was hardly respectable. Suddenly, the private room door was kicked open with a thunderous bang, causing wooden walls to shake violently. Then, a group of uncles stormed in fiercely, ordering everyone to squat with hands behind their heads for a full inspection. Damn it, just damn it, the girl's fury swelled uncontrollably. Chu Sheng raised his hand quickly to refuse the search, claiming to be a helpful citizen. That birth, the women bit the bullet in increasing fury, anger warnings flashing above their heads. Anger 1, negativity 1, anger 1, negativity 1, total negativity, piled up to 55 points. That's a lot. Chu Sheng looked at the scene before him with complete satisfaction, completely ignoring the almost predatory glare from the young lady nearby. That was you on the phone just now? A middle-aged man with a round belly stepped forward, his gaze lazy as he sized up Chu Sheng from head to toe. That's right, it was me. Chu Sheng straightened his back, his eyes firm as if taking an oath. With a righteous expression, he declared, I'm an incoming college student. At 6 years old, I was selected as a martial candidate in the imperial capital. I'm receiving the most orthodox education here, learning values like prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, and kindness. I can't stand dirty deals like these that thrive on getting something for nothing. As soon as he finished, the previously casual middle-aged man immediately straightened up. His gaze shifted from scrutiny to admiration, his eyes shining as if he had glimpsed the future hope embodied in Chu Sheng. Spreading positive energy 1. Spreading positive energy 1. System notification sounds kept ringing in Chu Sheng's ears. In the end, he gained a total of 12 points of positive energy, each law enforcement officer at the scene contributing 1 point. Truly a professional, such high awareness. Chu Sheng felt proud and pleased, thinking today's trip was well worth it. But as a rule-abiding young man, he didn't intend to stop there. Turning toward the leading middle-aged man, he confidently extended his hand. Where's the bonus? Bonus? The leading man's eyes widened in shock, a wave of disbelief flooding his mind. He had thought this kid was the Empire's future star, but now he saw his true colors. Scoundrel, a damn scoundrel. The young lady's anger flared even more upon hearing this. They had expected Chu Sheng to negotiate for a better deal, but never imagined he would ask for a handout like this. Especially the smile on his face when demanding money. They wanted nothing more than to slap him hard. Anger 1, negative energy 1. Anger 1, negative energy 1. The system buzzed again, and Chu Sheng accumulated a staggering 103 points of negative energy. That many. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up immediately. He secretly decided to visit places like this more often. Unlike the others' furious expressions, girl number 16's eyes welled with tears as she looked at Chu Sheng with a mixture of grievance and sorrow, the look of an innocent white lotus abandoned by a scumbag lover. Take them all away. The middle-aged man had no time for any love stories. With a wave of his hand, his subordinates sprang into action. Everyone except Chu Sheng, the whistleblower hero, was taken away, including Chu Sheng's second uncle. Why are you arresting us? His uncle shouted in protest, his face flushed red. Work has no class or status. They do the labor, I provide the money. Why arrest us? Woo-woo number 16 didn't resist, but tears shimmered in her eyes as she chanted mournfully. This world is full of sorrow and endless pain. Good women, vanity, born into the wrong trade. When arrested, there is no one to tell their tragic tale. Truly a college student, well-cultured. Chu Sheng felt a pang of sympathy and stepped forward to ask the officers, can I say a few words to her? Yes. The middle-aged man feared another righteous speech from Chu Sheng, so he quickly agreed to let him bid farewell to number 16. Thank you. Chu Sheng politely expressed gratitude and lowered his voice when he approached number 16. Senior number 16, since you regret choosing the wrong path, don't carry the burden in your heart. When you get out, remember to heal yourself. I know some Taoist magic and can help banish the demons in your heart. You mean exorcise sticky membranes, right? Number 16 immediately understood, wiped away her tears, and looked at this junior student with utter disdain. Integrity down by 1, negative energy up by 1. Chu Sheng stared blankly at the system prompt flashing in his mind, a twitch curling at the corner of his mouth. Humph. Several girls who had just been rescued turned their heads in unison, their gazes sharp as knives. Their looks clearly said, you claim to be a righteous man, but weren't you just ogling us? Scorn plus 1, negative energy plus 1. Scorn plus 1, negative energy plus 1. A total of 54 points of negative energy gained. Chu Sheng opened his mouth, wanting to explain he was really trying to help, but seeing all those suspicious eyes, he swallowed the words back down. Why is being a good person so hard? Good job, young man. The captain in uniform walked over, handing him a fresh stack of bills. Hey, race your bonus 1,000 yuan. Chu Sheng's hand trembled slightly as he accepted the money, gripping the 10 red bills tight. So there really are people who understand me in this world. The captain patted his shoulder. At first, I thought you were in it for the money, but you even reported your own uncle. That kind of integrity commands respect. It's what I'm supposed to do. Chu Sheng straightened up, trying to show his positive side. I'm really just giving foot massages. No other services. Uncle shouted from the doorway, 2 officers escorting him toward the police car. One by one, others were brought out from the Red Romance Spa. Some, like Uncle, loudly protested their innocence. Others stayed silent. A group of scantily clad girls lowered their heads and hurried past. Rating the brothel, positive energy plus 25. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. 25 points. Finally, the system recognized him. He almost considered reporting another foot massage parlor. After calming down, he started tallying tonight's haul. 39 points positive energy, 258 points negative energy, which after conversion gave him 168 points positive. No doubt causing trouble yields results faster. Nephew, don't forget to bail your uncle out. The police car started rolling. Uncle pressed against the window, shouting hoarsely. Chu Sheng glanced at the 1,000 yuan in his hand, then thought of the amount needed for bail. He could only shake his head helplessly. Besides, at least inside they provided food and lodging better than eating leftovers at home. Hey, young man, want to ride in our car? The captain politely asked after finishing the paperwork. No thanks, I came on my bike. Chu Sheng pointed to the modified scooter parked by the roadside. The captain followed his gesture, and his eyes suddenly brightened. Not because of the customized bike, but because he spotted 2 dogs squatting nearby Dao Gu and Hong Go. Since the revival of spiritual energy, Chinese rural dogs have skyrocketed in value. It's not that other dogs haven't evolved, but these countryside dogs dare to fight tigers and are fiercely loyal to their owners. Nowadays, anyone with some strength wants one to guard their homes. After all, this is a new era. Even if the threat of the Red Moon beasts is over, there are still martial cultivators and awakeners to watch out for. Before the revival of spiritual energy, a large influx of foreign dogs severely impacted native breeds, making purebred Chinese rural dogs extremely rare today. Even with money, it's not easy to find an authentic Chinese rural dog. Yet the 2 dogs in front of Chu Sheng were purer specimens than any rural dog he had ever seen. Just common mutts. Chu Sheng said dismissively. All the dogs in our village are just guard dogs. You're the mutt. Your whole family's a bunch of mutts. The lead uncle cursed inwardly. He really wanted to snatch these two dogs and recruit them directly into the Spirit Control Bureau. Although their bureau had plenty of purebred foreign dogs each with powerful talents, the combined strength of those dogs was nowhere near that of the Chinese rural dogs. Especially in combat power, these native dogs utterly dominated. The uncle didn't say anything aloud, but muttered in his mind Chu Sheng really didn't know the value of what he had. Since that was the case, why not make friends and get a good deal on the two dogs? Little brother Chu Sheng, after a quick mental calculation, the uncle put on a smile and introduced himself. My name's Wu Zhongxing, deputy captain of the 1st Squad at Haicheng Spirit Control Bureau. Having trained in the imperial capital for years, Chu Sheng recognized the official status and immediately stepped forward to shake hands. Captain Wu. Though had come up through the sewers, he still commanded respect in Haicheng. Out here, knowing people and social skills mattered as much as fighting. Deputy captain, Wu Zhongxing hurriedly corrected, but couldn't keep the corners of his mouth from twitching harder to suppress than an AK-47 burst. I know, Captain Wu. Chu Sheng apologized with a smile, but didn't bother fixing the title. Whatever, call me what you want. Wu Zhongxing waved it off and got to the point. Little brother Chu, to be honest, I've liked dogs since I was a kid, especially the rural dogs from our village. Brother wants to buy a dog? Chu Sheng saw through his intent immediately and looked troubled. To be honest, these two are mutts, but they belonged to my parents while they were alive. They're the only keepsakes I have left from them. Oh, brother, I really didn't know that. Don't blame me hearing they were heirlooms. Wu Zhongxing regretted it deeply and scolded himself for being careless. Don't worry about it. Brother Wu. Chu Sheng quickly stopped him and changed the subject. But since you and I are so friendly, even if I can't sell these two, I can have them help you breed. Breed? Wu Zhongxing's eyes lit up instantly. That's definitely doable. It wasn't that the Chinese rural dogs Chu Sheng had were bad. It was just that those raised since puppyhood were more valuable, and there was no fear Chu Sheng would let them be taken casually one day. Exactly. Chu Sheng nodded. But brother Wu, you work for the government. If I just help breed them for you openly, someone with bad intentions might notice. They'll pay 1,000 yuan. Wu Zhongxing quickly understood and didn't hesitate. Whether it succeeds or not, they'll pay you 1,000 yuan each time. Deal. Chu Sheng smiled broadly and agreed readily. Though the breeding fee wasn't high, Dao Gu and Hong Go were genuine spirit beasts and wouldn't easily breed successfully. The rarity of purebred Chinese rural dogs was precisely why they were so expensive. As they talked excitedly, Dao Gu and Hong Go were completely unaware they had already become a transaction, lying quietly at the entrance of the alley flickering with ghostly flames, waiting for Chu Sheng to take them home. Thanks so much, brother Chu. Hearing the satisfied response, Wu Zhongxing beamed with delight and quickly exchanged contact information. Then, he hurried to catch up with the main group and boarded the Wahoo vehicle. Before the door closed, he didn't forget to wave goodbye to Chu Sheng, grinning as he said, "Tomorrow I'm taking my little female dog to Yun village for breeding money's made fast, that's for sure." Chu Sheng watched the convoy disappear into the distance, a faint, knowing smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth, a subtle smile worthy of a dragon king. Just as he turned to drive home, he noticed a black Pusan pulling up in front of the sealed Red Romance Club. The car door opened, and a bald man stepped out, dressed in a black mink coat, his large belly protruding, a heavy gold chain hanging around his neck. The man's face was grim as he glanced at the club's shuttered entrance, then scanned the surroundings before fixing his gaze on Chu Sheng. This was Zhou Kai, the club's manager. Tonight he was supposed to celebrate Xiaoba's birthday, but had just gotten a call from his men informing him the club had been raided and shut down by the Bureau of Spiritual Affairs. All the girls he worked hard to recruit had been taken away. One of them revealed they were reported by a teenager named Chu Sheng. That's him. Zhou Kai trembled with rage at the sight of Chu Sheng. On his way here, his men had already sent photos and confirmed that Chu Sheng was the so-called sewer dweller recently returned from the imperial capital. Oh, looks like someone's itching for a fight. Chu Sheng stopped in his tracks, meeting Zhou's gaze without a hint of fear. Though Haicheng was a bustling coastal metropolis and Chu Sheng's status as a sewer dweller recently back from the capital earned him little respect, he knew he had already broken through his genetic limit and was no longer the powerless sewer beast master he once was. Surprisingly, Zhou Kai didn't immediately erupt in anger or attack. Instead, he stared deeply at Chu Sheng for a moment before turning and getting back into his car. Starting the engine, he drove off silently, his unspoken menace clear. A biting dog doesn't bark. This man was not to be trifled with. Chu Sheng understood perfectly well that as the one who had cut off Zhou's money source, the man would never let this slide. He guessed Zhou still had tricks up his sleeve, unlikely to make a move openly in the city, but probably waiting outside the city gates. Once Chu Sheng stepped outside Haicheng tomorrow, the sun might set on his life. Woof woof. Dao and Red Dog barked together, as if to say, we're the good dogs who don't bite. Feeling calm and resolute, Chu Sheng got into the car with his two dogs and drove out of Haicheng. When Zhou Kai learned this, he could hardly believe his eyes. He expected Chu Sheng to be intimidated and cautious, to either kneel and apologize or slip away quietly during the day. But instead, The kid took the reward and calmly drove home to sleep. Damn it. Zhou finally lost his temper, cursing aloud as he slammed the steering wheel. Made a U-turn, phone still pressed to his ear, angrily yelling at his men to speed up and chase Chu Sheng, determined to make the provocateur pay. Meanwhile, Chu Sheng had already left Haicheng but didn't head directly back to Yun village. Instead, he crouched in the roadside grass with his two dogs. Taking out his last Ju fruit, he carefully split it in half, feeding each piece to Dao and Red Dog. While the fruit would greatly enhance his cultivation, he knew this crisis wasn't something power alone could solve. Moreover, he had already promised Brother Wu to mate the dogs, so this breeding had to be done properly for Brother Dao and Honggo. After all, if he failed during mating, it would be a huge blow to Chu Sheng's reputation. Food for us. The two dogs' eyes sparkled as they looked at the zhugua fruit in his hand, wagging their tails excitedly, as if hinting they wanted to follow Chu Sheng again in the next life. Yet, they didn't rush to snatch the food. Instead, they strictly respected the ancestral rules, nodding repeatedly to signal Chu Sheng to place the fruit on the ground. Taking the cue, Chu Sheng put down the zhugua fruit, then sat cross-legged nearby. At this moment, his positive energy had accumulated to 168 points. Having already experienced the cultivation mode, he now planned to try other modes to see how the sensations differed. When he attempted to activate the enlightenment mode, the screen displayed that the current environment did not allow it. Deduction mode similarly showed insufficient conditions. However, evolution mode successfully activated and began deducting his positive energy. As the prompt sounded, Chu Sheng felt a scorching surge of blood and qi surging inside him, causing his pupils to contract sharply. The intense transformation made him vividly sense all 8 acupoints in his body lighting up, shining brilliantly. The newly opened meridians grew even sturdier. If before the new meridian was like a thin twig that would snap easily, this evolution transformed it into an incredibly tough HRB, 400 rebar steel, his qi and blood overflowing, and his strength improving by several levels. In other words, against opponents of the same rank, his combat power could easily crush 10 of them. 100 points of positive energy consumed. Evolution reached its limit, the system softly informed. Unable to contain his excitement, Chu Sheng threw back his head and let out a roar that shattered the night's silence. Who's making noise at this hour? Could you at least have some consideration? The neighboring streetlights flickered on along with muffled complaints. Ignoring the disturbance, Chu Sheng closed his eyes, carefully feeling the profound changes rushing through his body. According to the detailed records on the Tianqiao official website, the thickness of a martial cultivator's meridians determines their future achievements. The thicker and more solid, the greater the potential. Now, his meridians were like a rushing, powerful river, with spiritual energy boiling and surging, connecting to his dantian and continuously replenishing his Buddhist spiritual power. This not only strengthened his physique, but also enhanced the power of his supernatural abilities. Wu Brother Dao and Honggo also successfully absorbed the nourishment from the zhugua, happily raising their heads and howling long, as if celebrating rebirth. They had grown visibly larger, leaping from the 9th level of the lesser fish realm up to the 1st level of the strawbag realm. With their awakening of the thunderfire attribute, their fighting strength jumped 3 to 4 minor realms higher. Combined with Chu Sheng's bestial eruption, they were fully capable of sweeping through everything in the strawbag realm. However, Chu Sheng still felt uneasy and decided to further purify their bloodlines to stabilize their combat power. Quickly, he formed 2 hand seals, conjuring 2 golden, radiant mysterious talismans, and precisely implanted them into Brother Dao and Honggo's bodies. You brat, where do you think you're hiding? In the distance, Zhou Kai led his men down from a vehicle. Hearing the dogs barking, they hurriedly charged into the bushes. Just as they closed in, Brother Dao and Honggo's evolution had just completed. The 2 canines' bodies swelled again, like sturdy calves. Their once simple and gentle Chinese rural dog looks completely changed, eyes turning fierce and wolf-like, radiating sharp, cold light like silent ghosts stalking through the night. The smile on Zhou Kai's face suddenly froze, and the men behind him came to an abrupt halt. At this moment, Dao Gu and Honggo were no longer the same 2 plain farm dogs with only level bloodlines as before. After Chu Sheng's beast blood was purified once more in a raging surge, their strength had not only broken through to the double crate tier, but they had also awakened part of the ancient wolf ancestor bloodline, successfully reaching the rare level bloodline status. Chu Sheng panted heavily, feeling utterly drained in an instant. Although the beast blood surge greatly enhanced the spirit beast's bloodlines, it also consumed his spiritual power at an astonishing rate, requiring at least 2.5 days to fully recover. Despite facing these 2 double-crate native dogs, Zhou Kai showed no fear. After a moment of shock, he barked orders sharply at his brothers behind him. Though Dao Gu and Honggo looked imposing, they were ultimately still at the double-crate level. Zhou Kai himself, as the head of Honglansi City District, had already reached double soldier-grade cultivation, and his 7 subordinates had all reached at least crate. To him, Even if Chu Sheng was a gutter rat returned from the imperial capital, there was no way he could overshadow him, the local boss of Sea City. Silently he scoffed. Just two native dogs. Hearing this, his 7 men straightened their backs and instantly braced themselves. The men all understood that while a level bloodline spirit beast was powerful, Dao Gu and Hong Go could only muster the strength of a crate at best, nowhere near Zhou Kai's double soldier grade level, let alone with the support of his 7 crate allies. In short, they clearly held the advantage. However, Dao Gu and Hong Go seemed to see through the disdain in their opponent's eyes and immediately let out howling wolf cries. A fierce aura erupted from them, whipping up a strong wind from nowhere. Thunder and lightning intertwined with scorching flames, dispersing the heavy darkness around them. Elemental powers. Zhou Kai's expression changed drastically, a pang of panicked warning ringing inside him like a groundhog's shriek. Oh great, can this still be a fair fight? The plain native dogs turning into wolves was already troublesome enough, and now they carried the power of fire and thunder. Fortunately, they were still only double crate, and with 7 men restraining them, the advantage remained theirs and there was still room to maneuver. At this moment, Chu Sheng had no intention of clashing Hedon. He emptied the last of his spiritual power and his beast nature flared. 2 rings of light shot from his fingertips, accurately striking Dao Gu and Hong Go, greatly boosting their presence and might. Attack! Without giving the others time to react, Chu Sheng gave the resolute command. A woo! The 2 beasts howled without hesitation and charged toward Zhou Kai and his men. Different from the previous singular bites, their entire bodies were now surrounded by crackling lightning and burning flames, like thunder shattering the twilight and fire scorching the earth. Dodge! Zhou Kai and his men's faces turned pale as they scattered to avoid the thunderfire assault. Their gazes swiftly exchanged tactical commands. Zhou Kai moved like lightning, lunging straight at Dao Gu to suppress him. The other 7 scattered to flank Hong Go, aiming to restrain and isolate them, hoping to defeat them swiftly in detail. The scene shifted in an instant, leaving no room for error. Chu Sheng, left ignored to the side, was filled with rage. I've only exhausted my spiritual power, am not out of strength yet. His face darkened, a surge of humiliation burning inside him from being underestimated. The entire situation was tense and intense, as if the very air could ignite at any second. However, he didn't rush in to help immediately, not only because he hadn't learned any fighting skills yet, but also because jumping in recklessly would only put himself in danger. So he bent down, picked up a small stone, and while Zhou Kai was fully focused on the fight, he suddenly swung his arm and threw it. The stone shot up into the air with a sharp whoosh, instantly hitting its target. Unfortunately, Chu Sheng had never trained in combat, so his aim was off, intended to hit Zhou Kai's big bald head, but ended up striking the smaller bald spot instead. How shameless. Zhou Kai immediately felt a sharp pain. A grimace of agony quickly spread across his face, and his screams echoed through the empty street. Chu Sheng's eyelids twitched slightly as he thought, I really didn't mean to. His anger surged, and his negative energy spiked in tandem. Yes, I totally meant to hit the smaller bald head. Chu Sheng immediately straightened up, puffed out his chest, and shouted hoarsely, strike down evil, no exceptions. Before he finished, Dao Gu seized the moment with lightning speed, like Pikachu channeling electricity, unleashing a 100,000-volt thunderbolt directly at Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai's cries grew even more desperate as he writhed amid the electric sparks. His henchmen were no luckier waiting too long for backup. They were hit by Hongo's fireball attack and instantly collapsed, their clothes charred and smoking, the scent of burnt flesh filling the air. With human and dog in alliance, their negative energy surged by 16 points at once. That's enough. Stop. Chu Sheng's voice cut through the battle as he ordered Dao Gu and Hong Go to stand down. It wasn't that he didn't want to finish off Zhou Kai and his men, but during a quick scan of the surroundings, he noticed the street cameras were watching closely. Besides, even useless scum had some purpose. Killing them outright would be wasteful. Hearing Chu Sheng's command, Dao Gu and Hong Go immediately withdrew their lightning and fire attacks, obediently stepping back. Standing tall before them, Chu Sheng sneered coldly, threatening, remember my name. Chu Sheng. From now on in High City, I'm the top dog. When you see me, either kneel and wag your tail, or stay out of my way. Dao Gu and Hong Go promptly barked like loyal pups, wagging their tails and lying at Chu Sheng's feet in submission. Zhou Kai trembled with fury, itching to tear Chu Sheng to pieces right then and there. Since he first came to High City at 18, he had never suffered such a heavy defeat, nor had anyone dared to challenge him so brazenly. But Chu Sheng wasted no more words. She jumped onto the Ghostfire motorcycle parked by the road and quickly vanished into the night with Dao Gu and Hong Go. Boss, what now? 7 injured henchmen pressed on their pain to help Zhou Kai to his feet. He frowned coldly, looking in the direction Chu Sheng had left, and gritted his teeth. Zhou Kai's grudges never weighed overnight. Then he pulled out his phone to start recruiting allies and downed a bottle of medicine. The remedy immediately restored his body, burnt by electricity, and turned his Kai back to Kai. Basic healing potion. The men glanced enviously, hoping for a sip themselves. But even the lowest grade healing potions cost tens of thousands. Looking at the empty bottle in his hand, Zhou Kai felt a pang of regret. Not only had he reported Chu Sheng's cockfighting shed, had also wasted a healing potion for nothing. If he didn't take care of Chu Sheng tonight, he'd lose face in High City forever. While Zhou Kai was rallying forces for revenge, Chu Sheng was already sending photos of Dao Gu and Hong Go to Wu Zhongxing. Bloodline advancement. Wu Zhongxing was ecstatic when he saw the pictures, rushing through the night with his little dog to Yun village in search of Chu Sheng. At 2:30 a.m. in Yunsuan village, Chu Sheng slowly rode his Ghostfire motorcycle into his small courtyard, closely followed by two advanced stage wolf-like beasts Dao Gu and Hong Go. Just as the bike came to a stop, he suddenly glanced back and muttered softly, "Still missing something, gotta get a mudguard first." He sighed, a complex mix of emotions stirring inside him. Women in Tianqiao just don't deserve the men of Tianqiao. Those with money lack tenderness. The gentle ones have no wealth. Those who have both money and kindness lack martial skill and can't offer real security. A faint, bitter smile tugged at his lips. Forget it, better focus on training first. Just as Chu Sheng kicked down his bike and stepped toward the house, a sudden gust swept through the yard, scattering leaves and grass. Then, like an arrow, a figure darted into the courtyard, flanked on both sides by two small female dogs. At first glance, it looked like a couple of thieves had come to snatch dogs from the village. "Brother Wu," Chu Sheng exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't expected Wu Zhongxing to show up. Although he knew Wu would probably freak out seeing his photo, he didn't think Wu would track him down so fast using phone GPS after Head just returned on the Ghostfire bike. "Sorry for the late-night disturbance," Wu Zhongxing said apologetically, holding the two dogs' heads while forcing out a smile. "But old brother, your dogs are just too rare, I couldn't wait a second longer." Chu Sheng stroked his chin, raising an eyebrow. "But hey, race the thing, I left way earlier than you, and I was riding a bike. Yet you caught up with me running, arriving almost simultaneously. What level of cultivation do you have exactly?" "Qi Si level 8. Wu Zhongxing answered without hiding anything. "I ran because I didn't want to get caught speeding driving, and also because I suspected someone might be tailing me." Chu Sheng nodded immediately in agreement. Having studied in the imperial capital for years, he knew how fiercely talent fought for every position here. As an SSR-grade beast tamer, surely he was worthy of the title of an imperial martial candidate. "You're right, little brother." Wu Zhongxing chuckled knowingly, glancing at the two dogs. If it weren't for seeing it with his own eyes, no one would believe these two imposing, spirited wolves had just hours ago been ordinary Chinese rural dogs loitering by the village entrance. Dao Gu and Hong Go trembled nervously as Wu Zhongxing stared at them. Both wolves gave low, menacing howls, clearly trying to intimidate. Chu Sheng, however, wasn't having it. Like a brothel madam scolding unruly girls, he slapped Dao Gu sharply and snapped, "Stop pretending to be all tough." Wu Zhongxing quickly grabbed Chu Sheng's arm. "Don't hit them, don't hit them. These two poor things really can't take it." He had thought these dogs' transformation into wolves would finally bring honor and prosperity to Chu Sheng's ancestral line. But Chu Sheng still treated them like common mutts, unhesitatingly hitting and kicking. "If you bark again, I swear I'll beat you to death," Chu Sheng grumbled, raising his hand to deliver another slap. The two wolves whimpered softly, too scared to make a sound in front of him. As the awkwardness lingered, Wu Zhongxing hastened to change the subject. Enough, let's get to business." He pulled out 10,000 yuan from his pocket, solemnly handing it to Chu Sheng. "I want to buy 10 times worth." A sly smile spread across Chu Sheng's face, as if Head just heard the madam's order. He readily accepted the money. Although Daoj and Hongus bloodlines had advanced again, Chu Sheng had no intention of raising the price. He understood that beyond social savvy, the key was that the stronger the spirit beast, the lower its birth rate. So while this deal might seem like a loss on the surface, it was actually a solid, long-term investment that couldn't fail. Wu the two dogs suddenly realized they had been sold and immediately let out sorrowful whimpers at Chu Sheng. It wasn't that they weren't interested in the little female dog Wu Zhongxing had brought, but after years of surviving wild, they were well-known dog kings. If other dogs got wind that they'd sunk so low as to do this kind of thing, how could they ever maintain their standing in the dog world? Chu Sheng, however, was all about the money, not the dogs. He briskly stuffed 10,000 yuan cash into his pocket, grabbed the two dogs by the scruff Daoj in his left hand, Hongo in his right, and tossed them like sacks into the small warehouse next door. Then he threw the two female dogs in with them and slammed the door with a bang. "Forced dogs into prostitution, negative energy 10. You're not a fish, how do you know what makes a fish happy?" Chu Sheng immediately mocked the system. "If you don't understand, don't judge." While Chu Sheng and Wu Zhongxing waited in the yard, there suddenly came chaotic footsteps from afar, growing louder and louder. The steps were mixed with coarse shouting and cursing. What was going on? Villagers poked their heads out, only to see a mob of over 100 people rushing into the village. Each one looked fierce and aggressive, their watermelon knives gleaming coldly under the moonlight. "Where's Chu Sheng? Get him out here." The leader, Zhou Kai wore a fierce expression, practically buzzing with energy. Though he had just been defeated by Chu Sheng's 2 dogs, he was convinced it was only because Chu Sheng had sneaked an attack. Now with over 100 men at his back, even a spit from each of them would be enough to kill Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng, they're here for Chu Sheng? The villagers were stunned. They knew Chu Sheng often caused trouble, but he had only just come back that day. Panic spread quickly. People hurriedly bolted doors and windows, trembling inside their homes, terrified of being cut down from the east end of the village to the west. Panic 1, negative energy 1. Panic 1, negative energy 1. Total accumulated negative energy, 203 points. So many people. Chu Sheng was also shocked by the massive crowd, quickly shielding Wu Zhongxing in front of him. He had guessed Zhou Kai wouldn't let it go, but hadn't expected him to bring such a large force. Fortunately, he had persuaded Wu Zhongxing to come along in advance. It's him. Wu Zhongxing immediately recognized Zhou Kai, and his face turned cold. As deputy captain of Haiqing's top squad, he was no stranger to this leader of the Red Romance Haiqing gang. It was obvious why he had come for Chu Sheng. But seeing that Zhou Kai had gathered over 100 men for revenge, Wu Zhongxing couldn't help but smirk. This wasn't malicious retaliation. This was essentially a second-class merit badge on legs, and one granted solely to him. Chu Sheng, you bastard, get your ass out here. Still unaware of how serious it was, Zhou Kai and his 100-strong gang stormed up to Chu Sheng's front door. Bang! The door was kicked open, splinters flying. Zhou Kai brandished 2 watermelon knives, ready to storm in and teach Chu Sheng the rules of Haiqing. But the moment he crossed the threshold, he caught sight of a familiar figure standing in the yard that made his heart stop. Who the hell do you think you are? Get lost, good dogs don't get in the way. As the angry shout faded, a blonde henchman rushed forward, wielding a cold, glinting cleaver, aiming it straight at Wu Zhongxing. Before the words could even finish, a loud bang suddenly echoed. Zhou Kai was startled stiff, then hurriedly stepped forward and delivered a fierce kick to the blonde henchman, sending him stumbling backward. Hey, boss, you're not supposed to attack your own people, the blonde henchman said, utterly confused and baffled. Who the hell said you're my boss? We don't even know you. The blonde shot back, eyes blazing with anger. Zhou Kai's expression flickered briefly, but he quickly charged again with another kick. Then he rushed over to Wu Zhongxing's side and plastered on the most flattering smile he could muster, respectfully greeting. Deputy Captain Wu, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Wu Zhongxing's face suddenly darkened, whether from the shock of being addressed so casually as deputy captain or his deep-seated disgust for Zhou Kai's kind. It grew steadily grimmer. No, Zhou Kai hurriedly shook his head, panic rising in his voice. I was just curious. That's all. No disrespect meant, absolutely none. Cut the crap. Wu Zhongxing snapped coldly, his eyes as sharp as blades. Tell me, why did you bring so many people to Yun Village? Are you trying to take revenge on Chu Sheng? Deputy Captain Wu, you've got it all wrong. Zhou Kai's eyes darted as he put on an innocent, pitiful act, voice trembling with fake emotion. It was Chu Sheng who sent dogs to attack us first. Me and 7 brothers were victims, were still in the hospital getting treated. Chu Sheng even arrogantly said he'll become the top dog in Haiqing, and that we should watch our step everywhere. The brothers were furious and came to confront him. I couldn't stop them no matter what. The surrounding henchmen immediately backed him up, shouting loudly. Yeah, how could little Zhou stop us? Stop twisting facts. Chu Sheng yelled furiously in response. You tried to retaliate, but got beaten. I showed mercy because I have a conscience, gave you a chance to turn over a new leaf and stay out of prostitution rackets. But you don't appreciate it and even dare to slander me as some righteous man and future pillar of society. Wu Zhongxing glanced at Chu Sheng with disdain, silently cursing. Righteous man? Future pillar? With his dirty prostitution racket and Zhou Kai's crew peddling business, what's the difference? One is protected by the law, and the other isn't. But this isn't for me to judge, I only need to figure out who has done the most harm. Everyone, get on the ground and put your heads down. Wu Zhongxing barked, no longer willing to listen to their nonsense. Why should we obey? Zhou Kai immediately snapped back, blatantly defying Wu Zhongxing. Even though Wu was deputy captain of Haiqing's first squad, Zhou Kai had been active in the city for years, running the Red Romance business boomingly, not some kid who merely wielded a cleaver for show. What exactly did we do wrong? Hundreds of henchmen cried out as their leader spoke. Wu Zhongxing stopped wasting words. With a sudden bang, an aura surged around him, the air thickening and sharpening like blades formed of steel. A fierce gust of wind swept through the courtyard, knocking Zhou Kai flying out along with several of his men. With a sudden spurt of blood from his mouth, Zhou Kai was utterly powerless to resist. Although his cultivation had reached the 2nd stage of the minor soldier realm, and he was considered somewhat capable in Haiqing, to Wu Zhongxing Huo had reached the 8th stage of the Qi Si realm, was nothing more than an ant to be crushed without a second thought. If it weren't for the uniform he wore, Wu Zhongxing probably wouldn't even have bothered to glance his way. The men who had been shouting defiantly just moments before instantly fell silent. With so many knives drawn, how could they still ask what they had done wrong? Wu Zongsheng's gaze cut sharply like a blade as he slowly scanned the courtyard, but no one dared meet his eyes. The pressure wielded by Deputy Captain Wu Zhongxing was indeed impressive. Just as Wu Zhongxing was holding the crowd in check with his dominating presence, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. With it came a stronger gust of wind, and a middle-aged man darted into the courtyard. His aura was overwhelming, instantly suppressing the oppressive energy Wu Zhongxing had just unleashed. It was Li Batian, commander of Heiqing's 1st Brigade, and also Wu Zongsheng's direct superior. Wu Zhongxing furrowed his brows, thinking to himself, my second-class merit might be gone for sure. It was true that Zhou Kai had led over 100 men on a midnight raid into Yun village, but no real harm had been done. As the brigade commander, Li Batian had the ability to easily minimize the issue. The familiar voice sounded again. Brother-in-law, you're finally here. Seeing the reinforcements arrive, Zhou Kai immediately burst into tears. Turns out, he was Li Botian's brother-in-law. Wu Zhongxing sighed helplessly and cast an apologetic glance at Chu Sheng. Although he wanted to bring Zhou Kai down for good, so Chu Sheng could finally rest easy. As deputy captain, he couldn't stand up to the other man's connections he'd. Sigh, looks like he'll have to handle this personally. Chu Sheng sighed reluctantly. Though he hated showing off, fate had cast him as the main character. So when his teammates were in trouble, he had no choice but to appear in a dazzling display like a radiant cloud. Zhou Kai struggled to his feet, a barely concealed smile creeping across his lips. It was surprising that Chu Sheng chose to lean on Wu Zhongxing, but behind him stood the towering figure of Li Botian, living proof that local power always beats outside might. You just insulted my mother? Chu Sheng ignored the others and strode directly up to Zhou Kai. So what if I did? Zhou Kai scoffed arrogantly, riding on his powerful backers. To everyone's surprise, Chu Sheng didn't raise a hand. Expressionless, he turned and walked toward the main hall. Pushing open the doors for all to see, the crowd's eyes followed line of sight to 2 large black plaques hanging prominently in the center. Without a word, Chu Sheng knelt beneath the plaques, his face the picture of deep grievance. The scene stunned everyone present into complete silence. The sky is falling. Wu Zongsheng's eyes widened, his mind blank. The highest honor in the Celestial Empire, 2 heaven-ranked special class black plaques. What could this mean? A terrifying thought flashed through Wu Zongsheng's mind. Me, him, this? Li Batian suddenly felt his vision darken, his body dizzy, as if the very world were spinning. In his ears rang an angry shout. Who allowed our heaven-ranked special class merit to be stained with blood and tears? What's going on? The younger brothers all looked confused, craning their necks anxiously to see what was happening ahead. They had thought that with Zhou Kai's casual shout of brother-in-law, they would immediately gain the upper hand. But to their surprise, Chu Sheng merely knelt down lightly. That single kneel instantly darkened Captain Li's face, and even his deputy, Vice Captain Wu's expression, changed dramatically. The act of kneeling seemed to disregard all ranks and cultivation levels, instantly silencing and intimidating everyone present. It was impossible to tell who was friend or foe. The scene froze. Who would still dare to cause trouble in our Yun village? Just as everyone was filled with doubt, trying to guess what had happened, another group charged in fiercely. It was the men of Yun village, led by Qin Shou, Chu Sheng's childhood friend. Each man gripped a weapon fashioned from farming tools, knives, hoes, shovels with eyes like wild tigers ready to pounce. Get lost. Let's see who dares to touch my brother Chu Sheng. Qin Shou's eyes blazed with hostility as the sharp blade in his hand glinted, holding the line firmly against the opposition. Who the hell do you think you are? Telling me to leave? A blonde youth nearby shouted back defiantly. Shut the hell up, all of you. Li Batian finally shook off his dizziness and roared, his voice booming like a lion's roar, echoing across the yard. Suddenly, his entire presence exploded outward with force, making everyone's eardrums ache as a fierce wind swept through the small courtyard. A martial grandmaster. Chu Sheng felt his heart jolt and instinctively glanced back. Although the imperial capital was filled with grandmasters, bumping into one was as common as hitting a brick. The first grandmaster to appear usually symbolized the highest level of threat and often marked the beginning of the biggest trouble for the protagonist. Grr. At the sound, Daoj and Red Dog leapt out of the warehouse. Even with Li Botian's grandmaster-level aura unleashed, these 2 fierce dogs still stood loyally before Chu Sheng, ready to pounce and tear apart anyone who made a move. Good dogs. Wu Zhongxing watched with stirring emotions, hurriedly glancing back at his own little female dogs. Those puppies looked melancholy and wistful, as if they had once encountered a dazzling companion in their youth, but were left behind as the other never stopped moving onward. Everyone, hands on your heads and squat down. Li Batian shouted, barely able to contain himself, his voice nearly a roar. He looked like a ferocious beast. At this moment, he was truly afraid, his mind racing for ways to fix the situation. He didn't want to lose the hard-earned captain position because of Chu Sheng, this undutiful brother-in-law, nor become tomorrow's laughingstock online. Brother-in-law, what do you mean? Zhou Kaishan blinked in confusion and glanced at the black plaque hanging on the wall. Although he could recognize the characters and knew Chu Sheng's parents had died, had never been on official payroll, and felt no connection to the meaning behind the plaque, so he had no idea just how terrified Li Batian really was. Who the hell do you think you are calling yourself brother-in-law? On duty, you are to be called plant. Li Batian bellowed, his voice shaking the sky. Immediately have your men put their hands on their heads and squat down. Anyone who resists, I won't hesitate to eliminate them under the charge of resisting arrest. Yes, yes. Captain Li Zhoukai was completely stunned by the shouting, instantly realizing the situation was bad. His heart was filled with frustration and helplessness. Had just been holding little Ba at home, singing birthday songs, and suddenly Chu Sheng had raided the chicken coop, resulting in a beating and wasted a bottle of basic healing potion. Now he was about to be taken to the squad. Zhoukai fumbled for his phone. Call the police. Li Batian glared at the group, who all squatted with their hands on their heads, and shouted fiercely, "Get everyone from the bureau here immediately. Take them all back. We must crack down hard on crime, and never let a single bad guy slip through." The people of Yun village burst into applause and cheers upon hearing this, shouting in unison, "Now that's our captain." Although Wu Zhongxing quietly wanted to grumble to himself, he obediently pulled out his phone and dialed. The system alert sounded. Combating evil, gained 103 positive energy points. Chu Sheng nodded quietly, approving his own cleverness. By now, he had accumulated 179 positive energy points and 213 negative energy points. After fusion, his positive energy rose to 225 points. Deducting some negative energy, his strength had improved significantly. But what Chu Sheng really wanted was to return to the other world to restock. According to years of expert research, as soon as wild spirit beasts discover rare treasures, they immediately claim the surrounding territory as their own. So that spirit leopard they encountered last time was very likely a guardian beast. He needed to find someone to distract the guardian's attention. Scratching his chin, he muttered softly, "Who should I get to draw the fire?" He had opened the door to the other world once before, but had never brought anyone else along. He had no idea what changes that might cause. Just as he was mulling this over, a sharp gaze pierced him. Not far away, Zhou Kai was staring daggers with a ruthless and fierce look. Zhou Kai had originally thought that with so many people he called in, he could get revenge tonight. But unexpectedly, Chu Sheng had broken out of the Five Elements formation and left him stumped. Even after bringing his brother-in-law to back him up, he still ended up defeated by Chu Sheng. This wasn't over. Zhou Kai swore he would make Chu Sheng pay. Chu Sheng's eyes immediately lit up. Zhou Kai was the perfect fire attractor he needed. Zhou Kai had suffered heavy losses this time, and would surely hesitate to act openly again. Having been in Haiqing for years, he must know how to avoid surveillance. All Chu Sheng had to do was keep watch near Zhou Kai's place. But then Chu Sheng shook his head, rejecting the idea. Somehow, setting someone up like that didn't feel quite right. Though, when he recalled Zhou Kai's unauthorized construction of chicken coops and forcing so many young women into college life, that little pang of guilt faded a bit. Once senior sister number 16 came out to help cleanse things up, Chu Sheng would return to being the bright, cheerful guy he really was. Meanwhile, Zhou Kai shivered involuntarily, feeling as if some filthy presence was staring at him from within. Still, he didn't give up on his plan to take out Chu Sheng. His eyes blazed with murderous intent, as if he wanted to tear him apart with just a look. Smack! A sharp slap landed hard across Zhou Kai's face before he could even unleash his killing aura. Li Batian had acted first. Speak honestly. Don't treat me, your captain, like I'm just decoration. Li Batian scolded, angry beyond words. As someone on the government payroll, he fully understood the meaning behind the special top-secret black plaque. If he let Zhou Kai run wild, it would sooner or later turn into a bloody massacre at the chicken coops. When that happened, not only would Li Boshen's own position as Haiqing captain be at risk, even his superiors above wouldn't be able to guarantee his job security. Brother-in-law, why did you hit me? Zhou Kai clutched his left cheek, feeling so wronged, he almost cried. He had thought Li Batian would be his protector, yet instead, he had become the target. Li Boshen's chest heaved as if about to burst. Didn't I already tell you? When you're working, you call them plants. Your attitude makes you look like a useless teammate throwing yourself to your death. I'm struggling desperately to save you, but you keep getting yourself killed. If you hadn't turned your sister into a widow and handed her over to those Chow bandits out there, maybe I could still keep her safe. The air was thick with suppressed rage. Li Boshen's fists clenched tightly, his eyes full of warning and helplessness. Zhou Kai bit back tears, fully aware how serious this was, yet still unwilling to accept it. The whole situation seemed fraught with danger from all sides, with no one daring to act rashly, while each had to tread carefully. This battle, woven from threads of justice and personal grudges, was only just beginning. Yes, Captain Li. Zhou Kai bowed his shiny bald head, his face full of grievance, looking like a scolded child. Yet his resolve to kill Chu Sheng remained unshaken by this minor setback. After all, those two black plaques might intimidate government salary types, but they were useless against a street thug like him who thrived on fresh meat. As long as he acted swiftly and cleanly, No suspicion afterward could touch him. He was the notorious local boss of Haiqing. Making someone disappear was a piece of cake. Even with surveillance cameras covering every corner, they couldn't catch him. Soon, dozens of squad vans roared in like a violent storm, rounding up over 100 yellow-haired hooligans and loading them onto the vehicles. Some resisted, shouting, "Do you know who I am? How dare you arrest me? Let me go?" I'm from XX Street. Triple X, the air filled with noisy protests and resentment. Though most of these yellow hairs would likely get released after a few days, tonight's ruckus was too loud to be ignored. Some villagers even pulled out phones and started live streaming the chaos enthusiastically. Anger 1, negative energy 1. Fury 1, negative energy 1. Worry 1, negative energy 1. A total of 606 negative energy points. This was the impact of live streaming? Chu Sheng felt a shock in his heart, vividly sensing the rising waves of furious emotion. "Stop them!" Li Bo Tian shouted urgently, watching villagers swarm toward Chu Sheng's small courtyard like they smelled a trending hot topic. Panicked, Li immediately ordered the guards to block the gate firmly, forbidding anyone from entering. Chu Sheng still knelt under the black plaque, body curled low, looking pitiful yet showing no sign of struggling to get up. "Brother Chu, they've taken everyone away." Wu Zhongsheng stepped forward, quietly offering comfort, his tone anxious and helpless. He feared if word got out, Haiqing's reputation would be ruined nationwide. Not to mention Chu Sheng's parents, former leaders, and old comrades. Once they heard, they'd immediately issue a ban and send him down the path of eternal sleep. But Chu Sheng remained silent, just kneeling there with hollow eyes like a trapped little beast. What to do? What to do? Li Bo Tian paced anxiously like boiling water, mentally begging to kneel and plead for Chu Sheng. With so many squad vans involved, the incident had erupted fully. Soon the big shots behind the scenes would know the truth. If they linked this to him, he'd be implicated. Suddenly, Li slapped his forehead and locked eyes with Wu Zhongsheng, a spark of inspiration striking him. Wu had been brought in as reinforcements by Zhou Kai. His presence at this hour made sense. But since he had no close ties to Chu Sheng, why show up so late at night here? Seeming to foresee the question, Wu Zhongsheng bluntly explained, "I'm here to breed dogs." He pointed to Brother Dao and Red Dog nearby and added deliberately that he charged 1,000 yuan each time, trying to dispel any accusations of freeloading. 1,000 a session. Li Bo Tian nearly choked on the price. But seeing these two carrying regrade spirit beast bloodlines plus loyal Chinese native dog traits, he felt Wu was getting a bargain. Friendship price, friendship price. Wu Zhongsheng hurriedly stressed they were old pals to avoid misunderstandings about him getting a discount. With the explanation, the tension eased slightly. But chaos still loomed ahead, and even bigger troubles and storms awaited them all. At this moment, Li Batian had no time to worry about anything else, and could only judge from the few scattered words that Chu Sheng was indeed short on money. Otherwise, why would he agree to breed for only 1,000 yuan each time? Nor would he use 1,000 yuan bonus to report Hong Langman and provoke Zhou Kai, a local mob boss entrenched for years. Besides, Chu Sheng was young and hot-headed, should have been easy to deal with. Thinking this, Li Batian immediately brightened up and stepped forward with a smile. "Brother Chu, I'm a dog lover too. How about I offer 100,000 yuan for breeding?" 100,000? Chu Sheng remained silent, kneeling there with a look of grievance. 200,000. Li Boshen's heart twisted painfully, but he had to keep raising his offer. Chu Sheng still said nothing, as if waiting for someone to speak for him. 500,000. Li Batian winced in pain as he begrudgingly pulled out an extra 300,000. Although his subsidies and bonuses in recent years were considerable, and offering several million wouldn't be a problem, with Wu Zhongxing watching nearby, he could only afford to offer up to 500,000. But Chu Sheng only glanced at him coldly before turning his head and lowering it again, looking wronged. Li Batian couldn't help but curse under his breath, his heart pounding wildly. He had thought this 18 or 19-year-old kid would be easy to fool. 450,000 should have been enough. But this boy was even greedier than him, not afraid to try and get everything at once. Time was running out, and he had to do whatever it took to seal the deal with Chu Sheng. Otherwise, no amount of money would help. Clenching his teeth, he took out a heavy sword. The blade measured 4 feet 3 inches, jet black throughout, without any flashy patterns, but emitted a chillingly cold radiance, like a weapon forged in countless battles stained with blood and fire. This was a 5th-grade alloy heavy sword. Wu Zhongxing gasped in surprise at the sight of the sword. Since the revival of spiritual energy, firearms had become ineffective, and cold weapons had returned to prominence. Humans classified cold weapons into 7 alloy grades, progressing from 1 to 7. Although Li Boshen's sword wasn't a top-level divine weapon, it was worth over 500,000 to 600,000 yuan, representing the lifelong pursuit of an ordinary lone cultivator. Chu Sheng didn't look at the sword. Instead, his gaze fixed on Li Boshen's fingers. He noticed a silver ring on Li's hand that was the spatial ring from which the heavy sword had been drawn. Back when Chu Sheng was still a military student in the imperial capital, The school had given him a spatial ring with only 2 square meters of space, but worth millions. He knew it well. However, after being expelled from the capital, his equipment was confiscated. Seeing Chu Sheng's eyes fixate on the ring, Li Boshan's heart sank, knew he had already been targeted. The spatial ring on Li's hand was different from Chu Sheng's original one. Li had paid a high price and used connections to get a ring with a spacious 5 square meters. But with time pressing, he had to swallow his pride. Trembling, he took off the spatial ring and forced a smile, as if mourning a great loss. I didn't bring a gift for my first visit to your home. Let me give you this spatial ring as a present. Chu Sheng immediately switched to a smiling expression and took the ring, but didn't put it on right away. Instead, his gaze returned to the 5th-grade alloy heavy sword. Seeing Chu Sheng's eyes glance once again at that heavy grade 5 alloy greatsword, Li Bo Tian's heart nearly jumped out of his throat. Good heavens! How could there be such a shameless person in the world? Just that 5 square space ring alone had been swindled from him. And that wasn't enough. Now Chu Sheng had his sights set on the grade 5 alloy greatsword as well. This was truly a mastermind among masterminds. Wu Zhongxing stood beside them, his eyes as wide as copper coins. He had originally thought Chu Sheng was an upright man, able to resist the temptation of money and stay true to his principles. But the reality left him completely dumbfounded. Chu Sheng had no intention of being righteous. He was just waiting for the other party to pay more. It had nothing to do with morality. This was blatant opportunism. A thick wave of negative energy filled the air, anger rising sharply. Negative energy 20, rage 23, negative energy 23. Now, this was genuine fury. Seeing that Li Bo Tian stubbornly refused to let go, Chu Sheng immediately put on a pitiful, wronged expression. Yet he quietly pocketed the space ring he had already acquired, acting as if an unspoken rule, things given are never returned, had been triggered. You're ruthless. Li Bo Tian gritted his teeth in anger, but he had no choice but to give up the sword. Too many thieves like Chow were lurking outside. If word got out, he'd be surrounded and caught sooner or later. And if his wife were to go to those thieves with money in hand, that would be a laughingstock. Where would he save face? Chu Sheng muttered in him sorry, but snatched the heavy greatsword in one go. To everyone's surprise, he gripped the sword steadily, lightly weighing it a few times with ease and swinging it without any burden. Li Bo Tian and Wu Zhongsheng's faces drained of color, completely stunned by the contrast. The grade 5 alloy greatsword was undeniably heavy, conservatively estimated at 3 to 400 gene. For a martial cultivator, that might mean little, but Chu Sheng was an awakener, physically weak like a fragile, powerless mage. Yet he could wield this huge sword, utterly overturning their understanding. Chu Sheng had no intention of explaining. After a few practice swings, he smoothly stored the greatsword back into the space ring, then openly slipped the ring onto his finger before Li Bo Tian. What a damn birthright! Li Bo Tian cursed inwardly. I am the captain of the first squad of the Haiqing Spirit Management Bureau, under 40 and already a grandmaster in cultivation, and yet I've been completely outplayed by this newly awakened nobody. Not only did I hand over my brother-in-law, but also lost the space ring and the grade 5 alloy greatsword. Let me in. Chu Sheng is my brother. Qin Shou shouted, blocking the gate outside the courtyard, while villagers behind him gathered around with mobile phones recording. Li Bo Tian was burning with anxiety, hoping Chu Sheng would quickly resolve the situation. Chu Sheng wasn't rude. He slowly rose from the ground, calm and unhurried, strolling into his courtyard. Facing the crowd and their phones, he put on an aggrieved look and began explaining the incident. This scene was both maddening and ridiculous, making the whole situation all the more baffling and unpredictable. I just did what any young person should do, reported those criminals. But that night, the gang of thugs burst into my home wielding knives. Fortunately, Wu Zhongxing, the deputy captain of Haiqing's first squad, happened to be on patrol and arrived just in time, or else the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chu Sheng sat in front of the camera, dramatically reenacting the scene, embellishing the story to his heart's content while carefully avoiding any mention of Captain Li Batian, who had just handed him money. Li Boshan's face was ashen, his anger barely contained, wishing he could bash Chu Sheng with a stick, but powerless to intervene. Nonsense. He growled through clenched teeth. I think it sounds pretty good, Wu Zhongxing said, feeling a rush of satisfaction as he listened to Chu Sheng's words. Quietly, he congratulated himself. This second-class merit award was as good as guaranteed. Li Batian snorted coldly and turned to walk away, secretly relieved. Though Chu Sheng didn't mention him or the collusion with Zhou Kai, at least for now Li Boshan's grievances remained unspoken and bottled up. Anger +1, negative energy +1, integrity +1, positive energy +1. Chu Sheng silently recited the system prompts in his mind, unable to resist grumbling, as if anyone questions my integrity. He took pride in his professional ethics. Despite not being on the same page as Li Batian, who took bribes to get things done, Chu Sheng always stuck to his principles, especially since those two extreme Dao Emperor weapons were treasures his parents had died protecting. He would never allow someone like Li Batian to ruin them. Thanks so much, Chu brother. Wu Zongsheng's twitching lips betrayed an effort to suppress a grin. Privately, he thought Chu Sheng was his lucky charm. Not only had he reported red romance during duty, boosting department performance, he also brought home a second-class merit award and only charged himself a modest breeding fee of 1,000 yuan. Quite the bargain. Don't mention it, old Wu. Chu Sheng waved him off. Nothing more to say, Wu Zhongxing said, seeing Chu Sheng's straightforward attitude. From now on, if anything comes up for you in Haicheng, just come to me. As long as it's not illegal, he'll make sure it gets sorted. Rest assured, old Wu, I'm a good guy. Chu Sheng patted his chest with a confident smile. Wu Zhongxing felt a vague unease. Something felt off. But since the blonde suspect had already been arrested and the bureau was waiting for his report, he had no time to dwell on it. He left immediately with his 2 loyal dogs. That was one wild night. As the sun rose, Chu Sheng stood in the empty courtyard, looking down at Dao Gu and Red Dog lying weakly by his feet, whimpering softly. Though the house had been in shambles last night, the 2 loyal native dogs had given their all to fulfill their master's keep, and now they were exhausted, limbs trembling, barely able to stand. Chu Sheng, are you okay? Qin Shou approached quickly, concern showing on his face with everyone else gone. What else could be wrong with me? Chu Sheng was about to brush the faint dust off his clothes when a flood of negative energy alerts sounded from his phone. Anger 1, negative energy 1, resentment 1, negative energy 1, sadness 1, negative energy 1. He froze, completely baffled. He hadn't even done anything. So why was the system bombarding him like this? He hurriedly opened the Haicheng News homepage, and there it was, a huge headline. Red Romance had been shut down. Beneath it were not only the cries of longtime customers, but also all kinds of rumors and threats targeting the whistleblower. A total of 1,201 points of negative energy were accumulated. Damn, it surpassed 1,000. In that moment, a curse almost escaped from Chu Sheng's lips. He felt like he had stirred up a hornet's nest, his whole body tense and gripped by extreme unease. What's wrong with you? Qin Shou asked, noticing his strange expression. He waved his hand in front of Chu Sheng's face with a puzzled look. After all, Qin Shou had been busy with his wedding preparations just yesterday afternoon and hadn't gotten around to visiting Chu Sheng. He hadn't expected Chu Sheng to cause such a commotion that evening, not only attracting over 100 unruly kids, but also dozens of noisy wow cars. Nothing, Chu Sheng replied hastily, his heart racing with anxiety. He was terrified that someone might have accepted some sort of Jianghu order and gotten themselves into trouble. He quickly grabbed Qin Shou's arm and left the house, calling over Dao Gu and Hongo to join them, so they could lay low outside for a while. Dao Gu and Hongo stood up sluggishly, looking utterly drained and unable to bear their owner's nervous energy. Are those? Qin Shou stared at the 2 dogs in shock. Just moments ago, the dogs had been lying on the ground, but now they stood upright, their eyes sharper and their bodies noticeably larger. If not for the fact their fur remained unchanged, Qin Shou would have thought Chu Sheng had somehow raised wolves. I upgraded them again last night. Chu Sheng explained calmly as he led Qin Shou out the door. Upgraded again? Qin Shou was too stunned to respond. Chu Sheng's talent was truly otherworldly, forcing Qin Shou to reconsider his childhood friend. He had assumed Chu Sheng was done for after awakening as a beastmaster, but this SSR-level gift had transformed 2 ordinary mutts into spiritual wolves in a single day. Qin Shou lifted his gaze and felt an inevitable sense that their paths were about to diverge. Though Chu Sheng had been expelled from the imperial capital and demoted to a sewer beastmaster, his SSR talent was undoubtedly genuine. Top academies would soon be vying for him. By contrast, Qin Shou was ordinary average cultivation, neither outstanding nor a liability, a solid C student, destined for a quiet life in the remote Yin village. But that might not be such a bad thing. Once Chu Sheng climbed to a summit Qin Shou could barely reach, their years of friendship would allow Qin Shou to occasionally ask for favors. As long as his requests weren't outrageous, Chu Sheng would likely help him out. Whether it was out of gratitude for saving his life or to help him with matchmaking, he had to take advantage of the connection while he still could. Soon, they arrived at Qin Shou's home. It was a typical rural 5-room tile-roofed house, filled with festive decorations for Qin Shou's upcoming wedding. Several aunts were busy helping with the preparations. Are you Xiaosheng? An elderly woman with silver hair greeted Chu Sheng warmly, immediately bending down to welcome him with a beaming smile. Hello, Granny Qin. Chu Sheng responded politely and warmly. This kind old lady was Qin Shou's grandmother, the very same person who had taken care of Chu Sheng after his parents passed away. During that difficult time, Granny Qin had helped him gain 6 pounds, until Chu Sheng's second uncle Qin Shi returned and took him to the imperial capital. Oh my, you've grown so much, Granny Qin said joyfully, taking Chu Sheng's hand and leading him inside, her face filled with pride. Yet seeing Chu Sheng's still thin face, she couldn't help but worry. She quickly pulled out some snacks to help him regain some strength and occasionally inquired about his love life. She also instructed the other aunts helping around to start looking for a suitable bride for Chu Sheng. Finding a wife for Chu Sheng. The aunt's eyes twitched instantly as Chu Sheng's 3 dating requirements suddenly flashed through their minds. That kid really was pure to the bone. Seeing this, Grandma Qin quickly began praising Chu Sheng loudly, urging everyone on. Yes, yes, yes. Chu Sheng showed no embarrassment instead. He nodded along cooperatively, wearing an honest, simple smile. Pure? Qin Shou gave him a sideways glance, unable to hold back a mental snark never understood before if simplicity and flirtatiousness could coexist, but now he finally got it. They truly could. They existed simultaneously. In short, pure yet playful. And just like that, his virtue dropped by 1 point, negative energy rose by 1. Virtue down 1, negative energy up 1. Repeated over and over until the negative energy had climbed all the way to 12 points. Chu Sheng was speechless inside, really thinking he was a decent guy. Let's go? Qin Shou couldn't stand it any longer. He broke free from the ants and dragged Chu Sheng back to his own room. Chu Sheng still wanted to stay and earn some points, unwilling to leave just yet. But he didn't have the strength to resist Qin Shou, a seasoned grass bag at the 4th level, and was pulled away from the crowd into Qin Shou's room. Qin Shou introduced as they walked, "This used to be my room. I'm getting married in a few days, and I've already moved next door to the new place. If you don't want to go home yet, you can stay here for now." Chu Sheng appreciated the kindness, but declined firmly. No need, really no need. He knew Zhou Kai wasn't giving up, and if he stayed at Qin Shou's place, trouble was bound to follow, turning what should be a happy event into a disaster. Qin Shou shrugged helplessly. Suit yourself. Then he tossed him the key and turned away to continue wedding preparations. Chu Sheng looked around the suddenly quiet room with a sigh. A peaceful life is truly something to long for. He genuinely envied that stability, but as an 18-year-old high-quality young man fresh back from the imperial capital, he couldn't just marry any woman. She had to be rich, influential, beautiful, talented, skilled in martial arts, romantic, and likes to act cute. Only then would it be satisfactory. But for now, those thoughts were put aside. Chu Sheng gathered himself and began reviewing the cultivation progress from the night before. His positive energy had reached 228 points, but negative energy was even higher at 1,866 points, leaving a net positive energy of 1,161 points after offsetting. Then he told his 2 dogs to guard outside, sat cross-legged, and entered a cultivation state. Qi quickly condensed, igniting 1 acupoint after another. Groups of 8 acupoints connected into a meridian. Suddenly, his energy surged upward. Entering a state of complete focus, he concentrated on increasing his strength. 25 minutes later, he felt his internal energy brimming, having consumed 500 points of positive energy. At this moment, all 720 acupoints had activated, 9 meridians were fully connected, and the gene lock was completely broken. By martial art standards, he officially reached the minor realm 9th level. Chu Sheng muttered to himself, already 9th level? That was easy. Just as he was about to continue training, fierce honking sounds burst from outside. His stomach growled in response, reminding him to eat. Eat first, train later. Following the sound, Chu Sheng stepped outside and, unnoticed by others, launched an arrow-like kick that toppled the big goose. The bird was stout and burly, ranking among the village's top 3 overlords. Now doubled over by a single kick, it exploded with fury, lunging at Chu Sheng with loud cackling shouts. It had never been challenged like this before. Today, it was determined to teach Chu Sheng a lesson and prove who really ruled the house. Grandma Qin. Chu Sheng ran and shouted, his voice full of hurt and grievance, crying out like a spoiled child seeking rescue. What's going on? What's going on? Grandma Qin heard the noise and immediately bent over, peeking out the door to see what was happening. The sight made her frown. Chu Sheng was running anxiously all over the yard, gasping for breath as he was chased by that big goose. Angrily, Grandma Qin quickly strode forward and grabbed the long, flexible neck of the goose with a firm grip. The goose flapped its wings desperately and honked loudly, as if protesting that Chu Sheng had made the first move. But Grandma Qin had no idea what goose language sounded like. She only trusted what her eyes told her. Her beloved godson, whom she had raised and doted on since childhood, had just come home only to be bullied by the family goose. This couldn't go unanswered. According to the rules of this neighborhood, that goose had to be cooked immediately. Usually, it prided itself on eating only feed. How dare it lay a claw on her godson? It was simply unforgivable. Chu Sheng cowered behind Grandma Qin, looking uneasy and wronged, softly calling out. Grandma seeing him like that, Grandma Qin patted his shoulder compassionately and comforted him. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Grandma will have it stewed soon, so you can vent your anger. Chu Sheng's face was flushed from frustration, but he nodded firmly. Yes, cook it. Deep down, feeling so wronged, he was determined to watch that offending goose get cooked. You don't drink regular wine, but you want cooking wine. You don't eat feed, but you want seasoning. Chu Sheng muttered, sounding like had lost all dignity. Dignity -1. Negativity +1. Dignity -1. Negativity +1. Although he said this, His expression carried a kind of resigned defiance. Since the goose was already heading for the pot, dignity could wait. The goose continued struggling, its cries tinged with pleading, as if begging its friends in the yard to bring it some peanuts or something. Nearby, Brother Dao and the red dog joined the ruckus, wagging their tails and barking non-stop, as if defending their owner. Woof woof. The goose is wrongly accusing our master. No matter the protest, the goose was eventually tossed into the iron pot. That meal was a feast for Chu Sheng, who ate heartily while Brother Dao and Red Dog licked the bones noisily afterward. After a huge burp, Chu Sheng patted his belly in contentment. Ever since he awakened as the sewer dragon and was kicked out of the capital, he hadn't dared to treat himself to such a full and delicious meal, not even daring to touch a simple hand pancake without sausage on the street. Grandma Qin watched Chu Sheng devour 3 big bowls, her smile never fading. But when she glanced over at her biological grandson, Qin Shou, beside him, her smile instantly froze. Though much older than Chu Sheng, Qin Shou only had 1 bowl of rice, far from the satisfied image Grandma had in her heart. That boy is poor, can't afford to eat. Grandma Qin's gaze was sharp with reproach. Feeling her look, Qin Shou hurried to explain for Chu Sheng. Who says I'm poor? Chu Sheng bluntly didn't bother cooperating, pulling out a thick wad of cash. Among the bills were the 1,000 yuan prize from last night's tip-off about red romance, and 10,000 yuan in breeding fees from Brother Wu, instantly boosting Chu Sheng's assets beyond 11,000 yuan. Where did you get all this money? Qin Shou was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief as they scanned Chu Sheng. Actually, Qin Shou had planned to invite Chu Sheng home for dinner last night, but seeing him going door to door begging for leftovers under the excuse of feeding the dogs, he didn't want to embarrass his childhood friend and quietly went home, planning to pick him up the next day. He never imagined Chu Sheng would have so much money in hand. What's up with him? Mentally unstable, enjoys eating other people's leftovers? Or is he honoring the Prime Minister's legacy by thinking secondhand food tastes better? Qin Shou wondered to himself. I earned it, all last night. Chu Sheng waved it off casually. This money's no big deal. Earned last night. Qin Shou gave him a strange look, suspicious about what kind of bizarre business Chu Sheng might have been involved in. But Grandma Qin didn't care about any of that. All she knew was that Chu Sheng had made a lot of money, so she immediately urged Qin Shou to learn from him well in the future. She warned him not to end up unable to support a family when he got married. Me learn from him. Qin Shou felt stifled and frustrated inside. There was no way to reason with the old lady at all. That frustration doubled instantly, and his negativity shot through the roof. Grandma, don't say that. Chu Sheng saw the expression and joked with a bit of exaggerated humility. I know I'm pretty great, but when you say that, you're just adding fuel to my enemy's fire. How dare he? Grandma Qin shot Chu Sheng a sharp glance. If you can't level up your martial arts and don't use your brain for learning, then what are you going to do when you're old? You're 20 now and can live by brute force, but that won't last forever. Okay, stop it. Qin Shou couldn't take it anymore. He quickly changed the subject. Grandma, it's not that I don't want to learn, but Chu Sheng is busy starting a business. I really can't pick that up. Starting a business, huh? Grandma Qin suddenly quieted down. That's a big risk. But there's a girl in the next village with lots of entrepreneurial experience. She made millions with zero capital in just a few years. She's even gone through 3 or 4 husbands by now. Xiaosheng could go ask her about how to succeed in business. We're not in the same league. Chu Sheng hastily waved his hand. He really wasn't suited for that. The village used to hold on to old-fashioned ideas favoring sons over daughters. Now it was an upgrade favoring sons even more, but pushing women to take care of everything, making it the big sister's job. Even if Chu Sheng learned those things, it wouldn't help much. After all, men were supposed to study criminal law, not marriage or entrepreneurship. But Chu Sheng had a secret edge. None of that mattered if he worked hard on his own growth. All right, we've eaten enough. Qin Shou, afraid Grandma Qin would start lecturing again, quickly pulled Chu Sheng up and got ready to introduce him to his fiancée. Your fiancée is from our Yun village too? Chu Sheng was a bit surprised. His mind started rummaging through memories. Although he had left Yun village for more than 10 years, he was essentially a rebuilt version of himself. Still, he knew a bit about the kids in the village. Yeah, it's Xiaofeng. Qin Shou reminded him. That little girl who cried all the time and always ran after us. That's her. Chu Sheng immediately exclaimed. In his mind, a small girl with 2 little braids popped up, crying and chasing a group of boys. Exactly, that's her. A gentle smile spread across Qin Shou's face. I went to work in Jinling after finishing vocational school at 18. Xiaofeng went to Jinling too after graduation. Her dad told me to take care of her, and slowly we got close. You really know how to take care of people. Chu Sheng rolled his eyes. Taking care of someone all the way to bed, and then you say that. Qin Shou's eyes glinted with a teasing look. Don't blame me. You've been in the capital for so many years. Don't you have a girlfriend? No way. Chu Sheng firmly denied it. You know why I got fired from my company? Because of my lifestyle. All those big city heiresses, Shanghai's rich ladies, Jinling's big bosses, Panya's landlords, Tianjin's maids, girls from Sichuan and Chongqing, they all kept yelling that they had to marry me. Yeah right. Keep telling yourself that. Qin Shou rolled his eyes and didn't believe a word of his gossip. Just as the two of them linked arms and headed to Xiaofang's house, a flashy sports car suddenly stopped at the entrance of Yun Village. The car door opened, and a long, fair leg stretched out. Huh. The aunties at the village information station all turned their heads in unison. A tall, youthful, and strikingly beautiful young woman stepped off the car. She wore a tight-fitting pencil skirt, pristine white stockings wrapped around her legs, and sparkling golden high heels. Her entire presence was dazzling and impossible to ignore. "Hello, aunties." She greeted warmly, her smile bright and friendly, as if they had known each other for a long time. "I was wondering if you know how to get to Chu Sheng's home? He just came back from the imperial capital. Looking for Xiao Sheng?" The aunties immediately perked up, eagerly pointing her in the right direction. "Thank you." The woman smiled slightly, politely expressing her thanks before driving off toward Chu Sheng's house. As the car left, the information station erupted into gossip. "Who do you think she is? What's her relation to Chu Sheng? That's obvious from her age. She must be a classmate. Which proper young lady at 18 or 19 would dress so boldly? Rich kids dress like that nowadays. Driving a sports car too, clearly showing off. So what if it's a sports car? Lots of internet celebrities rent flashy cars for appearances now. Exactly, don't assume miss means she's an heiress. One little word, but worlds apart. You say she's a miss? How could Chu Sheng be involved with that kind of person? Didn't he just go to the capital to study? Come on, men hanging around misses are 99 customers. With such good looks, can Chu Sheng actually afford to be a consumer? There's only one explanation: this miss is keeping him. Oh wow, he can really handle that? He's got hands and feet. Why take a crooked path like that? No wonder his matchmaking requirements are so strict. It seems being kept is nothing new for him. With the arrival of the woman in the sports car, new stories added fuel to Yun Village's gossip. "Akio." Chu Sheng sneezed involuntarily, secretly wondering which girl was thinking about him now. But he was busy and didn't have time to get distracted. He and Qin Shou arrived at Xiaofang's house, where the atmosphere was much like Qin Shou's full of festive cheer. At the door, a shy little girl ran out, looking timid upon seeing the two. "Brother Shou, what are you doing here?" Xiaofang asked quietly. "I brought Chu Sheng to meet his sister-in-law," Qin Shou said proudly, pointing at Chu Sheng. "Stop it." Xiaofang blushed deeply, bashfully punching Qin Shou. "You two quit messing around." Chu Sheng rolled his eyes at both of them, smiling bitterly inside. "Childhood friends, but don't think just because I'm single I'm easy to mess with. Brother Sheng, come on in and have a seat." Xiaofang gave Qin Shou a stern look, then softened her tone to invite him in. "I won't go in." Chu Sheng quickly waved his hand. "I'm just passing by to say hello. I have other things to do later, so don't want to cause trouble." "All right. But when we get married, you have to come and drink a lot," Xiaofang said cheerfully. "Deal." Chu Sheng smiled back, but felt a faint pain in his heart. Others simply gave red envelopes at weddings. He knew both sides, and giving money seemed awkward. Then he thought about the two dogs he raised, and how he could pack up leftovers to feed them. That comforted him a bit. After saying goodbye, Chu Sheng resumed his cultivation, preparing to break through to a new realm. According to the official Tianqiao records, he needed to clear 9 meridians inside his body, and then connect them together to form a functioning small circulation path. Only after forming the minor circulation within his body could Chu Sheng truly be considered to have entered the ranks of martial cultivators. Achieving this breakthrough so early was quite extraordinary. Chu Sheng led Daojio and Hongo into a dense patch of grass in the countryside. Sitting cross-legged, he positioned the two dogs on either side to stand guard, then activated his evolution mode to refine the remaining 8 meridians to their peak. At the sharp alert sound, Chu Sheng's expression instantly turned serious. The acupoints inside his body lit up in succession, and the meridians already opened began to swell and strengthen. These meridians became as resilient as HRB 400 rebar, their strength increasing at a staggering exponential rate. The first meridian's evolution had already granted him the power to take on 10 opponents at once at his level. Every additional meridian evolved multiplied his fighting capacity. 2 meridians meant 20 foes, 3 meridians 30, 4 meridians 40, and so on. The speed of this growth was truly astonishing. But his reservoir of positive energy was running dangerously low, with only 661 points left. In the end, he could only perfect the 7th meridian, spending a total of 600 positive energy points to complete the ultimate evolution of 6 meridians. Suddenly, suppressed emotions surged forth. He threw back his head and released a howl like a roaring tiger, his aura surging fiercely. In an instant, a terrifying gale burst from his body, whipping outward in all directions from his center. The surrounding grass was uprooted and tossed about violently, and several roadside trees snapped and crashed in the wind's fury. Daojio and Hongo shuddered in fear, overwhelmed by the imposing power that even made them instinctively respect him. As expected, relying on others is nothing compared to relying on myself. I, Chu Sheng, am going to return to the peak once again. He mentally cheered, though he kept his lips sealed, never once mentioning any secret advantage. simply absorbing the immense transformations reshaping his body. Now, 7 meridians inside him flowed like 7 mighty rivers, through which spiritual energy roared non-stop into his dantian, providing endless inner strength. This was the true change that 7 meridians brought. Closing his eyes, Chu Sheng turned his awareness inward to his dantian. Unlike ordinary martial cultivators who had to break through to the Qi realm to open their dantian, Awakens were born with fully developed dantians and could advance by training through the Star Sea realm to develop unique supernatural powers. His inner sight traveled the starry sea inside his body. When he had first broken through the initial soldier tier as a beastmaster, there had been only 3 stars in the sea, representing the 3 beast-taming skills he possessed. Now, those 3 stars shone even brighter and were surrounded by countless diamond-like specks of starlight, resembling a vast cosmic expanse. His supernatural abilities seemed to strengthen alongside. Chu Sheng muttered softly to himself, filled with awe and delight at his own transformation. Just as he was about to test his beastmaster powers, hurried footsteps shattered the silence. His earlier roar had drawn the attention of villagers. Chu Sheng was about to stand and explain when Qin Shou suddenly rushed over, calling out, "Chu Sheng, so you're here. Your girlfriend's been waiting at your place for a while now." "My girlfriend?" Chu Sheng was stunned, his mind blanking out as he struggled to recall ever having one. "Aren't I?" came a teasing voice from nearby, making Chu Sheng suddenly shiver with a chill in his heart. That voice. Suyaya. Chu Sheng whipped his head around, his heart instantly half frozen. Out of the crowd stepped a beautiful woman in a tight skirt and high heels. Surrounded by simple country folk, she stood out like a crane among chickens. What made Chu Sheng frown even more was the slow smile that spread across her lips as she saw him cold and predatory, like a hunter sizing up its prey. Qin Shou glanced around and couldn't help but admire Chu Sheng. He had thought the stories about the capital's elite daughter, Shanghai's white and rich beauty, Jinling's big sister, Panya's landlady queen, Tianjin's little maid, and Sichuan Chongqing's female tyrant were all exaggerations, but it turned out the guy really did have real weapons to kill with. Something like that. Chu Sheng hesitated. "My second uncle introduced her to me. She's a martial arts student from the Imperial City, but we've already parted on peaceful terms." "You call that peaceful?" Su Yaya's expression darkened, her voice sharp with anger. "You cheated on me from start to finish." The locals perked up immediately, scrutinizing the two. Clearly there was more to this story. "Don't accuse me wrongly." Chu Sheng hurried to defend himself, puffing out his chest to maintain his image. "I, Chu Sheng, am a man of my word, serious in every relationship. You just got my breakup text this morning, and by afternoon my second uncle had introduced me to a new girlfriend. You just slept in and missed the messages. How can you say I cheated on you from beginning to end?" Damn. The villagers couldn't help but blurt curses, the atmosphere instantly buzzing. Break up in the morning, new girlfriend by afternoon? That's quick turnover. And that second uncle not only introduced Suyaya but found other girls too? That network must be impressive. Qin Shou grumbled. Did I marry too early? I should have tapped into second uncle's connections. Just then, Xiaofang, who had appeared unnoticed, sidled up to Qin Shou and whispered, "Honey, you heard wrong." Qin Shou froze, quickly denying, No, I didn't," but inwardly thought he was doomed. Chu Sheng muttered bitterly to himself. Clearly he was being wronged, but his reputation was a mess, constantly plagued by negative rumors. He steeled himself, trying to ignore the gossip. Yet Su Yaya sneered coldly, eyes sharp and hunting. "Now that you've turned into a sewer beast tamer, no one wants you anymore. They'll take the loss and recycle you myself." Without a word, Chu Sheng spun to flee. Though Su Yaya was stunning as a goddess and noble as a wealthy heiress, deep down, she was a fooling gangster girl. She dared say anything and wasn't afraid to throw punches or use her tricks. That was exactly why Chu Sheng wanted to get away. "Think you can run?" she taunted, lips curled in mockery. No sooner had she spoken than she vanished, ghost-like. In the next moment, she stood right in front of Chu Sheng, her posture playful and provocative, like a spoiled rich kid teasing a good girl, clearly expecting him to throw himself into her arms. Not good. Chu Sheng's face turned pale as he hurriedly spun and sprinted away. But Su Yaya disappeared again, then reappeared in an instant to block his path. That smiling face said it all. There was only one way forward. Obediently come with me. An awakener, a spatial awakener. The locals at the scene immediately gasped in astonishment, completely stunned by the sudden supernatural phenomenon before their eyes. Although awareness of awakeners had become less mysterious with the rise of the internet, some even sharing daily life on TikTok, actually witnessing a true awakener in real life remained an exceedingly rare event, especially for spatial-type powers, which felt more like legendary abilities existing only in educational videos. Awakeners generally fell into 3 categories. The most common were elemental powers controlling fire, ice, lightning, and the like. Then there were the rarer abilities such as psychic powers, superintelligence, clairvoyance, and advanced healing. Finally, the highest tier were conceptual powers involving space, time, immortality, and precognition. These transcended human understanding, were extraordinarily rare and considered state strategic assets. Once discovered, these individuals were swiftly recruited and seldom seen in public. Chu Sheng, you can't run from me. Su Yaya smirked, revealing a small, pale tiger tooth at the corner of her mouth, her tone dripping with mockery and confidence. But just as she thought victory was hers, a massive shadow suddenly engulfed her figure. What the? Su Yaya raised her brow and immediately tried to disappear by activating her spatial power. When she reappeared, two wolf beasts the size of young calves stood before her. One yellow, crackling with electric sparks, and the other shrouded in blazing red fur, as if ablaze with fire. Oh woo! The duo snarled deeply, charging at Su Yaya with ferocity. However, the moment she lifted her hand, the space around them froze solid. The wolf beasts were suspended midair, unable to move, trapped and whining pitifully. Is this the spirit beast you contracted? Su Yaya's expression darkened as she turned toward Chu Sheng, a mixture of disappointment and anger. She knew Chu Sheng had become a sewer beast tamer, but never imagined he'd sink this low contracting two-rank low-tier spirit wolves. You're overthinking it. Chu Sheng didn't look back or explain, suddenly accelerating and vanishing into thin air. What speed? The bystanders gasped, some whispering and speculation. Could he be training in martial arts now? That speed doesn't seem sewer level. As a martial student from the capital, Su Yaya instantly recognized that Chu Sheng had started practicing martial arts. Although martial arts were said to rival awakener powers, breaking through at age 18 was still extremely difficult. Determined not to let him go, she vanished again in spatial flashes, chasing after him relentlessly. Is this the capital's martial student in pursuit? Qinsha watched dumbfounded. The two chased and fled with terrifying strength, freezing space instantly, teleporting at will, and commanding height here enhanced spirit beasts. Chu Sheng, you're trapped in my palm. Su Yaya flashed several times and finally closed in. This woman was truly tenacious. Unable to shake her off, Chu Sheng decisively threw a punch. Planning to fight me? Do you think you have what it takes? Su Yaya sneered confidently, unafraid. Instead of evading with spatial powers, she crossed her arms and braced herself, wanting to personally gauge Chu Sheng's martial strength. The fist crashed down with a loud boom, forcing Su Yaya several steps back. The power far exceeded her expectations. How is this possible? She gasped, shock written all over her face. You've only been training martial arts for a few days, how can you have this much strength? Because I'm a genius. Chu Sheng still didn't reveal his hidden trump card. Clenching his fists tightly, he launched another fierce attack at Su Yaya. Although his martial cultivation had just broken through to the 9th level of the small fry rank, and his 7 ultimate meridians had successfully evolved, greatly boosting his power, he still lacked a clear understanding of his true strength. Since Su Yaya insisted on pressing the attack, it was the perfect chance for him to test himself. Then let me show you who the real genius is. Su Yaya's eyes sparkled with excitement as she swiftly drew a slender two-handed sword. Although she was a concept-class spatial awakener who relied more on her abilities in battle, her swordsmanship was impressive as well. When she was young, she apprenticed under a sword master, specializing in the two-handed sword. Combined with her spatial powers, her attacks were devastating. No way, she's actually using a weapon so unfair. Chu Sheng cursed silently, but refused to back down. With his left hand, he drew a level 5 alloy greatsword. The two steel swords clashed hard, ringing with metallic strikes and showering sparks as a fierce wind roared toward them. Impossible. Su Yaya's eyes widened in shock and shame, as if she had crashed into a speeding truck. The heavy blow from Chu Sheng's greatsword sent a sharp pain through her tiger's mouth, her arms trembling violently. Her body was flung back like a detonated cannonball. But as a martial candidate from the imperial capital, she wasn't one to admit defeat easily. In an instant, she activated spatial movement and vanished without a trace. This spatial ability is such a headache, Chu Sheng frowned, closing his eyes to focus on sensing his surroundings. Although he had awakened sewer beast tamer powers, his other attributes remained intact, allowing him to catch subtle environmental changes through perception. A soft breeze stirred ripples nearby locked onto a target. Eyes snapping open, he slashed forward with his sword while moving swiftly. Your perception is pretty good, but unfortunately, it's not a sensing ability. Su Yaya smirked, quietly closing within 2.5 meters. Despite Chu Sheng's SSR-level talent and enhanced perception, it couldn't match a dedicated sensing skill. His effective range maxed out at about 2.5 meters. Holding a 1.5-meter two-handed sword, and with her arm length, she easily controlled that distance, enough to threaten him. A swift sword arc flashed, blood splattered from Chu Sheng's hand. After the exchange, Su Yaya pulled back, her tone dripping with pride. You looked all-powerful just now, but you barely know any basic techniques. This round is definitely yours to lose. Come home with me quietly. I'm not losing. Chu Sheng gritted his teeth, the pride of an 18-year-old boy burning stronger than his health bars. Suddenly, a flash of images struck his mind. His enlightenment mode triggered sharply. pouring the remaining 61 points of positive energy into him. Instantly, he entered a profound, unfathomable realm. The previous duel scenes rewound in his mind, along with scattered discussions from the imperial capital about heavy swords becoming clearer. Those fragments began to piece together, gradually forming a complete set of techniques. A heavy sword need not be flashy, for clumsiness triumphs over cleverness. Suddenly, Chu Sheng snapped his eyes open. A flash of golden light streaked through the air as he resumed swinging the heavy alloy sword in his hand. Unlike before, when his strikes were wild and disorganized, he now moved like a seasoned swordsman. The basic heavy sword techniques smash, sweep, and crush flowed naturally through him, fully integrated in his mind. What Su Yaya's face changed abruptly, shock and frustration flickering in her eyes. She clearly sensed the change, and Chu Sheng's swordsmanship was now on par with her own. Not only could he anticipate her strikes in advance, but he could also counterattack with precision. The heavy sword's powerful aura forced her to retreat step by step, steadily losing ground. The clash of steel rang out crisp and clear. After another exchange, Su Yaya finally lost her grip. The sword flew from her hands, and she involuntarily stumbled back over a dozen steps. Impossible, impossible. She could hardly believe it, her voice tinged with anger. I know perfectly well you never trained in martial arts before awakening, and you've never wielded a heavy sword. Am a genius ever heard of overtaking on a curve? Chu Sheng smiled faintly, saying nothing about any secret power-ups. It's all through hard work. Don't get it. Su Yaya stopped competing in swordplay and instead stepped forward with a faint smile. But I do understand this much. Ever since the red moon vanished and society grew rigid, the righteous paths are trod by beasts of burden. Those trying to make a fast break? They're nothing but chickens and ducks. Such disgraceful talk. Chu Sheng frowned, suddenly sounding like a serious scholar, his face full of indignation. Oh ho, getting angry now? Su Yaya acted like a spoiled rich kid, lightly flicking her slender finger against his cheek. Cut it out. Chu Sheng dodged instinctively and asked, You're not in the imperial capital. Why are you here in Yun village looking for me? Exactly why? Su Yaya smiled knowingly. Since I was little, I've gotten everything I want except you, the heartless player. So now I want to take you home and enjoy you properly. Take me home. Marry me? Chu Sheng shook his head hastily. You've got the wrong idea. Su Yaya leaned in closer, still smiling sweetly. Taking care of a man is boring. Spoiling a man is where the fun is. So we won't be getting married. I'm supporting you. Supporting? You just want me for my body. Chu Sheng immediately stepped back, keeping his distance. Head thought this awakening season might be a breakup season, but instead, he got a rich woman after him. Huh, stop flattering yourself. Su Yaya rolled her eyes. Does drinking water really mean just drinking water? It's about health, tea, culture, eating thin air, personality. You really think me supporting you is about your body? Chu Sheng knew Su Yaya all too well and nodded without hesitation. Heh, you're so perceptive. Su Yaya dropped the act and laughed. I admit I do want you for your body. How much? You name your price. Chu Sheng sighed. Thinking Head wanted to be a good man in this life, but fate had other plans, feeding him rich women. Then again, reading 10,000 books is not as useful as traveling 10,000 miles. Traveling 10,000 miles is not as good as demolition compensation, and demolition compensation is not as good as a sugar mama showing you the way. At that moment, Qin Shou rushed over with Xiaofeng, thinking the confrontation was just a typical love-hate drama between a man and a woman. He never expected the quarrel to suddenly turn into a negotiation over a kept relationship. Well, Su Yaya ignored the two and stepped forward, her eyes flashing with unmistakable authority. He'll pay you 50,000 yuan a month. 50,000. Chu Sheng immediately rolled his eyes and turned to leave without hesitation. Although the rich woman's offer could save him 20 years of hard work, it might cost him 20 years off his life. In other words, Su Yaya was proposing to buy 20 years of his life for over 10 million yuan. Such a price was unbearable. Seeing Chu Sheng refuse, Qin Shou couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, silently praising his friend. Hey, don't leave. Su Yaya hurried after him, her tone softening instantly. The price is negotiable. I'm not opposed to keeping you. Seeing her was still willing to negotiate, Chu Sheng stopped and turned around, speaking coldly. First, give me a Nalamet supplementary credit card. Don't make me work for you anymore. And outside, our relationship can never be public. Holding hands, or anything else depends on my mood. As soon as he said this, Qin Shou almost choked on his own saliva, wishing he could take back his compliments. He had thought Chu Sheng was too proud to be kept, but now it seemed he wanted to live off her generosity while keeping control. Xiaofeng also rolled her eyes. Chu Sheng's move was crazy. Su Yaya wasn't an ordinary girl, perfect looks, figure, temperament, ability, and wealth, with suitors by the dozens. Who would agree to such outrageous demands? Don't worry. Su Yaya smiled brightly. I like your shameless attitude. We're perfect for each other. Xiaofeng was completely baffled by the statement, feeling like she needed a strong stain remover just to survive this scene. Chu Sheng's conditions were already bizarre, but Su Yaya's response was even more extreme. Not only did she accept, She declared they were a natural match. Was Chu Sheng's charisma just that strong, or had Su Yaya's love-struck brain completely overridden common sense? Instead of embracing her identity as a superpowered heiress, she was playing wild in Yun Village for fun? Morals down by 1, negative energy up by 1, morals down by 1, negative energy up by 1, Chu Sheng thought to himself as he silently ridiculed the ridiculousness of his plan to mooch off her while keeping the upper hand. Since we've agreed, Su Yaya said with a playful smile, let's celebrate with a kiss first. Then we'll take care of all the paperwork, the official and the unofficial. I want to really taste the sea's joy while you have a fortune lifestyle. Are all big city girls this straightforward? Xiaofang's cheeks flushed faintly as she thought she needed a stronger stain remover. No way. Chu Sheng rejected outright. Women nowadays love to act coy. Once they get what they want, they don't cherish it. Until I see real benefits, I have to protect myself. No way. Su Yaya immediately dropped the act and revealed her true face. Do you know? When women are in charge these days, it's always the man's fault. Even if I take care of you, you'll still be the victim. If I have a kid, you'll have to pay child support. Holy crap. Qin Shou cursed on the spot, his head spinning. He had known before that fairy traps required two parties cooperating, but now even fairy traps had government-level collaborators. Su Yaya leaned close to Chu Sheng's ear, smiling warmly as she whispered, Chu Sheng, don't you really want to have a meal at the bureau while you're still this young? Chu Sheng's face darkened with anger. Last night, he had just fiercely clashed with some thugs led by Zhou Kai, barely holding his ground thanks to the surge of power from his martial arts retraining. Facing the legendary little fairy, he even felt a bit confident. But this wild version of a female troublemaker had him completely at a lost. That's why his heart sank the moment he saw Su Yaya. It wasn't just that she was too strong. The real headache was this rich woman acting like a delinquent. You, Chu Sheng fumed. Su Yaya still grinned playfully, her tone teasing, sure, your martial arts retraining gives you terrifying bursts of power, but honestly, do you think you could stand up to my spatial powers? You'd be better off going home quietly and accepting your fate to get clean. Chu Sheng snorted coldly, then strode off in the direction of home. He had no intention of surrendering to calmly get clean. Instead, he planned to use his spirit fire to slip over to Brother Wu's place and avoid this chaotic Haiqing Spirit Bureau. He refused to believe Su Yaya would dare cause trouble there. Just as he was about to leave, Qin Shou chased after him, shouting, Brother, are you really giving up? Su Yaya's lips curved into a triumphant smile, victory shining in her eyes. Brother Shou, Brother Sheng. Xiao Fang, who had initially wanted to follow Qin Shou and Chu Sheng, swallowed her curiosity and softly asked, Miss Su, what exactly do you see in Brother Sheng that makes you push him so hard? You girls just don't get it. Su Yaya's smile blossomed like a flower. Take advantage while he's still young and clueless, sleep him into submission. Once he grows up, he won't care about you at all. His mind will be filled with fishing, scheming, fixing donkey hooves, and sword forges. Xiao Fang was utterly confused. She had heard of the open-mindedness of girls in big cities before, but didn't expect it to go this far, thinking about how to tame a man while still so young. Wait, you just called him Brother Sheng? Are you childhood sweethearts? Su Yaya suddenly narrowed her eyes, her expression growing sharp. Xiao Fang hurried to clarify, don't misunderstand. We're just from the same village, poor and plain, nothing like childhood sweethearts. Besides, I'm already engaged to Brother Shou and will be married soon. Same village, huh? Su Yaya's face softened into a smile as she congratulated. Best wishes on your wedding. Xiao Fang smiled awkwardly, her heart racing, and quickly found an excuse to leave. She dared not stay alone with this version of the wild Su Yaya any longer. Meanwhile, Chu Sheng was already home. Just as he was about to ignite his spirit fire and rush out, Su Yaya suddenly appeared in front of him with a flash. No good. Chu Sheng's face turned sharply, and he slammed the accelerator, trying to escape. But before he could press down fully, Su Yaya held out a black card pinched between two fingers right in front of his eyes. I don't have the gold card you want, but there's this black one. Interested? Chu Sheng stopped abruptly, his eyes filled with complicated feelings. He knew Su Yaya wasn't one to stick to rigid rules, and in the end, he reluctantly shoved the black card into his pocket. No, Man Qin Shou stood silently nearby, his eyes frozen with shock. He hadn't expected Chu Sheng to be this kind of person. He thought Chu Sheng would at least try to keep some bottom line while laying low, but it turned out his principles were amazingly flexible. Morality -1, negativity +1, morality -1, negativity +1, just like that. 2 points of integrity vanished in the blink of an eye. Chu Sheng sneered with contempt, a mocking curl at the corner of his mouth. What's a little dignity anyway? A person's face is nothing but an external thing. The problem was, gaining positive energy was painfully slow. Collecting it bit by bit wasn't going to cut it. He had to kickstart the dog plan head designed earlier as soon as possible. But the plan needed more than just him. It required building a professional team and a hefty budget. The money was finally ready, so all that was left was recruiting talent. Chu Sheng silently calculated in his mind, fingers instinctively brushing the black card in his pocket. Head thought it would take another 2 or 3 years before the plan could truly take off, but Su Yaya, the rich lady, had just handed him a fat stack of cash, saving him a huge amount of time. Now, all he needed was to hold a recruitment event and bring in reliable experts to get things rolling smoothly. Isn't it about time this lady got a little treat? Su Yaya suddenly hooked an arm around Chu Sheng's neck, pressing her face close to his, clearly trying to get ahead with a mouth-to-mouth sweet taste first. Chu Sheng quickly stepped back, waving his hands frantically. Don't do that. I'm a slow burner, you know. Even if we're together, you have to respect my pace. You've already paid up, and now you say you're slow? Su Yaya pouted, clearly displeased, her voice playful but tinged with annoyance, as if she was about to give Chu Sheng a little lesson. Just then, Su Yaya's phone vibrated sharply, ringing loudly. Chu Sheng's eyes darted quickly. Someone's calling you. Frowning, Su Yaya furrowed her brows and answered the call. Her expression instantly turned serious and grim. After a moment, she quietly said, "They'll be there right away," and then hung up. What's going on? Chu Sheng asked curiously, following her with a puzzled look. Nothing. They'll be back soon, Su Yaya said curtly, turning and hurriedly leaving the scene. Back just like that? Chu Sheng muttered to himself, feeling that this was no simple matter. Even though he had been kicked out of the capital, he knew how important the martial recruits were. Every year the government poured huge funds into their training, not for show. These recruits were the government's secret weapons meant to handle crises when it really mattered. In other words, Su Yaya was definitely representing the government this time. After all, with Su Yaya's brash and wild temperament, how could she just walk away with a free meal on the table? Being sent by the government only meant trouble was brewing. Chu Sheng churned over these thoughts silently. Though Su Yaya was just an 18 or 19-year-old girl, her space ability was treasured by the powerful figures in the capital and rarely deployed. Her coming now meant the situation was no small matter. But Chu Sheng no longer had any say in tea. She was just an ordinary civilian now. Bro Chin Shou squinted at Chu Sheng after Su Yaya disappeared. Even though you just awakened as a sewer beast tamer, there's no need to keep giving up on yourself. That woman's slicker than you, and a bit older too. Don't go jumping headfirst into the fire pit yourself. A hero doesn't ask about origins, and a wealthy woman doesn't ask about age. Matters of the martial world? Best not to pry. Chu Sheng didn't care at all. He pulled out a black card with complete confidence and said, "Let's go. I've got money now. Tonight's expenses are all on me." Chin Shou glanced at the black card and rolled his eyes. You're really generous, huh? He had thought Chu Sheng, only 18, might still care about saving face, but this kid clearly didn't get the concept. Still, knowing his brother had hooked up with a rich woman and hadn't forgotten him, he chose to keep his mouth shut. Striding arrogantly toward the entrance of Yun Village, Chu Sheng kept explaining, "I've never been stingy, just didn't have the money before." But as they stepped outside, a shadowy figure in the distance silently watched them. Pulling out a phone, the figure quickly started reporting Chu Sheng's whereabouts. Chu Sheng has left the house. Meanwhile, in Haicheng, inside a black Santana, sat Zhou Kai, the man caught by the Spirit Control Bureau last night. Despite being taken away, since his subordinates took the blame and he had plenty of money to hire a lawyer, he was released in less than 24 hours. Now, he had people tailing Chu Sheng, looking for the right moment to take him out. "Yes, boss." The subordinate answered quickly, got the order and rushed to Yun Village to monitor Chu Sheng. Also found out he's got 2 dogs with him, helped Vice Captain Wu Zhongxing breed last night. Judging by their walk, they seem a bit weak. Weak? Zhou Kai sat up straight, a flicker of excitement crossing his face. He had planned to pay an Energy Sea Realm assassin to finish Chu Sheng only that would satisfy his grudge. But if those 2 dogs were weakened, his confidence skyrocketed. After all, last time he lost to Chu Sheng, it wasn't due to lack of ability or their strength, but because Chu Sheng had struck ruthlessly from a sneak attack. Now that his dogs were in poor shape and far from their prime, manipulating them to his advantage felt within reach. Yes, the subordinate continued. Chu Sheng's currently at Yun Village entrance, ordered a hand-grab pancake with 2 eggs, a sausage, plus added bacon and a piece of tenderloin. Don't bother reporting trivial stuff like that. Zhou Kai interrupted sternly. Keep a close eye on Chu Sheng. Don't let him escape, understood? Understood, boss. The subordinate nodded and tailed Chu Sheng closely. But after spending years surviving in the Imperial City, Chu Sheng felt the tail almost immediately after leaving home. Was it Zhou Kai's men? Or some traitor in the martial world? His mind filled with caution, he urgently wanted to assemble his own team. All this scrutiny, just for reporting someone building illegal chicken coops. If he ever became a ruthless schemer in this underworld, wouldn't he end up constantly dodging rotten eggs wherever he went? You call this a treat? Chin Shou glared at the hand-grabbed pancake in his hand, nearly wanting to throttle Chu Sheng. He had expected that with his brother now backed by a rich woman, they'd be feasting on something delicious, but instead, he ended up starving with a simple pancake at the village entrance. Chu Sheng acted completely overconfident, without hesitation handing his black card to the shop owner. But to his surprise, the owner stared blankly at him, as if saying, "Have you ever seen a hand-grab pancake stall that takes card payments? No? Then go find one that does." Chu Sheng sighed helplessly, pointed to Chin Shou, and reluctantly put the black card away. Me pay? Qin Shou looked utterly shocked, waving his hand and pointing at himself, stunned inside and out. They had originally agreed head treat, then it changed to just buying pancakes, and now he was supposed to foot the bill? It was shameless. To a new level. His moral compass plummeted, and his negativity skyrocketed. Morals 1, negativity 1, morals 1, negativity 1, morals 1, negativity 1. I don't have a card reader, Chu Sheng said confidently, passing the blame to the owner. Actually, he really wanted to treat Qin Shou to something nice, but right after leaving the village entrance, he realized someone was tailing him. Not to mention, earlier when he fought Su Yaya to save face, had spent his last 61 positive energy points to enter enlightenment mode. Now his negative energy was down to 14 points, nowhere near enough to handle the troubles piling up. Didn't you just earn over 10,000 last night? Qin Shou pressed, cutting straight to the truth. Chu Sheng readily admitted, that's right, I made quite a lot yesterday. Proudly and without shame, he declared, but I never spend the money I earn. That money is for reincarnation, damn rebirth. Qin Shou cursed silently, realizing Chu Sheng had zero morals. Morals 1, negativity 1, morals 1, negativity 1, morals 1, negativity 1. Even buying pancakes brought out this much shamelessness. It really was something. Chu Sheng silently grumbled to himself, helplessly taking a big bite. Woof woof. Daoj and Hong Go barked simultaneously, drool practically pouring like a waterfall. Seeing this, Chu Sheng didn't hesitate and told the owner to make the same pancakes for the dogs, again charging the bill to Qin Shou. Reincarnation, damn rebirth. Qin Shou went on cursing silently, itching to whack Chu Sheng with a stick. But with their wedding looming and Chu Sheng needing to pay double the bride price, his anger didn't fully dissipate. But reluctantly, he pulled out his phone and paid. Morals 1, negativity 1, morals 1, negativity 1, morals 1, negativity 1. Meanwhile, Chu Sheng was pretty pleased to have gained 3 points himself, successfully synthesizing 10 positive energy points. Later, he found an excuse to separate from Qin Shou, taking Daoj and Hongo with him. Relying on childhood memories, he weaved through twisting alleys, leaving Yun village to reach an abandoned factory. There shouldn't be any cameras here, he thought. Glancing around cautiously, it was the perfect place to kill someone. He slowly finished biting the last piece of pancake, then pulled out his phone. Instead of calling his uncle, he opened the morning news about the crackdown on the Honglingman gang in Haiqing. Under the post, he not only left a comment claiming to be the informant, but uploaded a screenshot showing the 1,000 yuan reward, even taunting the gang's enforcer. You're all useless, you'll never find me. Damn, he's way too arrogant. The bounty hunters behind him roared in fury. Find him. Dig up the earth 3 feet deep, if we have to. We'll beat that bastard until he can't live on his own. Offering a bigger reward, 10,000 for anyone who can provide information. I've had enough. Not only did they ruin everyone's joy, but they even dared to mock us. What can be tolerated, and what cannot? As soon as Chu Sheng posted this comment, the entire comment section exploded. Those who spread negativity in the morning were now ramping it up wildly at night. Hatred and negativity kept surging. Hatred 1, negativity 1. Hatred 1, negativity 1. In this way, the negativity quickly skyrocketed to an astonishing 1,450 points. Damn, this much hatred? Chu Sheng couldn't help but curse under his breath, feeling like he was really in serious trouble this time. But thinking of being followed, he couldn't afford to worry about the hatred points. Hastily, he merged the negativity, transforming 725 points into positive energy. Adding the 10 points he had accumulated before, he now had a total of 735 points of positive energy, just enough to evolve the last 2 meridians. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged and began cultivation. Evolution mode activated, accompanied by a swift prompt sound. His entire body entered a focused state. 200 points of positive energy were quickly consumed. The last 2 meridians instantly evolved to their peak. Their power matched the previous 7 meridians, but once again doubled in strength, enough to defeat 90 cultivators of the same level at once. Just as Chu Sheng prepared to seize the momentum, connect the meridians, and break through the grass sack realm, his body suddenly sensed the opening of a new mode. Simulation mode. Simulation mode? He paused for less than 3 seconds before decisively activating this new mode. He had already experienced cultivation, evolution, and enlightenment. He wondered what surprises simulation would bring. With the prompt sound, Chu Sheng's body shuddered sharply, then seemed to breathe in sync with heaven and earth. He could clearly feel subtle shifts in the universe and see the 9 meridians inside him surging fiercely like rushing rivers. What shocked him even more was that beyond the 9 meridians, 3 hidden meridians vividly appeared in his mind. Simulation mode not only revealed these latent meridians, but also accurately predicted how to activate them. This absolutely has to be unlocked. Chu Sheng resolutely activated his stellar flame body refining method. 60 points of positive energy quickly vanished, lighting up 24 new acupoints inside him, which rapidly connected to form 3 new meridians. Then, He spent another 300 points of positive energy, evolving these 3 meridians to their peak. The simulation concluded with an additional consumption of 100 points of positive energy. He exhaled deeply, feeling the cost of 50 points well worth it. Unlike ordinary people who open only 9 meridians, he now possessed 12. His strength was several times greater than before, capable of taking on 200 to 300 cultivators of the same level. The protagonist was undeniably overpowered. Just these numbers alone crushed the competition. Chu Sheng glanced at his remaining positive energy and felt a sharp sting in his chest. Just now, he had gained over 700 points. Now, only 75 remained, almost back to square one. Before he could dwell on it further, the distant roar of an engine grew louder, steadily approaching. Woof woof. Dao Gu and Hong Go rose simultaneously from the ground, their gazes sharp as knives, fixed intently on the rusted door of the abandoned factory. Before long, a black sedan pulled up slowly, its headlights dim against the fading sunset. Through the windshield, Chu Sheng recognized the driver Zhou Kai, the man who had been captured last night. 2 unfamiliar men sat in the back seat. He's here. Chu Sheng heard the movement and frowned, turning to look. He had assumed Zhou Kai, having suffered losses last night, would wait a few days before coming after him again. Unexpectedly, the guy couldn't wait and rushed over the very next day. Conveniently, Chu Sheng's supply of century-old Zhu fruits had run out, slowing his cultivation considerably. He urgently needed to restock to maintain his tough, self-made image. Kid, you're in a real hurry to kick the bucket. Zhou Kai slammed on the brakes and showed a cruel smile. He grabbed a gleaming, big machete from the passenger seat and prepared to get out. He had originally planned to avoid making noise and attracting attention, but Chu Sheng's unexpected presence at the abandoned factory was clearly a set-upon ambush site for a burial. That's Chu Sheng. The 2 men in the back also got out, gripping their own machetes. One was burly, the other thin, nicknamed Tai Zhuang and Shouho respectively. Both were first-level Xiaozu warriors, handpicked by Zhou Kai as capable enforcers to deal with Chu Sheng. Zhou Kai stared fiercely at Chu Sheng, his face full of malice. You two handle those 2 dogs. Chu Sheng's mind, I'm going to hack him to pieces myself. No problem. Tai Zhuang and Shouho exchanged glances and nodded. Though Dao Gu and Hong Go had elemental powers, their cultivation was only second-tier Chaobao level, far weaker than Tai Zhuang and Shouhao's first-level Xiaozu. Even if they couldn't kill the dogs outright immediately, they could easily keep them under control. A low growl rose as Dao Gu and Hong Go bared their fangs, eyes locked warily on the 3 men stepping out of the car. Chu Sheng gently rubbed one dog's head, trying to soothe them, then forced a calm tone and said with a bluff, Boss Zhou, I thought you'd only go after food. Didn't expect you to come looking for me personally. Aren't you afraid of enraging the entire Haiqing authorities? What do I care about the authorities getting mad? Zhou Kai sneered arrogantly. Listen up, right now someone's disguised as me throwing a party at my house. I've got plenty of people to provide an alibi. I even hired hackers to mess with the surveillance cameras along the way. Even if I finish you off today, no one can prove it's me and your body will never be found. You, don't come any closer. Chu Sheng's expression changed to panic, but secretly he was pleased. He had hesitated earlier about cleaning up the mess himself, but now Zhou Kai had effectively exposed himself. If Chu Sheng could personally send Zhou Kai to meet Yama next, it would be fitting justice. Hehehe, scared now. Too late. Seeing Chu Sheng's fear, Zhou Kai let out a raspy, wicked laugh. Tightening his grip on the gleaming machete, he advanced step by step. The anger he had been bottling up since last night finally erupted. His blood surged with fury, a predatory beast ready to strike. Just as he stepped within 10 meters of Chu Sheng, the panic and fear in his eyes suddenly vanished, replaced by a sharp, tiger-like intensity. His legs bent forcefully, and with a powerful thrust, he was launched forward like a cannonball. Chu Sheng quickly drew a level 5 alloy heavy sword from his spatial ring, and, using the momentum of his charge, swung it fiercely toward Zhou Kai. What? Zhou Kai's pupils contracted sharply, caught off guard by Chu Sheng's sudden attack. But Chu Sheng was too fast for him. Zhou Kai barely had time to raise his cleaver in defense. With a loud bang and sparks flying, the cleaver shattered instantly instead of blocking the strike. Unlike Zhou Kai, who had only opened 9 meridians, Chu Sheng had fully activated 12 meridians, all evolved to their ultimate state. Plus, Zhou Kai had no idea about Chu Sheng's true strength. Despite having reached the 2nd level of the Xiaozu realm, he suffered a heavy loss due to being unprepared. A muffled pfft sounded as blood splattered. Chu Sheng's heavy sword didn't falter at all and sliced straight into Zhou Kai's shoulder, the weak spot causing blood to gush out like a fountain. Zhou Kai let out a terrible scream as pain rapidly spread through his body. Yet, as a longtime gang leader, his experience helped him endure. Gritting his teeth, he quickly withdrew from beneath the heavy sword and took several steps back to put distance between himself and Chu Sheng. Trying to run? Chu Sheng sneered, knowing well how to finish off a fallen enemy. Gripping his sword tightly, he swung again. At the same time, Tai Zhuang and Shouho, enraged, charged forward with their cleavers to block Chu Sheng. But Dao Gu and Hong Go had already locked onto them. Seeing their move, they immediately launched themselves forward, unleashing terrifying energies of lightning and fire. Boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions rocked the abandoned factory. Dao Gu and Hong Go fought fiercely against Tai Zhuang and Shou Ho, turning the situation tense and volatile. Meanwhile, Chu Sheng held his level 5 alloy heavy sword, eyes fixed on Zhou Kai, closing the distance rapidly. The fat on Zhou Kai's face twitched uncontrollably. He cursed himself in his heart for being so careless and falling into a trap again. But as the gang leader of High City's underworld, he had no intention of dying quietly. Enduring the searing pain, he forced himself to the trunk of his black Pu Sang car, opened it, and pulled out a 5-shot shotgun, aiming the muzzle at Chu Sheng. Damn! Chu Sheng's eyelids twitched as he realized he was in serious trouble. Though most firearms had become useless since the revival of spiritual energy, with the help of psychic powers, spiritual energy firearms had been continuously developed. These weapons stored spiritual energy in special bullets and used it as the driving force, restoring their devastating power. But spiritual energy firearms were difficult to use and had many limitations. Few martial cultivators employed them. Zhou Kai's 5-shot shotgun was the lowest grade, only capable of harming weak-tier cultivators just enough to threaten someone of Chu Sheng's 9th level tier. You're finished, kid. Zhou Kai sneered, his eyes full of hatred. Hatred 10, negative energy 10. Brother, big brother. Chu Sheng put aside the negative energy swirling around him and quickly raised his hands in a calming gesture. You're still young. You have a career, a family, a wife. Please don't choose the path of crime. I'm the one who committed the crime. Zhou Kai's fury boiled over as his fingers slammed down on the trigger. But a flash of triumph gleamed in Chu Sheng's eyes in the instant Zhou Kai spoke. He had already crossed his level 5 alloy heavy sword in front of him. Bang! The gunshot roared as the bullet tore through the air. Clang! The sharp clash of metal came almost simultaneously. The tremendous impact reverberated through the sword's blade, making Chu Sheng's palm go numb, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the hilt. Zhou Kai's situation was just as dire. The agonizing pain in his severed arm made it impossible to hold the gun steady, and the recoil forced the muzzle to jump upward. As expected of a level 5 alloy heavy sword, Chu Sheng thought with a silent sense of relief. How is this possible? Zhou Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. Although his 5-shot shotgun was the lowest tier firearm, it was enough to deliver lethal damage to those at the Chaobag realm. Its power and force were no ordinary weapons could withstand. Yet the reality before him was undeniable. Chu Sheng had not only blocked the shot, but had withstood the bullet's impact. He had to create distance. Zhou Kai's mind raced as he prepared to step back and realign his aim. Do you think he'll give you another chance? Chu Sheng didn't buy into any nonsense about taking a step back and finding peace. He decisively threw aside his heavy sword, leapt forward, and lunged in front of Zhou Kai, grabbing the gun's barrel and wrenching it upward. Bang! The second shot went blasting into the sky. You're really asking for death. Zhou Kai grinned wickedly. He had expected Chu Sheng to rely on brute strength and his heavy sword to engage him, but hadn't anticipated him abandoning the weapon for close combat. The one asking for death is you. Chu Sheng curled his lips, silently chanting, "Open the door." What? Zhou Kai's heart sank. In the next moment, a dizzying whirl overcame him. A thick wave of spiritual energy crashed over him. Beastly howls exploded in his ears. 20 points of positive energy consumed. Consumed 20 points. Chu Sheng frowned. Last time, traveling alone had only cost 5 points. This time, with others, it was 20 points total, averaging 10 points per person. The difference was that he had broken through from Chaobag realm level 9 to Apprentice Soldier realm level 1, while Zhou Kai was at Apprentice Soldier realm level 2. Does higher cultivation consume more positive energy? Chu Sheng pondered. Still, the extra 10 points wasn't wasted. At least it proved he could take others through the journey, disproving the novel's trope that anyone but the protagonist dies during such crossings. What is this place? Zhou Kai looked around in terror, doubting his own senses as if trapped in a nightmare. Just moments ago, Mingming had been locked in a fierce battle with Chu Sheng inside an abandoned factory. Yet in the next instant, he found himself standing in the midst of a dense, primeval forest. The spiritual energy concentration here was astonishingly high. If the spiritual energy in the newly revived world was set at 1, the level here was a full 10 times that. In other words, 1 day of cultivation here was equivalent to 10 days in the new world so long as you had the right talent. It was like forcing a poor student into Peking University. Some results might come, but definitely nowhere near tenfold improvement. Zhou Kai's shock at the scene was clear. He clicked his tongue in disbelief. Chu Sheng, however, had already fixed his eyes on the red fruits hanging from the trees. Relying on 2 lifetimes of honed speed, he spent just 2.5 seconds plucking all of the fruit and tossing them into his space ring, quietly hoping to smuggle the treasure past his golden fingers' detection. Roar! Just as Chu Sheng finished, a deafening beast's roar exploded through the forest. The disturbed spiritual leopard bared its eyes wide in fury and charged from the thicket toward Chu Sheng. But Chu Sheng was ready for the sudden attack. Swiftly turning, he pressed close to Zhou Kai, shielding him ahead. Crap! Zhou Kai, terrified as the leopard pounced on him, hastily pulled the trigger of his hunting rifle. The gunshot echoed, bullets tore through the air. The leopard, unprepared for the weapon's force, was hit and sprayed blood everywhere. Enraged, it bared sharper fangs and slammed into Zhou Kai, sending him crashing down and pulling all the leopard's aggression away from Chu Sheng. Zhou Kai screamed in pain as he fell, his rifle knocked from his hands and landing near Chu Sheng's feet. Chu Sheng silently praised this helpful good Samaritan who'd conveniently dropped the gun right where he could grab it. Just as he was about to make a retreat, an unusual fragrance suddenly washed over him, refreshing and sharp, like an icy drink on a scorching day. The leopard clearly wasn't just guarding the red fruit. That scent piqued Chu Sheng's alertness. With some experience in scent recognition, he immediately guessed it came from something even more valuable than the fruit. Sure enough, when he turned his head, a magnificent spirit herb appeared before him. It was lush, with 9 pale purple leaves, each leaf tip faintly glowing with gentle light. Chu Sheng recognized it instantly, the shisui grass. This rare herb could enhance one's innate aptitude, essentially upgrading talent level, turning ordinary potential into precious rarity. It was a godsend coveted by martial artists and awakeners alike. However, this shisui grass differed from descriptions in the books. Usually, after 100 years of spiritual energy revival, the grass only had a single leaf. But this one flaunted 9 full leaves, truly extraordinary. Heaven's gift not taken becomes one's own curse. Without hesitation, Chu Sheng lunged toward the shisui grass. Roar! In fury, the spiritual leopard bit clean through Zhou Kai's neck, then launched itself desperately toward Chu Sheng. But Chu Sheng was lightning fast. The moment he dug up the shisui grass, he dodged aside. Before the leopard could close in, he silently chanted a spell, disappearing in an instant deep into the forest. The leopard remained, furious but powerless, standing where it was, seemingly on the verge of cursing its own fate. Damn birth. Unlike the silent contest with the spirit leopard, Zhou Kai wanted nothing more than to curse out loud. He had thought he was fully prepared this time, certain he could kill Chu Sheng and avenge himself. But who would have guessed Chu Sheng's shamelessness would exceed all imagination, not only feigning weakness to launch a sneak attack that injured him, but dragging him to this perilous place without so much as a chance to react, delivering a death sentence on a silver platter. As Zhou Kai felt death creeping in, his mind exploded with curses, unbearable pain flooding him, and a silent vow formed. May I never meet such a despicable person again in another life. Then, his eyes slowly closed. Spending 19 points of positive energy, Zhou Kai brought back 1900-year-old Zhu fruits. Spending another 30 points, he also obtained a 9-leaf washing marrow herb aged 900 years. No smuggling. Chu Sheng exhaled heavily, that wave of disappointment washing over him. Zhou Kai's resentment reached 100, his negative energy also soared to 100, and the spirit leopard's hatred and negative energy each hit 100 as well, totaling a remarkable 200 points of negative energy. Chu Sheng's spirits lifted instantly, his mood brightening in an instant. He immediately recalled the 5-shot hunting gun Zhou Kai had given him, suppressing a bitter smile and silently mourning for a full 2.5 minutes. Just as his emotions calmed, a piercing dog's howl echoed nearby, 2 dogs wailing in pain. The 2 dogs couldn't hold out against the exhausting battle, and Power Gap both died before 2.5 minutes passed. This proved Zhou Kai's preparations were thorough, Chu Sheng thought, a newfound respect flickering in his eyes. Too bad he had underestimated the power of his own growth in a single day. He had opened 12 new meridians and completed extreme evolution, finally mastering the use of the heavy sword at a basic level. Where's Boss Zhou? Tai Zhuang and Shou Ho exchanged glances, uneasy premonitions clouding their eyes. The 3 had thought that the combined strength of 3 low-rank martial cultivators would be enough to finish Chu Sheng within 2.5 minutes. But shockingly, Chu Sheng had mysteriously vanished, and when he reappeared, Zhou Kai was gone without a trace as well. Chu Sheng didn't plan to explain anything. He quickly picked up the level 5 alloy heavy sword from the ground, pushed off with both feet, and leapt powerfully like cleaving Mount Hua, swinging the heavy sword at Tai Zhuang and Shou Ho. Their faces turned pale, and without hesitation, they sharply retreated. Though Chu Sheng's martial cultivation wasn't as high as theirs, the ferocious power he unleashed alongside the level 5 alloy heavy sword made his attacks a nightmare for ordinary martial artists. With a thunderous crash, the heavy sword struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly and dust to fly. Tai Zhuang and Shou Ho stabilized their foundations and pulled back in time, their eyes filled with wariness. With Zhou Kai's help, dealing with 2 beast dogs had been effortless. But Zhou Kai had been taken somewhere by Chu Sheng, leaving just the 2 of them alone, clearly unable to handle a Honor vs. 3 situation. After weighing their options, The two chose to retreat, hoping to preserve their strength and fight for a slice of the pie later. Trying to run? Chu Sheng's cold gaze flickered with murderous intent. Revealing his golden finger today meant nobody would leave a live. He had to wipe out all trouble once and for all. However, he had no plans to pursue them immediately. Instead, he took out two freshly prepared Ju fruits. Tai Zhuang and Shouho suddenly stopped in their tracks, their eyes locked tightly on those two plump, red fruits. Although they were experienced and knowledgeable, they had no idea what the fruit was, but their instincts told them it was an incredibly rare and precious treasure of nature's spiritual fruits that must have taken at least 100 years or more to mature. As the two quickly debated whether to take a chance on these fruits and potentially transform their fortunes in an instant, they witnessed Chu Sheng casually toss the two blood-red century-old Ju fruits into the mouths of Dao Gu and Hong Go. The two fierce beasts swallowed the fruits in one gulp and immediately threw their heads back, unleashing ear-piercing howls. Almost instantly, electricity and flames began to surge and boil over their bodies. The fatigue from last night's overtime vanished as their strength rapidly recovered, their auras soaring like rockets. I've truly never seen anything like this. Tai Zhuang and Shouho were completely stunned, their mental defenses crumbling. Rare treasures that others had to spend fortunes to acquire. Chu Sheng just casually fed to dogs? It was like a poor man suddenly realizing the food had been eating every day was just dog food. His entire worldview shattered. They felt utterly powerless and hopeless from the inside out. Defense broken 100, negative energy 100, defense broken 100, negative energy 100. They were totally crushed. Seeing the two freeze, Chu Sheng raised his massive sword and charged at them with murderous intent. This is bad. Tai Zhuang and Shouho's faces turned pale as they finally realized Chu Sheng's true plan. Although he recklessly fed the Ju fruits to the dogs, there was profound strategy behind it. Not only stopped them in their tracks, but sharply boosted the dog's strength, and most importantly, shattered their psychological defenses. Now with gains on one side and losses on the other, if they didn't run fast, it would be too late to escape. It's too late to leave now, Chu Sheng shouted, raising his sword, and without hesitation swung it down at the two men. Although his martial cultivation hadn't surpassed the grass sack realm, he had opened 12 meridians and completed extreme evolution, granting him power equivalent to the 9th level of that realm. Coupled with the sword techniques he had mastered, he might not be invincible, but he could certainly hold his own for 15 to 20 seconds. His heavy sword strikes were simple and powerful, without any flashy moves, just raw crushing, sweeping, and smashing attacks, forcing the opponents to avoid facing him head-on. Feeling Chu Sheng's fierce murderous aura, Shouho's heart instantly chilled like an icebox. He had hoped this deal might earn him a favor from Zhou Kai, but instead, it had sealed their deaths. Still, they weren't out of options yet. If they could break away from the battle quickly, there was still a chance for survival. A sharp metallic clang cut through the air as sparks flew. Tai Zhuang clearly understood the situation and decisively swung his blade to block Chu Sheng's heavy sword. Despite Chu Sheng's immense strength, Tai Zhuang, a level 1-foot soldier, fought desperately, not without heart. The result was Chu Sheng being forced back several steps. Tai Zhuang's arms trembled from the strain, but he couldn't afford to be injured. He dropped his broken cleaver and prepared to turn and flee. However, in that moment as he spun around, a dark shadow moved silently along the ground, closing in without a sound. Dao Gi, fierce dog that had just eaten the Zhu fruit, had gained remarkable intelligence, possibly from its previous battle experience with Zhou Kai. Now in this life-or-death moment, it displayed astonishing cunning. It suddenly lunged and bit Tai Zhuang, clamping down on him and turning him, the man and his weapon, into a prey for the strong dog. Da Zhuang let out a piercing, desperate howl like a groundhog in pain, his voice full of agony and helplessness. "Ow, damn it!" Chu Sheng immediately cursed, overwhelmed by frustration and anger. Who on earth did Daoj learn these dirty tricks from? Sneaking silently behind him wasn't bad enough, but biting his vital spot like a stealthy predator? That behavior completely ruined Chu Sheng's gentlemanly image as his master. Dazwang's face twisted in rage, his chest burning with fury until it was about to explode. His hatred and negative energy surged to the max. Chu Sheng stared at Da Zhuang in disbelief. "Why are you calling me?" He knew it was Daoj's doing, but he had no time to argue. Raising his heavy grade 5 alloy greatsword, he swung it fiercely at the opponent. Although Daoj and Hongo just consumed the century-old Zhugua fruit and hadn't fully absorbed its power yet, it was enough to push their cultivation up to a fledgling stage 3. Their energy from last night's exhaustion had also recovered quickly, meaning the advantage was entirely on Chu Sheng's side now. A wave of confidence surged through him. "You don't stand a chance of escaping." Shouho, seeing Da Zhuang in danger, wanted to rush in to help immediately. But Hongo gave no chance, spitting a ball of blazing flame, then pouncing toward Shouho on his sturdy limbs. Shocked, Shouho's face turned pale. With the fireball charging directly at him, he couldn't take it head-on and had to scramble away in panic. While Shouho was busy dodging the fireball, Chu Sheng leapt forward, his grade 5 greatsword slashing down toward Dazhuang ahead. Dazhuang's pupils contracted sharply, murderous intent radiating from his lifeless gaze. With his low-level cultivation, dodging this should have been easy, but Daoj bit relentlessly, the pain making him break out in cold sweat and leaving no room to evade. At last, the chance to dodge vanished. The greatsword crashed down heavily, exploding on impact as blood bright red and white flesh sprayed everywhere. It wasn't a clean slice splitting him in two, but more like a hammer smashing a watermelon. Dazhuang's body was utterly pulverized in a brutal, horrifying way. Chu Sheng instinctively looked away, shaking his head with a grim sigh. Oof, that's cruel. I'm not sure I can stomach this. Zhuangga, Shouho wailed, a heart-wrenching cry that tore through his lungs, unable to believe his brother had fallen. Seeing his own fate closing in, he swallowed his anguish and turned, desperately trying to shake off Hongo and retreat from the battlefield. 2 dead out of 3. You still think this is an accident? Chu Sheng sneered coldly, dropping his heavy greatsword to lighten his load. Then bending his knees, he sprang forward with fierce power like a leopard charging toward Shouho. Woof woof. Daoj released his grip and let out a wolf-like howl, following closely on powerful limbs in hot pursuit. Shouho glanced back. With 1 man and 2 dogs closing in, terror surged like a tidal wave from deep inside. As a minor character without any aura, praying for help was useless. Hongo pounced and pinned him to the ground. Despite kicking desperately to break free and struggling to get up, Daoj and Chu Sheng had already caught up by his side. Awoo! Daoj howled wildly, without hesitation unleashing a 10,000-volt electric shock. Shouho screamed miserably, his body trembling violently from the jolt. Fear and negative energy, both overflowing beyond limits. It's over, Chu Sheng said coldly and ruthlessly, clenching his fist and striking out. A dull thud hit Shouho's heart. His body twitched violently before collapsing stiffly to the ground, struggling for a few moments before finally going limp. At last, the fight was over. Chu Sheng exhaled deeply, struggling to calm the intense emotions from just having killed. Yet, he had no intention of cleaning up the scene or chasing away Zhou Kai's black Pusang driver. Instead, he scattered the 11,000 yuan in cash he had earned the night before right beside the bodies, as if casting paper money to send the 3 off on their final journey, letting the bills fall casually around them. Then he bent down, picked up the level 5 alloy greatsword, and strode out of the abandoned factory with his 2 large dogs. After leaving, relying on memories from childhood, Chu Sheng looped back to the factory's back door. His old bookworm instincts reminded him that the classic protagonist's mistake was using the small fry to bait the big fish. In other words, this seemingly perfect solution often left a survivor witness behind, exposing secrets and triggering a relentless chain of haunts. Wondering silently, will there be any witnesses? He fixated on the crime scene. Minutes passed by, each second stretching. About 25 minutes later, just as Chu Sheng began to suspect he worried too much, a thin figure slowly struggled out from the grass, trembling all over as he approached the corpses of Dafeng and Shouho. It was none other than Zhou Kai's junior underling who had been tailing Chu Sheng. Originally, he had planned to wait for Zhou Kai to finish off Chu Sheng before hitching a ride back to Haiqing. But unexpectedly, Chu Sheng wasn't some sewer wraith had taken on 3 men single-handedly and killed them all. Luckily, the underling was smart enough to stay hidden, or he wouldn't have survived either. The junior underling hesitated but then stepped closer to the scene. At first, he wanted to leave quickly, but the scattered money looked too real. Driven by curiosity, he lingered and cautiously approached to examine the bills more carefully. Indeed, they were genuine cash, and he grew excited, beginning to gather the notes eagerly. This is really can't believe this author is really ruthless. Chu Sheng cursed quietly to himself. Had he not left this fallback plan, he might have been forced to live a wandering life, either constantly hunted or on the run. Though he knew there was a surviving witness now, Chu Sheng didn't rush to silence him. After all, casually scattering the money had been an impulsive move, and going back to collect it was time-consuming. Scored big. Zhou Kai's underling had no idea he was being watched the entire time. Chu Sheng crouched low, quietly watching as the man's face lit up with greed while picking up every last bill. Just as the man reached to grab the final bill, a foot suddenly stepped down firmly, pinning the money in place. What? The smile on the junior underling's face froze instantly. His eyes slowly lifted upwards with shock, fixing on the familiar face that filled him with dread. Sorry, Chu Sheng offered an innocent-looking smile. I was thinking while I walked away that this money could still be useful, not something to just toss around. Thanks for helping me pick it up. Chu Sheng. The underling went pale with fright, tumbling to the ground and scrambling backwards, desperate to put distance between himself and Chu Sheng. His fear spiked through the roof, negative energy radiating off him. Chu Sheng sighed inwardly. I'm supposed to be the good guy here, I'm really not that scary. Don't kill me. The underling seemed to already sense his possible fate, begging desperately with terror in his eyes. If you don't kill me, I can take you to Zhou Kai's place. These years he's not only been making money with Hong Langman, but also dealing in the black markets got plenty of shady treasures stashed away. Oh, Chu Sheng's interest was immediately piqued. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you know where Zhou Kai hides his money?" "I do. I do." Zhou Kai's underling, seeing the greed flashing in Chu Sheng's eyes, quickly nodded nervously. Zhou Kai owns several properties in Haicheng, but he trusts no one. All his money is hidden inside his own villa. The entrance is right under his bed, the one he sleeps on. Doesn't trust anyone? How do you know that? Chu Sheng leaned in slightly, his gaze sharp, trying to read the truth from the man's face. His woman told me, the underling blurted out. Zhou Kai is especially lecherous and keeps 8 women on the side. I have a private connection with his 5th mistress. Once, when Zhou Kai was drunk, he told her directly. A talent, huh? Chu Sheng's eyes gleamed with appreciation as he sized up the underling, thinking this guy had great potential. Not only was he daring enough to run around like this, but he also knew how to serve a madam. If he could learn to betray brothers and play both sides, he'd definitely make a name for himself in Haicheng. Very useful, the underling hurried to promote himself at Chu Sheng's praise. I've followed Zhou Kai for 5 years, know where to find college students, and am fully aware of all his business dealings. Wait, are you not planning to repay the money? Chu Sheng suddenly interrupted, his tone freezing to stop him from changing the subject. Money? Zhou Kai's underling paused, looking down at the cash in his hand. Chu Sheng gave him no chance to think further and glanced at Dao Gu, signaling him with his eyes. Although Chu Sheng wanted Dao Gu to guide them to Zhou Kai's place to ransack it, he worried the underling might have seen the golden finger Chu Sheng flashed before and might expose them. It was safer to have Dao Gu deal with the underling directly. After all, dead men tell no secrets. Besides, Zhou Kai was a big shot in Haicheng. Finding his address wouldn't be too hard. Dao Gu immediately caught Chu Sheng's meaning and said nothing further. Suddenly, his body discharged a 10,000-volt electric current. Ah! Zhou Kai's underling screamed, his body instantly stiffening before collapsing lifelessly on the ground. Morality 1. Negative energy 1. Morality 1. Negative energy 1. Chu Sheng feigned disgust and quickly picked up the money from the ground, hastily putting on a righteous act. I'm just taking back what's mine, fighting the evil organization, spreading positive energy 100. Hearing the prompt sound, Chu Sheng stood tall, secretly pleased. Although doubling evil only earns half the justice, justice always trumps everything. He then checked his account on his phone. Positive energy 106 points, negative energy 712 points, merging to a positive energy of 462 points. He instantly felt much stronger than his previously poor self. 462 points. The old saying never changes. Murder and arson really are the fastest way to get rich. Chu Sheng mused aloud, not forgetting to roast himself. After that, he gestured for Red Dog to unleash flames, completely burning the 3 corpses to ash. Then Chu Sheng climbed into Zhou Kai's black Santana and searched through it. Besides finding 250 yuan in cash, he located the exact coordinates of Zhou Kai's villa in the car's GPS. What kind of respectable big shot doesn't carry some cash? Chu Sheng muttered as he pocketed the money. He then pulled out a level 5 alloy greatsword from his spatial ring, smashed the Santana into scrap metal, and quickly stashed the wreckage back into the ring for disposal next time in another world. Having settled everything, Chu Sheng quietly slipped away with his 2 loyal dogs once more. However, he still had no intention of going home. Instead, he circled around to the back entrance of the abandoned factory and crouched in the shadows, carefully scanning his surroundings to see if any witnesses had been left behind. After all, these days, some reckless writers would come up with all sorts of absurd and bizarre plots just to pad their stories. Chu Sheng quietly instructed the 2 dogs, listen carefully. Don't just watch with your eyes. Use your nose to sniff and your ears to listen. If you notice anything suspicious, tell me immediately, understood? The 2 dogs shrank back nervously and whimpered softly, clearly understanding what he meant. They immediately widened their eyes like shining brass bells, staring fixedly at the factory ruins. Their ears stood straight up, swiveling as if equipped with antennas, while their noses twitched, trying hard to pick up every faint scent in the air. Chu Sheng's gaze was sharp as he observed the area carefully for a while. Then he pulled out a 5-shot shotgun from his backpack. He opened the chamber and dumped out bullets that looked like lipstick tubes. After the spiritual energy resurgence, the bullets still looked similar to before, but had a completely different internal structure. They could store the user's spiritual energy, and, when fired, the shot was guided by that energy. Upon impact, the bullet casing would release that stored power, firing a spirit energy bullet with devastating force. Simply put, these were special casings capable of storing and then releasing spiritual energy as ammunition. However, because spiritual energy was unique, the user had to supply their own matching spiritual power to ignite the rounds. Otherwise, the bullets were wasted and unusable by others. Chu Sheng flipped over the bullets with a frown and let out a sigh. These rounds are no good. The spiritual energy inside was stored by Zhou Kai. My spiritual energy can't trigger them. They'll have to dissipate the energy within first, then reload them with my own spiritual energy. He shook his head helplessly and quickly put the gun away. Though the spiritual shotgun packed a punch, it required the user to manually recharge the bullets, so once the ammo ran out, there was no backup. That was why most martial cultivators preferred cold weapons. They felt those were more reliable. At most, someone like Zhou Kai might preload a few rounds into the car as an emergency reserve. As the sun gradually set and darkness crept in, Chu Sheng still didn't leave in a hurry. Quietly, he and the two dogs, Dao Gu and Hong Go, emerged from the shadows, seeming to test the waters. "Looks like no one's around," he said deliberately in a low, cautious voice. The two dogs stayed close by, their tails never relaxing. But instead of heading straight home, Chu Sheng circled to the roadside grass and crouched again, never letting his guard down for a moment. Only when the eastern sky began to brighten and the sun rose again did he confirm there were no living witnesses left at the scene. "Witnesses aren't necessarily human," Chu Sheng murmured, his brows still knit with wariness. In this new world after the awakening of spiritual energy, all sorts of awakened beings emerged continuously. Even wild beasts, insects, or insignificant creatures might carry information that could spread from 1 to 10 and 10 to 100. He dared not be reckless for fear of future trouble. By now, more than 10 hours had passed since the incident. There was no time to dig out those earthworms and split them open. Still not cautious enough, he sighed deeply, feeling frustrated by his youthful recklessness. Next time he faced a similar situation, he must not let any living creature escape. Notice not even plants though prevent anyone with the power to communicate with plants from leaving hidden risks behind. Still not strong enough. Chu Sheng sighed and prepared to go home to train. If he had even a single upgrade in his power level now, he wouldn't have to worry about these things. Anyone who dared touch his golden ability would have been slapped down immediately. Footsteps echoed on the bluestone path, two dogs following closely behind Chu Sheng. The moment he pushed open the courtyard gate, he froze. The once overgrown yard was now sparkling clean, the ground swept spotless, and even the bedding inside was replaced with new linens. Has second uncle come back? The thought flashed through Chu Sheng's mind, but he quickly shook his head. Forget about second uncle tidying things up, knowing how messy he was, the kind to wear socks standing upright. There was no way the house would be this neat. Could it be the snail girl? Chu Sheng furrowed his brow, suddenly remembering Su Yaya. He hurried inside and searched through every room, but failed to see a single person. Forget it, I won't bother with her now. Chu Sheng headed straight to his own room, closing the door behind him. He took out his Hall 17 glowing century-old vermilion fruits neatly arranged on his desk. There had originally been 19, but he had given one each to Brother Dao and Red Dog. Next to them lay an even rarer treasure, a 9-leaf marrow purifying herb. With its 900 years of age, each leaf emitted a faint glow. You really have to rely on yourself. Chu Sheng picked up one vermilion fruit and thought back to his days in the imperial capital. At that time, not even 10-century-old vermilion fruits could be found anywhere in the city, and the 9-leaf marrow purifying herb was just a legend. No one had even seen a shadow of it. Everyone desperately fought over 2 or 3 decade-old wild fruits and herbs, unwilling to waste even the leaves or skins. Now, through his own hard work, he had not only gained the 9-leaf herb, but also achieved complete freedom to access century-old vermilion fruits. Chu Sheng took a deep breath, holding the 9-leaf marrow purifying herb. Ordinary versions had no effect on him anymore, but this one was 900 years old. According to the research of the Empire's spiritual plant experts, every 100 years of growth triggers a qualitative leap, equivalent to an evolutionary upgrade. 900 years meant 9 evolutions, and the effects could not be compared to ordinary marrow purifying herbs. I wonder if it will have any effect on me. Chu Sheng stared at the herb in his hand and plucked off a leaf, placing it in his mouth. His supernatural ability rank was already SSR, the highest known in the Empire, yet he still longed for breakthroughs. Boom. The moment the leaf touched his tongue, a violent surge of energy exploded inside him. The medicinal power rushed down his throat like a flood, raging through his 12 meridians and seeping into every inch of flesh and bone in his limbs. This is the power of a 900-year marrow purifying herb. Shaken, Chu Sheng immediately sat cross-legged to enter a cultivation state. His consciousness sank into a subtle realm as he followed the official imperial cultivation method, attempting to connect his 12 meridians and form a self-sustaining small cycle. Chu Sheng furrowed his brow and tried again. According to the Tianchao official records, connecting the meridians to form a small microcosmic orbit is extremely difficult, usually taking at least 4 to 5 years to achieve. Yet Chu Sheng managed to connect 2 meridians in less than 2.5 minutes with ease. Even having 12 meridians, he completed the full connection in just 20 to 30 minutes. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a series of deep, powerful sounds, the energy within Chu Sheng swelled continuously. One by one, all 12 meridians linked together, ultimately forming a complete small microcosmic orbit. Spiritual power surged and churned inside the orbit like a bursting river dam. infused with the overwhelming medicinal potency from the bone-cleansing herb. This force not only spread throughout every corner of his body along the microcosmic orbit, but quietly improved his physical constitution as well. Is this really the effect of the bone-cleansing herb? Chu Sheng slowly opened his eyes and lowered his gaze to examine the changes in his body. His muscles were firmer, and a small nodule on his abdomen, about the size of a corn kernel, was clearly visible. A large amount of black impurities had been purged from his body, making it much easier to circulate spiritual power. Strangely though, his SSR-level supernatural talent showed no sign of improvement. Could it be that it's not aged enough? Puzzled, Chu Sheng looked at the remaining 8 leaves of the bone-cleansing herb. Although he hadn't finished eating them, a strong feeling arose that even if he did consume all the leaves, his supernatural talent wouldn't advance. Perhaps only older herbs would have that effect. With this thought, he set aside the idea and closed his eyes to continue focused cultivation. After all, he had successfully connected all 12 meridians, breaking through to the 9th layer of the grass bag realm. The small microcosmic orbit he formed was significantly larger than that of an ordinary person, meaning he had far greater endurance than martial artists at the same level. According to Tian Chaos official guidelines, once the meridians connect to form a small microcosmic orbit, one can officially begin training martial skills. How should I train martial skills now? Chu Sheng suddenly realized a problem. With 3 extra meridians than normal, the official method didn't seem to utilize them. Yet if he didn't follow the official rules, he wouldn't know where to find martial skill manuals. Could it be that he would have to create his own martial skills? The thought threw him into chaos, making him realize that even an upgraded version brought new troubles. But then he recalled his insight mode from his golden finger. Since it helped him quickly master the greatsword skill, perhaps it could help him develop martial arts tailored to his 12 meridians. Insufficient positive energy, cultivation mode shutting down the system's prompt suddenly sounded, and Chu Sheng felt a wave of powerlessness. Just ended like that? He thought, still eager to continue. But with a pungent smell of impurities being expelled from his body, he hurriedly got up and rushed to the bathroom. However, while Chu Sheng was showering, Su Yaya suddenly appeared out of nowhere. She heard him humming a playful tune in the bathroom. I love bathing, skin so fine. Aho, aho, put on the shower cap, sing and dance aho aho. Hearing the mischievous song, a sly smile involuntarily crept onto Su Yaya's lips. Just as she prepared to kick the door open for what might be a startled scream, her eyes caught flickering red lights on Chu Sheng's bed out of the corner of her eye. What was thrown onto the bed? She wondered, turning to look, but then froze. Like a machine's gears turning in her mind, her gaze was drawn again and she saw the bed covered with 17 aged century-old Zulian fruits. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Su Yaya's heart filled with suspicion, wondering if she had opened it incorrectly. She kept looking away and then double-checking, but no matter how she tried, the bed remained quietly covered with the Zulian fruits. No way. Su Yaya double-checked several times before finally convincing herself it wasn't a hallucination. Shocked, she walked over to the bed and reached out to pick up the century-old Zhu fruit. The texture at her fingertips was delicate and real, and the air was filled with an unusually strong and strange fruity fragrance that instantly invigorated her spirit. When she glanced over at the 9-leaf Shisui grass beside it, her eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief while everyone else's Shisui grass had only 1 leaf. This one had 8. Her heartbeat quickened as Su Yaya rushed to the bathroom door and kicked open the heavy wooden panel. Inside, Chu Sheng, stark naked and in the middle of his shower, was stunned into silence by the sudden intrusion. Completely ignoring his embarrassed state, Su Yaya grabbed the Shisui grass and stormed inside. Ah! Chu Sheng exclaimed, hastily covering himself with both hands, looking utterly helpless like a little girl caught spying on a secret. Tell me, where did you get this thing? Su Yaya's eyes reddened, her breathing ragged, anger barely contained. Get out, I'm showering. Chu Sheng protested, both shy and angry, feeling his innocence had been unfairly trampled on. But Su Yaya was far from satisfied. She grabbed his wrist and forcefully pinned him against the bathroom wall. Even though the shower water drenched her clothes, she didn't care at all. You, Chu Sheng stammered, clearly unused to such a domineering young lady. Bully bigger over smaller, negative energy, +1. Bully bigger over smaller, negative energy, +1. He silently repeated in his mind to amuse himself. Who's big? Who's small? Chu Sheng looked down confused. Su Yaya's wet clothes clung tightly to her alluring curves, making her look incredibly hot. The mist swirling in the bathroom created a slightly ambiguous atmosphere. I'll just wait outside. Noticing Chu Sheng's wandering eyes, Su Yaya suddenly said this without looking back and quickly left. Though she acted shameless and brazen on the surface, deep down she was still the innocent girl of 18 or 19 years old. When it really mattered, she panicked. Oh no, it's definitely not clean now. Chu Sheng felt a twinge of loss and resolved to find Su Yaya later to clear things up and restore his innocence. What kind of woman has the nerve, but no guts? Chu Sheng thought helplessly. Just as Su Yaya stepped out of the bathroom, She regretted not being firmer when confronting him. Turning back inside, she caught sight of Chu Sheng staggering out wrapped in a towel, his hands protecting his chest, his face full of vulnerability and grievance. Boo-hoo. Chu Sheng lowered his head and quietly whimpered like a punished child. That's enough. Su Yaya rolled her eyes and frowned. Spit it out, where exactly did these jus fruits come from? Jus fruits? Chu Sheng was stunned, turning to glance at the bed. What had been neatly stored before was now scattered all over the bed. He had thought Su Yaya barged in out of impulse while he showered, never expecting had carelessly exposed these items. If he wanted to play the role of a schemer with a black heart, he had to be ready to answer any questions, sooner or later. Su Yaya held the Shisui grass tightly, staring at it. The spiritual awakening is less than 100 years old. This Shisui grass doesn't look like something grown through centuries of hardship. Also, why didn't you come home last night? Do you even understand the rules of the Jianghu? Chu Sheng was about to argue, but was coldly cut off. He sighed and rolled his eyes. Heroes don't ask about origins, sacred fruits don't ask about where they come from. No sooner had he spoken than there was a sudden bang as Su Yaya gripped a bookshelf inside the room with great force, instantly crushing the heavy cabinet into a pile of broken fragments with a powerful spatial ability. All right, I confess. Chu Sheng surrendered helplessly, thinking to himself, this woman is truly impossible to deal with. Chu Sheng immediately forgot the unwritten rules of the martial world and decided to come clean. Actually, I didn't go home last night. I ran into a mysterious man. He said I'm tall and powerful, handsome and charming, clever and brave, elegant and refined, mature and steady. Before he could finish, Su Yaya couldn't help but cut him off, gritting her teeth as she snapped. Get to the point. She even clenched her fists right in front of his face, radiating anger and negativity. Angry +1, negative +1, angry +1, negative +1. That's the real point, okay? Chu Sheng muttered something under his breath, but then spoke seriously. He said he felt an instant connection with me and asked me to sell these treasures for him. He said how much I sell depends on my own skill. He only charged me 10 million for one jus fruit. Mysterious man? Instant connection? Su Yaya furrowed her brows, sensing something off. After all, those treasures in Chu Sheng's possession were enough to spark a massive war if just one was taken out. There was no way someone would entrust him with them just because they hit it off right away. But then she thought about it, only charged 10 million while the rest of the proceeds would go to Chu Sheng. The capital heiress immediately perked up. Brother Chu Sheng. She coquettishly raised her voice. You know my family is in business. How about you let me sell these fruits? Let you? Chu Sheng scrutinized her carefully and asked, how do you plan to sell them? I'm a pro at this. Su Yaya immediately put on the confident air of an experienced capitalist and explained, if I were selling, I'd start promoting 2.5 months in advance, send invitations to all the great families and top experts across the Celestial Empire, host live streams to sell related merchandise, and leak some rumors to stir up conflicts, making the families frantically spend money to buy them. Before she finished, Chu Sheng suddenly shouted, Sir, they're back. As if avenging a recent threat, he yelled bitterly. They not only eat the meat themselves while making us watch, they even make us pay to see their mouths dripping with grease. Stop shouting, stop shouting. Su Yaya was startled and quickly covered Chu Sheng's mouth. At that moment, a declaration of justice rang out, with positive energy rising by 10. Su Yaya. Seeing the surge of positive energy, Chu Sheng angrily swatted her hand away, raised the flag of morality, and said righteously, you're also a chosen warrior of the imperial capital, educated in the orthodox teachings of the Celestial Empire. I don't expect you to help those rogue cultivators, but how can you side with them to bully us? Don't you have a conscience? I know I was wrong. Su Yaya lowered her head in grievance, but still tried to argue. But these jus fruits are 100 years old. Rogue cultivators can't afford them. Even if they started working 5,000 years ago, they still couldn't buy one. If they can't afford it, then we crowdfund. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. We can hold an online lottery. One draw for a jus fruit costs 100 yuan. Even if only 1 million people join, we'll easily hit a small target. Su Yaya was stunned, doubting she'd heard correctly. She thought it was bad enough to watch rich people eat meat while the rogue cultivators looked on empty-handed. But she hadn't expected Chu Sheng to be even more ruthless, not only wanting to empty the wallets of the wealthy, but also reach into the pockets of the rogue cultivators. What kind of look is that? I'm not in this for the money. Chu Sheng immediately declared with righteous conviction. In front of them, the barriers of class stood firmly closed. The martial clan's lifespans and influence swelled day by day. They didn't just control the lifeblood of every industry. Their family disciples enjoyed elite education and amassed terrifying levels of wealth, resources, and connections. This left wandering cultivators barely any place to stand. Faced with this reality, Chu Sheng wanted to stand up and loudly proclaim, the revival of spiritual energy isn't some immortal game for these martial clans, it's a revolutionary cultivation movement involving everyone. The combined strength of billions of scattered cultivators, fueled by the resources they can gather, means every cultivator can be a central figure and find their own path to cultivation. That is the true meaning of spiritual revival. His words fell, and the room immediately fell into a heavy silence. Su Yaya stared blankly at Chu Sheng, her heart unsettled. She had thought he was just a carefree troublemaker, but she hadn't expected him to proudly raise this banner, not just grabbing wealth, but also seizing fame. It was a declaration of justice, a surge of positive energy. Such a powerful outburst surprised her deeply. Chu Sheng's eyes suddenly shimmered with light, secretly pleased and resolved to stand firmly on moral high ground from now on. Some words are fine to say aloud, just don't fool yourself along the way. Su Yaya rolled her eyes. Still think you can break through the class barriers? Do you really believe decades of accumulation can be shattered by just a few jus fruits? A smile curved at the corner of Chu Sheng's mouth, the standard Dragon King grin. Who told you I only have these few jus fruits? He teased mysteriously. Su Yaya suddenly froze, a terrifying thought flashing through her mind. Could the mysterious figure Chu Sheng met last night really keep providing jus fruits for 100 years? No, impossible, absolutely impossible. She quickly dismissed the idea. After all, it had been over 50 years since the Red Moon disappeared. Humans had reclaimed the top of the food chain and started mass treasure hunting in the mountains. Now century-old heavenly materials were nearly extinct, and even those that lived for 20 or 30 years were extremely rare. Chu Sheng smiled enigmatically, offering no explanation, only quietly warning her, don't do anything reckless. Su Yaya's sixth sense told her he wasn't lying, so she hurriedly advised, the class barriers won't break so easily. You might get away with it once or twice, but if you keep at it, you're making enemies of all the martial clans. They'll do anything to protect their interests, no matter how crazy. I know, Chu Sheng said again, with unwavering righteousness. Destroying the old order and building a new world is undoubtedly difficult. But I believe the new era will belong to us young people, to those who control their own fate. This gamble we will win. The next one we will never lose. Su Yaya's eyes widened in shock, as if Chu Sheng had suddenly been bathed in holy light. You're serious? She asked. Of course. If I'm going to play, I'm playing for real. Chu Sheng's tone was firm, without a trace of hesitation. Chu Sheng immediately squared his shoulders and lifted his chin, firmly refusing to bow to the forces of evil. In his heart, he silently declared, Declaration of Justice. Positive energy 100. Before he finished, another 100 points suddenly popped up. Chu Sheng almost burst out laughing. The sound was ridiculously like a goose's honk. He couldn't help but ask himself, is it really worth it to do this? Su Ya didn't give up and continued patiently persuading him. Those people are just ordinary scattered cultivators. Giving them rare treasures would be a waste, wouldn't it? Talent? Chu Sheng retorted indifferently. There's an old saying, a single talented individual from a county can govern a country. They're not without talent, they just haven't been given a chance. Now, I'm willing to give them a fair shot. Su Yaya sighed helplessly and nodded in agreement. All right then. Shifting the topic, Chu Sheng smiled bitterly, but I'm broke right now. To hold an online raffle, I need technical support and professionals to help out. If only a kind-hearted lady would invest a few $100 million for me. A few $100 million? You really have a big mouth. Su Yaya rolled her eyes. Although she was a wealthy heiress with status and a black card, she couldn't just pull out hundreds of millions in cash on a whim and would still have to ask her father for the money. Playing the victim, Chu Sheng said dramatically, is this what you call love? As if his feelings had been crushed. Don't play the victim in front of me. Su Yaya glanced at the jus fruit on the bed and mentally scoffed. She had thought she could easily tame Chu Sheng, but it turned out he was even richer. Just selling a few century-old jus fruits could buy her 2.5 years pocket money. If you don't play the victim, do you want to sell misery on the street instead? Chu Sheng shot back boldly, staring at Su Yaya, waiting for her to reach for her wallet. Sell misery? Not a bad idea. Su Yaya suddenly gave a wicked grin. As long as you serve me well, investment won't be a problem. Yaya, are you serious? Chu Sheng backed away nervously, hastily explaining that he was a son of the maternal family and wouldn't give in easily. Su Yaya pressed forward step by step, slowly cornering him near the bed. That was supposed to be my line. Chu Sheng stared at her in shock, realizing he had nowhere left to retreat. Su Yaya pushed him onto the bed, grinning maliciously as she closed in, a kiss on the lips, and I'll invest 100,000. One piece of clothing off, and he'll put in 500,000. Damn, you're so ruthless. Chu Sheng cursed and scrambled his hips backwards in a panic. He had been a martial arts candidate in the imperial capital with SSR-level talent, and had rebuilt his skills through hard work. How could a kiss be worth only 100,000? A ruthless man deserves a ruthless woman. We're a perfect match. Su Yaya was unfazed and continued crawling onto the bed, using her charms to approach him. Don't do this. I'm going to scream. Chu Sheng had already backed up to the headboard, feeling like prey being stalked. Scream all you want. It won't save you. Su Yaya smiled slyly like a seductive, cunning wildcat, closing in on him. Just as she was about to make a move, the door suddenly swung open, breaking the intimate atmosphere. The visitor was Chu Sheng's second uncle, Chen Shi. Because Chu Sheng had shown leniency to Wu Zhongxing and earned a second-class merit, Sure reciprocated by helping pay the money to get Wu Zhongxing released. Sorry to interrupt, carry on. Sure said before turning and leaving, closing the door behind him. So embarrassing. Su Yaya's face instantly flushed bright red, and in a flash, she disappeared from the bed. Although she usually acted like a wild tomboy among her peers, in front of elders, she always put on a well-behaved, obedient act. Hey, aren't you being way too irresponsible? Chu Sheng stared at the empty bed, feeling irritated. Not only had this woman barged into the bathroom and seen everything, she had also jumped on him when he was off guard. Now that they'd been caught, she just ran off without even an apology, let alone compensation for emotional distress. She was gone without a trace. It was too late to demand an explanation. Chu Sheng shook his head, carefully put the fruits and the herb into his space ring, put on his clothes, and pushed open the door. His second uncle was sitting on the living room sofa, while Dao Gu and Hong Go lay happily at his feet, wagging their tails. Already so close. Chu Sheng was a little surprised. Maybe it was because they'd met at the Scarlet Romance Bar a few days ago, or perhaps the dogs had caught a familiar scent on him. She's gone. Second uncle looked at Chu Sheng, his tone full of reproach. What are you up to, kid? Didn't I tell you? A fine horse never goes back to the grass it has already eaten? If you chose to break up back then, what's all this lingering nonsense now? How am I supposed to introduce girls to you in the future if the young ladies find out you're still entangled with your ex? This time it's different. Chu Sheng quickly waved his hand. You gave me a black card and told me to spend as I like. You're living off her, huh? Second uncle stood up abruptly, full of bitter disappointment. Don't you understand what kind of girls I've introduced to you all these years? You think I want you to cling to the powerful? I wanted you to be their first love, so they'd never forget you, and when you need help later, they can pull strings for you. But now, you're caught up with your ex. What will your other exes think? What about girlfriends you meet in the future? I'm not living off her, I'm eating soft rice with gusto. Chu Sheng straightened his back and spoke confidently. The right way for men and women these days is eat soft rice hard. Su Yaya will take care of dressing and undressing me, and my father-in-law will happily open his wallet for me. Morals -1, negativity +1. Morals -1, negativity +1. Why am I losing morals again? Chu Sheng grumbled silently. The system just didn't get it. He was clearly answering the call to lift others up by sharing his success and giving Su Yaya a chance to be supported. Proud to be this poor, huh? Second uncle was stunned and couldn't quite understand young people these days. He had thought Chu Sheng, after awakening as a sewer beast master and being kicked out of the imperial capital with his martial student status revoked, had given up and just wanted to find a rich woman. But he never imagined this kid had no shame at all. All right, uncle, I've got things to do. Chu Sheng didn't want to be dragged into another lecture, so he tossed out a quick goodbye and sped off on his ghost fire motorcycle. Woof woof. Dao Gu and Hongo immediately jumped up and chased after Chu Sheng at full speed. This is what an SSR-level beastmaster looks like. Second uncle muttered softly, watching the trio fade into the distance. He had mapped out Chu Sheng's life path over a decade ago, but the kid stubbornly awakened as a sewer beast master and completely upended all his plans. Originally, he had been planning how to reshape Chu Sheng's future, never expecting an SSR-level beast tamer to be so powerful, capturing 2 grade spirit wolves in just a few days. Looks like it's time to reach out to an old friend. Urjiu took a deep breath and glanced at the 2 black plaques hanging on the wall. After all, nowadays there are no useless supernatural powers, only parents who fail to nurture talent. Even if you awaken as a sewer-level beast tamer, there's still room to maneuver and ways to improve. At that moment, Chu Sheng was riding his ghost fire scooter, heading straight for Haiqing. He wasn't going to catch up with old brother Wu or open another foot massage parlor this time. He intended to go directly to Zhou Kai's house. After all, the law says if you hit someone, you owe compensation. He refused to indulge their bad habits any longer. This is the place. Chu Sheng stopped in front of a high-end residential community, and without hesitation, the ghost fire rode right through the gate. The few security guards at the entrance barely glanced at him. Seeing he brought 2 fierce wolves, they quickly looked away. Earning just a few thousand yuan a month, they dared not pick a fight with someone like Chu Sheng, and honestly, there was no need to. They just pretended not to notice. Soon, Chu Sheng followed his navigation to find Zhou Kai's villa. The 3-story detached house was striking, with a large swimming pool in the yard. Garbage and balloons were scattered on the ground, confirming Zhou Kai's claim a stand-in had held a party here to create an alibi. All of this was plainly ill-gotten wealth. Chu Sheng's eyes gleamed with righteous fire, a smirk playing in his heart. Let's call you Unjust for short. He stopped the ghost fire, then strode toward the villa with Knife Bro and Red Dog at his side. Inside the living room, a group of people lay scattered in disarray. Men sported dyed yellow hair, while women wore skimpy bikinis, all passed out drunk on the floor. What a chaotic party it had been. Chu Sheng scanned the room, finally fixing his gaze on the sofa. Someone lay there who looked remarkably like Zhou Kai, an almost perfect double, not just in build, but even his bald head was identical. Bang! Without a word, Chu Sheng kicked him off the sofa. The fake Zhou Kai yelped in pain, tumbling to the floor. Who's there? The blonde guy woke up with the noise, eyes bleary. He had been expecting a brawl, but instead saw two massive spirit wolves like young bulls bearing sharp teeth, crackling with lightning flames. Chu. Chu Sheng the blonde stammered in fear, recognizing him. They hadn't witnessed Chu Sheng fight that day, but knew he forced Zhou Kai to call over 100 people to settle the score. A sign his strength was no joke, far beyond a mere thug. This is a personal grudge. Anyone not involved should leave immediately. Chu Sheng warned coldly, ignoring the blonde and bikini girls completely. The blonde and the others knew how the law worked, fearing trouble, so they hurriedly grabbed the girls and fled. Misunderstanding the fake Zhou Kai panicked and begged, "Brother, you've got the wrong person. I'm not the Zhou Kai you're looking for. I'm just a stand-in." Stand-in? Chu Sheng's lips curved into a slight smile. "Sorry, but now you really are." "Really?" The fake Zhou Kai's face froze for a moment. Then his eyes widened in panic. The reason the fake could become real must be because the real one had disappeared. In other words, the genuine Zhou Kai had been completely erased. Chu Sheng seemed to understand something. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he walked over and sat on the sofa, then asked, "So, tell me, what's your name? What's your relationship to Zhou Kai? And how did you end up becoming his substitute?" Wei Junjie trembled, but didn't hide anything as he spoke. "My name is Wei Junjie. I'm a body double actor." His voice carried a hint of exhaustion and reluctance. He went on, "I have an level shape-shifting ability. I can transform into anyone I've seen. About 2.5 years ago, I met Zhou Kai. Whenever he needed to do something shady, he would come to me to create an alibi. He pays me 3,000 each time." Before he finished speaking, Wei Junjie quickly shifted back to his original form, revealing a young man in his early 20s. Level shape-shifting ability? Chu Sheng's interest was immediately piqued as he scrutinized Wei Junjie. Unlike attribute abilities, rare abilities, or conceptual abilities, there was a category known as useless abilities. Wei Junjie's shape-shifting fell into this category. It had no combat power and almost no practical support value, considered sewer grade. Though they could take on other appearances, it was easy to see through their disguises. Wei was among the lowest rank of level abilities. Anyone above the lowest tier would easily see through his impersonations. So Wei's ability was only good enough to fool surveillance cameras or ordinary people. Wei Junjie smiled bitterly. "Yeah, shape-shifting ability. When I was first tested, people in my village saw me as their hope. But who could have guessed I'd awakened the worst ability of all? If my talent rank had been any higher, maybe I'd have been recruited as an undercover agent by the government. But since I'm stuck at the lowest level, I can only be an extra actor doing the dirty work for Zhou Kai to make a living." Chu Sheng couldn't help but offer him some sympathy, his tone carrying a trace of resonance. "I understand your situation very well. I feel like I'm looking at my former self." Hearing this, Wei Junjie looked up cautiously. "You also awakened a sewer grade ability?" Chu Sheng sighed. "Yeah, I became a beast tamer." Wei Junjie's eyes lit up, clearly relieved to find someone who shared his fate. But then Chu Sheng changed tone, pride tinged his words. "But I have an SSR talent level. I've mastered 3 beast-taming divine skills and restarted martial arts, breaking through to the 9th tier of the grassbag realm. Plus, a 19-year-old wealthy heiress is sponsoring me. Gave me a black card to spend freely." He pulled out a black card to prove he wasn't lying. Damn that birthright." Wei Junjie twitched uncontrollably at the corner of his eye, silently cursing. "What kind of understanding is that? We're both sewer-grade ability users. Why does your script look so glamorous?" Chu Sheng felt puzzled, but tried to encourage Wei Junjie with these words, not wanting him to give up. Even sewer-level abilities can one day turn around and become phantom gods. You shouldn't give in to despair, nor use your power to help bad people. Wei Junjie looked at Chu Sheng, quickly pleading, "Bro, we have no grudge or feud. Please, have mercy and spare me. Don't worry, I'm not out to get you," Chu Sheng said, his voice just falling as his eyes scanned Wei Junjie. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He had considered the possibility of silencing him, but never expected this guy to be so timid and shaken by even the slightest threat, spilling every secret he knew without hesitation. In short, Wei Junjie was an easy mark, a soft target. "Thank you. Thank you." Wei Junjie's face lit up with joy as he kept expressing his gratitude. He quickly stood up, ready to leave the villa. "What's the rush?" Chu Sheng stepped forward in one stride, grabbing the back of his collar with a harsh tone. "I said I wouldn't kill you, but you need to play by the rules. Helping me handle some trouble is part of the deal." "Trouble? What kind of trouble?" Wei Junjie froze, turning his head with confusion. "You're not asking me to keep pretending to be Zhou Kai, covering up that Zhou Kai came to see you, making others think Zhou Kai's still alive, are you? Talking to a smart guy is so much easier." Chu Sheng immediately smiled and nodded, confirming. "Buddy, don't mess with me." Wei Junjie quickly gave in and hurried to explain. "My level shape-shifting ability can fool Zhou Kai's lackeys and the surveillance cameras outside, but anyone with true access to Zhou Kai is at least a low-level soldier stage cultivator. I'd be exposed in an instant with them around." "Don't worry," Chu Sheng said confidently. If I'm letting you keep pretending to be Zhou Kai, that means I have a way to pull it off. What way? Wei Junjia's curiosity was piqued, hope quietly stirring in his heart. A slight smile played at Chu Sheng's lips as he pulled a vibrant green leaf from his pocket. This, this wasn't the kind of villainous mind control trope from novels. Chu Sheng believed the best way to win people over was sincerity and cold hard cash. Besides, money was just numbers to him now. What truly mattered was positive energy. Of course, if Wei Junjie didn't buy it, Chu Sheng wouldn't mind sending him to reunite with the real Zhou Kai directly. Wei Junjia's eyes widened instantly, his breath coming faster. As an level talent with innate powers, he was deeply familiar with rare treasures. This Shisui grass was priceless to him, something he could never afford in this lifetime. Well? Chu Sheng asked. Think this can help you fool everyone? Boss. No, master. Wei Junjie dropped to his knees, speaking with utmost reverence. From now on, you are my Wei Junjie's master. If you tell me to go east, I won't turn west. If you ask me to leap into a mountain of blades, I won't hesitate. I will obey you in everything and never betray you in this life. Stand up. Chu Sheng suddenly frowned, his expression turning serious. The elders fought tooth and nail back then so you wouldn't have to kneel and beg for scraps or become someone's slave. If you want to follow me, just call me Boss Chu. I promise to pay your salary on time every month and provide full social insurance benefits as well. Boss Wei Junjie stood there stunned, tears welling up in his eyes, thick with emotion. Had never understood why people in ancient times sobbed on their knees when pledging themselves to a lord, talking about wandering half a lifetime without meeting a wise ruler. Meeting Chu Sheng now, he finally got Ito. Their bosses squeezed every penny out of you and made you kneel begging for forgiveness. But Chu Sheng let them stand tall, gave them priceless Shisui grass to enhance their talents, and promised stable, secure work. From that moment on, not only did the idea of freeloading on others die in Wei Junjia's heart, the very thought of jumping ship was gone too. He felt reborn as a man with dignity and belonging. Precise poverty alleviation, positive energy, only 10 points? Chu Sheng immediately couldn't help but complain inwardly, feeling like he got a raw deal. Loyalty reached 99, positive energy 99, it even displayed the loyalty value. His eyes immediately lit up, secretly relieved that this had to be something valuable. But even with loyalty as high as 99, Chu Sheng still felt a bit uneasy, not daring to entrust a heavy responsibility just yet. He decided he needed to work hard to make up the remaining one before feeling confident. Wu Wu Dao Gu and Hongo immediately snuggled up at Chu Sheng's feet, wagging their tails excitedly. Although they didn't know the name of the marrow-cleansing grass, their spirit beast instincts let them sense the enormous benefits it brought, making them hard to contain their excitement. Seeing this, Chu Sheng couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. I really can't help you too. Saying that, he took out 2 leaves from his pocket and gave them to the dogs. Compared to just recruiting Wei Junjie, Chu Sheng trusted these 2 dogs more. They had followed him the longest, and spirit beasts weren't as complicated-minded. Woof. The 2 dogs wagged their tails even more happily, snatching the leaves and beginning to enjoy them as if pledging to follow Chu Sheng for life. Chu Sheng patted their heads with a smile. You guys start taking the marrow grass here. I'm going upstairs to check Zhou Kai's room. Yes, boss. Wei Junjie immediately got into the role and responded respectfully. Chu Sheng nodded in satisfaction and turned to go upstairs. Following the clue the subordinate had revealed earlier, he came to Zhou Kai's room and fixed his gaze on the bed, carefully inspecting it. Finally, he found a fingerprint lock under the pillow. So advanced. Chu Sheng frowned slightly, unable to help but sigh inwardly. Rolling up his sleeves, he prepared to forcibly break it open. The bed felt as if it was welded to the floor, far from what he had imagined he could lift with one hand. He began to exert strength. His arm muscles quickly tensed, and his internal spiritual power started to flow, forming a small microcosmic cycle accompanied by a strong energy burst from inside him. Bang! 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 With each heavy strike, the bed slowly lifted bit by bit. The floor beneath started cracking under the pressure, shattering like a radish being forcibly pulled from the soil. Finally, with a tremendous crash, the welded bed was uprooted entirely. Found it! Excitement gleamed in Chu Sheng's eyes as he looked down at the hidden compartment beneath the bed. Inside was a thick stack of cash and a white jade box. He opened the box, seeing it neatly arranged with thumb-sized white jade stones, each pulsing with pure spiritual energy. Spirit stones. Chu Sheng's eyes brightened even more. Since the revival of spiritual energy, a new profession called refiners had emerged. They could extract spiritual energy from the air and refine it into extremely pure spirit stones with almost no impurities. These spirit stones were not only easy for the body to absorb for cultivation, but also served as currency among cultivators. Each one was worth 10,000 yuan, and there were over 100 smooth jade stones in the box worth well over 1,000,000 yuan. This is all ill-gotten gains. I'm taking it. Without hesitation, Chu Sheng tucked the white jade box into his spatial ring, secretly grateful that his trip upstairs turned out to be a big haul. Then he flipped through the cash around 100,000 yuan or so and pocketed it. He also found several small notebooks and a few USB drives. Opening one, he discovered records of numerous illegal transactions, along with a few videos showing female university students who had borrowed money and never paid it back. Chu Sheng couldn't help but curse under his breath. What rotten luck. Frowning, he carefully stashed the USB drives away and planned to go home and give those scumbags a stern lecture. Just when he thought he had uncovered everything and cleared the place out, he made an unexpected discovery. Behind the secret compartment was yet another smaller hidden compartment. Opening that, he found 3 bottles of basic healing potions and a garment resembling a vest. The vest emitted a faint glow, and Chu Sheng instantly recognized its legendary Heaven Silkworm armor. A gleam of greed flashed in his eyes as he silently cheered himself on. Back when he was a martial candidate in the imperial capital, he had seen countless rare treasures, including this very Heaven Silkworm armor. Made from the silk of the extremely rare spiritual beast known as the Heaven Silkworm, this armor was classified as level 4 equipment. Human equipment levels ranged up to 7 tiers total. His own alloy heavy sword was level 5, so the armor was slightly below that, but incredibly strong enough to withstand a full strike to the Chi Si without being fatal. However, the rarity of the Heaven Silkworm beast meant this armor was never widely distributed, mostly monopolized and controlled by distinguished noble families. In other words, this armor's origin was definitely suspicious if it were legitimate. Why else would Zhou Kai hide it so secretly in a concealed compartment? Chu Sheng sighed, looking at the armor with hesitation. He knew he dared not wear it lightly, not out of fear, but because it would bring trouble. At this rank, noble clans closely guard their distribution. An outsider wearing such armor would be inviting conflict. Still, he pocketed the armor, plotting that if anyone came to give him trouble in the future, he could gift it to them, framing his enemies to cause chaos. Then, when the armor's true owner showed up with thugs to cause a scene, Chu Sheng could pose as the enemy's enemy and help the antagonist, seizing the chance to steal the armor back right in front of its master. This move would not only clear the armor's tainted name, but also frame a rival and earn Chu Sheng a favor from the noble family. Truly a win-win. Proudly praising himself. How can someone be both handsome and clever? Chu Sheng carefully tucked the Heaven Silkworm armor away. Then he picked up one of the basic healing potions and examined the Bitlino special markings, which meant it was safe to use. Though not as precious as top-grade herbs or rare treasures, these potions were equally effective. They were synthesized from several low-level spiritual herbs, producing a liquid with effects equal to a high-grade pill. Crafting them required exceptional alchemical talent and cultivation skill. So while cheaper than rare treasures, they were still an expensive luxury few could afford. Chu Sheng grinned in silent satisfaction and gathered all the potions. After confirming there were no more secret compartments, he gave the place another thorough check. Disappointedly, he found only 100,000 yuan in cash, far less than he had imagined Zhou Kai would have accumulated after years of living in Haiqing. Feeling a bit put out, he reflected that this home invasion had cost him a full 100 points of negative karma, but quickly mocked himself. Who says it's a home invasion? This is clearly robbing the rich to help the poor. With Zhou Kai long vanished, Chu Sheng knew this would surely attract the attention of Li Botian and others. He understood he had to quickly set his next moves, stabilize the situation, and prepare for the storm that was about to come. Bang! A heavy, muffled thud echoed from downstairs, followed by a sudden surge of intense energy rapidly spreading out. He broke through. Chu Sheng quickly packed up the item in his hand and turned to head downstairs. What met his eyes was Wei Junjie's entire body radiating waves of energy. His supernatural ability level had unexpectedly jumped from the lowest tier all the way to R tier, skipping 2 ranks in one bound. R tier. Wei Junjie opened his eyes, so overwhelmed with emotion he nearly teared up. Although reaching R in transformation abilities is still considered low-level in the supernatural cultivation world, this meant his innate talent had improved, giving him hope of advancing to the innate realm. It's important to understand that the innate realm allows martial cultivators to make tremendous leaps, and for awakened beings stuck at the bottom, crossing into innate status can change their fate. Once he entered that realm, he could study Dao techniques, wield elemental attacks, and even have a chance to cultivate mysterious Dao magic. Chu Sheng stepped down the last stair with a satisfied smile. Now that Wei Junjie's innate ability had broken through to R, and his cultivation advanced to the 7th level of the junior adept rank. Although his transformation ability wasn't flawless, it was already enough to fool Chi Si realm cultivators, undeniably realistic enough to pass for genuine. Boss. As soon as Wei Junjie saw Chu Sheng come down, he almost collapsed to his knees in gratitude. But then he remembered Chu Sheng's earlier instructions to stand, so he hesitated, pondering if this moment might be a chance to kneel and ceremonially acknowledge Chu Sheng as his godfather. Oh whoa! Dao Gu and Hong Go howled in unison, suddenly unleashing a fierce burst of aura. Within mere moments, their bodies rapidly expanded, and a fierce energy wave swept through the living room, shaking furniture, toppling items, and shattering windows. Such an awe-inspiring presence. Wei Junjie glanced in amazement at the two giant dogs. Ever since they consumed the Shisui herb, their bloodline level had surged to R tier, and their cultivation reached the 4th level of the feeble rank. With their unique elemental powers, they could now easily challenge junior adept rank martial cultivator sleepfrogging levels, and fighting stronger opponents was only a matter of time. Chu Sheng observed the two dogs, now grown from the size of calves to rivaling adult tigers, feeling a hint of pride between his brows. He quietly calculated that if their bloodlines evolved a few more times, their strength would probably be enough to stir up major chaos on the streets louder, even than riding a ghost fire and causing a ruckus. Wu Dao Gu and Hongo affectionately nuzzled Chu Sheng's legs, acting almost like spoiled pets. They had thought they would be stray dogs wandering forever, even dismissed after death as environmental waste. Now, their fate had turned around. They were adopted by Chu Sheng and empowered by his support to make a remarkable bloodline leap. Rescuing strays. Positive energy 10 rescuing strays. Positive energy 10 Chu Sheng smiled knowingly. He realized he hadn't yet signed a contract with them. Using Beast Heart, he scanned their aptitude and saw a blue glow flickering around them, indicating limited growth potential. Since the number of spirit companions he could contract was limited, he had to prioritize those with greater potential. Just as Chu Sheng was considering his next move, Wei Junjie's phone suddenly rang. It wasn't his own phone, but one given to him by Zhou Kailan before leaving a token to prove he hadn't abandoned the scene. Boss Wei Junjie startled, then quickly handed the phone to Chu Sheng. The phone screen suddenly lit up with an incoming call labeled brother-in-law. And it wasn't a simple ring tonight, was a video call request with the familiar green bubble notification. Chu Sheng's brow lifted slightly as he calmly said, "Stay cool. Even though Li Batian is a grandmaster-level martial artist, he can't tell you're undercover through the screen. Just answer it, and find out what he wants with Zhou Kai." "All right, boss." Wei Junjie didn't hesitate and quickly used his transformation ability to accept the video call. The screen shifted, revealing Li Batian. Just as Chu Sheng predicted, Wei Junjie's disguise wasn't detected through the video. Li Batian frowned, his face full of anger as he shouted, "What the hell are you up to? Why did it take you so long to answer?" He looked like he wanted to strangle his brother-in-law right then and there. Sorry, brother-in-law." Wei Junjie immediately put on a humble expression, apologizing repeatedly with a look that seemed to revive the dormant Zhou Kai. Chu Sheng couldn't help but comment on the side. No wonder he's a seasoned actor, totally nailed that lead role vibe. Li Boshen's anger subsided a bit, but he narrowed his eyes and continued, "I've been under investigation these past few days because of that little bastard Chu Sheng. That guy Wu Zhongxing has been like a mad dog, relentlessly trying to bring me down and take over as captain. Just in case, set up a secure account for me. He'll transfer the money, and you'll convert it all into spirit stones. Got it? Transfer money to him?" Chu Sheng's eyes lit up with joy. What kind of saint was this? He immediately gave Wei Junjie a knowing look, signaling him to definitely agree and not let the god of wealth down. Okay, I got it." Wei Junjie nodded without hesitation. "All right, that's settled. And one more thing, don't mess with Chu Sheng. If anything happens to him in Haiqing, none of us will have a good ending, understand?" Li Batian said seriously, emphasizing the warning. Got it. Wei Junjie nodded frantically, clearly spooked but understanding. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Batian ended the call, waiting for Zhou Kai to send the secure account details so he could transfer the funds. "Boss." Wei Junjie switched back to his true form, full of flattery waiting for praise. Not bad." Chu Sheng approved with a smile, and then ordered, "Once Li Boshen's money arrives, you disguise yourself as Zhou Kai and make a run with the money. Use that opportunity to make Zhou Kai disappear for good. Understand?" I understand. I'm a pro." Wei Junjie nodded eagerly, ready to go. "All right, I'm off now." Chu Sheng didn't leave his own card number with Wei Junjie not because he suddenly lost interest in the money, but to avoid leaving any trace that could expose his identity and to test whether Wei Junjie would betray him and run off with the cash or complete the mission and bring it back. "Boss, take care." Wei Junjie gushed as he personally saw Chu Sheng off. Although surprised no card number was left, he knew Li Batian was about to transfer a huge sum. Besides, Chu Sheng handed over the marrow-cleansing herb without hesitation. Knew following Chu Sheng was his only chance to reach the innate realm, possibly his one and only path in life. Phone scam, negative energy 100. Chu Sheng muttered to himself, firmly denying leaving any card details. But just as he mounted his electric bike to leave Zhou Kai's villa, he suddenly noticed a group of blonde men leading a crowd of around a dozen girls about 18 or 19 years old into the villa. Well, Chu Sheng couldn't help but glance back a few extra times. Isn't this just another batch of girls stepping into society after failing the college entrance exam? "Hey, kid, what are you staring at?" The moment several blonde guys caught Chu Sheng's gaze, they immediately puffed up with arrogance. Especially when they noticed the young girl from their group looking at them with admiration, they seemed to be filled with the authority of a dragon king, radiating an air of total dominance. It was as if the big boss himself was present. They were number two in command, and even if elders stood right before them, they dared to slap them directly without hesitation. Before Chu Sheng could say a word, the two spirit beasts beside him, Dao Gu and Red Dog, suddenly roared fiercely. After evolving, their bodies had grown larger. Earlier they were stuck outside the villa gate, but now they slammed hard against the gate with force, breaking it open with the momentum of a tiger charging down a mountain. In an instant, they positioned themselves in front of Chu Sheng, their bodies swirled with crackling lightning and blazing flames. The oppressive aura they gave off felt like a mountain pressing down, causing the blonde guys to shudder and hesitate to take another step forward. They weren't unfamiliar with spirit beasts, but they had never encountered such powerful ones up close. Dao Guess black fur crackling with electricity and Red Dog's fiery breath made them suddenly realize they had seriously picked a fight with the wrong person today. Their teeth chattered in fear, hearts pounding as if about to burst from their chests. They had assumed Chu Sheng was just a young guy with an uncertain background, someone they could use to boost their status in front of the girl. But they didn't expect him to be so strong, with two spirit beasts guarding him. Big brother, you're amazing. The little girl beside them had hearts in her eyes, gazing up at Chu Sheng with pure admiration. Chu Sheng was momentarily stunned, unable to tell which side they were actually on. But he didn't want to waste time with these guys. She pulled out his phone and called Wu Zhongxing to report that Zhou Kai was up to no good again, trying to rebuild the collapsed chicken coop and fool these naive girls. That bastard, we're heading there right now. Wu Zhongxing cursed, but inside he was overjoyed. Chu Sheng was his lucky star, constantly delivering results. This time, he even dealt a heavy blow to Li Batian, who was starting to get restless and desperate to regain his captain's position. Saving clueless girls, positive energy 10 plus another 10. Chu Sheng grinned to himself as he triggered Ghostfire and headed home. His positive energy had already accumulated to 449 points, with 204 negative energy. After the calculation, his net positive energy was 551 points, enough to strengthen himself once again. Has that guy left yet? The blonde guys crouched down, hugging their heads, finally breathing a sigh of relief when Chu Sheng walked away. Just as they were about to get up and put on a show again, the distant wailing sirens suddenly tore through the air. Moments later, Wu Zhongxing and his team charged in, swiftly apprehending them and storming into Zhou Kai's villa without mercy. Meanwhile, Wei Junjie had already received word and climbed over the wall to leave the villa early. As Zhou Kai's trusted aide, he quickly contacted a professional hacker to launder the money Li Batian had transferred, safely moving it to another account. Ding! A message popped up, 2.5 billion credited. Holy crap, that's a lot. Wei Junjie swore under his breath, marveling at how much Li Captain favored this area in Haiqing. Just as he was about to call Chu Sheng with the good news, the video call from Li Batian suddenly came through. Trouble again? Li Batian on the other end exploded with anger. Didn't I tell you to lay low recently? How did you let Wu Zhongxing catch a handle on you? At this point, tensions are high and undercurrents swirl as Chu Sheng finds himself at the heart of a new storm. Brother-in-law, I'm in deep trouble this time. Wei Junjie, now looking exactly like Zhou Kai and wearing a face full of panic, said, I don't think I can stay in Haiqing any longer. I'm planning to lay low abroad for a while. From now on, I'm counting on you to take care of my sister. You're going abroad? Li Boshan's expression immediately darkened, and he quickly pressed, if you run off abroad, what am I supposed to do about my money? Money? It's already gone. Wei Junjie, feeling bold behind the screen, carelessly blurted out the truth. What do you mean the money's gone? Li Batian completely lost it. He slammed his hand on the table, suddenly standing up and shouting angrily. Tell me exactly where my money went. Don't I need money to live abroad, damn it? Wei Junjie was unapologetic and matter-of-fact. After a few words, he decisively hung up the phone. Hello? Li Batian looked at the dead line, and a furious rage exploded inside him like wildfire. Bang! He wanted nothing more than to smash his phone to pieces. With a vicious throw, he hurled it against the wall, instantly punching a giant hole. But no matter what, that hole couldn't ease the storm of anger raging inside him. The pressure of a martial grandmaster suddenly radiated out, and a terrifying wave of energy instantly filled the room. The furniture trembled violently, breaking and jumping around, shards of glass flying everywhere. Hey, what the hell are you doing? A middle-aged, beautiful woman heard the noise, frowned, and walked in, full of displeasure as she scolded. The ones bringing trouble here are those disciplinary inspectors. If you want to vent, go yell at them, don't just break things up in the house. I really regret marrying you. We barely had any good fortune before all this investigation started. If it weren't for my reliable brother helping you cover your ass, you'd be behind bars by now. You dare bring up your brother? Li Batian, fumes of rage boiling over like an enraged lion, instantly swung his hand and dealt her a loud slap. The sharp crack echoed through the air. The woman was caught completely off guard. Her cheek twisted as she spun like a top dozens of times in midair before landing heavily on the floor, passing out. A few teeth loosened and fell out, blood pouring uncontrollably. Joe, just you wait. Li Batian roared toward the sky, vowing to get his money back. Meanwhile, Chu Sheng was completely unaware of this chaos. Riding his motorcycle quietly back to his small courtyard, he found his second uncle absent, presumably off, finding enlightenment through foot soaking somewhere again. Forget it, he'll just train for now. Chu Sheng sighed helplessly and returned to his room. But unlike before, he didn't immediately switch into combat mode. Instead, he activated evolution mode, curious to see if the small microcosmic cycle inside him could reach an ultimate transformation. Evolution mode activated. The system's voice sounded, and Chu Sheng focused fully. The microcosmic cycle began to shake intensely, causing internal spiritual energy to surge like a tide. It also purified the energy, greatly increasing its purity. If before he could only maintain full combat state for 20 minutes, now he could last 2.5 hours, dramatically boosting his stamina and combat endurance. Consumed 450 points of positive energy, small microcosmic cycle reached ultimate evolution. That energy drains fast. Chu Sheng clicked his tongue and grumbled inwardly. But he wasn't about to stop. Since he had started, he might as well keep pushing in training mode with the goal of breaking through the first rank of the martial soldier realm. That way, his beast taming cultivation and martial cultivation would be on par. The first rank of martial soldier realm isn't particularly strong, but it's absolutely mainstream strength for someone his age. With a sudden boom, a dull explosion echoed inside Chu Sheng's body as his spiritual energy roared fiercely through his meridians. Breaking through the straw sack realm required only opening a minor energy cycle, but stepping into the junior officer realm was far more complicated. It demanded the formation of a grand energy cycle. This grand cycle connected 8 acupoints along each meridian, weaving an intricate network like an overhead bridge crisscrossing inside his body. With only 101 points of spiritual energy left, would it be enough? Filled with anxiety, Chu Sheng didn't hesitate. He pulled out a jus fruit and swallowed it in one gulp. Once he successfully reached the first tier of the junior officer realm, he would catch up to the progress of his beast taming cultivation. At that point, the martial arts system and the supernatural abilities would merge for the first time, granting him early control over his dantian, a super strong body, and a comprehensive boost in power. Yet, ideals were beautiful, but reality was harsh and unforgiving. Whether awakening abilities from within or strengthening the body from without, martial artists had to advance step by step. Impatient to complete the grand cycle in one breath, Chu Sheng's spiritual energy spiraled out of control, raging wildly. Especially in his 12 newly opened meridians, which stored far more power than average. The force of this backlash was terrifying. The violent surge of internal energy overwhelmed him. A mouthful of blood spat out, splattering. Having struggled for years in the imperial capital, Chu Sheng was no pushover. He had reduced Zhou Kai and his gang to ashes by strength alone and handled crime scenes with calm precision. Now, he quickly pulled out a basic healing potion, swallowing it to ease the explosive pain inside and buy himself more time. This can't go on. Chu Sheng gritted his teeth against the agony, forcing himself to stay calm. His gaze sharpened instantly as his mind raced through escape plans. At that moment, he sensed the activation conditions for his simulation mode had been met, and without hesitation, he triggered it. A prompt sounded inside his mind, and Chu Sheng immediately shifted into battle focus. In his consciousness appeared a vivid diagram of the meridians, alongside a flood of martial theory knowledge had heard over time. Fragmented pieces snapped together like a supercomputer running precise calculations, plotting the path for integrating the two systems. Finally, he found the breakthrough. His eyes ignited with a cold light, as if a mystery had just been solved. Suddenly, 9 acupoints inside him blazed with brilliant light. Beams shot out, rapidly connecting into a unified whole, constructing a brand new energy channel. Boom! A muffled blast erupted with a gust of wind bursting from within his body, the airflow swirling wildly in the air. Chu Sheng took a deep breath and steadily crossed the threshold into the first tier of the junior officer realm. Unlike other martial artists who merely refined the grand cycle, he had not only broken through but tightly fused martial arts with supernatural powers. While his peers were still struggling to activate the grand energy cycle, he could continuously store spiritual energy in his dantian, strengthen his physique at will, and his abilities as a beast tamer sword. Overcome with joy, Chu Sheng's heart soared, and he couldn't help but think, truly a martial prodigy. Reflecting on how much had achieved in just a few days, his confidence grew as solid and immovable as a mountain. Then he focused and opened his attributes panel. Name, Chu Sheng. Race, human. Bloodline, none. Physique, none. Profession, beast tamer. Martial cultivation level initial rank 1. Talent, SSR grade skills human face, beast heart, beast blood boiling, feral instinct unleashed. Martial skill, basic heavy sword. Spirit pet, not contracted, contract capacity 0-1. Positive energy, 0 points. Negative energy, 0 points. Training mode, not activated. Insight mode, not activated. Evolution mode, not activated. Simulation mode, not activated. Gone again. Chu Sheng stared at the zeros in both positive and negative energy and sighed deeply. He had thought that gaining over 500 points of positive energy this time would last a while, but it was all used up in less than 2.5 hours. That helpless feeling like getting someone pregnant, but not being able to claim the child pressed heavily on his heart, leaving him distressed. As he pondered ways to earn some positive energy, his phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. The caller ID showed Wei Junjie. After answering, Chu Sheng learned that Wei Junjie had successfully escaped capture and had also managed to launder 250 million yuan for Li Botian. Wei Junjie asked for Chu Sheng's card number, ready to transfer the money at any moment. Black Ops paying off quickly, Chu Sheng thought, immediately sending over the card info. To be safe, he first transferred 2 million yuan to Wei Junjie, so he could enjoy himself in another city, planning to return once it was confirmed that Haicheng wasn't under investigation. Got it, boss. Wei Junjie was almost moved to tears looking at the transfer. Before, Zhou Kai had only paid him 3,000 yuan for a performance. But Chu Sheng not only gave him tonic grass to boost his talent, but also entrusted him with 2 million yuan as a reward plus handling 250 million yuan with full trust. A true soldier dies for his confidant. A woman beautifies for the one she loves. Am loyal to Boss Chu now. Even if Jesus himself came, it wouldn't matter. It's practically time to start a company. Wei Junjie resolved passionately. After hanging up, Chu Sheng murmured, looks like I don't just have 16th-century-old Ju fruits, but some cash for small goals too. I can definitely start a company and generate positive energy directly. Before he could finish, the phone rang again this time. It was his good friend Qin Shou. Qin Shou kept inviting Chu Sheng to dinner at his place and insisted he stay overnight not for any urgent reason, but to serve as best man at the wedding and not forget to bring double the wedding gift. Double the gift money, huh? Chu Sheng winced knowing he'd have to cover it himself. At the mention of dinner at Qin's, Chu Sheng quickly gathered his things, bringing Dao Gu and Hongo along as he headed out. At the Qin residence, Grandma Qin welcomed them warmly, serving a large feast of steaming dishes. Chu Sheng ate 2 big bowls of rice, stuffing himself until full, and ended up staying the night there. At 5 a.m. the next day, Qin Shou pulled him out of bed to start the busy wedding preparations. A whole tightly packed morning of marriage rituals followed, finally ending around noon. Chu Sheng painfully handed over 11,000 yuan in gift money, then sat down amidst a noisy, crowded table full of children. He wasn't unmindful of brotherhood, but that 11,000 yuan was the only clean cash he had on hand. 11,000 yuan. Chu Sheng's heart ached, vowing to earn it all back. Woof, woof. Dao Gu and Hong Go barked excitedly, as if they had been waiting for this day for a long time. On the stage, the host began the wedding ceremony, and amid warm applause, the bride and groom gracefully appeared. They're married now. Chu Sheng watched the couple on stage and sighed softly. Your friends got married and left, why are you sighing? Su Yaya, showing no shyness, handed over the gift money and plopped down beside him. Chu Sheng was used to her sudden appearances. With a gentle look at the newlyweds on stage, he said, when we were kids, the 3 of us played together barefoot. But now, they're playing barefoot without me. What? The kids at the next table were stunned, all of them staring at Chu Sheng in disbelief. Su Yaya immediately broke into a bright smile and chirped, no worries. You guys can play all you want with this lady, hurry, no need to include them at all. Once again, the children were shocked, silently chastising themselves for behaving like kids. It was beneath their dignity. Seeing this, Chu Sheng knew he was outmatched, so he quickly put on the innocent scholar act. While they were still frozen in surprise, he seized the opportunity to grab a whole big elbow joint and stuff it into his own bowl. Then, with every new dish brought out, relying on his long arms and cultivation prowess, he rapidly scooped all the food into his bowl. You're kidding, how can he be like this? The kids at the next table were clearly flustered, faces full of disbelief. I honestly have never seen anyone so shameless. Just as one of them seemed ready to curse, Dao Gu and Hong Gu, 2 dogs, whined a few times as if sensing it. Startled, the kid jumped up and hurried off to find his mom, looking quite uneasy. Scaring the kids, negative energy plus 10, Chu Sheng grumbled silently, but denied it out loud. Who's scaring them? He casually tossed his leftover bones under the table to the 2 dogs. Whimpering, Dao Gu and Hong Gu hesitated upon seeing the bones. Their thoughts ran contrary to Chu Sheng's previous promise. Chu Sheng had once solemnly vowed that when his brother's wedding came around, he'd bring back at least a dozen tables worth of meat dishes for them. But now, all they got were scraps of bones, with Chu Sheng acting picky about what they ate. Clearly, he hadn't considered their feelings. She just snatched the bone and flung it into a corner roughly. The 2 dogs lay under the table, quietly whining as they gnawed on the bones in grievance. Su Yaya, standing nearby, was taken aback. I really don't get this. Don't get me wrong, Dao Gu and Hongo are only our ranked spirit beasts, which isn't much in the imperial capital. But across the whole spirit beast community, they have decent potential. Plus, they're absolutely loyal. If they belonged to someone else, they'd be treated like family elders, never lacking fresh meat every day. But here with Chu Sheng, they get bones to gnaw and the occasional smack. What? Hurry up and eat. Chu Sheng had no time to explain further to Su Yaya. He shoved food into his mouth like he was escaping famine. Most of the dishes were ordinary, but two of the final meat dishes were made from spirit beast meat. After eating, his whole bodhi's vital energy rapidly filled, making his strength noticeably stronger. No wonder it was spirit beast meat. The guests finished eating and couldn't help but praise the meal, looking energized and full of vigor. Compared to the food for ordinary people, martial cultivators and awakens consumed specially grown spirit rice, paired with spirit beast meat, not only meeting daily energy needs, but strengthening their blood and chi. However, the high prices of spirit rice and spirit beast meat made them unaffordable for average families, who couldn't eat them daily. This only widened the wealth gap further. Is it really worth it? Su Yaya watched everyone wolf down their food, puzzled. It's just low-rank spirit beast meat. Why get so worked up? I think those normal dishes taste better. She couldn't help but gripe. Welcome to the standard mindset of a rich heiress. Chu Sheng rolled his eyes immediately. You really think everyone is born with a silver spoon like you, eating whatever they want, seeking only spiritual fulfillment in life? No, this is the most basic necessity. Su Yaya tilted her head, blinking innocently as if the news reported a peaceful and prosperous world. She just couldn't grasp why things were like this. But Chu Sheng seemed neither afraid nor willing to respond to the capital heiress questions. He didn't bother answering and just pulled out a stack of plastic bags to start packing up the food. Aunt Wang, don't grab it away. I'm taking this home to feed my dogs, Chu Sheng said casually as he loaded vegetables into the bags. Uncle Chun, pass me that plate of pork knuckles. Yes, I'm feeding the dogs at home. He spoke while stuffing the meat into the bag. Aunt Li, you're being a bit much eating and then taking food away. I'm feeding my dogs. It's different from you guys. Chu Sheng shook his head, but his hands didn't slow down. Uncle Lin, not wasting food by throwing it away. Taking it home to feed dogs is better. He kept talking as he packed, occasionally shooting glances at the ants who hadn't started yet. A dozen bags of vegetables is too many? Look how big my dogs are. This is barely enough for them. Chu Sheng chuckled as he continued. 30 bags can't fit? No worries, got my space ring. He pulled out a ring from his pocket with a big smile. Space ring full. No problem. I'll head home first. Dao Gu, Hongo, watch over this place for me. Chu Sheng mumbled, his eyes glinting mischievously. The surrounding ants turned red with anger, but didn't dare confront Chu Sheng directly. They quickly realized they were up against someone tough, and with two dogs by his side, they couldn't say much, just helplessly watched as he packed up a whole table full of dishes to take away. Woof woof. Dao Gu and Hongo happily circled their owner, eagerly awaiting their tasty rewards. They had thought Chu Sheng was just joking, but he really packed it all up to take home and even went on a clean sweep, leaving no broth behind for anyone else. Seriously, what kind of luck is this? Qin Shou was dumbfounded, cursing quietly in his mind. He had thought Chu Sheng had a change of heart, even chipped in 11,000 yuan, and almost moved to tears only to find out he treated the wedding banquet like a buffet, the kind where you get to take leftovers home too. Using dog power. Negative karma 100, someone murmured nearby. Who's using dog power? Chu Sheng immediately protested in his head. He just hates to waste food, that's all. Oh my god. Su Yaya held her forehead in frustration, utterly admitting defeat to Chu Sheng. She didn't know how hard ordinary people's lives were, but knew that Chu Sheng, as a top martial arts student from the capital city, had lived comfortably all his life and had never been shortchanged by the city. Yet his actions now left her completely baffled. Still, she had no intention of stopping him. Instead, she joined him, helping pack, especially excited each time she managed to snatch a dish away from the ants. The two of them looked like a perfect team, made in heaven. Qin Shou sighed helplessly, wanting to intervene, but at a loss for how. Close to ink, black and negative karma 10. Another jab was muttered. Close to ink? Yeah, it's definitely Yaya who's corrupted me. Chu Sheng patted his chest and admitted. Soon the feast ended and Chu Sheng and Su Yaya headed home together. How was it? Su Yaya asked excitedly. I was pretty speedy, just now snatched 6 dishes straight from that ant's hands. Not bad. Chu Sheng thought it over seriously and gave her a friendship rating. Can't you just compliment me? Su Yaya immediately pouted. Not only do I have a great figure, my looks are top-notch. We's lining up for me could reach outer space. All right. Chu Sheng sighed and flattered her. I was wondering why the toilet clog at home this morning, turns out it was blocked by Yaya's beauty. Damn you. Su Yaya shot back in anger, raising her foot to kick Chu Sheng. But Chu Sheng's martial arts skill had caught up with the time. She quickly crouched to dodge, muttering seriously, pink strawberry teddy bear. You pervert. Su Yaya was so angry she was about to lose it, her face flushing red as she quickly pulled her legs back. Pervert, negative energy +1 pervert, negative energy +1. Who's the pervert? Chu Sheng rolled his eyes and sneered. I haven't even gotten tired of you yet, and you're already crying wolf, calling me a pervert? You're asking for a beating. Su Yaya's face immediately burned red, caught between shame and anger. Just as she was about to strike back with a double-handed sword move, her phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, She hurriedly dropped everything and answered the call. What now? Chu Sheng muttered under his breath, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Although he had no idea why Su Yaya had come to Haicheng, given her proud, heiress temperament, the fact that a single phone call could instantly calm her down meant something serious had happened there. You better figure out how to flatter me properly when you're at home, or it's going to be bad news for you when I get back. Su Yaya ended the call and glared fiercely at Chu Sheng. Then, using her spatial ability, she vanished from the spot in a flash. Flatter? Flatter what? Chu Sheng stared at the place where Su Yaya disappeared, sighing helplessly. I can't really compliment your figure as the ceiling, right? Even the best ceiling needs a drop ceiling before he could finish his sentence. A muffled bang suddenly sounded as Su Yaya turned back and landed a fierce punch, sending him flying. Damn, that sneak attack. Chu Sheng cursed inwardly, but had to admit he got blindsided this time. Su Yaya narrowed her eyes, glaring at him angrily. Just wait. We'll definitely deal with you when I get back. With that, she used her spatial power again and vanished once more. Pervert, negative energy +1 pervert, negative energy +1. Am clearly the one being bullied here. Chu Sheng grumbled in his heart, frustrated by the blurred lines of their quarrel. But thinking of Su Yaya's formidable spatial ability, he quickly shrunk back and secretly hoped there was some way in this other world to break spatial powers otherwise. Had always be at her mercy. Still lying on the ground, Chu Sheng suddenly caught sight of a shadow flickering nearby. It was Wu Zhongxing, the deputy captain of Haicheng, holding two small female dogs used for breeding. Seeing Chu Sheng, Wu Zhongxing smiled and said, "Want to breed 10 more times?" He raised his hand, and the dogs inside his arms whimpered, while Dao Gu and Hong Go seemed to protest, clearly tired of the work. But Wu Zhongxing soon frowned, staring intently at the two puppies. Compared to a few days earlier when they only had level bloodlines, these two had now advanced to our level. Although it seemed like a small step up in rank, their value had skyrocketed by thousands of times. The originally prepared 10,000 yuan might not even cover one breeding session now. Seeing Wu Zhongxing's awkwardness, Chu Sheng patted his shoulder with a smile. Brother, this time it's my fault. I tried to be clever and ended up upgrading the dog's bloodlines. But I strictly insist that our agreed price of 1,000 yuan per session stays as is. Consider it your price increase. Hearing this, Wu Zhongxing broke into a big grin. Brother Chu, you really played a big joke on me. This scene not only revealed the brotherly bond between the two, but also brought a touch of humor and everyday life to lighten the tension of the story. They're all brothers from the same family. Chu Sheng quickly seized the opportunity to build rapport, leaning into the shared bond. That's right, after all, they're family. Wu Zhongxing smiled brightly, then shifted his tone, growing serious. By the way, brother, besides the usual business, I've got important news for you. Zhou Kai has fled to avoid punishment. Zhou Kai fled. Chu Sheng's face remained calm and unreadable. Others might be clueless about Zhou Kai's whereabouts, but Chu knew better. As long as Wei Junjia's identity stayed hidden, he had little to worry about. Don't take this lightly, Chu, Wu Zhongxing urged as he noticed Chu's indifferent expression. Zhou Kai's a desperate man. We suspect he's tied to most of the recent disappearances in Haicheng over the years. There's just not enough evidence to catch him. Since you've crossed him recently, someone with his character won't let it go quietly. So dangerous? Chu Sheng instantly put on a theatrical look of fear. What should I do now? Can your Spirit Control Bureau send a tough female detective to guard me around the clock? You're right. Wu Zhongxing glanced at Dao and Hong Go, secretly amused. He had originally thought Chu Sheng was just some low-level beast tamer, but here he was, having upgraded 2-rank native Chinese dogs to R in just a few days. Definitely not just a sewer mud anymore, he thought, starting to question his own standing. But since Chu had helped him and got a favor in return, it wouldn't hurt to show some gratitude. All right, I'll report this back and arrange a top female detective to protect you. 247. Wu Zhongxing agreed, without hesitation. That's really kind of you, Brother Wu. Chu Sheng beamed, thanking him profusely. Though the Spirit Control Bureau had strict rules, he knew that nothing trumped human connections. Just as Chu Sheng was about to leave with Wu Zhongxing to strengthen their bond further, his phone suddenly rang. The change in Wu's expression was immediate and dark. Wu hurriedly set down the two little female dogs he was holding, asked Chu to watch over them, then vanished like a shadow in an instant. Was he really in that much of a rush? Chu Sheng frowned, sensing something serious was brewing. First, Su Yaya's phone call prompted a rushed departure, and now Wu Zhongxing's emergency call. If nothing was happening in Haicheng, not even ghosts would believe it. Still, Chu Sheng chose not to get involved. Not because he wanted to sneak around undetected, but because he didn't want to cause trouble for others. Better to stay home and keep it simple. Cradling the two little female dogs, Chu Sheng returned home to prepare for a formal exploration into the other world. At this moment, he possessed 124 points of negative energy, which would synthesize into 62 points of positive energy. As a rank 1 soldier realm cultivator, each portal opening required 10 points of positive energy, enough for 3 round trips. Taking a deep breath, Chu Sheng silently recited, "Open the door." The door opened successfully, costing 10 points of positive energy. As the prompt sounded, the heavy gate suddenly burst forth with a dazzling golden light. Immediately following was a strong, familiar pull that seemed to lift Chu Sheng off the ground, spinning and tumbling him through the air between heaven and earth. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in that familiar primeval forest. In the distance, faint roars of wild beasts echoed through the air. "I'm here." Chu Sheng instantly heightened his alertness, his gaze sharp like an eagle as it swiftly scanned the surroundings. He tightly gripped his level 5 alloy heavy sword, carried a hefty 5-shot hunting gun on his back, wore a snug level 4 heavenly silkworm armor, and had 2 bottles of basic healing potions on his belt prepared for any sudden emergencies. What surprised him, though, was that there was no sign of the spirit leopard anywhere. Instead, many trees around lay fallen, clearly evidence of a fierce battle. Scattered on the ground were a set of fresh white bones, with some flesh and clotted blood still clinging between the ribs. "I remember it was Zhou Kai who wounded it," Chu Sheng muttered thoughtfully, piecing together the scene from his memory. He guessed that Zhou Kai injured the spirit leopard, whose blood scent then attracted nearby spirit beasts. Coupled with the stolen washing marrow grass it guarded, the spirit leopard was forced into a brutal fight against the pack, barely winning, but ultimately driven from the area. "That Zhou Kai really causes nothing but trouble," Chu Sheng sighed, looking at the pile of white bones that he knew belonged to Zhou Kai, feeling a mix of helplessness and sorrow. Back in Haicheng, Zhou Kai had built chicken coops recklessly and been widely disliked. Even after coming to this other world, he never settled down, finally driving the leopard brother away. But Chu Sheng was different in Zhou Kai's death. He had even visited his home and helped clear weeds from the leopard brother's territory, trying to show some loyalty to his homeland. "Forget it. The dead clear their debts. I forgive you." Chu Sheng calmed his complicated emotions and carefully buried Zhou Kai's remains in the decayed soil. Using his practiced sixth sense, he then locked onto a direction and cautiously moved through the forest. Each step on the soft, damp leaves made a faint, wet rustling sound, adding some life to the quiet woods. Whether due to the recent battle or the unique environment, even after 25 minutes of walking, no spirit beasts appeared, only occasional sprigs of spirit herbs and fruits 20 or 30 years old growing by the roadside. Chu Sheng's heart dimmed slightly, but grew even more wary. Though these herbs were not top tier in age, in this world where spiritual energy was only beginning to recover, they were still rare treasures ordinary people could not easily access. What caught his attention most was that the spirit beasts seemed uninterested in guarding this area, and these precious natural gifts lay scattered unnoticed like common weeds. Should I dig some up to take back? Chu Sheng eyed the scattered herbs, feeling torn. He knew gathering them consumed positive energy when leaving here. If he took too many without caution, he might not have enough energy later to carry better treasures. Just as he hesitated, a tempting fragrance suddenly wafted through the air, teasing his senses. Treasure. Chu Sheng's spirit lifted, and he quickened his pace toward the source of the scent. Not far ahead, hidden among decayed leaves, a unique spirit herb revealed itself, a plant with only 3 leaves edged in serrated teeth, blazing red in color. Within its veins flowed a strange dark red sap. The entire herb stood about the length of a palm. Its semi-transparent stem, like a blood vessel, pulsed with the movement of red liquid inside like a living, beating heart. Scattered around this spirit herb were numerous white bones of spirit beasts. The red blood ginseng. Chu Sheng's eyes immediately lit up, and his breath quickened involuntarily. Based on the knowledge he had gained in the imperial capital, this herb was called red blood ginseng. It not only significantly replenishes vital energy and blood, but also extends lifespan by several decades. It was the top choice for martial cultivators whose qi and blood were declining. In simple terms, to break through to a new realm, martial cultivators must maintain abundant qi and blood. If they fail to do so over time, as they age, their qi and blood gradually weaken until they reach zero, leading to death. This red blood ginseng was perfect for replenishing qi and blood and delaying aging, helping cultivators overcome bottlenecks and reach higher levels. According to the rule that if a pot exists, it is cultivated. Without a pot, it is wild. Chu Sheng judged from experience that this was a wild red blood ginseng. He thought to himself that as long as he could dig it out from the ground, ownership would belong to him. Just as he was about to start, a sudden chill swept over from behind, along with a dangerous aura that immediately put him on high alert. Without hesitation, Chu Sheng spun around and swung his heavy sword fiercely. A loud crash exploded. A thick black shadow whipped toward him like a whip, colliding violently with the heavy sword. The ear-splitting impact stirred fierce winds that buffeted the surrounding trees. The force was so powerful that Chu Sheng's expression changed drastically as he was violently flung backward. Seizing the moment as he was struck, Chu Sheng caught sight of his attacker, a black python thicker than a man's arm, coiled on a large tree, occasionally flicking its tongue. A pungent stench permeated the air. The force that had knocked him away came from the massive snake's tail. Chu Sheng's expression turned serious as he quickly activated human-faced beast's heart, a technique that caused his eyes to shine with an X-ray-like glow, scanning the giant python's entire body. He detected a purple spiritual aura emanating from within the snake, clearly more powerful than the blue auras of Dao Gu and Red Dog he had seen earlier. Though he couldn't identify the precise level, its potential was considerable. The python continued flicking its tongue disdainfully, clearly underestimating Chu Sheng. Although Chu Sheng had opened 12 meridians and reached the peak of the small microcosm stage, he knew he was no match for a spirit beast at the Qi level. Seeing the beast's fierce appearance and the overwhelming stench, he immediately dismissed any thought of contracting it, as a spirit pet looks mattered forever. No matter how strong the potential, an ugly companion was useless. Just as Chu Sheng was about to close human-faced beast's heart, a faint golden light flashed through the distant forest. Though small, the golden light moved swiftly like a racing rabbit, emitting a dazzling brilliance that nearly blinded his titanium alloy dog eyes. His instincts told him that the spirit beast behind this golden light was incredibly powerful, likely surpassing the giant python before him. But the python gave him no chance to catch his breath. Its long, thick black tail lashed out suddenly again. Chu Sheng's face darkened as he hastily raised his heavy sword to block. Another muffled crash sounded, and he was once more violently thrown backward, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood, his chest churning with turbulent qi and blood. Chu Sheng forced himself to suppress the internal fluctuations. He didn't stop instead. He adjusted his condition and rapidly chased after the direction where the golden light had disappeared. Hissing softly, the black giant python hesitated, a clear flicker of doubt in its eyes. With its years of hunting experience, that strike should have easily killed Chu Sheng. Yet the prey before it was completely unharmed and even cheerfully running away. Since it had identified Chu Sheng as its target, it refused to let him go so easily. Its massive body twisted quickly like a destructive bulldozer, toppling every large tree in its path as it launched into a furious pursuit. Damn, this thing is fast as hell. Chu Sheng cursed under his breath, glancing back in shock. He had assumed the giant python's bulk would slow it down, but it was incredibly swift, instantly reminding him of the brutal danger in this other world. His mind raced with the urge to quickly earn 30 million and get out. Hissing again, the black python flicked its forked tongue, steadily closing the distance. Chu Sheng wasn't about to give up. He immediately pulled out a plastic bag filled with leftover food from his space ring, hoping to imitate the novel protagonist's trick of winning over strange beasts with delicacies. With a sharp thud, he tossed the bag at the python's head. But instead of tempting it, the beast seemed enraged and sped up its chase. Damn you, author, this is a ripoff. Chu Sheng grumbled, wishing he could smack the story's writer. Head counted on his experience as an avid reader to control this new world easily, but these powerful beings weren't foolish at all. Since he couldn't outrun it, he had no choice but to fight. Chu Sheng's eyes sharpened, and without hesitation, he leapt forward. Though the black python possessed Qi realm cultivation, he feared no loss if he failed. He could always retreat home. With no reservations, he charged headlong. With a whip of its tail, the giant python struck, aiming to knock Chu Sheng down. After being hit twice, Chu Sheng stopped relying on brute force. Instead, he dodged nimbly, jumping agilely along the snake's body while gripping his heavy sword tightly, sprinting toward its head. The python writhed, trying to shake him off. Though powerful, it couldn't match Chu Sheng's agility. Using its body as leverage, he hopped closer and closer to its head. Suddenly, a fierce storm whipped around the python, blades of wind slicing through the air like razor-sharp knives. It was wind elemental energy. Chu Sheng's face paled as he swung his sword quickly to block. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as his sword clashed fiercely with the wind blades. Though tough, the blade couldn't fully shield him. Cuts opened across his body, blood splattering and staining the weapon's edge crimson. Damn it, picking on an honest guy, huh? Burning with rage, Chu Sheng abandoned defense and went on the offensive. Ignoring his wounds, he focused all his strength into his heavy sword and leapt upward. Raising the blade like he was splitting a mountain, he struck down hard toward the python's head. Hissing wildly, the black python's fury peaked, intensifying the wind blades around it. But Chu Sheng stood firm. Despite the blades tearing through his skin, he held his sword high and cut through the formidable foe ahead. With a loud bang, blood splattered everywhere. Chu Sheng charged in front of the black giant python and fiercely smashed his heavy longsword into its left eye. The python let out a painful roar, its massive body twisting violently. Its anger ignited instantly, and a terrifying energy wave burst from its skin. The one remaining eye burned with overwhelming hatred and rage. Chu Sheng knew he was outmatched, so he decisively withdrew his sword and quickly retreated. He had just blinded the python's eye, but his own injuries were severe. If he hadn't taken the last bottle of basic healing potion immediately, even moving his fingers would have been agonizing. Instead of fighting Hedon, it was better to seize the moment and pull back fast. Clutching the healing potion tightly, his eyes fixed resolutely toward the depths of the forest, he sprinted at full speed while staying mentally prepared to retreat at any moment. He wasn't in a hurry to go home just yet, mostly because he hated to waste the positive energy spent on the entrance ticket. It cost him 10 points to enter and another 10 to leave. Returning empty-handed would feel like a huge loss. Suddenly, the black giant python with one blinded eye seemed to finish charging up. It unleashed a deafening roar, exhaling a ripping storm that tore through the sky. The gale swept away several trees, ignoring all obstacles, bearing destructive power as it rushed straight at Chu Sheng. Damn it! Chu Sheng glanced back and cursed under his breath. But he had no intention of turning around. Gritting his teeth, he downed the last healing potion, summoned his spiritual power, and infused defensive energy into his longsword, holding it firm in front of him. With a thunderous crash, sword met storm, sending out strong reverberations. Like Grey Wolf transformed into a blazing shooting star, Chu Sheng was thrown airborne by a mighty impact. Just as he was catching his breath to speak, he spat out another mouthful of blood. The violent collision sent him flying in a curved arc like a cannonball, crashing hard onto the ground and rolling several times before coming to a stop. Just you wait, he gasped, blood spurting again before he could finish. Fortunately, the healing potion had taken earlier started kicking in. Many wounds rapidly closed. Even broken bones began knitting together. Chu Sheng couldn't help but laugh bitterly. You evil serpent, you're way too much. Negative energy 100. I got hit by you. And this is the reward you give me? He was momentarily speechless, as if turned into a crackling telegraph machine. But from this lesson, he learned the main reasons for his failure. First, his cultivation level was too low. Second, he lacked mastery of martial arts techniques, only knowing basic longsword moves. Once he returned, he decided to properly learn a martial art to avoid getting beaten so badly again. Just as Chu Sheng checked himself over, he suddenly stopped, noticing something strange in the nearby grass. A patch of grass was flattened, revealing 2 small handprints. Below the prints were 4 indentations in the grass, 2 smaller ones in front and 2 larger ones behind. The pattern. Curious, he approached and placed his hand on the smaller prints, realizing that his knees aligned perfectly with the 2 small grass pits in front. Forming a pie shape with his body, he suddenly understood the purpose behind the 2 larger pits behind. Chu Sheng gestured toward the ground, trying to decode this hidden posture. A new wave of hope and puzzlement swelled in his heart. Are these marks left by someone pushing a cart? Chu Sheng stared intently at the 2 handprints, his brow furrowing. He had originally thought this forest was a wild, primitive wasteland ruled by fierce beasts, but unexpectedly, he found 2 clear human palm prints. This planted a seed of doubt in his mind. He wondered whether the forest was truly untouched by humans, or if some humanoid beings lived here. For a moment, Chu Sheng's gaze swept over the surrounding thickets as he fell into deep thought. Although it was still unclear who the handprints belonged to, based on his knowledge of intelligent creatures' behavior, he reasoned that criminals often return to crime scenes to inspect their own handiwork. This spot appeared crude and improvised, suggesting a sudden incident with no elaborate planning, so the suspect was likely to revisit the place. Chu Sheng's mind shifted. After a brief hesitation, he decided to abandon further exploration. He took out a spare phone and found a relatively hidden corner. Opening the camera, he aimed it at the scene, trying to catch a glimpse of the suspect while hoping to capture that mysterious flash of golden light. Glancing toward the direction of the light, Chu Sheng sighed helplessly and decided to go home first to organize his thoughts. Before opening the door, he picked 9 30-year-old Qingling fruits. These spiritual fruits helped martial cultivators nurture their meridians. Chu Sheng thought that since he was here anyway, he shouldn't leave empty-handed. In an instant, with a whirl of light and shadow, he smoothly returned to his own room. Return successful, consumed 10 points of positive energy. Chu Sheng waited expectantly for the system notification, but after a long moment, no deduction message appeared. The 9 Qingling fruits in his hand counted as spoils, so he double-checked. These fruits didn't actually consume positive energy? Gradually, he realized these fruits were like a complimentary free refill included with the ticket. Suddenly, a wave of sorrow welled up in his ear that had thought he needed to manage his energy carefully, only to lose out for nothing. Punching his chest and letting out a bitter laugh, he mused. This expedition had cost 20 points of positive energy, 3 bottles of basic healing potion, and nearly got him torn apart by a giant python, yet he only brought back a few seemingly priceless spiritual fruits. Just as Chu Sheng was feeling utterly dejected and on the verge of tears, a clear female voice rang out outside the courtyard. Is Chu Sheng home? He hurriedly packed his gear, confusion written all over his face, and rushed out to check. Standing at the gate was a female constable in her 20s, dressed in a neat uniform. Though not as breathtaking as Su Yaya, she was strikingly radiant and carried an inexplicable warmth in her eyes. She smiled and introduced herself. Hello, I'm Zhang Xian. By order of Deputy Captain Wu Zhongxing, I'm here to provide close protection for your safety and prevent any malicious attacks or retaliation from Zhou Kai. Chu Sheng smiled and said, "So it's Constable Zhang. Please come in." Remembering his second uncle's advice, he greeted her politely and warmly. After all, women nowadays seem to prefer either powerful overlords or wealthy merchants as husbands. A little proactive networking could be very helpful for the future. If you ever need anything, you can ask her husband or her directly. You're too kind. Zhang Xian replied politely, but remained standing at the doorway, scanning the surroundings with a vigilant gaze. She glanced nervously between Brother Dao and Red Dog, casting wary, evasive looks at them. Since she had stepped into Chu Sheng's courtyard, the two spirit beasts had immediately stood up, their eyes locked on her intently, as if daring her to make a move so they could pounce wildly. Seeing this, Chu Sheng snapped coldly, "Step aside." Before finishing his words, he swung his palm hard toward Brother Dao. A low rumbling sound followed. Brother Dao and Red Dog tucked their heads timidly and shrank back, seeking comfort in the embrace of the little female dog. What impressive beast-taming skills. Zhang Xian watched the scene with surprise. She had never seen such mastery. She had met many awakened beast tamers before, but very few could tame our great spirit beasts, let alone raise them as loyal watchdogs guarding the estate. Chu Sheng waved his hand modestly. "Just a small trick, nothing special." Then he invited Zhang Xian into his living room and pulled out the qingling fruit he had just brought back. After carefully washing it, he placed it in a fruit bowl and set it before her. Qingling fruit. Zhang Xian immediately stood and quickly declined, her eyes wary. Though 30-year-old qingling fruit wasn't extremely rare, in an age where century-old spirit fruits were scarce and 70 or 80-year-old spirit herbs even rarer, it was still a precious delicacy. Even in a major city like the imperial capital, qingling fruit was expensive and highly sought after, never casually given away. A distinguished guest cannot be neglected, Chu Sheng said politely while secretly thinking. This used to be a treasure, but nowadays it's as common as fruit at an open-air market. You can pick as many as you want outside. I appreciate the sentiment, but we at the Spirit Regulation Bureau have rules. Though Zhang Xian verbally declined, she secretly admired Chu Sheng's tact. The fact that Deputy Captain Wu cared so much for him already showed the weight of certain favors. This alone made her willing to put effort into helping him with difficult matters. She kept saying it wasn't necessary, but couldn't stop sneaking glances at the qingling fruit. After all, it could nurture the meridians and strengthen foundational attributes, something every martial cultivator desired. Unfortunately, production was limited and priority was always given to big cities like the capital. Seeing her hesitation, Chu Sheng knew when to back off and stopped pressing the matter. Then he took out his phone and looked up today's market price for qingling fruit. A 30-year-old piece priced at 100,000 taelsand, handed it to Zhang Xian, who was standing beside him. "What's this?" She blinked, confused by his gesture. "A 30-year-old qingling fruit costs 100,000. Chu Sheng smiled. "For Captain Wu's sake, he'll offer it at 20% off. 80,000. How does that sound?" "Really?" Zhang Xian's eyes lit up with excitement. She had never managed to buy one before, and now not only could she get one, but with a discount too. Missing this chance would have been a huge regret. "A gentleman's word is his bond," Chu Sheng said solemnly, making a serious promise. "That's wonderful." Zhang Xian couldn't hide her excitement, but then added, "But on second thought, he'll pay the full 100,000 per fruit." "All right, 100,000 it is." Chu Sheng didn't argue, but silently sighed. He had hoped to earn big favors from officials like Wu Zhongxing and Zhang Xian, but they seemed as slippery as a non-stick pan no matter how hard he tried. All he got were some trivial small favors. Just as Zhang Xian was about to pay, the ground suddenly trembled beneath her feet, sending a rolling rumble through the air. "What's going on?" Chu Sheng's heart suddenly tightened as he rushed out of the living room. His glasses seemed to shrink on his face, stunned speechless by the scene before him. Outside, the sky looked soaked in blood, radiating a dark red glow. In the fields, 5 or 6 savage monsters lurked vaguely, moving fiercely like bloodthirsty demons charging straight at the villagers. "It's the Red Moon beasts." Zhang Xian was equally shocked by the terrifying sight, a flicker of fear flashing in her eyes as she recognized those creatures. They were massive, resembling giant tigers with blood-red eyeballs and slit pupils like venomous snakes. Their fur, dark red and rust-streaked, stood stiff like steel needles on end. Their grotesque, twisted faces were terrifying, with disheveled, gaunt fangs resembling guillotine blades exactly like the Red Moon beasts described in the documentaries. "The Red Moon has appeared again?" Chu Sheng exclaimed, looking up for the legendary Red Moon. But there was no red moon in the sky, only the heavens stained as if soaked in blood, splitting open with a huge rift through which the Red Moon beasts were tumbling down. "Forget the Red Moon for now. We have to save people," Zhang Xian urged anxiously, sprinting toward the villagers. She quickly drew a soft sword from her waist, a blade thin, like cicada wings, yet incredibly flexible. She infused it with spiritual power, and the sword instantly stiffened to full strength as she charged without hesitation at the nearest Red Moon beast. "No, wait. You're supposed to protect me," Chu Sheng shouted, trying to stop her. His heart pounded so violently he felt it might jump out of his chest. He needed protection too. The villagers screamed and scattered in panic. Help! Save us! Amid the chaos, Chu Sheng acted on instinct, drawing his heavy sword and charging the closest red moon beast. His determination to protect those he cared about made him fearless. Unlike those who thrived on chaos, he embodied justice and hope, the protagonist of this new era, guided by the red flag's teachings, burdened with mission and responsibility. Bang! Chu Sheng's heavy sword clashed against the beast's twisted claws with a tremendous shockwave racing up the hilt. It felt as if he had struck a block of granite, the blade flying out of his hands, and he stumbled several steps before barely regaining his footing. Roar! The red moon beast bellowed and lunged fiercely at Chu Sheng. Nearby, two loyal dogs Dao Ge and Hong Ge rushed in, howling fiercely as they tried desperately to block the beast. But their enemy was far stronger. A single lash of its tail sent both dogs flying. Damn, that's strong! Chu Sheng muttered in disbelief, his alertness spiking. This monster had to be at least at the Chi-Hai Riam no ordinary foe. The red moon beast roared again and charged. Terrified, Chu Sheng spun around and ran, shouting, "Wait, I'm the hero here. Spare me, don't treat me like the villain." But the beast didn't understand, its powerful limbs carrying it straight to him with a roar. It's over, it's over." Chu Sheng looked back in dread, his heart sinking. There was no way out. Just as he prepared to dash into his house to escape the otherworldly disaster, Dao Ge lunged forward, biting into the beast's neck with wild ferocity in his eyes. Dao Ge growled unwillingly, holding on tightly, fiercely restraining his opponent. Roar! The red moon beast howled in rage, struggling to shake off Dao Ge's relentless grip. The red moon beast let out a thunderous roar of pain, fiercely clawing at Daoge's body with its sharp talons. Daoge's cultivation was only at the mediocre 4th stage, unable to withstand the beast's relentless assault. Blood quickly soaked his entire body, yet he bit down hard on the enemy, refusing to budge an inch. Daoge really was determined to fight to the last. Seeing this, Chu Sheng's eyes instantly blazed with fierce determination. He immediately triggered his beast blood to boil. Two hand seals flickered, and a sudden surge of energy flowed into Daoge and Hong Ge. Their cultivations, once only at the mediocre 4th stage, abruptly skyrocketed, leaping to the first rank of the Pawn realm. Hong Ge let out a desperate, piercing howl and lunged forward to bite the ferocious beast. Chu Sheng quickly crouched and grabbed the heavy sword lying on the ground. He focused his spiritual power into the blade, and then swung it with all his might toward the red moon beast's head. Die! Chu Sheng's eyes turned blood red, his roar deafening as the heavy sword sliced through a sharp arc. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, blood splattering everywhere. The red moon beast's head was split open, brain matter spilling out. Its body immediately went limp and collapsed, the murderous gleam in its eyes fading away. Chu Sheng panted heavily, his heart pounding wildly, hard to calm down. He had read about the red moon beast in ancient texts and had confidently thought it was just an ordinary monster, one that would have amazed people in ancient times. But experiencing it firsthand, he finally understood just how terrifying the creatures his predecessors had faced truly were. Saving the weak, positive energy 10. Chu Sheng couldn't help but secretly rejoice, feeling proud and thinking he could take on 10 red moon beasts now. But his pride was short-lived. Other beasts charged at him with fierce glares that seemed ready to tear him apart, their claws raised, aiming straight for his body. Woof! Daoge and Hong Ge ignored their injuries and barked anxiously, rushing to Chu Sheng's side to block the enemies desperately. At this moment, Chu Sheng completely lost his composure, though he had just boasted about fighting 10 beasts. Facing them now, who could really be sure? The heavy sword clashed sharply against multiple slashing claws, sparks flying. The sword was abruptly knocked away, and Chu Sheng was sent flying like a cannonball. He spat out a mouthful of blood, intense pain radiating through his broken bones. Chu Sheng. Zhang Xian saw her ally in danger and hurried forward, wielding her flexible sword. The sword flicked like a snakelight, but razor-sharp, quickly slicing through the red moon beast's heavy armor. Roar! The beast growled angrily, as if calling for reinforcements. Not good. Zhang Xian's expression changed instantly, as she realized the beast was summoning its kin. She kicked the heavy sword off the ground with her jade foot, and prepared to join forces with Chu Sheng to form a temporary hunting squad. This sword is really thick. She weighed the blade in her hand, throwing it lazily back to Chu Sheng. More thickness means more safety, Chu Sheng explained as he caught the heavy sword, glancing at Zhang Xian. Your sword is so thin, it feels weaker than mine. What do you know? Zhang Xian rolled her eyes. That's called ultra-thin precision, intimate and light. It's like carrying nothing at all. Tension and deadly intent hung thick in the air. The two exchanged a determined glance, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to face the next wave of ferocious beasts. Huh. The villagers around wore puzzled expressions, sensing something unusual about these two. But nobody had time to ponder such philosophical questions. With their last hope arriving in the form of Chu Sheng and Zhang Xian, everyone had no choice but to sprint wildly toward their home. Roar! The red moon beast let out a furious roar, swiftly encircling them from all directions. I'm counting on you right behind me. Zhang Xian suddenly shed her previous gentleness, her eyes sharpening as she swung the flexible sword in her hand. Her movements became ghost-like and swift, the sword flashing cold light, sometimes striking like a serpent darting from its den, sometimes like a dragon soaring through the sky. She slashed repeatedly, tearing deep cracks into the red moon beast's tough scales. Leave it to me? Chu Sheng smiled bitterly, thinking the other might be overestimating him. He had barely managed to kill one beast moments ago using all his strength. There was no way he had any energy left to protect anyone now. Roar! The red moon beast paid no mind, and immediately launched a pincer attack on the pair. Dao Gu and Hong Go's eyes gleamed fiercely, their gazes resolute and fearless as they charged headlong into battle. A fierce fight ensued, with lightning and flame weaving wildly over the fields. But these foes were only fourth-tier grass-bag cultivators. Even with some Zhuberry energy still untapped inside them, they weren't a match for the red moon beast. Damn it, I'm going all out. Chu Sheng gritted his teeth and stomped, swinging the heavy sword. His forearms bulged with veins as he expertly performed the three fundamental sword techniques of smashing, sweeping, and crushing. Use your martial skills quickly, don't dawdle. Zhang Xian's eyes flicked anxiously, urging him on. I just broke through, haven't learned martial skills yet. Chu Sheng shouted anxiously, his sword strikes continuing relentlessly. No martial skills? Zhang Xian paused in shock, doubting his words. Usually, crossing the grass bag realm guaranteed some martial skills. Chu Sheng was already a first-step soldier realm cultivator. It seemed impossible he didn't know even basic heavy sword techniques. Who says first-step soldiers must know martial skills? Chu Sheng thought wryly to himself, quickly pulling out his phone to open the official website. You're going to learn on the spot. Zhang Xian exclaimed in disbelief, inwardly amused. This guy really has some flashy Mavesno martial skills, yet wants to learn mid-fight. Ignore him. Chu Sheng paid no attention, decisively selecting a martial skill called Moonbreak Slash. Then he activated Insight mode, pouring all 52 points of positive energy, plus 100 points of synthesized positive energy, from negative energy totaling 102 points into it. Boom. A ringing explosion echoed in his mind as Insight officially began. Chu Sheng's eyes glazed over briefly, but he gradually started dodging the beast's attacks. His heavy sword slowly rose, its blade cutting an arc like a half-moon's cold light through the air. Roar! Sensing danger, the red moon beast roared fiercely and hastily evaded the strike. Dao Gu and Hong Go kept biting and clamping the beast, while Chu Sheng's sword strikes carried the might to cleave mountains and crack stones swift and ruthless, leaving the beast no opportunity to dodge. Boom! The sword struck bone, with a muffled crash vibrating through the void, sending ripples spreading outward. Sharp cracks erupted from the monstrous beast's forehead scales, spraying a mix of red and white fluid everywhere. Chu Sheng couldn't afford to hesitate. He pivoted swiftly, swinging his heavy sword in a brutal arc, smashing through the beast's spine. Amid the heavy sound of shattering bone, the beast collapsed helplessly to the ground. With a piercing, mournful roar, the red moon beast's eyes widened before fading into death. Consumed 100 points of positive energy, unlocked Moonbreaker Slash. Rescued the weak, gained 10 points of positive energy. 2 system prompts sounded in an instant, jolting Chu Sheng fully awake. Gasping for breath, he felt drained, as if hollowed out, but his heart swelled with joy. Martial skills came in levels. This 100-point expenditure was barely the threshold. The true power of Moonbreaker Slash had yet to be unleashed. He still needed to master integration, reach refinement, pinnacle, and ultimate unity before he could wield the technique at its full strength. No way, he actually just learned a martial skill on the spot. Zhang Xian, standing nearby, was completely dumbfounded. She had suspected Chu Sheng was bluffing about never knowing martial arts, but his awkward execution of the Moonbreaker Slash just now made her uncertain. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed everywhere. The anger of the slain beasts spread like wildfire. Like enraged mad creatures, over a dozen beasts with blood-red eyes lunged wildly at Chu Sheng and Zhang Xian, as if determined to tear them apart today. This is bad. Zhang Xian's face went pale, her fists clenched tensely. Though her Qi realm cultivation could kill these beasts individually, facing a dozen simultaneously was beyond what her fists alone could handle. 1 or 2 she could manage, but many enemies formed an overwhelming force she couldn't resist. A chill ran through Chu Sheng's heart. He realized he had overstretched himself. Originally weaker than these beasts, after consecutively killing 2 above his level, had reached his limit, nearly out of stamina and positive energy. Seeing the desperate situation, he silently prepared to retreat. Fleeing was the best option. Suddenly, a rupture tore open in the void. Su Yaya appeared heroically, clad in a flowing black robe. She gripped a massive 2-handed sword in her right hand. Her left hand rose slowly, fingers curling lightly. Bang! 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 A burst of spatial energy slammed down, causing the red moon beasts to explode into sprays of blood and fading afterimages. Zhang Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. Envy swept through her heart, but she smiled wryly, deeply sensing the vast gap between martial artists and awakeners. She had fought desperately to kill 3 or 4 red moon beasts, while Su Yaya, younger than her and only at the 3rd rank of the novice realm, dispatched them all instantly the moment she showed up. Chu Sheng exhaled deeply, finally relieved, collapsing to the ground from exhaustion. Chu Sheng, are you all right? Su Yaya rushed forward anxiously, seeing his bloodied body and quickly checking on him. I'm fine. Chu Sheng waved off her concern and asked, what's going on with these red moon beasts? I thought they were wiped out over 50 years ago. Su Yaya's expression grew grave as she sighed. The full situation isn't clear yet, but I suspect the red moon might be descending again. The red moon descending again? Hearing this, Chu Sheng stiffened instantly. Head thought the line "the people suffer terribly" was just a dramatic flourish when the protagonist appeared at never expected the author was serious about this. No way. Zhang Xian's heart tightened instantly at the news, disbelief clear in her voice as she asked, the red moon disappeared over 50 years ago. How could it possibly return now? Nothing is impossible, Su Yaya said gravely, her tone low but resolute. About 2.5 months ago, the capital detected multiple areas with energy anomalies. So the capital sent those of us who passed the martial selection exam to investigate. We found plenty of traces of the red moon's ferocious beasts, but these creatures didn't mutate from animals, as before they seemed to have fallen out of a different dimension. Fallen out of a different dimension? Chu Sheng's eyes lit up with sudden understanding, realizing why the capital had dispatched someone like Su Yaya, who has spatial abilities. If those red moon beasts really came from another dimension, your space powers could definitely help uncover clues. Zhang Xian frowned deeply, shock written all over her face. Another dimension? I've never heard of that before. She felt an immense upheaval silently approaching. In the past, the red moon's light only caused mutations that led to more than 90 of the global population vanishing. If this time it involved other dimensions as well, humanity's future looked extremely bleak. That's right. Su Yaya nodded emphatically, her expression growing darker. We suspect the red moon hasn't disappeared as the rumors say, but hid itself to accumulate power and evolve. The anomalies seen around the world now are likely signs that the red moon is close to evolving successfully. How could that be possible? Zhang Xian's face was full of shock. She couldn't accept this reality. Despite the empire's rapid rise in power in recent years, that didn't mean everyone would be protected. When it comes down to it, some would inevitably have to be sacrificed for the greater good. And this was just the optimistic view. The reality might be far harsher. After all, the seas have been calm for too long, causing people to forget the ocean's fury. They also forget that becoming a sailor isn't about connections, it requires genuine talent and strength. Will the red moon really evolve and return? Chu Sheng was silent for a moment, his expression complex. For him, the red moon's return meant destruction but also opportunity. He wasn't just seeking profits or expanding markets. He wanted to give the scattered warriors a chance to step into the spotlight and become the true protagonists of this spiritual energy revival. That's right. A sense of righteousness flared inside him, clearly beyond mere money. Seeing this, Su Yaya spoke gently to soothe him. Don't be so anxious. Right now, all of this is just speculation. Then she pulled out a bottle of low-level healing potion. No matter how much Chu Sheng resisted, Su Yaya didn't hesitate to pour the entire potion into his mouth. The healing quickly spread through his body, mending most of his wounds in an instant. Zhang Xian stared wide-eyed and rolled her eyes inwardly. This was so extravagant. Even though Chu Sheng was injured in battle and could have just rested at a hospital for a week, Su Yaya just casually gave him a potion worth tens of thousands without hesitation. Freeloading. Negative energy plus 10, Chu Sheng muttered to himself, unable to hold back a complaint. I'm not freeloading, I'm promoting common prosperity. I've got business to attend to. I'm leaving now? Su Yaya's voice barely finished before her figure vanished from sight. Not only had Yun village been attacked by the ferocious beasts, but other villages were also under siege. Since Su Yaya was on a mission, she had no time to chat with Chu Sheng. They had to part ways hastily. But before leaving, she couldn't help but cast a chilling glance at Zhang Xian. That look was like a cold blade, making cold sweat break out on Zhang Xian's back and her heart race uncontrollably. She vaguely felt that Su Yaya would never see her as some imaginary rival, right? In fact, Su Yaya was not only a top-ranked martial candidate from the imperial capital, but also possessed a conceptual spatial ability, making her exceptionally powerful. In comparison, Zhang Xian was just an ordinary small-town constable from Haiqing, with no supernatural powers, relying solely on martial arts training. Taking her down would be easier than crushing an ant. Meanwhile, villagers in Yun village cautiously peeked out of their houses after the beast was slain, their eyes filled with fear and curiosity as they surveyed the surrounding destruction. This is terrifying. What kind of creature was that? Someone whispered in shock. A ferocious beast, a red moon monster, the kind I saw when I was a child over 50 years ago. An elderly man said shakily. How could it suddenly appear? Is the red moon about to rise again? People murmured anxiously. This time it was all thanks to Chu Sheng, who saved our Yun village. Without him, would have been wiped out. Someone expressed gratitude. No, it wasn't Chu Sheng who acted, but his ex-girlfriend's effort. Another villager corrected. Chu Sheng's ex is really formidable. Not only is she a martial candidate from the imperial capital, but she also has spatial powers. I heard her family are capitalists too. No wonder Chu Sheng's standards for matchmaking are so high. Wants a girl who's a perfect match for him. I've known Chu Sheng since childhood. I always believed he would marry a wealthy city girl. Chu Sheng's no slouch himself. He comes from a genuine peasant worker family, and his parents are decorated heroes. The rich capitalist girl was the lucky one. Exactly, Chu Sheng got the better deal. The villagers grew more excited as they spoke, cheering for Chu Sheng, who nodded in agreement. Although Su Yaya was rich, good-looking, and powerful, her background was poor. Marrying her might have been a bad influence. Zhang Xian twitched uncontrollably at the corner of her eye, itching to give Chu Sheng a good thwack. She had initially thought well of him, assuming he understood people and relationships, but after spending time together, she realized he was shameless. While people in Yun village busied themselves cleaning the battlefield, nearby villages around Haiqing were thrown into chaos. Rescue the people. Wu Zhongxing and his Spirit Control Bureau colleagues fought desperately to fend off the Red Moon ferocious beasts, the situation remaining tense. Where's Li Batian? An official asked anxiously. Such a major incident, yet no sign of him? Captain Li is under arrest, a constable replied helplessly. He abused his wife and was reported and arrested on the same day. He's been relieved of duty and is now locked up in our bureau's jail. What kind of joke is this? We can't just keep him in custody at a time like this. We urgently need the martial arts master to lead the rescue. The official fumed. He can't come. The constable shook his head. His wife has filed a complaint. Lord Lu personally ordered the arrest and even comforted her in the hospital. The sentence will definitely be severe. Oh my. The official was furious but powerless against the upper authorities' decisions. In the end, all hopes were pinned on Wu Zhongxing to eliminate the Red Moon beasts as soon as possible. The burden on me is overwhelming. When Wu Zhongxing heard the news, the corner of his mouth tightened so much it was almost harder to control than an AK-47. He had hoped that Li Boitian could seize the opportunity of this fierce beast attack to win back some ground, redeem himself, and firmly secure his position as the company captain. But unexpectedly, Li Boitian went off to challenge the power of the version itself, handing over the real credit to Wu, the deputy captain. As long as Wu could successfully wipe out this group of vicious beasts before him, combined with the second-class merit Chu Sheng had previously contributed, Wu Zhongxing not only stood a good chance of replacing Li Boitian as the new captain, but might even be promoted to an even higher department. Yet deep down, he couldn't help but feel bitter irony. The inspector had spent quite some time unsuccessfully trying to get Li Boitian jailed, but ironically, Wu himself ended up imprisoned due to a domestic violence incident. The situation was almost too absurd to express. Meanwhile, Chu Sheng was back home, busy placing orders online. He purchased several Topophthalene drones and stocked up on a large supply of survival gear for outdoor expeditions. At the same time, he messaged Wei Junjie, arranging for him to pose as Zhou Kai to covertly procure military-grade gear like smoke grenades and flashbangs on the black market. They had to make sure to fully recover from last time's battle losses. Recalling that last time they only brought back the precious Qingling fruit, Chu Sheng felt a sharp pang in his chest, but there was no time to dwell on it. The company's plans had to move forward in advance. They could never afford to scramble when the Red Moon actually arrived. With that thought, Chu Sheng immediately opened his computer and posted job listings. They urgently needed a salesperson to help expand the market and a lawyer for professional consultation. For all other roles, he planned to personally visit the talent market. Times had changed. Today's job market was so much better than the old slave markets of the past. As Chu Sheng flipped through pages of resumes, he was deeply reflective. In the past, even after buying out bonded laborers, the process of returning to family life was complicated. They required room and board, and even had to choose a spouse to tie down their weaknesses. Now, rented workers could handle their own meals and lodging, treat themselves when sick, show up on time rain or shine, be fired anytime if unsatisfactory, and retire with replacement options. Efficiency had skyrocketed. Is it over? Zhang Xian just received a call reporting that all the fierce beasts had been eliminated. Although the Red Moon beasts had struck unexpectedly, their numbers were not huge. Thanks to rapid development in the empire over recent years and highly efficient departmental coordination, cleanup began within just 2.5 hours. Though there were hundreds of casualties, it remained a rare and major incident. Over? Chu Sheng scrolled through his phone but couldn't find any news or videos on the event. It was as if some mysterious force intervened, instantly erasing all traces related to the Red Moon beasts. Don't waste your effort. Zhang Xian glanced at him and said no more. Chu Sheng stopped dwelling on the matter, stood up, and prepared to go out to rent a venue and start interviewing talent. You're going out? Zhang Xian frowned subtly, clearly reluctant to let him leave. She knew the outside world was full of uncertainties, and staying home was safer while also significantly easing her workload. Yes, Chu Sheng admitted frankly, open and unreserved. And so the story unfolded, burdens heavy, yet the pressure ever mounting. Without giving Zhang Xian a chance to speak, Chu Sheng said firmly, Brother Wu asked you to keep me safe, not to restrict my freedom. Seeing that Chu Sheng was determined to go out, Zhang Xian had no choice but to say helplessly, wait for me a moment. They'll change into regular clothes, so we won't attract too much attention. No changing. Chu Sheng quickly stopped her. I want to wear the uniform. The reason he had Wu Zhongxing find a female constable to guard him wasn't because of some crush, but because the police uniform's authority could impress the recruits and show off his powerful backing. If Zhang Xian took off the uniform and dressed like an ordinary girl, who would recognize her as a constable? Zhang Xian looked puzzled, not understanding his intent, but Chu Sheng didn't bother explaining further. He grabbed her and got straight on the Ghostfire motorcycle, making her his first shield. Woof Woof Daoj and Hongo immediately got up and followed when they saw Chu Sheng heading out, their barking rising one after another. Wu, the two little female dogs, whimpered plaintively, full of helplessness and dissatisfaction. Where exactly are you going? Zhang Xian was speechless inside, beginning to question why she even accepted this job. She thought protecting a barely adult college student would be easy, but the guy was stubborn as a mule, ignoring all advice and doing things his own way. Hold on tight, I'm speeding up, Chu Sheng said without looking at her, slamming the accelerator. Caught off guard, Zhang Xian let out a scream as she pressed close to his back. Taking advantage of someone, -1 Chu Sheng grumbled silently, thinking he was driving normally and not leering at her. Woof Woof Daoj and Hongo unhesitatingly sped right behind Chu Sheng. Soon, they arrived at Haiqing. Unlike the previous bustling scenes, the streets were now almost deserted, dotted with scattered lost shoes and unattended stalls, creating an unusually quiet atmosphere. What a peaceful and prosperous scene. Chu Sheng drove into the city, unable to help but sigh. Afterward, based on online research, he contacted an office building landlord. Perhaps intimidated by the lingering threat of the Red Moon ferocious beasts, the landlord immediately offered a low monthly rent of 25,000 yuan, willing to lease him an entire floor downtown, and even proactively recommended buying a whole 9-story building with a price too good to imagine discount. Boss, you're giving him way too much credit. Zhang Xian rolled her eyes. He just graduated high school and hasn't even gotten into college. How does he have money to buy your building? I see. The landlord forced out a slight smile, but couldn't hide his disappointment. He had hoped to quickly offload the property and leave, but being too deeply tied to Haiqing, he hadn't found a suitable buyer yet. Who said I can't afford it? Chu Sheng said defiantly, pulling out his phone. 200 million. No, 248 million. Chu Sheng corrected himself, speaking seriously. Where did you get that much money? Zhang Xian stared at the phone balance, shocked. Chu Sheng sighed softly. Sigh. It's not easy being a man these days, especially a handsome guy caught in the sight of rich women. When it comes to food, you gotta choose. Prison food or sugar mama's meals. Did Su Yaya give that to you? Zhang Xian's eyes suddenly flickered with a strange expression, as if she actually understood what was being said. Although deep down she thought Chu Sheng was talking nonsense. Recalling how forcefully Su Yaya had fed the medicine before, she couldn't find any solid argument to refute him. Of course. Chu Sheng nodded proudly and pulled out the black card from his pocket, clearly showing his identity and funds. See, it's all right here. Zhang Xian's eyes filled with disdain, her face betraying her true contempt. She had assumed that although Chu Sheng might be clueless, he'd at least have some pride as a man. But to think he'd stoop to begging a rich woman for support, living off her, that explained how he got those spirit fruits. Her disgust skyrocketed. Her negative energy was off the charts. Looking down on me. Chu Sheng immediately bristled, puffing out his chest and straightening up. I am a fully independent man. Mr. Chu, the boss, quickly put on a flattering smile, stifling his own resentment. At first he just wanted to casually ask, but now had actually hooked a big fish. If Chu Sheng took over this office building, he could take the money and his family out of Haiqing to start fresh somewhere else. I said I have the money to buy, but I never said I'm going to buy it. Chu Sheng pretended to be sincere as he slipped the black card back into his pocket. Although he did plan to buy and open a company, and the other party had agreed to a super low price, after surviving the Red Moon beast attack, he knew this was only the beginning of the price dropping, so there was no rush. Besides, he understood he might not stay in Haiqing long term. Not buying. The boss' smile froze, as if he could hear a groundhog's infuriated screams inside his head. Damn it. If you're not buying, why did you even pull out money? He almost lost it, wanting to give Chu Sheng a good whack. His resentment surged to a new high. The grudge was so intense that Chu Sheng suddenly heard a prompt in his mind, instantly feeling energized. He had always hated protagonists preaching morality without hardship, but now as the main character, He found that building his happiness on others' misery was a strangely satisfying feeling. All right then. Seeing Zhang Xian in uniform, the boss swallowed his resentment and lowered his voice, asking, Mr. Chu, how long do you plan to rent for? Chu Sheng blurted out without hesitation, let's start with 1 week. He had planned to rent for a year, but with such price volatility, he decided to renew week by week so potential losses would be manageable. 1 week. The boss lost it and shouted, damn it. What serious boss rents an office week by week? But seeing Chu Sheng's serious companion Zhang Xian and the black card showing over 200 million in balance, the boss finally braced himself and agreed. More resentment, more negative energy. Chu Sheng inwardly grinned and said, as we agreed earlier, 25,000 a month. That's about 806 a day for 31 days, rounded down to 86 a day. Let me take the hit and say 90 a day, deal? What? You'll take a loss. Zhang Xian stared in shock, as if she'd encountered an alien. Seriously, rounded down and rounded are not the same thing, was doing both honestly. How can there be such a shameless person in this world? Someone who speaks with such blunt honesty, yet makes your skin crawl with disgust. 90 yuan a day? The moment the boss heard that, he exploded into a harsh, piercing noise, as if struck by lightning, utterly shocked, and inexplicably wanting to curse out loud. He had hoped that his repeated patience would awaken some conscience in Chu Sheng, but it turned out the man felt no remorse whatsoever. The entire floor of a prime downtown office building, Chu Sheng actually dared to think he could rent it out at a bargain basement rate of 90 yuan a day. That price wouldn't even cover the utilities. But then, glancing over at Chu Sheng's side, where Zhang Xian stood in uniform, and the two massive fierce dogs crouched obediently by his knees, the boss swallowed hard and didn't dare order him to scram. His resentment shot up 200 points, his negativity spiked sharply. Meanwhile, Chu Sheng's eyes widened as he inwardly congratulated himself. 90 yuan was actually too generous. Mr. Chu. The boss glanced nervously at Zhang Xian, a pleading expression on his face. How about 800 yuan a day? It's already way below the market rate. So this was where Chu Sheng's bargaining stopped. Zhang Xian clenched her fists, meeting the boss' desperate, begging gaze. She immediately understood why he didn't want her to change out of her uniform. Frowning, she scolded, how can you be so unreasonable? Chu Sheng immediately put on a face of grievance. I'm already rounding down and losing money. Can't you treat an honest man fairly? Honest? The boss eye twitched so hard you'd think he wanted to knock Chu Sheng out with a stick. What rotten luck, seen all kinds of shameless people over the years, but Chu Sheng took the cake. A brazen shamelessness that made you feel like all decency had been sucked out of him. 800. Zhang Xian said crisply, determined not to get dragged down with him. If you think it's too much, you can look elsewhere. Those words shone like a divine light after hearing them. The boss was almost moved to his knees begging for mercy. Head thought Chu Sheng and Zhang Xian were on the same side. But it turned out she cared about fairness and justice, refusing to let Chu Sheng bully ordinary people for a cheap deal. 800? Chu Sheng's eyes flickered as his expression instantly shifted, uncertain which side he was on. Just as he opened his mouth to argue with Zhang Xian, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Someone had seen the job ad and was calling to ask for the address. Fine, 800 a day it was. Though his face darkened, Chu Sheng grudgingly nodded in agreement. Thank you, thank you. The boss babbled excitedly, desperate to hold Zhang Xian in high regard. But when he saw Chu Sheng's scowl, looking like he'd just lost money, he didn't dare linger, quickly handing over the contract for him to sign and leave. Am I really that scary? Chu Sheng looked at the fearful expressions around him, feeling both speechless and amused. Just as he was about to raise a rallying cry for justice and hope, a man walked in, dressed in a well-tailored suit, tie perfectly knotted, carrying a briefcase, and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. You must be Boss Chu, the man said, glancing at the two. He casually pulled out a business card and handed it to Chu Sheng. I'm Song Yicheng, the lawyer who just called you. I saw your job posting online. Song Yicheng? You're Song Yicheng. Before Zhang Xian could finish her sentence, she exclaimed in surprise. She worked at the Bureau of Spirit Management and often dealt with lawyers. The name Song Yicheng was no stranger to her. It was far from the refined, gentlemanly image he projected. What? You know him? Chu Sheng took the business card, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. After all, lawyers who win cases aren't rare, but lawyers remembered by constables certainly are. The former are simply professional. The latter rely not only on skill, but also some extraordinary ability. Yes, I know him, Zhang Xian replied calmly, her gaze wary as she watched Chu Sheng. Hey, Song Yicheng sighed, clearly aware that Zhang Xian recognized him. He then pulled 3 certificates from his briefcase, a law license, a free fighting certificate, and a special abilities certificate. Special abilities? Chu Sheng raised an eyebrow and took the certificate, flipping through it. Alongside Song Yicheng's photo, the profession field boldly read Berserker. As a martial student from the imperial capital, Chu Sheng immediately understood its significance. He had read in books that berserkers are a rare type of awakened individual. Unlike fragile mages, once awakened, their bodies undergo extreme physical enhancement. When activating their berserk ability, their combat power can skyrocket by tens of times. Yes, tens of times. But this power is a double-edged sword. The moment the berserk mode is triggered, the user loses control of their mind, becoming violently destructive, like a rampaging scion gorilla. Any provoking stimulus could trigger a violent outburst, with unpredictable consequences. In the past, such people were treated as ticking time bombs, isolated or imprisoned. But as civilization progressed, humanitarian principles allowed them to live more normal lives. Even if accidentally causing harm while berserk, they bear no criminal liability. In other words, this certificate is essentially a mental illness exemption. Song Yicheng admitted frankly, "I'm a berserker and also a senior lawyer." "No way," Chu Sheng blurted out, suddenly understanding why Zhang Xian had reacted so strongly. "Professional? Damn professional." He held a law license, reciting legal codes effortlessly, a free fighting certificate to beat opponents into helplessness, and a mental illness certificate to avoid criminal punishment for buffs, perfectly stacked, like a quadrilateral warrior. He couldn't help imagining the scene. When words fail to persuade, Song Yicheng transforms into a berserker, pounding opponents with fists as massive as sandbags, teaching them a lesson in physics. "Hey, are you really going to hire him?" Zhang Xian tugged Chu Sheng's sleeve, whispering a warning. Though Song Yicheng's skills and credentials were off the charts, his uncontrollable berserk nature made him a walking time bomb. That's why such a prominent lawyer still had to look for work online. Ordinary clients dreaded hiring him. "I'm tough," Chu Sheng said without a hint of concern, sincerely extending his hand. "Hi, I'm Chu Sheng. I'm starting a company and need a professional lawyer's advice." "A legal advisor?" Song Yicheng's eyes lit up as he quickly shook Chu Sheng's hand. Just as Zhang Xian had guessed, because Song Yicheng had awakened the identity of a berserker warrior, very few people actually hired him to handle legal cases. This forced him to pick up some odd jobs online, taking on tasks from complete amateurs to make a little pocket money. When female constable Zhang Xian had just recognized him face-to-face, his heart sank instantly. He felt today's trip was wasted and was ready to give up, pulling out all three of his legal certificates at once, preparing to admit defeat. Unexpectedly, things took a surprising turn once Chu Sheng learned of Song's background. Instead of backing off, he extended an olive branch and offered him an opportunity. If Song Yicheng could pass the interview and become the company's legal advisor, it would mean he had a stable foothold and a steady income. Yes, those three words, legal advisor. With a smile, Chu Sheng said, "I happen to have a few legal questions here and was hoping lawyer Song could give me some advice. Is that all right?" Of course, of course." Song Yicheng perked up when he heard the boss would interview him personally and got ready to respond. That was convenient. Chu Sheng asked solemnly, "Lawyer Song, if a transformer books a rideshare, does that count as soliciting prostitution?" Song Yicheng was stunned, caught completely off guard. Before he could answer, Chu Sheng went on, "A son marries a widow. The father marries the widow's daughter. Now that the father has become the son, is it the son who supports the father, or the father who supports the son?" Song Yicheng was totally baffled, thinking this question was bizarre. Could Chu Sheng be deliberately provoking trouble? Before he could speak, Chu Sheng continued, "My friends and I pool 20,000 yuan monthly to support a female college student. She uses it for rent and living expenses. We take turns visiting her weekly to help with daily care without overlapping visitors too much. Is this legal?" Song Yicheng's voice rose several tones as he grew inexplicably irritated, feeling as if his IQ was being tested. Zhang Xian's eyes suddenly sharpened as she stared at Chu Sheng, thinking, "This guy is no good. If I ever lawfully encounter him, there's no need for interrogation. Conviction would be justified outright. Harassing others and somehow earning points and negative energy?" Chu Sheng's eyes lit up like some pervert unlocking a new skill. He then tossed out a few more strange questions that thoroughly scrambled Song Yicheng's mind, causing his expression to lose control and his heartbeat to race. Song knew this guy was definitely here to cause trouble. His anger shot through the roof, nearly on the verge of transforming. Anger 100, negative energy 100. "All right, interview's over." Chu Sheng quickly toned down his voice when he sensed things were going badly. "I think you're excellent. Starting today, you're our company's legal advisor. The annual salary is 2 million yuan, and it can increase once the company profits. How about that?" Song Yicheng froze instantly as his anger immediately drained away. 2 million yuan a year. Zhang Xian rolled her eyes, thinking Chu Sheng was such a dreamer. A man who just carefully budgeted a few hundred yuan for rent couldn't possibly shell out 2 million to hire a legal advisor. Ding! As she silently scoffed, 2 million had already quietly arrived in the account. Chu Sheng then took out a leaf of shishui grass with a helpless sigh. "The company is just starting and doesn't have much of value, so take this for now. We'll compensate you properly once we make money." Xiankaroth rejuvenation herb. Zhang Xian was so shocked, she nearly shouted out loud, unable to believe her eyes. It had to be a hallucination. How could the man who was previously stingy even about a few hundred yuan in rent suddenly be so generous as to gift this precious herb? Not to mention that this herb was worth 2 million yuan. And what kind of reputable boss paid employees 2 million yuan up front without making them work first? Boss Song Yicheng's eyes lit up instantly, and his attitude shifted to serious. He had expected Chu Sheng to cause trouble, but didn't expect him to start by paying 2 million yuan in wages and presenting such a rare gift as a welcome present. Even a lawyer as experienced as him couldn't help but feel the overwhelming sense of loyalty. Targeted poverty alleviation, positive energy 100. Chu Sheng silently reminded himself. Loyalty reached 80, positive energy 80. The system prompt popped up. Only 80? Chu Sheng sighed in resignation, thinking that lawyers really are full of schemes and calculations. He remembered when he had recruited Wei Junjia. The same trick had instantly pushed loyalty to 99, but Song Yicheng was only at 80. Apparently, he wasn't yet trustworthy enough to entrust fully, so he had to keep observing. Fortunately, Chu Sheng's approach focused on sincerity and generous pay, not like those stingy and scrupulous villains. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the phone suddenly rang. After answering, a candidate was on the line expressing interest in a sales position. Applying for sales? Chu Sheng asked. Are you available now? Can you come to the office for an interview? Yes, I'm free. I'm downtown, just 2.5 minutes away, the other party responded promptly. Good, see you soon. Chu Sheng hung up decisively. Zhang Xian snapped out of her shock and quickly pulled Chu Sheng aside to whisper, Are you really going to let Song Yicheng apply? Yeah, I know this guy pretty well. Aside from being a violent fighter, his character is terrible. He often helps bad guys get off the hook. Remember when you were cornered by Zhou Kai last time? He was the lawyer who bailed you out of Ling Bureau in less than 24 hours. What's wrong with that? Chu Sheng replied casually. He chose to be a lawyer. Do you really expect him to have a conscience like mine? Zhang Xian was momentarily speechless, unable to wrap her head around it. If lawyers had a conscience, they would charge and represent plaintiffs. If they didn't, they still took money to defend defendants. As long as there was money, they took any case and dared to face any challenge. Whether Chu Sheng had a conscience or not, she really couldn't tell. Listening to the gossip, Song Yicheng's eyes were full of awe. At first, he had thought Chu Sheng was just an impulsive young man given to fits of rage, but unexpectedly this person was actually very shrewd and understood how society worked. Even more remarkably, someone who knew the rules, was generous, and backed by capital left him with no reason to refuse and made him feel an inexplicable urge to follow. Loyalty reached 90, positive energy 90. The level had increased again. Chu Sheng was baffled and couldn't figure out the reason for the rise. Before he could ponder more, a man in a suit pushed the door open and walked in. His expression was sharp, eyes gleaming with flattery, a complete contrast to Song Yicheng's polished and scrupulous demeanor. You must be Boss Chu, right? The man asked respectfully. Seeing the three men, the other party quickly sized them up and briskly approached Chu Sheng. With a flattering smile, he extended his hand and said, My name is Qian Buer, a top-notch salesman. No matter what product your company sells, I'm confident I can help you move it. A top-notch salesman? Chu Sheng didn't shake his hand immediately. Instead, he studied him carefully, voice tinged with skepticism. Anyone can claim that as a sales pitch. What makes you different? There's a difference. Qian Buer noticed the steady gaze from Chu Sheng and immediately grew serious. I have no conscience. Congratulations, you're hired. Chu Sheng sounded as if he'd found the perfect answer. Without hesitation, he clasped Qian Buer's hand. Zhang Xian, standing nearby, was completely stunned, as if her entire worldview had just collapsed. From her school days to working at the Spiritual Affairs Bureau, all her colleagues had been full of justice and positive energy slogans. But ever since she promised Wu Zhongxing to protect Chu Sheng, her values had been shaken repeatedly. She secretly wished she could drag this whole gang of crooked and twisted people back somewhere for a serious talk. Hired. Qian Buer was taken aback, not expecting things to move so quickly. Yes, hired. Chu Sheng cut him no slack. I think you're excellent. No need for a 3-month probation. You'll be sales manager starting today, with an annual salary of at least 1 million. Qian Buer was utterly dumbfounded. His first thought that had fallen for a scam. But before he could protest, Chu Sheng pulled out a 9-leaf body cleansing herb and smiled. This is your welcome gift. Then he asked for Qian Buer's bank account and transferred 1 million without hesitation. Zhang Xian couldn't hold back any longer. She muttered quietly in her heart. This boss is way too generous. She's almost ready to quit. Qian Buer stared down at the herb and the sudden million in his account, his mind going blank. Actually, he hadn't officially left his old company yet, but because a red moon beast had suddenly appeared, the entire Haicheng city was on hold. With nothing better to do, he had been casually browsing job listings and hadn't expected Chu Sheng to be so lavish. Now, compared to a promotion or raise at his old job, or even his former boss begging him to return on his knees, none of it was appealing. He was willing and eager to pledge his loyalty to Chu Sheng. Targeted poverty alleviation, positive energy 50. The system notification sounded. Loyalty reached 90, positive energy 90. A total of 140 points, not bad. Chu Sheng was internally pleased. One 9-leaf body cleansing herb granted 30 positive energy points. Including the later return visit bonus, it might add up to about 50. But just one leaf had earned him 140 points, and he had 8 more left. Just as Chu Sheng was happily welcoming 2 valuable new recruits, a timid voice came from the doorway. A woman in her 30s stood there, looking reserved. She wasn't particularly attractive, dressed plainly, wearing black-framed glasses, but she carried a naturally gentle aura. "I heard your company is hiring?" she asked softly. Chu Sheng sized her up and politely replied, "And you are?" "My name is Baiji." She glanced at Zhang Xian in uniform, then introduced herself. "I hold a master's degree in finance from Shanghai University. After graduating, I worked for a Fortune 500 company for 1 year, then spent 11 years in a state-owned enterprise. Now, I'd like to apply for a cleaning position at your company." "Master's degree? For cleaning?" Chu Sheng was stunned, unable to reconcile those two facts in his mind. "Boss." Seeing this, Song Yicheng stepped forward and lowered his voice to explain. Her previous job state enterprise was probably a branch of Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. A branch of Shanghai University? Chu Sheng was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized. Although he himself was a martial arts candidate from the capital city, he had long heard of the prestigious Shanghai branch. It was considered a sacred place among financial students nationwide. Everyone who graduated from there was highly sought after by companies. Especially someone like Bai Yiji, a top-tier talent who had studied intensively for 11 years. Just imagining her capability was enough to command respect. "Boss, do you need a cleaner?" Bai Yiji spoke again, her tone tinged with a bit of nervousness. Though confident as a graduate of Shanghai's branch that she could easily find a good job, she hadn't expected to run into Chu Sheng, such a promising employer right outside his company. She felt her luck was truly shining. "Yes, we do." Chu Sheng didn't hesitate to accept this shining talent. Although his business was seemingly a low-overhead cash-only venture, unlike some celebrities who dodge taxes, diving into the development of alternate worlds inevitably required discreet procurement of certain goods. Having a high-caliber professional like her safeguarding operations would significantly reduce troubles. Besides, when someone with such positive energy appeared at his door, Chu Sheng simply couldn't let her go. "Thank you, boss." Overjoyed upon hearing she was hired, Baiji immediately bowed deeply in gratitude. "All right, let's talk salary." Chu Sheng's tone was straightforward and clear as he began. He understood her intentions and knew how to keep talent. "Our company is just starting out. We can offer you an annual salary of 1 million yuan, plus full social insurance and housing fund. You manage your own working hours. The only hard rule is to be available 247 to immediately handle any cleaning issues." "Cleaning? 1 million per year?" Zhang Xian, standing nearby, gawked with wide eyes, utterly shocked. She felt her worldview shattering. Chu Sheng had already surprised everyone by spending 2 million on legal counsel and 1 million hiring a sales manager. Now this young boss was so lavishly generous. His ambition was clearly enormous. Unlike Zhang Xian, who had an official background and was new to the scene, Qian Early had already been tested by society for years. When Song Yicheng mentioned Shanghai branch, Qian immediately grasped Bai Yiji's outstanding background and better understood why Chu Sheng was willing to pay such an exorbitant salary. After all, an ordinary company worth hundreds of millions generally wouldn't need this level of first-class talent. Free working hours and a generous package clearly revealed Chu Sheng's ambitions surpassed the average person. After hearing this, Bai Yiji felt deeply moved, finally realizing she had made the right bet. Although she didn't fully understand what Chu Sheng's company specifically did, she trusted his sincerity and openness and was determined to give her all with complete loyalty. 90% loyalty, 90% positive energy, Chu Sheng casually calculated, immediately invigorated. He promptly took out a rare Zisuko herb, then asked for Bai Yiji's bank account number. With a wave of his hand, he directly transferred a full million as an advance on her salary. Boss Bai Yiji's eyes welled with tears at the sight of the huge deposit. Since choosing finance, she had grown used to office politics and even being trapped into further studies. Just keeping a settlement fund was considered lucky. Chu Sheng's immediate, genuine generosity, paying a full year's wages up front and gifting a rare treasure, moved her deeply. At that moment, she resolved firmly that even if it meant doing accounting or steel polishing, she would gladly dedicate herself without reservation. Precision poverty alleviation, positive energy 50. Loyalty reached 100, positive energy 100. 100 loyalty? Chu Sheng was stunned, a hint of confusion crossing his face. He just couldn't understand using the exact same methods. Why did the men always fall just short, while the women effortlessly filled the last slot? Lost in thought over this mystery, Zhang Xian snapped back to reality from her shock and suddenly pulled him into the small room next door. "What on earth are you up to?" Zhang Xian frowned deeply, cutting straight to the point. "Spending 1 million to hire a cleaner? Giving her full benefits and flexible hours? Are you swimming in money with nowhere to spend it? Or do you just have a thing for women in their 30s? Don't talk nonsense." Chu Sheng immediately put on a righteous look. "I hate that kind of idea that stigmatizes women. Are they supposed to just rely on men to get by? Why can't they use their own efforts and intelligence to become pillars of society? He spoke earnestly. The system chimed in. Correct values detected. Positive energy 100 proudly. Chu Sheng puffed out his chest, clearly implying he was the real hero. Do you even believe that yourself? Zhang Xian rolled her eyes. Who in their right mind spends $1 million just to hire a cleaner? You're really something today. Chu Sheng smiled coldly but said nothing, instead issuing orders the kind that official types like Zhang Xian wouldn't understand. They only counted money that stayed in their pockets, but he knew true ownership meant spending it. What do you mean by that? Zhang Xian asked angrily, suspecting Chu Sheng was losing his mind. She tried to warn him, but he ignored her. Besides, the perks he offered those three were so tempting she'd rather quit and follow him anywhere. Sugar-coated attack, negative energy 10. The system notification flashed. Who's sugarcoating anything? Chu Sheng silently scoffed, firmly denying he was an evil capitalist. No way. Zhang Xian shook her head, desperately trying to banish those impurities from her mind. Chu Sheng's terms were tempting, but in the Heavenly Empire, power was the real currency. Everything else was just decoration, not worth confusing priorities over. All right, get back to work. Chu Sheng dismissed Zhang Xian and immediately started delegating tasks. Besides having Bai Yiji register the company, he sent Qian Ber to find someone to handle a simple office renovation, while Song Yicheng was tasked with preparing employee contracts. Yes, boss. Bai Yiji nodded enthusiastically. Registering the company won't be a problem, but what will the company be called? And who's the legal representative? Legal representative? Song Yicheng and Qian Ber both pricked up their ears, realizing the high salary wouldn't come easily. Company name? Chu Sheng suddenly remembered his golden token, the begonia leaf jade pendant, and blurted out confidently. The company's called Begonia Pavilion, and naturally, they'll be the legal representative, myself the boss in person. You're going to be the legal representative yourself? The three nearly dropped their jaws in surprise, exchanging shocked looks. Other bosses dodged responsibility, chasing after their grandfathers to serve as legal reps. Chu Sheng was voluntarily taking it on himself, as if he had a strangely righteous streak. And so the story began. Chu Sheng's completely different ideas and approach quietly stirred the calm waters of their lives. Boss, Song Yicheng quickly interrupted, trying to help Chu Sheng out of the awkward situation. He knew well that the 2 million annual salary couldn't just be an empty title. They had to clear all obstacles for Chu Sheng. He patiently reminded him, I know you're anxious, but hold on a moment. Chu Sheng seemed to have anticipated their words long ago. He raised his hand to stop them, his gaze firm. From now on, I won't keep the profits to myself. If anything goes wrong, I won't let my employees take the fall. I will take full responsibility. Their words left the three stunned, almost unable to believe it. As descendants of those millennia-old fox spirits from Liaozhai, they were used to the dark side of society and the corruption of human nature, but they had never witnessed such sincerity. Who said Chu Sheng was just painting empty promises? Not only had he paid out $1 million in advance, but he also gifted each of them a salvia leaf. More importantly, he had resolutely assumed the company's legal responsibility, never intending to share any blame with his employees. The questions came fast. With such a good boss, who even cares about empty promises? The system interface popped up with notification sounds. Loyalty 99, positive energy 99, loyalty 99, positive energy 99. Hearing this, Chu Sheng's heart quietly swelled with joy. It wasn't because he was particularly cunning. It was because bosses like this were so rare nowadays, not treating employees as disposable or as beasts of burden to be squeezed dry every hour for profit, while the boss stands by to rake in gains without risk. Got it, boss. The three felt like they'd been injected with adrenaline, barely able to suppress their urge to shout loyalty. Was Chu Sheng really this sincere with them? Zhang Xian frowned, still suspicious that Chu Sheng might be hiding some ulterior motive. But from Song Yicheng and the others' perspective, hearing such a promise must have felt just as unbelievable, even hard to accept. All right, get back to work. Chu Sheng waved them off, and the three quickly tucked away their excitement and returned to their tasks. Their past efforts weren't to prove how amazing they were, but simply to provide for their families. Now, their efforts had a new purpose, not for anything else, but to prevent their boss from losing, and to reclaim the dignity they'd lost. Silently, they vowed, since the master treats me as a true hero, I will repay him as one. Watching the three brimming with passion, Chu Sheng sighed deeply. As a child, whenever he showed sincerity, he was seen as an easy target and exploited countless times. But these young people hadn't fallen into many bad habits at worst. They were lazy, timid, or clumsy. As long as the boss paid well, enthusiasm still remained. Are you really going to keep them? Zhang Xian couldn't help but ask skeptically. With the salary you're offering, even in a big city, you could easily hire more professional talent. How can this rundown place of Haicheng compare? Chu Sheng's expression turned serious. He answered firmly, who says they're any less than people in a big city? Heroes arise in chaotic times. Maybe right here in your little town lies the talent of a prime minister or an immortal general, only lacking a talent scout to to bring them out into the world. And you, who are you? If not that talent scout? Zhang Xian's gaze grew strange as she appraised Chu Sheng, seeming to see straight through his cards. It wasn't that she was biased against Chu Sheng. It was that he had already been expelled from the imperial capital and stripped of his status as an imperial martial candidate. Now, on top of that, he had awakened as a sewer beast tamer. He had to rely on others for survival and lived in utter disgrace. Yet here he was, having the audacity to show his face again, truly clueless. Humph. She snorted coldly, anger boiling inside her. Above, a mighty eagle soared freely, while sparrows flapped their wings and flew about. Gritting his teeth with resentment flashing in his eyes, Chu Sheng declared, I may be flying low for now, but I Chu Sheng am still the main character of this era. He repeated it several times. Yes, yes, yes. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian beside him couldn't be bothered, barely nodding with a dismissive look. You don't think I'm the protagonist? Chu Sheng exploded like a pinprick had burst his bubble, his voice trembling with fury as he ground his teeth, relentless. Do you know why Qin Shi Huang was born before me? Because he fears me. Do you know why God is in the heavens? Because I am on earth. When I close my eyes, the sky darkens. When I open them, the sky brightens. If I'm not the main character, then who else could be? Zhang Xian averted her gaze and curled the corner of her mouth in disdain. She remembered her mother's warning, don't waste time with fools. You. Chu Sheng's eyes reddened with rage, almost wishing to strike her down. But for now, he ignored her, focusing on tallying up the results of his recruitment efforts. This time, besides recruiting one talent with 100% loyalty, he gained two more with 99% loyalty. Positive energy totaled 860 points, while negative energy reached 571 points. Though negative times negative resulted in a net positive of 1,145 points, there was still some residual negativity. As for the cost, it was 4 million cash, plus the symbolic value of 3 leaves, yet the total energy cost was under 50 positive points. You might make a profit, but I will never lose. Chu Sheng grinned slyly, like a dragon king chuckling in the shadows. He never did charity work. The good boss persona was just a front. Making money was secondary. His real goal was accumulating positive energy. He planned to do more good deeds and waste less time ogling legs to keep his life smooth sailing. Hearing this, Zhang Xian shivered, thinking Chu Sheng was straight up crazy. One moment he wanted to smash her with a stick in anger. The next he burst into a laugh that sounded like a pig's squeal. If you didn't know better, you'd think he'd sold cheap Leibans hang tea leaves for a sky-high 88,000 yuan. Image -1, negative energy -1 right, image. Chu Sheng suddenly remembered his persona and hastily wiped the sleazy, smug smile off his face. Though a ruthless capitalist lived inside him, the good boss image had to stay intact, or when he returned to the imperial capital, no one would listen, and he wouldn't get the victim status so coveted by those oppressed by the elite. No, he already was a victim. Though he didn't know who was behind it all, someone had definitely targeted his spot. Not only did they steal his qualification, they smeared his reputation, turning him into a byword for scoundrels at a young age, and the only imperial martial candidate ever expelled from history. Just wait. Chu Sheng gritted his teeth, vowing to reclaim his place. It wasn't the halo of the imperial martial candidate title he coveted, was what that identity truly represented beneath the surface. He recalled a few ex-girlfriends introduced by his second uncle, several of whom came from noble backgrounds. In the fragments they casually revealed, the imperial martial candidate title seemed tied to some secret legacy. He tried to pry more, but they clammed up. Even using the daily refresh of a first kiss as a bargaining chip, he got nowhere. He remembered all of this vividly. What exactly does inheritance mean? Chu Sheng murmured to himself, deeply puzzled. With his years as an avid reader of cultivation novels, inheritance usually referred to inheriting a master's legacy, their skills, techniques, or secret knowledge. But this world had only opened up for 100 years. As the original players gradually faded away, none of their cultivation levels were worthy of the term inheritance. As for Su Yaya, Chu Sheng wasn't even sure if she understood the deeper meaning behind it. He muttered again under his breath, recalling that heiress from the capitalist family. Yet his gut told him the chances of Su Yaya truly knowing were slim. After all, the Su family, despite their wealth and having unlocked the do-as-you-please achievement, had no control over the imperial capital's military recruits. The government held authority over them directly. If they meddled too much, they'd risk triggering the government's deadly crackdown with a single precise strike. When do-as-you-please met control with one hand, the outcome was obvious without needing to think twice. So Chu Sheng decided to stop obsessing over inheritance for now. He stepped into his company's small office, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes to meditate. Ultimately, it came down to his own limited strength. If he could break through to the innate realm, even a whole crowd of cowards behind him wouldn't dare covet his spot. But he was still far from that level. Luckily, he had just earned over 1,000 points of positive energy, perfect for practicing some self-enhancement. Closing his eyes, he activated his training mode and began circulating energy along the small meridian, following the official guidelines. His blood and qi surged powerfully through his body, like a roaring tiger filled with pure yang energy. From afar, that strength alone could cause anyone to feel an invisible chill of awe. How is this possible? Zhang Xian's eyes widened as she stared fixedly at Chu Sheng. As a martial cultivation realm expert, having steadily advanced from novice ranks, she knew exactly what the first novice rank should look like. But the sheer thickness of Chu Sheng's blood energy surpassed even her own attained realm. His inner spiritual energy surged like a rushing river. Most astonishingly, as an awakener, he had prematurely opened his dantian, causing spiritual energy rivers to continuously converge there, unleashing a powerful torrent. In her mind, she immediately recalled the previous fierce battle where Chu Sheng had slain 2 Red Moon ferocious beasts in succession. At first, she thought the scene's best performers had been Brother Dao and Red Dog. They had bravely held off the beasts, allowing Chu Sheng to reap the benefits. But now she realized how far off her judgment had been. With Chu Sheng's current starting attributes, if he learned a few more martial skills and mastered some combat tactics, he wouldn't need the help of Brother Dao or Red Dog at all. He could single-handedly crush those 2 Red Moon beasts far beyond his rank, surpassing an entire major level. The more Zhang Xian thought about it, the more stunned she became, increasingly intimidated by Chu Sheng's potential. She had assumed that even with martial training, Chu Sheng would struggle to catch up with his peers and could at best survive by doing menial tasks for others. Yet unexpectedly, his martial talent was as freakishly overwhelming as his supernatural gift talents that made all other prodigies pale in comparison. Bang! Suddenly, a surge of qi exploded from Chu Sheng's body, instantly forming a storm-like wave of energy that swept through the entire office building. Second novice rank. Zhang Xian's heart leapt as she was once again left speechless by Chu Sheng's astonishing breakthrough. At 18, the number of martial cultivators at the first stage was enormous. Even selecting from the entire Central Empire's population, there were still tens of thousands. However, those at the second stage of the first realm at age 18 were extremely rare. At least 2/3 would be cut from that pool. More importantly, not a single one of the remaining third could rival Chu Sheng. The deep, robust vitality Chu Sheng had just unleashed, the spiritual energy surging through him like a mighty river. Plus his prematurely opened dantian gave him an aura capable of facing many warriors alone. With a few more martial skills learned and some combat techniques mastered, this incredible talent could easily unleash overwhelming power. But just as Chu Sheng was focused on breaking through, his brow suddenly tightened, and he stopped. It wasn't a bottleneck, it was that his positive energy was depleting too fast. Since fusing martial Dao with his supernatural abilities, the positive energy had drained like a burst dam. What used to be 3 seconds of true manhood feeling from a single drop, now couldn't last even 1 second with 3 drops. Within a mere 2.5 minutes, he had exhausted 450 points of positive energy, shocking him with the speed. He had thought that after earning over 1,000 points, had become a mini tycoon who could rest for days. Instead, he had spent more than half just crossing a minor realm. Without his quick reaction, this breakthrough would have to be attempted again from the start. Chu Sheng sighed helplessly, stood, clenched his fist, and swung sharply. Whoosh! The fist carried a howling fierce wind, instantly sweeping across the entire floor, stirring dust into a chaotic swirl. Watching from nearby, Zhang Xian's face showed shock, her sleeves and hair whipped violently by the gust. She prided herself on decent martial talent breaking through to the Qi realm by age 25, but now, seeing Chu Sheng's cultivation progress, her heart wavered, feeling her years of effort suddenly dimmed. I really don't know what all my suffering was for, she muttered, her resolve nearly shattered. Chu Sheng couldn't help but retort dryly. Messing with your mindset, negative energy, plus 10, I wasn't counting on her noticing anyway. But he had no time to dwell on the complex emotions around him. He concentrated on sensing the changes within, clearly feeling boundless power accumulating throughout his body. If he encountered the giant python again, with his current second stage first realm cultivation and his newly mastered moonbreaking slash, Chu Sheng was confident he could kill the fearsome beast that had even stronger power than him. He decided he needed to make a trip to the place where the red blood ginseng was hidden. After all, he had blinded one of the python's eyes, and if it wanted to heal, the red blood ginseng was crucial. However, things got complicated. Since Chu Sheng and Zhang Xian traveled together, they couldn't open a portal directly to the other world, leaving him feeling like he was shooting himself in the foot. He silently sighed. His first task was to get Zhang Xian out of the way. Soon, he arrived at a bathing center downstairs with his 2 spirit pets. Zhang Xian frowned, guarded. What are we doing here? We trained so hard we sweat. Don't you want to wash up? Chu Sheng said confidently, isn't that obvious? And led his pets inside without hesitation. Immediately upon entering, the manager approached with a serious expression. No spirit pets allowed in here. Chu Sheng took out a black card without a word, his tone firm. I'm covering this place today. The manager's attitude changed instantly, replacing severity with a respectful smile. Sir, please this way. After some fuss, Chu Sheng smoothly entered the bathing center, preparing for the next steps of his plan. Winning people over with charm and positivity plus 10 points for good vibes. But unfortunately, I still prefer him wild and unruly. A wave of disappointment surged through Chu Sheng's chest. He sighed softly, grabbed the two dogs, and strode straight into the house. Money makes you special, huh? Zhang Xian immediately rolled her eyes, clearly annoyed at this pretty boy's attitude. She had just finished her sarcastic jab when a sudden thought hit her. She had been ordered to personally protect Chu Sheng's safety. If he went straight to shower now, wouldn't she have to follow him into the men's bathhouse to stand guard? Sir, this way please, the manager, captivated by Chu Sheng's unique aura, hurriedly led the way. Wait, you can't shower out here. Zhang Xian's footsteps quickened as she chased after him and planted herself firmly in front of him. But Chu Sheng ignored her completely. Calm and unhurried, he said, "You're here to protect me, not to restrict my freedom." With that, he turned and walked directly into the men's bath. Protect your safety? The manager glanced at Zhang Xian in uniform and immediately upgraded Chu Sheng's status in his mind. After all, ordinary people wouldn't get personal protection from the Spirit Bureau. Chu Sheng had to be rich, powerful, or backed by someone influential. Zhang Xian stomped angrily but was powerless to stop him. Going against a woman's wishes plus 10 points for positivity in Chu Sheng's mind. Those words felt like a new source of strength. He puffed out his chest, like a man newly awakened. Sir, the manager seized the chance, turning his tone obsequious. We have two menus here, one requires blue shorts, the other doesn't. Which would you prefer? Two menus? Chu Sheng's eyes paused briefly, immediately realizing he'd come to the right place. A bathhouse with two menus couldn't be just an ordinary one. Fearing Chu Sheng might not understand, the manager hurried to explain. The second menu is special. Our new tech team offers water condensing flower fairy for 599 and dragon and phoenix play for 999. Interesting. A faint smile instantly curved Chu Sheng's lips as he took the menu and examined it carefully. He had thought after reporting the red romance scandal, everyone would behave more cautiously. But this bathhouse was practically walking into a trap. At the same time, he couldn't help admiring the manager. Despite seeing Zhang Xian in uniform, he dared to aggressively push the second menu. If he didn't order something, it would practically be ignoring their enthusiasm. Sir, your choice. The manager waited eagerly, secretly calculating that if this big fish was happy, his commission would double. Zhang Xian stood nearby in uniform watching, earning only 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. She really was just treated like a watchdog. The right way to survive as an employee is to use your boss resources to build your own connections. After all, she wasn't the boss. I want it all. Chu Sheng was no longer the kid he used to be. He snapped the menu shut, speaking crisply. All of it. The manager nearly jumped for joy, as if his blood were boiling. He had expected Chu Sheng, a black card-wielding rich kid, to maybe try a few ordinary dishes at most. He never imagined this spoiled rich brat would want to order the entire menu of wild vegetables at once. But that was none of the manager's concern. Confident in his plan, as long as he served Chu Sheng well, he could recoup the wages he'd lost dealing with the poor for 2.5 months. As for Zhang Xian in uniform, she might as well not exist in this bathhouse. If he could connect with him, it would be an incredible advantage in the future. After saying this, Chu Sheng walked straight into the bathroom without looking back, warning, also, don't just barge. I don't like being disturbed in the shower. And if my dogs bite you, don't say I didn't warn you. Yes, we promise not to bother you. The manager looked at Dao and the red dog, thinking Chu Sheng was really putting a lot of faith in him. At that moment, Chu Sheng had already closed the bathroom door and stationed the two dogs outside. Then he changed into the heavenly silkworm armor and pulled out a level 5 alloy greatsword from his chest pocket. Silently, he uttered the command open. A prompt sounded, consuming 10 points of positive energy, and a familiar golden light began to shine. Suddenly, a dizzying swirl of motion overwhelmed him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dense primeval forest, with wild beast roars echoing from afar. I'm here. Chu Sheng looked around cautiously. After confirming it was safe, he took out his phone and started recording. As the video unfolded, his expression grew serious. The footage revealed many spiritual beasts he had never seen before, and a silhouette standing quietly at the edge of the grass, seemingly admiring his own masterpiece. The figure was tall and burly, exuding a wild, primal aura. His skin was bronze and glistening with oil. A necklace of beast bones hung around his neck, and he held a long spear made from beast bone. His clothing was made of animal hides, emphasizing his savage lifestyle. Chu Sheng's heart jolted. This was clearly a barbarian. He hadn't expected any living people to inhabit this area. Still, seeing the rough, primitive attire of this barbarian man, Chu Sheng felt a measure of relief. These barbarians were evidently still stuck at a primitive civilization level. Even though their survival skills were strong, his own background in modern civilization cultivation gave him the upper hand. Just as he was thinking this, a sharp bang suddenly rang out from his phone, and the ground trembled lightly. Chu Sheng lifted his head quickly and saw a huge black shadow rushing past, none other than the giant black python that had attacked him before. But this time, the python's fierce aura was completely gone. Its eyes were filled with terror, thrashing wildly like a mouse cornered by a cat, desperate to escape. Yet the barbarian moved swiftly, faster than a blink, and with an explosive lunge, he slammed a powerful punch into the python's head. Woo! The black python let out a painful, despairing howl, and its massive body crashed heavily to the ground. It had originally thought the commotion signaled Chu Sheng's return for revenge, but it never expected that the one who hit its head was this local killing god, someone who could end its life with a single punch. Without wasting a moment, the barbarian hoisted the python's corpse and quickly left. The footage soon returned to calm. Chu Sheng stared at the screen, still stunned. A single punch to kill a Qi realm spiritual beast. This black python wasn't just Qi realm, it also possessed wind attribute powers. Even martial cultivators or awakeners of the same level would find it extremely difficult to win quickly. Yet this barbarian had ended the fight instantly with just one punch, clearly possessing strength far beyond the Qi realm. Red blood ginseng. Chu Sheng didn't hesitate even for a moment when the huge black python suddenly appeared. He immediately sprinted toward the direction where the red blood ginseng grew. Although he didn't understand why the black python had appeared, the ginseng it guarded was real. Guided by his memory, it didn't take long before Chu Sheng found the plant. The red blood ginseng still stood firmly in place, its 3 dark red leaves gently swaying in the breeze. A look of joy instantly spread across Chu Sheng's face. His pace quickened as he eagerly began digging around it. He had expected a fierce battle, yet to his surprise, the treasure remained untouched. Not only had the spirit beast been killed by someone else, but the ginseng itself was unharmed. Suddenly, a message popped up on the screen. Steal red blood ginseng, negative energy 100. Who is the thief? Chu Sheng couldn't help but scoff inwardly, sarcastically thinking that this girl clearly believed that the people live by scavenging. Before long, he successfully unearthed the red blood ginseng. The root was as thick as a baby's arm, its surface exuding a strange dark red sap that slowly dripped, resembling flowing blood within veins. The entire root glowed faintly with a red light and gave off a subtle, refreshing fragrance. This treasure was truly a rare gem. Holding the red blood ginseng in his hands, Chu Sheng was too excited to speak. In the imperial capital, he had only seen ginseng the size of a grown man's middle finger. Never before had he seen one so thick and sturdy as this. This one must be at least 1,000 years old. If veteran players knew about such a divine herb, they would stop at nothing to snatch it away. But Chu Sheng had no intention to sell it. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he carefully stored the ginseng. This was his most valuable treasure right now, his sharpest weapon. How could he give it away lightly? He would wait for the right opportunity, then use the ginseng as the grand prize to lure wealthy buyers into drawing lots. Once most people were hooked, he could adjust the odds and attract more independent players into the game. Just as Chu Sheng was envisioning the future, urgent footsteps echoed from deep within the forest. He immediately furrowed his brow, holding back his aura as he nimbly climbed a large tree to peek toward the source of the noise. A few barbarian men dressed in animal pelts and carrying bone spears were quietly talking while searching around. Chu Sheng could catch fragments of their conversation, which sounded almost identical to what had heard earlier. Hurry up and search. It has to be nearby. Yeah, that's the rare Outlander essence. We can't let it get away. Our children's cultivation depends on it. After speaking, the men hastened their search. Chu Sheng muttered to himself these exact words. It felt incredibly strange. He recalled that when he first re-entered this world, he had heard similar phrases. Coming now to this primeval forest, the same script was repeated, as if all worlds across the multiverse ran the same lines. Thinking about the stories from his neighbor Yingjiang's home, where all creatures spoke the same language, Chu Sheng let it go and focused instead on the Outlander essence mentioned by the barbarians. What exactly was this Outlander essence? Chu Sheng's curiosity was piqued. Had never heard this term before. However, according to the protagonist's law of destiny, this so-called spirit beyond the realm must be fated to cross paths with him. Just then, a burst of excited shouts suddenly rang out, drawing Chu Sheng's attention. He saw figures flashing through the grass, and a white silhouette suddenly darted out, its petite frame resembling a rabbit, moving with lightning-swift agility as it raced through the forest, so fast it was nearly impossible for the naked eye to track. Quick, chase it! Several barbarians took off in pursuit almost simultaneously, their speed equally astonishing as they shot forward like bolts of lightning. Could that be a spirit beast? Chu Sheng didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately activated his human face, beast heart ability. In the next instant, a familiar golden light flashed before his eyes, the very same spiritual radiance he'd seen on his last visit here, the spirit beyond the realm those barbarians had mentioned. Found it! Chu Sheng was instantly thrilled and took off running without a second thought. But that group of barbarians and the so-called spirit beyond the realm were simply too fast even when he concentrated all his spiritual power into his legs, pushing his speed to the absolute limit. He could only glimpse their backs, not even a trace of their dust trail. Holy crap, this is completely ridiculous. Chu Sheng immediately cursed out loud, inwardly berating himself. How could he, the protagonist, be left so far behind? No matter how much he swore, he couldn't close the distance. Instead, quite by accident, he discovered a primitive tribe. The tribe's dwellings were pointed, thatched huts built from unknown tree leaves, scattered throughout the forest in an orderly fashion like giant mushrooms sprouting from the earth. Wooden pillars in the central clearing were carved with fierce beast face patterns, their eyes outlined in crimson paint gleaming with an eerie luster in the humid air. Numerous barefoot women walked about, wearing even less beast hide than Victoria's Secret models, with shell strings hanging from their waists and beast-tooth necklaces around their necks. Nearby, one woman was using a sharp stone blade to peel back the scales of a massive black python, her movements practiced and fierce. Then a group of children came running past, laughing and playing, lively and animated. The atmosphere, though primitive, was brimming with vitality. Chu Sheng's expression turned dazed, as if he'd traveled through time itself. But he didn't rush in to greet them. Instead, he pulled out his backup phone and quietly filmed the tribe, planning to observe first before making any moves. After all, these barbarians didn't understand civilized rules. They only knew that whoever had the biggest fists was in charge. After observing, he carefully retreated, maintaining absolute silence, terrified of being discovered. Remembering his previous failure, he first discarded Zhou Kai's black mulberry tower, then collected 20 to 30 years worth of small spirit fruits and spirit herbs from the vicinity, stuffing them all into his spatial ring to bring back. Unfortunately, once the spatial ring was full, Chu Sheng felt a pang of heartache. He thought 5 square meters would be plenty of space, but after loading just a few hundred spirit fruits and herbs, it was completely packed, severely hampering his efficiency in gathering positive energy going forward. Forget it, better head back. He sighed helplessly and silently commanded, return. After a familiar bout of spinning disorientation, when he opened his eyes again, he was back in the center of the bathroom. 100 positive energy points consumed to bring back the 1,000-year crimson blood ginseng. The deduction notification chimed on his phone, and Chu Sheng's heart immediately ached. 100 positive energy points was quite a hefty sum. Just as he was grimacing and gritting his teeth, his phone suddenly displayed several hundred missed calls, all from that female detective Zhang Xiyan. Does this woman have a crush on me or something? Chu Sheng couldn't help muttering under his breath as he reluctantly pressed the answer button. Chu Sheng, are you out of your mind? Zhang Xiyan finally got through on the phone and immediately started yelling like crazy. Who in their right mind turns off their phone while taking a shower? I've called hundreds of times, and it always says you're out of coverage. Have you secretly run off to another planet? Get out here right now. If I don't believe you, they'll burst in, beat you until you can't take care of yourself, drag you out to the street for public humiliation. I won't let you off. Her voice was full of anger and frustration. Chu Sheng replied with absolute certainty, The words barely left his mouth before Zhang Xiyan got so furious it was like an electric shock ran through her. She became a raging telegraph of fury, her anger and negativity instantly maxing out as if about to explode. Chu Sheng hurriedly pulled the phone away from his ear, covering it until her shouting softened and the curses died down. Then he brought the phone back close and whispered, You want to make a name for yourself? Make a name for myself? What kind of credit do you think you deserve? Zhang Xian's face was full of disdain, a look that said, Don't make me laugh. Don't tell me you just didn't want to pay after the shower and expect me to drag you back to the Spirit Bureau so you can earn some glory? Zhang Xiyan, that's going too far. Chu Sheng said seriously. Those are hard-earned wages from the ladies. If I skipped out on the bill, what kind of man would I be? Ladies? Zhang Xiyan suddenly froze and instinctively glanced toward the men's shower room. She saw Daoj and Hongo standing guard by the door, the manager patiently waiting outside, while a few scantily clad ladies walked by asking questions. The scene looked more and more suspicious to her. Before entering, the manager had handed me 2 menus. A doubt was forming in her mind. Seeing Zhang Xiyan finally calm down, Chu Sheng went on, I have to change into blue shorts with water condensing flower fairy $5.99 and dragon plays with phoenix $9.99 written on them. I got it. You just want to skip out on paying. Zhang Xiyan said with a teasing look in her eyes. Zhang Xiyan immediately caught on, her eyes full of scorn. Although she looked down on those women too, she despised men like Chu Sheng even more. That's nonsense. Chu Sheng argued. I'm a big boss paying employees $1 million a year. How could I run from a few hundred yuan? Now tell me, are you in or not? If not, I'll have to pay myself. In. Zhang Xiyan said, adrenaline pumping, ready to team up and shut this place down. Then that's settled happily. Chu Sheng flashed a smile like a dragon king, knowing well how eager young cops are to make a name for themselves. Then he hung up and called the manager, saying he was done showering and ready to order. Understood. The manager, unaware of being set up, smiled broadly and prepared to serve with full effort. Next, the manager took Chu Sheng up to a luxurious private room on the third floor. The room was already filled with many ladies wearing ultra-short skirts with number tags hung at their waists. Some sprinkled flower petals in private baths, others laid out bedsheets carefully, while others arranged essential oils with care. The rich and opulent atmosphere greeted them. Standing in the lavish room, Chu Sheng couldn't help but sigh. Money is really nice. But he didn't forget his mission. Opening the video call window with Zhang Xiyan, he secretly placed his phone in a hidden corner while no one was paying attention. Zhang Xiyan rolled her eyes watching the video feed, thinking, damn rich people. If anything goes wrong, they'll have to rush in and save you. Chu Sheng quietly reminded her through the video, I'm just worried about protecting my reputation. Remember, stay ready at all times. That's your line too. Zhang Xiyan muttered speechlessly, unsure who was really the man or the woman here. Hello, sir. As soon as Chu Sheng walked in, the young women all bent slightly at the waist and greeted him with voices tinged with coquettish playfulness. Chu Sheng's eyes swept across the room before finally resting on Miss Number 16. She looked almost identical to the Miss 16 from Hong Langman. Not just similar, but nearly a perfect match. Though not stunningly beautiful, her skin was so soft and tender it seemed like you could squeeze water from it, fresh enough to make you want to look again. Hello, sir. Miss 16 greeted him in a sweet, sultry tone that sounded like a playful lilt, as if she had no memory of ever meeting him. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Sheng sized her up and instantly felt puzzled. Aren't you still with Hong Langman? Wait, you should have been caught by the Spiritual Affairs Bureau by now. How come you were released early and are working here instead? Sir, you've got the wrong person. Miss 16 smiled as if she'd been mistaken for someone else several times before and softly explained, the one at Hong Langman is my younger sister. Her older twin were identical twins. It suddenly clicked for Chu Sheng, and he chided himself quietly for jumping to conclusions. Then he asked, so you also went out to work after graduating from college? No, I didn't. Her face instantly fell with a hint of grievance, and her voice choked slightly. My family was poor growing up. Father was a gambler, mother was sick. As the older sister, I dropped out of elementary school to work. I wanted to support my sister so she could finish college and have a better life. But after graduating, she ended up doing the exact same job as me. Hearing this, Chu Sheng couldn't help but sigh. Wow, your sister really took a rough path. Before finishing his sentence, he pulled her into a gentle embrace, whispering words of comfort with an expression full of pity. He was amazed. Was this girl really only 18? At that moment, Zhang Xiyan was staring intently at the video of Chu Sheng, puzzled to think he looked nothing like an actor. Taking advantage of the moment, Miss 16 leaned into Chu Sheng's embrace, softly sobbing with a sense of injustice. Sir, you don't know how much hardship and tears I endured just so my sister could go to college. Chu Sheng gently patted her back and said kindly, I understand how you feel, but since she's your real sister, and she chose this path, as the older sibling, you should take a handsome approach to support her, so she's not alone out there. Sir, we're definitely not fighting alone, Miss 16 sincerely explained. We have a career plan. This job relies on youth and beauty. If you're young and pretty, you'll always have customers. We purposely developed separately, so when we get older, we can appear as a twin act to extend our careers. Chu Sheng stared wide-eyed in shock. No way, there's actually a career strategy like that? Head figured this line of work was simple, but hadn't expected such fierce competition. Of course, love what you do what you love. Miss 16 said firmly, then sighed. Unfortunately, my sister was caught by the Spiritual Affairs Bureau a few days ago. Someone must have reported Hong Langman. Yeah, that's so ruthless. The other women finally chimed in, immediately starting to complain. They were barely scraping by in this line of work, and now being reported only made things harder for them. You can't say it like that, Chu Sheng said righteously. That person was doing it for justice. People who care about justice are now as rare as national treasures. When you meet one, you should protect them instead. Justice? Huh. The ladies all scowled with obvious disgust and didn't bother hiding their dissatisfaction. Justice died a long time ago. Sir Number 16 immediately threw herself into Chu Sheng's arms, pouting with annoyance and a touch of playfulness. How can you speak up for people like that? If all of us sisters get arrested, who will keep you company when you're lonely? She shot him a glare full of resentment. Faced with their fool and disdain, Chu Sheng gave a wry smile, his mind filled with negativity. Sigh, is doing good these days a crime now? He sighed helplessly and decided to confess. Fine, I'm done pretending. The one who reported Hong Langman was me. Even your sister, I was the one who got her sent in. You reported them. The room instantly fell silent, all eyes fixed sharply on Chu Sheng. Sir, you must be joking. Number 16 laughed awkwardly. A big boss like you? No way you'd rat anyone out. Chu Sheng puffed out his chest, speaking with a mix of seriousness and teasing, because I'm an honest and wealthy man. Yes, sir is an honest man. The young women said that out loud, but clearly didn't believe a word. They couldn't help but giggle behind his back. A few brave ones heard the words wealthy man like a secret code and started reaching to tease him. Talking's fine, but hands off. Chu Sheng nervously shouted, retreating quickly. While Head had countless exes and murky connections, sometimes even sneaking off for foot massages, he still thought of himself as a decent, upright young man. But the ladies had seen it all. They knew very few men who came here were truly good guys, so they ignored his protests and began groping him. I really shouldn't trust a woman's foul mouth. Chu Sheng lamented bitterly. Just when he felt overwhelmed with guilt and helplessness, bang. Zhang Xian kicked open the door of the bathhouse, followed by a group of uniformed officers rushing in. You finally arrived. Chu Sheng blushed shyly like a bullied young bride, exposing one shoulder and shooting a pleading look to Zhang Xian and the others. Wait, you really reported them? The women finally started processing, eyes wide as they stared at Chu Sheng. They'd thought they'd stumbled on some kind of VIP black card holder, a golden ticket out of poverty. Now it turned out this guy not only ate the chicken blood steamed buns, but was also here to tear down the very henhouse they depended on for survival. Of course, Chu Sheng admitted without hesitation. Being honest should be praised, shouldn't it? That's just bullshit. The women's faces darkened with fury, barely restraining the urge to tear him apart. Their rage soared, negative energy spiking by 260 points, enough to push them over the edge. Hearing the system alert, Chu Sheng smiled with satisfaction. Not only did I save on renting out the whole place, I gained 260 points of negative energy. Negative times negative is positive 130 points of positive energy. Adding that to the previous 615 points and subtracting 122 points of negative energy, that's a total of 806 positive energy points. Time to level up. Everyone, duck and cover. Zhang Xian ignored all grudges and rushed into the private room with a team of cops to take control. Before long, a group of young women were led out with their heads down, drawing crowds of onlookers whispering and watching. Wow, this bathhouse really has this kind of business? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Why am I only finding out after they get caught every time? Today's batch was quality, real, beautiful girls. Someone said proudly. Good job catching them. I'm always urging them to raid more. It drives me crazy. An onlooker cheered excitedly. That's right, some older folks just love tricking themselves with random internet images and stubbornly claim they're still students. Food safety is no joke, so this kind of thing definitely needs cracking down on. While passers-by around them whispered and pointed fingers, Chu Sheng received a reward of 1,000 yuan in his hand. Is that all the money you want? Zhang Xian rolled her eyes, increasingly convinced that Chu Sheng had some strange illness. She'd hand out million yuan annual salaries to employees without blinking an eye, but at the bathhouse he was ridiculously stingy, unwilling to spend a single cent, and even reported them, making it seem like he couldn't be satisfied with just earning 1,000 yuan in bonuses. You don't understand. Chu Sheng ignored her, hopped on his motorcycle, and got ready to leave. Wei Zhang Xian didn't forget her task and stubbornly jumped on the bike, acting as a mudguard. Is this woman like some kind of stubborn sticker? Chu Sheng cursed silently, speechless in an instant and regretting hiring a female detective to escort him. But he didn't have time to think further. He wasn't planning to ask Wu Zhongxing to cancel the report. Instead, he headed back to the company to check on the progress of the three-person task and prepared to hold a meeting to clearly explain what the company was really about. The journey was smooth and uneventful, and finally they arrived. The company, once coated in dust, had been thoroughly cleaned by janitors. A sign reading Haidang Pavilion hung on the wall. The office was freshly decorated with many green plants and office supplies, instantly making the whole space vibrant and full of life. Boss, Qian Buer fawned as soon as he saw Chu Sheng. Not bad, not bad. Chu Sheng nodded approvingly. Getting the company tidied up this fast shows you put in a lot of effort. Go see Sister by later for reimbursement. Sure thing, boss. Qian Buer's smile grew even more sycophantic. He genuinely liked this straightforward, no-nonsense boss. Boss, the company registration is done. Baiji happened to return from outside, holding a set of documents in her hand. It covers every category: real estate, finance, heavy industry, light industry, medicine, textiles, you name it. We registered all we could. The Haidang Pavilion trademark is now exclusively ours. As soon as you sign here, Haidang Pavilion will officially be established. Professional. Chu Sheng confirmed Qian's work wasn't wasted and signed without hesitation. Is this the janitor's doing? Zhang Xian stared, baffled how the cleaning staff had managed to get the company so fully set up. After signing, Chu Sheng added, once Song Lu arrives, we'll have a meeting to discuss the company's future development. The future? Qian Buer and Baiji immediately became serious. Don't be so nervous. Chu Sheng relaxed his tone. It's dinner time soon anyway, so let's order some food first. We'll eat while we talk. Just like at home. Like at home? Baiji murmured, her expression a bit dazed. Before, whenever she heard that phrase, she would resist because it meant working late into the night. But now, she was more than willing to follow Boss Chu home to keep working. All right, boss. Qian Buer took the order and began scrolling through his phone. Wait, spicy chicken wings over rice, essence fried fish, pork knuckle kelp porridge, cilantro chicken steamed mullet, hold on. There's even staple foods. Chu Sheng immediately stopped him. Cut out those bad habits. Ask if they have roast marinated pig. Got it. Qianbuer contacted the restaurant and then turned to answer. Boss, they said they've been raising a Putian spirit pig for over 30 years recently, but it's expensive priced at 908,000 yuan. Over 900,000? Are our fellows from Putian really eating this well? Chu Sheng was instantly intrigued and didn't hesitate to say, we have to order one and give it a try. All right. Qianbuer didn't say a word and immediately started placing the order. Look at the boss style. Bai Yiji watched Boss Chu with quiet relief, glad she hadn't backed the wrong person. Seeing how generous he was when paying salaries with hardly any haggling and how lavish he was ordering dinner, she couldn't help but think even if she had to work for him her whole life, or take the fall in the future, she'd do it gladly without a word. This is exactly how rich people behave. Zhang Xian rolled her eyes, muttering with disdain. Then she quietly pulled out her phone and ordered a hand-grabbed pancake without any sausage. Before long, both sides' dinners arrived. One table was loaded with a luxurious feast, with a golden, tempting roast pig at the center. The other side had just a palm-sized hand-grabbed pancake, completely devoid of sausage. What kind of game is this? Chu Sheng asked in confusion. Come over here and eat with us. There are rules. Zhang Xian replied coolly, unconvinced as she ate her sausage-free pancake. But when she saw Chu Sheng had even ordered a roast chicken for his dog, her pancake suddenly lost all appeal, and she silently cursed the ruthless nature of these capitalists. This is clearly someone fresh out of school, Chu Sheng suddenly thought, feeling that the detective before him actually did resemble a detective. Still, he said no more and invited everyone to eat while chatting. Song Yicheng, who had just arrived, also sat down. Not knowing Chu Sheng's preferences, Song Yicheng brought two employee contracts. One was the standard contract issued by the court, and the other was a nearly draconian, but legal contract that could bankrupt anyone who dared act against the company. Let's go with this one. Chu Sheng picked up the standard contract, not the strict one. It wasn't a sudden change of heart. He just wanted to avoid trouble. The harsh contract could protect rights, but couldn't undo losses, and traitors could still be taken care of later. A looser contract was better. It helped win people's loyalty and left room for flexibility. Boss. The three of them trembled, and their eyes grew moist. Their former boss had ignored court regulations and practically demanded they sign slave contracts. But Chu Sheng followed the rules, made them sign legitimate contracts, and offered wages far beyond market rates. Is he really that kind? Zhang Xian looked at Chu Sheng in growing confusion. He was doing the right thing, but somehow acted like a complete fool. Still, seeing the luxurious dinner spread, she turned her gaze away and bit hard into her sausageless pancake, afraid she might one day impulsively quit and join Chu Sheng. This is clearly a sweetened trap. Negativity plus 10. Chu Sheng gave up trying to figure it out, smiled, and pressed his hand down. The contracts are settled. Next, let's talk about the company's future direction. Please share your expert opinions. Company's future. The three immediately put down their bowls and straightened their backs. Don't be so serious. Chu Sheng lowered his voice. Actually, our company's operation is pretty simple. I've found a stable supplier who can provide unlimited supplies of spiritual herbs and fruits aged 20 to 30 years. A stable supplier? The three of them instantly felt a wave of tension. The news was quite shocking. Although spirit fruits aged 20 to 30 years are no longer incredibly rare nowadays, anyone who claimed to have a stable supply was truly exceptional. Then, excitement quickly ignited within them, relying on Boss Chu's generosity and this steady source of spirit fruits. Their fast track to success was finally laid out. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Chu Sheng pressed down his hand, his tone calm but serious. I don't intend to sell the spirit fruits directly, nor put them up for auction. Instead, I'm thinking of using them as prizes for a lottery alongside some spirit herbs. A lottery? Qian Early was momentarily stunned, then his eyes lit up. Boss, that's a brilliant idea. 20 or 30-year-old spirit fruits might fetch only a few 100,000 at most, but if we use them as lottery prizes, millions could easily roll in. Now that's exciting. Zhang Xian repented of her earlier approval of Chu Sheng. She had hoped his stable supply would bring her some luck, but now it seemed this crafty businessman's true nature was showing was all about making tens of times the profits. The idea sounds good, but it won't be easy in reality. Baiji immediately poured cold water on the plan. The court hasn't explicitly banned lotteries involving spirit fruits, but the profits are so huge that one misstep, and we could be invited for a chatta, even accused of illegal business operations. How could it be illegal? Qian Early disagreed, trying to argue. Thousands of gamblers will participate in this big event. How can it be considered illegal? Song Lu, what do you think? Chu Sheng declined to defend himself directly, instead turning to the lawyer among them, Song Yicheng. We just need to change our approach. Song Yicheng adjusted his glasses with a polite tone. As Sister Bai said, using spirit fruits directly as lottery prizes invites trouble. But if we treat the spirit fruits as additional gifts and give them for free to lucky winners, then there's no problem at all. Give them away for free? Chu Sheng raised an eyebrow, curious. Very simple. Song Yicheng explained further. Our Haiding Pavilion can develop a game with a blind box lottery system. Players receive rare in-game items through draws, and at the same time, They get spirit fruits as complimentary physical gifts. That's genius. Qian Early's eyes sparkled. We're a legitimate gaming company, not some shady middleman selling spirit fruits. This really is a professional lawyer's idea. Bai Yiji also looked over at Song Yicheng, quietly musing. Those small-time operators selling spirit fruits probably never imagined that the ones who would put them out of business in the future would be a gaming company. All right, let's start a gaming company. Chu Sheng made the decision without hesitation, determined to enter the gaming world from now on. Zhang Xian watched these people nearby. Her emotions stirred deeply as if witnessing the birth of a new team. After finishing the detailed discussion, Chu Sheng and the others polished off the dishes on the table, including an entire spirit pig. This spirit pig was truly worth every bit of its 90+ thousand price tag. Qian Early let out a contented burp and confidently said, "Tonight, I'll refine it. And with the boss marrow cleansing herbs, I might break through to the first level of the pawn realm." Bai Yiji and Song Yicheng nodded eagerly, hoping they could break through tonight as well. Although these elites came from different fields, their martial talent was average. Even in their late 20s or early 30s, they were still stuck in the pawn realm. Yet Chu Sheng felt a hint of disappointment this sky-high price spirit pig hadn't brought any breakthrough power. Next time, maybe try an even more expensive one, a 1.38 million spirit pig? He secretly pondered. Still not quite there? Song Yicheng heard this and turned around in shock, unable to believe it. Although his talent was indeed inferior to Chu Sheng's, he was older and already at the 4th level of the Xiaozu realm. But the current situation left him baffled. He felt himself on the verge of breaking through, while Chu Sheng, only at the 2nd level of Xiaozu, was actually closer to success. With their states so close, he couldn't tell who was truly the expert at the 4th level. Yeah, just a little short. Chu Sheng sighed helplessly, a deep pain barely concealed in his expression. On the surface, he had opened 12 meridians and his cultivation far surpassed ordinary people. He had also successfully fused martial arts with his special abilities, greatly increasing his combat power. But the cost was a steep rise in difficulty, increasing many times over. Simply put, the energy required for him to break through a small level was much greater than what others needed to cross an entire major realm. That's insane. Zhang Xian muttered quietly after watching Chu Sheng's training process. Chu Sheng immediately pricked up his ears, clearly hearing her voice. But before he could confront Zhang Xian, his phone on the table suddenly rang. It was his good friend Qin Shou calling. Qin Shou told him an unfamiliar old man had shown up at his home, urging him to come back immediately. An old man? Chu Sheng looked puzzled, having no recollection of this stranger. Ever since his parents completed the sacrificial rite to heaven, the only relative at home had been his second uncle, who had never mentioned any other elder relatives. Let's call it a day after dinner. Chu Sheng decided not to overthink it. He announced head clock out today and turned to leave the company. Wei Zhang Xian remembered her mission and quickly followed Chu Sheng downstairs. She deliberately sat in the back seat to act as a mudguard, followed closely by Daoj and Hongo. Hold on tight. Chu Sheng hit the gas, the motorcycle blasting off like a rocket. Hey, slow down. Zhang Xian shouted anxiously, desperately gripping Chu Sheng. But Chu Sheng showed no sign of slowing, wildly running red lights and suddenly braking hard, startling Zhang Xian, who held on even tighter. What should have been a 25-minute trip was somehow shortened to under 10 minutes under his reckless control. Chu Sheng, you're crazy. Zhang Xian yelled, exasperated after they stopped. Breaking rules. Negative energy, 10 taking advantage. Negative energy, 20, she began lecturing relentlessly. No way. Chu Sheng protested inside, insisting he was an upstanding guy. Running the reds was just so the guest wouldn't have to wait. The sudden brakes were to avoid hitting pedestrians, definitely not to feel any powerful chest impact. Chu Sheng, you're done for. Zhang Xian got off the bike with a serious expression and warned, you ran so many red lights. The traffic cops can definitely trace the plates. It won't just be a fine you're looking at a few days in the station at least. Is that for real? Chu Sheng panicked and prepared to hand the bike back to Brother Nan. Really, Zhang Xian affirmed firmly, about to say more, but suddenly felt an icy chill from behind, as if a fierce tiger stood right there. Who's there? Zhang Xian froze and mechanically glanced back. It was Su Yaya, standing at the gate of Chu Sheng's courtyard, arms tightly crossed, expression cold and unreadable, staring at her silently without a word. This is bad, we're doomed. Zhang Xian's heart sank at the sight of Su Yaya. Just now, she hadn't only become Chu Sheng's human shield, clutching tightly around his waist, as if afraid of being thrown off. Even if she had two mouths, jumping into the yellow river wouldn't clear her name. Framing someone, spreading negativity, +10. Chu Sheng immediately grumbled inwardly, insisting he was a gentleman. But he didn't intend to explain. Instead, he shifted his gaze away from Su Yaya and looked toward the elderly man beside them. The man's hair was completely white, his face covered in fine wrinkles, yet his eyes shone with vitality. He wore a traditional Chinese administrative jacket, exuding a refined and gentle aura. A warm smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. giving an impression of scholarly kindness and approachability. You must be Chu Sheng, right? The white-haired elder introduced himself with a smile. I am Gu Yun, the president of Jinling University. Jinling University? The name immediately struck a chord in Chu Sheng's mind. Although the imperial capital university claimed to be the strongest in the empire, Jinling University was by no means ordinary. It had once briefly surpassed the imperial capital university and suppressed many prodigies there. Later, to save face, the court issued an edict to split Jinling University into 13 parts, forever earning it the nickname Jinling's 13 Splits. The president of Jinling University? Zhang Xian covered her mouth in astonishment upon hearing the introduction. Although he was only the head of one school, he possessed supreme Grand Master-level cultivation and was highly respected throughout the empire. His disciples were scattered across the land, and he was renowned as a teacher with countless accomplished students. Chu Sheng, who was no stranger to prominence, quickly composed himself and asked, "What is this about?" "I've come for you," Gu Yin said kindly with a smile. "Those in the imperial capital treat you like dirt, but we at Jinling see you as a precious treasure. I've personally come to invite you to join Jinling University." Inviting Chu Sheng to join Jinling University? Zhang Xian looked at Chu Sheng with obvious envy. Although Jinling University had been weakened by its division, it still had a prestigious lineage and teaching resources comparable to the imperial capital university. With the president himself paying a visit, it was clear Chu Sheng would accept. "Sorry, I'm not planning to attend university." Chu Sheng shifted tone, refusing firmly. "I'm just a sewer beast tamer. Don't waste your resources on me." Zhang Xian was almost speechless at his reply, showing a stunned expression. "You're still harboring resentment." Guyan laughed upon hearing this. It was unfair for the imperial capital to strip your status as a martial selection student, but they had to consider the bigger picture. It's not a slight. They just want to put you in the right position. Chu Sheng nodded repeatedly. "That's true. I think my current place suits me fine. I've already promised Yaya a support plan, so I don't have to fight Red Moon's fierce beasts or guess my superior's thoughts. Taking care of my precious Yaya every day is enough. If she unfortunately dies in battle, I'll inherit the estate. I can start another livestream playing the sentimental card, tricking naive little girls into watching my goldfish. Using the Empire's most devoted gimmick, I can keep finding the next wealthy patron." Gu Yun was completely dumbfounded, unable to wrap his head around it. Though aware that young people were clever and sarcastic, he had never expected such outrageous statements. Truly, they had no sense of face at all. "Can't he at least look forward to me a little?" Su Yaya's face flushed with anger as she listened. But the moment she heard Chu Sheng call her my dear Yaya, all her fury shifted onto Zhang Xian. Just as expected from Chu Sheng, his moves are absolutely flawless. Zhang Xian was so shocked by those words that she silently gave him a mental thumbs up. But when she caught Su Yaya shooting her a sharp look, she immediately shrank back like a frightened little rabbit, not daring to make a sound, quietly chanting in her mind, "Don't see me, don't see me." "Ahem, young man, don't give up on yourself so quickly," Guyan interrupted, clearing the awkward air with a cough. "Fate can't be relied on, but destiny isn't set in stone. Being expelled from the Imperial Academy this time means you're off the list, but it doesn't mean your path is closed." "Who's giving up?" Chu Sheng immediately objected, unwilling to accept defeat. "Ever since I entered the Imperial Academy as a martial candidate, I understood one thing: there are only two types of successful people in this world, those who eat alone and those who live off others." With a smug tone, he glanced around the room. While others were paying attention in class, I was already hitting on my desk mate. While others buried their noses in martial formulas, I was charming all the pretty girls in class. While others trained relentlessly, I only had eyes for beauties in other classes. So, when those little kids in the academy finally grow up, they'll find that most of the rich and beautiful girls have been my ex-girlfriends. Eating alone and living off others, tell me, does that count as giving up on yourself, or what? Zhang Xian was stunned, silently thinking, no way. She had assumed Chu Sheng's sharp words were just jokes, but it turned out he was genuinely this straightforward and worldly wise at such a young age. No wonder he came up with that shady, but legal lottery scheme. Sigh. Su Yaya couldn't help but sigh as well. She had been seriously deceived by his sweet talk back then and became his girlfriend, buying him a ton of snacks every day. Even now, knowing how shameless Chu Sheng was, she still felt he was her one and only first love, unable to fully let go. She quietly thought, maybe I can still save this jerk? What if he really changes? Huh. Principal Gu Yun's mouth twitched slightly, feeling his resolve shaken. Had heard that Chu Sheng got expelled for lifestyle problems and had pitted him, thinking the old powers at the Imperial Academy were being unreasonable. How could an 18-year-old cause such trouble? But after meeting him in person, he realized he had been too naive and underestimated today's youth. Still, as an experienced principal, Gu Yun hadn't given up on Chu Sheng. He was already planning to use a mainly discipline with some encouragement approach to teach this rebellious youth that the old dog still has tricks. Shocking everyone with your shamelessness, negative energy 100. Chu Sheng grumbled silently. Can you even speak properly? I train in swordsmanship, not shamelessness. Honesty won, positive energy won. As soon as he finished, his spirit lifted and he prepared to lay down some more harsh truths. Principal Gu, don't believe his nonsense. Seeing Chu Sheng about to speak again, Su Yaya quickly stepped forward and covered his mouth, hastily changing the subject. Although he awakened as a beast tamer, that SSR talent is no joke. Look, these are the two dogs he's been raising since he came back. They were originally just rank stray dogs, but in just a few days, they've advanced to our rank and even awakened fire and lightning attributes. As she spoke, she extended her hand, pointing to Dao Gu and Red Dog nearby. Dao Gu and Red Dog seemed to understand their master's words and immediately let out a wolf-like howl in unison, causing the air to tremble slightly. Rank strays. Guyan glanced at the two dogs, his eyebrows lifting slightly as his heart stirred. Since Chu Sheng's return, he had noticed the extraordinary qualities of these two spirit pets and could vaguely tell they were indeed our rank. But as the principal of Jinling University, having seen many rare spirit pets, he hadn't thought much of it. However, if these two spirit pets truly advanced from rank to our rank in just a few days, he would need to reassess Chu Sheng's value. Well, Chu Sheng broke free from Su Yaya's hand and spoke again, his expression carrying a hint of pride. Having seen my beast taming abilities, don't you feel like there's a hidden gem among commoners, a Qilin lying dormant in the countryside? An SSR beast tamer is indeed impressive. Gu Yun smiled in acknowledgement, but then his tone shifted with a hint of criticism. However, our rank spirit pets can at most break through to the 9th level of the pawn realm. You're still some distance from that hidden gem and Qilin in the countryside you mentioned. Woo-woo, he's calling me bottom tier. Chu Sheng suddenly changed his attitude, rushed into Su Yaya's embrace, and began crying pitifully. Wait. Gu Yun was instantly confused. Don't other 18-year-olds get fired up when they hear this, pumping their fists and shouting, I can do it? Why is Chu Sheng not following the script? Not only isn't he shouting and yelling, he's actually honestly admitting he's bottom tier. He's just a bit fragile. Su Yaya smiled awkwardly, trying to make excuses for Chu Sheng. Fragile. Zhang Xian muttered under her breath, silently complaining to herself. Based on Chu Sheng's behavior today, where was the fragility? Taking advantage and bursting with negative energy was more like it. Who's taking advantage? Chu Sheng protested stubbornly while holding onto Su Yaya tightly. All right. Gu Yun coughed and immediately adjusted to his educator's tone. Although beast tamers are called bottom tier, flowing water doesn't compete to be first but to flow endlessly. Plants and trees don't compete in height, but in everlasting vitality. Wind rises from the tip of green duckweed, and waves form from tiny ripples. High mountains have their own paths for travelers, and deep waters have their own ferries. Don't compete for a moment, but for a lifetime. Even if you fall behind temporarily, adjust your mindset and patiently wait for opportunities. Temporary setbacks don't equal failure. Only by persisting to the end can you call yourself a winner in life. My Chinese was taught by my PE teacher. Chu Sheng looked up, his face full of grievance, indicating he was a poor student who couldn't understand this kind of talk at all. Child, he's just a child. Gu Yun sighed helplessly and switched to a more straightforward explanation. Every generation has its own mission. What we must do is pass down our thoughts and experiences. Perhaps we will fall on the snowy wilderness, but someone will always pick up the torch from your hands and continue forward. I understand now. Su Yaya's eyes lit up. Principal Gu means for Chu Sheng to study at Jinling University and then stay on directly as an instructor? Isn't that like throwing a mouse into a rice jar? Zhang Xian couldn't help but mutter under her breath. With someone as morally bankrupt as Chu Sheng, if he stays on, he'll probably be harassing female students every day. Huh. Su Yaya suddenly realized what had just slipped out and hurriedly tried to take back her surprised words. Chu Sheng, standing nearby, had heard everything clearly and immediately became conflicted. Unlike the vague, questionable students from Hongleiman University, the students at Jinling University were 100 genuine and top-notch. But he had just rented an entire floor of office space in Haicheng and was gearing up for a big venture. Switching over to study in Jinling would mean losing hundreds of thousands of yuan away. Don't even think about it. Gu Yin noticed Chu Sheng still weighing the options carefully and silently rolled his eyes. Putting aside how strict their school's rules were, their president was no pushover. Even if Chu Sheng was clever, he wouldn't dare cause trouble right under his watch. Clearly, Chu Sheng hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation, yet Zhang Xian looked at Gu Yun's nonchalant expression and sighed in helplessness. Although Gu Yun's cultivation was top tier in the Celestial Empire, there's no such thing as perfect vigilance every day. Once Chu Sheng saw a chance, he would immediately turn into a big bad wolf sneaking in to snatch away the little white rabbit. I definitely want to keep Chu Sheng. Gu Yun lightly returned to the topic. 100 years ago, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, countless predecessors ignited martial arts prosperity from a single spark. An individual is too small in the long course of history to ever truly reach the peak of martial arts, but they laid the foundation with their entire lives. I hope you can follow their footsteps and, with your SSR-level beast-taming talent, blaze a bright path for future generations and become a leading figure in the beast-taming world. No interest. Chu Sheng shot back bluntly with no mercy. Ah. Gu Yun sighed bitterly. Child, the past is for gratitude, the present for inheritance, and the future for pioneering. Don't reject it all just because of some temporary unfairness. Don't moralize me. Chu Sheng rolled his eyes. Sure, the predecessors did kindle the flourishing of martial arts, but who's really enjoying this prosperity now? Don't you really know? Huh. Su Yaya felt increasingly uneasy, sensing Chu Sheng wanted to put her in a bad spot. So young yet seeing through everything so clearly. Gu Yun looked at Chu Sheng deeply, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. But the only true heroism in this world is to love it despite seeing the harsh truth and pain. The darker the night, the brighter the stars, guiding people forward until dawn arrives. Child, the day will surely break. Wait, can I really hear this? Zhang Xian's heart raced in fright as he hurriedly declared himself just an ordinary officer. You should find someone else. I've decided to join Jinling University. Chu Sheng interrupted quickly, smoothly reciting, greater than the heavens, only special admission. Quite the resolve. Guyan shook his head helplessly. Chu Sheng retorted, if I were the one enjoying the good life, I'd support your view. But if I suffer while others enjoy, then we might as well all perish together. Sigh. Such lofty topics, such restless hearts. Gu Yun sighed resignedly, reaching into his pocket and changing the subject. Jinling University often holds competitions with the Imperial Capital University. I was going to offer you a special admission spot and let you meet some old classmates. Wait a moment. Chu Sheng hurriedly interrupted again, reciting the rhyme firmly. Greater than the heavens, only special admission. I've decided to join Jinling University. Gu Yun spoke with a hint of doubt, pulling the special admission certificate from his pocket. Chu Sheng's expression turned serious, his voice firm. I've always held a strong sense of purpose. Today, I am proud of my alma mater, and tomorrow, my alma mater will be proud of me. Zhang Xian muttered quietly beside them, feeling that Chu Sheng's words were suspicious, as if he was hiding something. Gu Yun beamed, unaware of the gravity behind Chu Sheng's statement, and happily handed him the special admission certificate. Good kid. Immediately, Chu Sheng became respectful, his posture straightening and his tone softening. Thank you, principal. He stood upright and stepped forward, taking the certificate with both hands, then bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to show his respect. Gu Yun nodded. Good. Remember to report in 1 month. With the formalities done, Gu Yun grew curious. Where's your second uncle, Chen Shi? I've been here so long, but haven't seen a trace of him. A puzzled look crossed Chu Sheng's face, and he shook his head, genuinely unsure. The scene then shifted to inside the Spiritual Regulation Bureau. Behind iron bars, second uncle Chen Shi was held captive, his face full of anger and confusion. Captain Wu, on what grounds did you arrest me? I haven't done anything wrong. Chen Shi shouted, protesting. Wu Zhongxing looked at him helplessly. Arrest you? You'll have to ask your good nephew Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng? Chen Shi froze, utterly bewildered. Yes, him, Wu Zhongxing nodded. In less than 5 days, your nephew reported 2 illegal venues. The higher-ups were embarrassed and immediately launched a massive crackdown across Haiqing. But every time they make arrests, they end up circling back to you. Chen Shi clenched his teeth in frustration, unable to understand what had gotten into Chu Sheng. At that moment, Chu Sheng couldn't help but sneeze. Akio. Suddenly, he sensed someone had just been thinking about him. Anger 1, negative energy 1. Resentment 1, negative energy 1. Sadness 1, negative energy 1. Regret 1, negative energy 1. As Chu Sheng pondered who it might be, a series of notification sounds rang out one after another. Recognizing the familiar rhythm, he immediately pulled out his phone. The screen displayed news about tonight's operations in Haiqing. Entertainment venues had been shut down, and large groups of people were being escorted into the Spiritual Regulation Bureau's wagons like cattle. The comments section exploded with reactions. Damn, this crackdown is fierce. I'm doomed. All my clubs got raided. With them gone, where will I find any fun after work? This is good though. There were lots of food safety issues. How am I supposed to survive without those places? Amid the flood of comments, someone tagged domesticated plump rabbit to remind others an important detail was missing. This crackdown is so heavy. It'll take 3 or 4 years to recover. I know someone in the Spiritual Regulation Bureau. Apparently, someone reported them. Some say the person reporting this is the same one who reported Red Romance last time. Damn, who is this traitor, cutting off the brother's source of happiness? We need to issue a Jianghu arrest warrant. This traitor won't rest until Haiqing is in chaos. Exactly. We must find this traitor or nobody will have a good time ever again. One wave of comments after another surfaced, mixing anger and anxiety. The entire city of Haiqing was gripped by an unprecedented tension caused by this sweeping cleanup operation. A total of 5,024 points of negative energy flooded in. Chu Sheng immediately cursed under his breath, stunned as if the entire coastal city was becoming unbearable for him. He had expected this report to bring at most a few thousand negative energy points like last time, but instead, it triggered a citywide purge, leaving him too scared to even send messages online, worried someone might actually come crawling through the internet to settle the score. What the hell? Gu Yun furrowed his brows deeply, not understanding who Chu Sheng was cursing. As evening approached, Su Yaya quickly spoke up. I've already booked the hotel. Let's go have dinner first. No need. I have some business, so I'll leave first. Gu Yun waved off politely, but firmly, adding seriously, Chu Sheng, remember to report to Jinling University in a month, got it? Got it, Principal Gu. Chu Sheng suddenly became obedient, respectfully seeing Gu Yun to the door. Did this guy take some bad drugs? Zhang Xian stared at Chu Sheng in confusion, unable to understand why he had suddenly turned so well-behaved. That really scared me. Su Yaya sighed with relief when Gu Yun's back disappeared, then immediately complained angrily. Gu Yun is the principal of Jinling University. Even high-ranking government officials respectfully call him Principal Gu. And you keep disrespecting him repeatedly. How is that disrespect? Chu Sheng quickly protested, full of helplessness in his tone. Is a fight about to break out? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up with excitement. She had thought the quarrel would end once Gu Yun left, but apparently the real drama was just beginning. Let's put the issue of respect aside for now. Su Yai didn't have time to argue about whether Chu Sheng was being disrespectful. She immediately switched into jealous mode and pointed at Zhang Xian, fuming. Who is this woman? What's your relationship? You were out together during the day and even rode in your car at night? How did this become about me? Zhang Xian sighed quietly, feeling like an innocent bystander being suspected. She hurried to explain, I'm with the Haiqing Spirit Protection Bureau. I'm assigned to ensure Chu Sheng's safety because there's a case connected to him. Protect Chu Sheng? What trouble have you gotten into now? Su Yaya's expression changed, a hint of surprise showing on her face. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not causing trouble, I'm doing good deeds. Chu Sheng immediately bristled, straightening his spine to prove he was an upright man. Good deeds? Su Yaya rolled her eyes. Your best good deed right now is to come back with me and get married, so I can keep you from running off again. A heroine among women. Zhang Xian admired silently. What a joke. Chu Sheng refused outright. Marriage is like entering slavery. I've never counted on that happening in my life. You're not a slave. Su Yaya coaxed him like a smooth-talking scoundrel, showering him with sweet words. You're my precious sweetheart, so we should respond to the government's call and get married and have kids to help raise the birth rate. Don't give me that. Chu Sheng said firmly, twitching at the corner of his mouth. If you can't even guarantee male safety, then the low birth rate is well-deserved. Are you determined to be stubborn? Su Yaya's face reddened with anger, her small fists clenched tighter, her temper flaring negative energy 50. Getting angry? Chu Sheng warned immediately, don't mess around. Respecting men is never a reward, it's a basic requirement. Humph. Su Yaya huffed angrily and turned away, closing the door behind her. Awakening 3, positive energy 3. That's my room. Watching his own room being occupied by someone else, Chu Sheng felt utterly helpless. Yet thinking about how that thuggish woman from that version didn't manage to take advantage, he felt slightly consoled. Can't you be a bit more polite? Zhang Xian couldn't stand it anymore and complained with undisguised irritation on her face. She's a girl after all, and she even gave you a black card to swipe as you please. Yet the first thing you say when meeting her is to contradict her. If she weren't so magnanimous and forgiving, you'd probably be homeless on the streets by now. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Chu Sheng retorted confidently, without even looking up. Contradiction can actually make people delighted, while tolerance only makes them more unrestrained. Isn't this kind of exchange that warms each other the most wonderful feeling in the world? Zhang Xian was momentarily stunned, feeling something was off, but Chu Sheng clearly had no intention of explaining. He went straight back to the room his parents used to occupy. At this moment, he was ready to strengthen himself properly before returning to check on that primitive tribe in the other world. Wait, where am I supposed to sleep? Standing in the small courtyard, Zhang Xian was instantly bewildered. She didn't dare share a room with Su Yaya, and if Su Yaya found out, she'd probably drag her out and beat her up. At this moment, Chu Sheng returned to his room, closed the door, and carefully examined his positive energy value. His numbers clearly showed 807 points of positive energy, 5,324 points of negative energy, which converted through the principle of negative times negative equals positive, accumulated to 3,469 points of positive energy. Over 3,000 points of positive energy. Chu Sheng's heart jolted. Hadn't expected to earn so much. However, he wasn't rushing to break through his cultivation level. Instead, he planned to first enhance the martial technique he had just learned, moonbreaking slash. After all, having cultivation without combat power would only make him excellent material for evil cultivators, who would capture him on the spot and refine him. Activate enlightenment mode. He chanted silently in his mind, and his consciousness immediately entered an enlightened state. Countless images flashed through his mind, swinging the sword to strike, leaping up to fiercely slash at a mountain peak. With a thunderous roar, the mountain peak collapsed. Massive insights flooded his consciousness. and the power of moonbreaking/elevated to complete mastery. Enlightenment mode consumed 1,000 points of positive energy. It takes 1,000 points just for this. Chu Sheng was shocked hearing the prompt. 3,000 points of positive energy were only enough to raise one minor level, yet it consumed a third of it. He immediately sensed trouble at this rate. Even the game would be hard to sustain. Is it nighttime here too? He looked up at the moon in the sky and found that the flow of time in both worlds was nearly identical. Afterward, Chu Sheng went outside the tribe, took out his phone to check, and saw a group of barbarians entering the tribe with smiles, carrying a white rabbit in their hands. They're the ones. Chu Sheng frowned as he stared at the screen, his gaze quickly locking onto those few figures in the footage, the same barbarians he had encountered earlier in the forest. He remembered they seemed to be hunting some kind of spirit beyond the wilds, the mysterious golden light he had once seen. But the golden glow turned out to be just a rabbit? Chu Sheng's mouth twitched involuntarily, a wave of disappointment washing over him. He had expected some astounding mystical beast, but it was merely a white rabbit, and judging by its fluffy, timid hops, a very young baby at that. Still, he decided to keep watching. Chu Sheng tried to steady his emotions and focused back on the video. The barbarians carried the rabbit into their tribe. As soon as the rabbit appeared, it attracted a crowd of tribal children who instantly lit up with delight upon seeing it. Then one of the men pulled out a coarse hemp rope and tightly bound the rabbit's limbs. Unlike what Chu Sheng had imagined, skinning, flaying, roasting, the barbarians simply tied the rabbit and hoisted it into the air. The tribal children's eyes gleamed with excitement, eager to participate. As if given orders, they lined up one after another, punching the little rabbit like it was a punching bag. The rabbit endured a fierce beating, crying out repeatedly, struggling wildly with its hind legs to break free while suspended in midair. But the children showed no mercy, taking turns throwing blows under the adult's direction, each punch landing solidly. Chu Sheng's eyes widened in shock. The soft, harmless-looking rabbit endured hours of relentless beating without losing consciousness. Only when the sun dipped below the horizon and the hitting stopped did the practice come to a pause. Wow, that health bar is way too thick, Chu Sheng thought to himself. Looking up at the open space in the primitive village, he saw the little rabbit still hanging there. Silver-white moonlight bathed its fluffy fur as the wounds it had just suffered rapidly healed before his eyes, flickering in the moonlight. It truly was the legendary spirit beyond the wilds. Chu Sheng muttered softly, focusing his human-beast mental senses to probe. The rabbit suddenly emitted a blinding golden light, shining like a tiny sun in the dark night. But the rabbit didn't seem willing to surrender quietly. When the barbarians in the tribe fell into deep sleep, with only a few patrolling guards occasionally passing by, it quietly began gnawing on the ropes binding its limbs. It actually knew how to escape? Chu Sheng's eyes flashed in surprise as he watched keenly from the outskirts of the village, increasingly certain this rabbit was extraordinary. However, the barbarians were also alert. They seemed to notice the faint sound of rope rubbing and quickly emerged from their thatched huts to check. The rabbit tensed up and gnawed even faster. Finally, a sharp snap of breaking rope echoed. The rabbit fell to the ground from its suspension. Though it trembled from the fall, it ignored the pain and desperately scrambled toward the village's edge on its short legs. Oh no, the spirit beyond the wilds has escaped. The barbarian who just went out to check shouted in alarm, hastily raising a bone spear and throwing it with full force. The spear sang through the air like a piercing arrow, aimed straight at the rabbit. The terrified rabbit screamed and wildly kicked to dodge. Whether it was the barbarian's superior skill or the rabbit's wounds hadn't fully healed, the spear grazed the flesh of its hind leg before burying itself in the ground. The rabbit let out a heart-rending wail as blood gushed from its thigh, the pain instantly searing through its body. But it showed no sign of stopping. It clenched its thigh, wincing in pain, yet kept dashing wildly outward. Whether it sensed something or had some other reason, it happened to choose the direction where Chu Sheng was. Chase it, don't let it get away. The tribe's barbarians instantly became alert, snapping awake and grabbing their bone spears as they rushed out to pursue the rabbit. Damn, Chu Sheng swore under his breath when he saw a group of barbarians rushing his way. Just as he was about to open the door and duck inside, the rabbit stumbled and fell right in front of him. It lifted its head, staring up with helpless, pitiful eyes, as if silently pleading, "Kind God, please save me." Ya the rabbit let out a soft cry, clearly trying to tug at Chu Sheng's heartstrings. Waiting for the rabbit to come to me? Chu Sheng couldn't believe his luck. He quickly grabbed the rabbit's ear and silently thought, "Let's go home." Who's there? The barbarians spotted a figure and shouted angrily, preparing to attack. But before they could move, Chu Sheng and the rabbit suddenly vanished from sight without a trace. A shaman, a shaman. The barbarians shouted out in alarm and immediately stopped, too afraid to give chase any further. At this moment, Chu Sheng was still unaware of what had happened. He had already safely brought the rabbit back inside his home. Return successful, 2,010 positive energy points deducted. How much? Chu Sheng panicked the moment he heard the notification. Though he knew the rabbit wasn't ordinary enough to make the entire primitive tribe arm themselves and pursue, it never expected the one-way trip to cost him 2,000 positive energy points. His own cultivation at the minor soldier rank, second stage, had barely accumulated 10 points of positive energy. Ya the rabbit softly called again, breaking free from Chu Sheng's grip, but showing no intention of running away. Instead, it leisurely hopped onto the soft bed and began curiously looking around, then popped up and took a couple of steps on its hind legs. Whoa! Chu Sheng suddenly exclaimed, staring at the rabbit's thigh. Not because he was shocked to see a two-legged walking rabbit, but because the flesh that had been pierced by a bone spear was rapidly healing. Its fur was gray and filthy, like a dirty stuffed toy, yet the wounds had completely disappeared. What kind of spirit beast are you? Chu Sheng couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, amazed that such a fatal injury had no effect on it at all. Ya the rabbit tilted its head and looked as if it didn't understand human speech, yet it wasn't afraid of Chu Sheng at all. Perhaps sensing Chu Sheng's special status or grateful for saving its life, it boldly jumped onto his shoulder and nuzzled its little head against him affectionately. Should I make a contract with it? Chu Sheng watched with inner turmoil. Such a rabbit had never appeared in the Celestial Empire before. He had no clue what its abilities were. But judging from the savage chase by the primitive tribe and the huge 2,000-point positive energy deduction, it was clear the rabbit's identity was very extraordinary. Besides, it was the only spirit beast he had ever seen that shimmered with golden light. The only problem was that he currently had only one contract slot. To unlock another slot, he had to break through to the Chi-Si realm. If this rabbit turned out to have poor attributes, it would be a huge waste of a very precious contract opportunity. Let's do it. After a moment of hesitation lasting 2.5 seconds, Chu Sheng finally made up his mind. Having chosen the path of martial cultivation, there was no need for him to worry about a single contract slot if his tamer path failed. He could still rely on his martial arts to advance to become innate and change his fate, so there was no need to overthink everything. The rabbit tilted its little head in confusion, clearly not understanding why Chu Sheng was so troubled at this moment. Suddenly, Chu Sheng's expression grew serious. He bit his finger tightly and formed a complex hand seal. A drop of blood shot from his fingertip, suspended midair, glowing bright red like a shining ruby. Then, the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly converged toward the blood drop, gradually condensing into mysterious runes flickering with golden light. At that moment, the rabbit suddenly jumped away from Chu Sheng, seeming reluctant to become a contracted beast. However, Chu Sheng possessed an SSR-level beast taming talent. It wasn't just for show. He could forcibly bind spiritual beasts unilaterally, unless they were exceptionally powerful. Escaping a contract was nearly impossible. The blood drop, glowing with rune magic, streaked like a meteor into the rabbit's body. Immediately, a contract rune appeared on the rabbit's brow, and runes covered its surroundings, forming a solemn formation. Almost instantly, Chu Sheng's spiritual power rapidly drained from within him, flowing into the rune-filled formation. He muttered to himself, kidnapping spiritual beasts, negative energy, plus 100. Who kidnapped whom? But he quickly corrected himself. I really didn't. I found this little rabbit outside. It looked so pitiful. I brought it back out of kindness. The rabbit gradually calmed, seeming to sense the changes in the power within its body. The enhancement it felt was no temporary drug-induced boost, but a permanent increase in its fundamental attributes. As long as Chu Sheng lived, this power would endure forever. The contract completed, the formation slowly faded. Chu Sheng exhaled deeply, feeling as if all his spiritual energy had been drained. But he didn't rush to recover. Instead, he quickly checked the rabbit's attribute information. Thanks to the strange connection formed by the contract, he could communicate mentally and clearly read its basic data. Chu Sheng's eyes widened in shock. The rabbit was none other than the legendary spirit beyond the veil, an inherently gifted spiritual entity with unlimited growth potential and one or more innate supernatural abilities. It actually possessed two innate powers. First, endless life, which granted it incredible regenerative abilities and vastly superior health compared to others of its rank. This explained why some barbarians treated it like a punching bag to train their children. It simply couldn't die, and its health multiplied as its cultivation advanced. Second, damage sharing, which allowed it to share the injuries it received with others, effectively distributing its enormous health bar among teammates. What kind of ability was damage sharing? At first, Chu Sheng was utterly confused, but then he realized he had hit the jackpot. Although the rabbit's attack power was weak, its huge health pool meant his own health could be instantly magnified dozens of times. Plus, with the rabbit's adorable, harmless appearance, no one would ever suspect this little bunny was actually his mobile blood bank. Moreover, under the enhancement of Chu Sheng's Beast Fury skill, the rabbit's two supernatural powers were amplified greatly. If its original health was 100 points, after damage sharing it could reach an astounding 1,000 points. With Beast Fury's boost on top, that health easily surpassed the 10,000 point mark. In other words, unless someone is a grandmaster several levels above, able to deliver a one-hit knockout with full power. No one else poses any real threat to him. His health is ridiculously thick, almost tank-like. The changes inside Chu Sheng's body even surprised himself. His current strength was frighteningly powerful. Even those awakened with defensive abilities couldn't compare to his damage resistance. Combined with the rabbit's incredible regeneration, this was basically an invincible boss. Even after being surrounded and attacked for 2 or 3 minutes, his health bar barely budged. Just as Chu Sheng was reveling in the surprise of his transformation, the rabbit suddenly let out a delicate, childish voice. "Baby's hungry. Can you speak like a normal person?" Chu Sheng was stunned, staring intently at the rabbit. Although the spiritual resurgence had lasted over a century, and some animals had evolved into spirit beasts with higher intelligence, it was his first time hearing a spirit beast speak human language. He quickly realized it was all due to the contract between them. Through telepathic connection, he could see the rabbit's basic information, and the rabbit could understand human speech, and even inherited part of his personality and preferences. The rabbit kept pestering, "Hungry, hungry, this baby is really hungry." It jumped onto Chu Sheng's shoulder, acting cute and coaxing him. Although the rabbit had astonishing health and powerful self-healing, every use of its power consumed a huge amount of energy that had to be replenished with rare treasures. Chu Sheng sighed and resigned himself to being the caretaker. He waved his hand and pulled out decades-old spiritual fruits from his space ring. But the rabbit barely glanced at them, showing no interest, not even wanting to try. Only when Chu Sheng took out a century-old Zhu fruit did it reluctantly start eating. Goodness, who can afford this? Chu Sheng watched as the rabbit downed a century-old fruit in just a few bites. Then he looked up at its innocent big eyes and felt a chill run down his spine. The minimum cost to raise this creature was at least a century's worth. Since the contract was set, there was no arguing. He had to take out 2 more Zhu fruits from the ring to feed it. Burp, this baby rabbit is full. The rabbit finished eating, let out a big burp, and flopped comfortably onto the big bed, stretching its limbs. Disgusting. Chu Sheng frowned and grabbed the rabbit's ears, hauling it into the bathroom. He turned on the faucet, poured some body wash, and scrubbed the rabbit vigorously in the basin. "This technique, are you planning to cook me?" the rabbit weakly asked, freezing in place. "It's a bath, not cooking," Chu Sheng replied dismissively, then said, "Since you're sticking with me, you need a name. How about Spicy Rabbit Head?" "No way." The rabbit firmly rejected, insisting it was inedible. "Don't like that one." Chu Sheng didn't push and tried a trendier name. "How about Tu Dao Lu Rabbit Knife Fun?" "No, no." The rabbit rejected again, clearly disliking foreign names. "How about Nicholas Rabbit?" "No." "Ignore Rabbit?" "No." "Dog Egg Rabbit?" "No." Finally, after bathing the rabbit until its fur was pure white like snow, an inspiration struck Chu Sheng. He gave his verdict. "Since you're part of me now, you'll take my name. From now on, you're Chu Xiaobai." "No way." The rabbit refused firmly, its tone stubborn. "No means no." Chu Sheng ignored it and registered Xiaobai right away. Then he grabbed a towel, wrapped Xiaobai up, and rubbed hard until all the water was wiped off. Only after drying him thoroughly did he tug on those rabbit ears and toss him back onto the bed. So soft. Xiaobai lay there, face full of pleasure, thinking to himself that free food and lodging didn't seem so bad after all. But Chu Sheng paid no attention to his reaction. Still wide awake under the night sky, he took out his phone and dialed Song Yicheng's number to ask some legal questions. "Boss, is it urgent?" Song Yicheng answered groggily, sitting up in bed. "Nothing urgent, just a few questions," Chu Sheng said bluntly. "Is it illegal if someone works over 8 hours? Can I confiscate their illegal earnings?" Song Yicheng twitched at the corner of his eye, thinking, here he goes again. And Chu Sheng continued, "Hiring child labor is illegal, right? But what if I make them pay me to work? Would that make it legal?" At this, Song Yicheng's eye twitched even worse, realizing recovering that 2 million wouldn't be easy. "One more," Chu Sheng pressed on. "If I give my boss cash and he refuses it, can I sue him for rejecting RMB?" Ugh, Song Yicheng's eye nearly popped out, anger bubbling under the surface. But Chu Sheng wasn't done, launching into more questions without pause about his second uncle liking a girl and negotiating an 8 million betrothal gift to be paid over 60 years at 365 yuan a day, and why the Spiritual Affairs Bureau would want to arrest him, about schools charging dorm fees, and whether checking dorm rooms counts as trespassing. Anger 50, negative energy 50 flashed through Song Yicheng's mind like subtitles. In the end, realizing it was best to quit while ahead, Chu Sheng hung up, charged his phone, and turned off the light to sleep. Xiaobai wasn't ready to rest though. After verifying Chu Sheng was fast asleep, he used his inherited memories to skillfully unlock the phone with Chu Sheng's fingerprint. Like a kid sneaking their phone under the covers, he lowered the volume and started tapping away. Deep into the silent night, officials in Haicheng were far from resting. Big and small officials gathered atop a small hill, led by Gu Yun, the president of Jinling University. Had just left Chu Sheng's place and hurried here, his face grave. "This is where the rift appeared?" Gu Yun frowned, eyes fixed on the night sky. "Yes." A man wearing a jacket rushed up to answer. The rift suddenly opened, like someone sliced the sky with a sword. Then a horde of red moon beasts fell from the air. If not for the capital detecting Haiching's energy anomaly early and sending Su Yaya, a military candidate, to assist, Haiching would have suffered heavy losses. Exactly. Several others nodded vigorously, still clearly shaken. In the night wind, the group on the hill looked grim, fully aware that behind this sudden energy rift lurked an even greater threat. We had hoped that once the red moon vanished, the world would return to peace. But no one expected that dreaded red moon would reappear, and this sudden change sent an inexplicable wave of panic through everyone's hearts. In the past, with the realm peaceful, people relied on family background and connections more than their cultivation strength. These unwritten rules were enough to propel them to positions of power. But if the red moon beasts truly descended now, they wouldn't care for any networks or social favors. Compared to the busy officials in their offices, the martial artists from the lower ranks had a different gleam in their eyes. They impatiently wished for the vanished red moon to return at once. Clearly, they believed the red moon had evolved. Guyan paused thoughtfully before saying, previously, the red moon's light only caused animals to mutate into fierce beasts. But now, it can not only trigger animal mutations, but also tear open space itself to release those beasts. Space rifts? The officials exclaimed in shock. Principal Gu, are you saying there's another world? Someone asked, their expression a mixture of confusion and concern. Exactly. Guyan didn't hold back, nodding. I consulted Su Yaya beforehand. Using her space detection ability, she confirmed that beyond the rift there is indeed another world. But the space is extremely unstable. Right now it's impossible to enter. Through the rift, she saw a sky with a red moon hanging, and the land was swarming with red moon beasts. Hearing this, the adults present grew grim, taking a long moment to compose themselves. What exactly is going on? They finally managed as a full question. Before, these red moon beasts were just legendary tales from books, hardly worth attention. Now, seeing their terrifying might firsthand and facing the flood of countless monstrous creatures, they were left stunned and helpless. Gu Yun sighed deeply. Since the revival of spiritual energy 100 years ago, numerous mysteries have appeared worldwide, and at least 90% of them remain unsolved. We can only respond to each challenge as it comes. There is no other way. The group could only nod helplessly, well aware that their fate was fraught with hardship. But we must prepare for the worst-case scenario. Gu Yun suddenly grew serious, his tone leaving no room for argument. After the red moon disappeared, the court allowed people to settle outside the city walls. New villages sprang up beyond the city limits. Now, everyone must be called back. We cannot allow civilians to remain in those outer settlements. At this, some officials scowled and began to grumble. Principal Gu, it's not that we don't want them back, but over these decades the population has exploded. High City can't possibly hold everyone. Even if it can't, you must find a way. Gu Yun's eyes hardened. Protecting the people is non-negotiable. The court will not abandon a single soul. They reluctantly agreed, though in their hearts complaints surfaced. They seem eager now, but where will the funds come from? The population is overwhelming. Even if we treat them like dragon meat to sell, there's nowhere to put them. Gu Yun looked up at the slowly rising sun on the horizon, his expression resolute. I must leave now. Besides investigating the red moon beasts, I came specifically to recruit Chu Sheng. If he doesn't depart for Jinling within a month, you're to bring him here by force. If he resists, breaking his limbs is acceptably as long as he's still breathing. Such harsh orders revealed the urgency and looming crisis ahead. Woo-woo suddenly, Chu Sheng shivered, a wave of cold rushing through his body. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Su Yaya standing by the bed, unapologetically pulling the blanket off him. What time is it? Still lying in bed. Su Yaya's tone was bratty, just like a girlfriend who forbids her boyfriend from sleeping in. As if she was afraid Chu Sheng would close his eyes for one more second. She was about to reach out and drag him up when her eyes caught sight of a small rabbit crouched on the bed. The rabbit curled into a little ball, looking just like a soft, glutinous rice dumpling, its fluffy body clutching onto Chu Sheng's phone without letting go. How did you get in here? Chu Sheng's heart tightened, and he instinctively crossed his arms over his chest. Do I need a key to get in? Su Yaya rolled her eyes with pride. I'm a spatial ability user, remember? But at that moment, she wasn't paying attention to Chu Sheng at all. Her gaze was fixed on the little white fluff. Without hesitation, she climbed onto the bed, squatting next to the bunny and reaching out to pet it. Hey, there are boundaries between men and women. Chu Sheng immediately spoke up. I'm a decent young man. Su Yaya ignored his protest, sitting cross-legged on the bed, carefully stroking the rabbit's soft fur. So cute, so fluffy and soft. Suddenly, the little white one twitched, blinking awake, instinctively pulling back and looking at the outstretched hand with caution. Did it just talk? Su Yaya was stunned, frozen for a moment. Yeah. Chu Sheng nodded casually as he reached for his phone. But the moment he unlocked it, his expression froze. Dozens of unread messages had piled up. Oh my god. Su Yaya snapped out of her shock and exclaimed excitedly. Where did you get a talking rabbit like this? That's when Chu Sheng finally realized. His face went pale as he screamed, "Ah, all these unread messages are game payment alerts. While I was asleep last night, the little white guy used my phone to spend 50 to 60,000 in one night. This is a disaster." Just then, Zhang Xian was awakened by Chu Sheng's shouting. Kicking off her dog's bed, she hurried to his door and kicked it open fiercely. She had been hoping to rush in and earn some merit, but instead found Su Yaya in a compromising pose, lying on top of Chu Sheng. Hearing the door, both of them quickly looked up. Sorry to intrude, Zhang Xian stammered awkwardly and wanted to retreat. But since the door had just been broken by her kick, it wouldn't close. She only became more flustered and wished she could disappear. "I have things to do." Su Yaya also felt embarrassed and waved her hand, vanishing instantly with her spatial power. What on earth is going on here? Chu Sheng had no time to deal with the two girls. He frantically grabbed his phone and dialed the refund hotline. "Hello, I want to apply for a refund for a minor." "What? You need to provide the child's ID? It's not a child. It's a rabbit." "What? If you're crazy, go get some help." 2 BBBB. Chu Sheng was so mad he was having another episode. Zhang Xian looked at him helplessly and grew even more convinced that this guy was seriously unwell. Almost immediately, she wondered if something was wrong with her. She saw a rabbit crouching on Chu Sheng's bed, standing upright on its hind legs. It nimbly jumped down from the bed's edge, shook its head, and looked up at him with an adorable expression, its soft voice asking, "Pretty miss, can I play with your phone for a bit, please?" Zhang Xian was stunned, almost thinking she was hallucinating. Leaving aside where this rabbit had come from, the fact that it could speak human language was mind-blowing. This completely shattered her lifelong impression of spirit beasts as quiet and well-behaved. Play games. No landlord could tolerate such nonsense. Angrily, Chu Sheng shouted, hung up the phone, and grabbed the rabbit's ear. He had thought this rabbit just looked fierce to scare people, but its speed at spending money was worse. It was a gold-devouring beast no landlord could afford. "You're done with the phone, right?" Little White showed no intention of stopping. As soon as Chu Sheng hung up, it reached out for the phone again, like a rabbit addicted to gaming with no self-control. Fuming, Chu Sheng wanted to give Little White a real childhood. "Hey, it's still a kid after all." Zhang Xian hurried over to stop him just as he was about to act, worry plain on her face. Corrupting the spirit pet, negative energy 10. A notification flashed on the screen as Chu Sheng's words trailed off. Negative energy? He froze, instantly stopping. Although Little White's overnight spending of 50 to 60,000 was maddening, 10 points of negative energy equaled just 5 points of positive energy. In other words, 10,000 yuan bought 1 point of positive energy. From his perspective, it was a bargain. Still, he decided not to let the rabbit keep charging money, but to teach it something else instead. Just as Chu Sheng considered what to teach Little White, a loud, arrogant voice came from outside the courtyard. Looking through the window, he saw several blonde-haired youths gathered at the gate. They were the ones he had met when he first returned to the newbie village, the Little Karami gang. Leading them was the so-called Brother Nan from the neighboring southern village, a fiery ghost youth. "What are you here for?" Chu Sheng frowned, stepping outside with Little White still perched on his shoulder. "Of course, to take back my ghost fire." Brother Nan swaggered, having long abandoned his former timidity. "Oh, looks like you found some backup." Chu Sheng's eyes flickered with interest, thinking an old rival might be making a comeback. "Backup? Brother Nan never begs for help." Brother Nan sneered, his aura suddenly surging. This was a completely different Brother Nan from the first time they met. Then had only reached the 3rd tier of the grass sack realm. Now, he had broken through to the 5th tier of the small soldier realm, 3 whole realms above Chu Sheng. No way. Chu Sheng was so shocked he was speechless. He had painstakingly trained just to advance from small soldier 2nd tier to his current level, while this blonde kid, who barely cared about studying, had leapt 3 tiers in no time. It made no sense. "Afraid now?" The blonde gang taunted loudly. Yesterday, a fierce beast under the red moon attacked southern village, and a crystal shard fell from a rift in the sky. Brother Nan absorbed it, and overnight rose from grass sack 3rd tier to small soldier 5th tier, they bragged. "A crystal shard? Never heard of it," Chu Sheng said, puzzled. "Enough nonsense." Brother Nan snapped impatiently, cutting to the chase. "A few days ago, you not only insulted our brothers, but stole our beloved vehicle. Today, you'll learn what happens when you cross us." Before he could finish, Zhang Xian strode out dressed in a striking uniform, her presence immediately filling the air with authority. "You're the ones who just said you wanted to fight." Zhang Xian's eyes suddenly sharpened, instantly radiating the unique authority of a female detective. Yet deep down, she couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed this morning. Chu Sheng's sudden scream had caused an unnecessary misunderstanding, and now these few defiant young troublemakers had appeared, making it difficult for her to fulfill her determination to improve. No. Faced with Zhang Xian's serious demeanor, Nan Ge and the others immediately became meek, hurriedly waving their hands to explain it was all a misunderstanding. If they had known Chu Sheng's family had a female detective, they wouldn't have dared to come looking for trouble, even if it meant risking their lives. That's right. Chu Sheng grew excited at the sight. his eyes shining as if he had found the perfect proof. He quickly added, "They literally just said they wanted to beat me up and threaten me about what would happen if anyone they offended found out. This little bunny can vouch for me." Little Bai nodded seriously, raising his paw as if taking an oath. A talking rabbit? Nan Gu and the others stared wide-eyed in shock, nearly convinced they were seeing a ghost. But inside, they started cursing Chu Sheng for breaking the code of honor. Bringing the authorities into a street dispute only made their resentment and bitterness grow. "Don't look at me like that." Chu Sheng smiled brightly, calming everyone down. "If you're willing to fight me, it doesn't matter who wins or loses. I promise I won't arrest you afterward, and I'll even return your ghost fire. How about that? Fight you?" Nan Gu and the others froze, instinctively seeking backup from the two followers. At this moment, Dao Gu and Hong Go emerged from the room. Their large, tiger's-eyed forms, tall and muscular, eyes fierce, followed by two small female dogs. The two big dogs gave a deep, low growl that sent a wave of pressure like a storm, making Nan Gu and company visibly unsettled, their eyes nearly popping out. They remembered that just a few days ago these two dogs had been nothing more than stray mutts on the street, but now they suddenly seemed much bigger and vastly more powerful. Their SSR-level talents were astonishing, and even before a master beast tamer who awakened in the sewers, such creatures felt unreachable. "Don't worry," Chu Sheng continued. "I won't use any spirit beasts, just some simple fist fighting to spar with you." "You really that kind?" Nan Gu cast a cold glance at Zhang Xian, skeptical, feeling like Chu Sheng was setting a trap. "What exactly are you trying to do?" Zhang Xian frowned deeply, unable to understand Chu Sheng's true intentions. Nan Gu and the others were minor troublemakers, but if captured, it would still earn some credit and prove she hadn't been slacking while protecting Chu Sheng. Yet Chu Sheng seemed to have his own plan. Raising his hand to soothe Zhang Xian, Chu Sheng said, "I've got my own rhythm." His real goal was to gauge and guess compatibility, estimate the value of the crystal core, and collect intelligence on the Red Moon's evolution in advance. "Fine, I'll fight you." Nan Gu didn't hesitate, clenching his fists and taking a fighting stance. "Bring it on." Chu Sheng didn't draw his heavy sword, responding only with his fists. Although this limited his power, as a selected martial student of the imperial capital, his hand-to-hand combat skills were tough enough. Bang! Nan Gu launched the first attack, lunging forward like a leopard. But to Chu Sheng's eyes, the move was slow and simple, and within seconds Chu Sheng easily dodged with a swift spin. Impossible. Nan Gu looked bewildered, unable to wrap his head around it. If he remembered correctly, Chu Sheng was originally a fragile awakener. How could he possibly move with such agility? Yet Chu Sheng ignored the other's suspicion, his figure flashing as he suddenly unleashed a fierce punch. In that critical moment, Brother Nan sensed the threat and quickly pushed aside his doubts. Lightly pressing his toes to the ground, he used nimble footwork to create distance, his gaze shedding its initial contempt and turning serious, treating Chu Sheng like a true martial artist. The two exchanged blows, each punch landing with solid impact. The clash of fists accompanied by the crack of bones filled the tense air, creating a raw, visceral intensity. The blonde underlings cheered for Brother Nan, shouting "Go Nan!" while watching the fight with excitement. Zhang Xian was even more shocked by Chu Sheng's freakish strength, eyes glued to the fierce duel. Although Chu Sheng traded strikes evenly with Brother Nan, he never went all out, more so testing his opponent's real power. After all, Chu Sheng's cultivation was stuck at the second stage of the Foot Soldier Realm, 3 full levels below Brother Nan. "That's enough," Chu Sheng murmured as his test concluded. Though Brother Nan's cultivation had surged after absorbing a mysterious crystal, boosting his power close to an ordinary foot soldier 5th stage, the rapid jump made his aura unstable. It would take at least 2.5 years to fully consolidate. Rushing forward too soon could trap him forever at the 6th stage. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chu Sheng threw a punch that blasted Brother Nan backward. With the sound of the impact echoing, Brother Nan staggered several steps, blood spurting from his mouth before finally steadying himself. The blonde underlings rushed forward to support him. "If you're weak, go practice more. You guys can leave now." Chu Sheng's tone was curt, with no intention of changing his mind, letting them take the ghost fire bike and go. As a seasoned street fighter, Brother Nan felt a genuine respect for Chu Sheng. Not only did he keep the authorities out of it, but after defeating him, he didn't make things difficult and returned the ghost fire intact. This wasn't mere dominance by strength, it showed a rare generosity and magnanimity that commanded admiration. Chu Sheng was equally unreserved, making a beckoning gesture. "You're just going to let them go like that?" Zhang Xian watched Brother Nan and the others disappear into the distance, frowning but secretly admiring Chu Sheng's boldness. It was clearly Chu Sheng who had provoked the fight, and yet he consistently showed courtesy and empathy for the struggles of working people, rewarding them handsomely and treating them with respect. Just as Zhang Xian prepared to question Chu Sheng further, he pulled out his phone and dialed his uncle. "Hello, is this the Spirit Regulation Bureau? I want to report something. Last night, someone was recklessly speeding through Haicheng on a ghost fire bike, running dozens of red lights. His name is Li Guanan from Nan village, known as Brother Nan. What's worse, he dyed his hair yellow to avoid punishment and is trying to blame me, Chu Sheng from Yun village, a model youth, for stealing the ghost fire. The voice on the other end responded sternly, understood. We must crack down decisively. Zero tolerance for such extremely dangerous behavior. Listening to the call, Zhang Xian twitched at the corner of his eye, realizing his earlier admiration might have been misplaced. While Chu Sheng talked a big game about supporting the working class and paying them well, he clearly wasn't a good person himself. His shamelessness was unmatched, backstabbing and spreading negativity on another level. Who's backstabbing now? Chu Sheng muttered inwardly, convinced he was standing for justice. If everyone drove like Brother Nan, who would guarantee the safety of pedestrians and kids on the streets? Another beautiful day, Chu Sheng sighed, feeling as if a holy light had shone down behind his head. Yet Zhang Xian's eyes betrayed nothing but disdain, barely able to resist the urge to storm over and give him a good hit. Chu Sheng, however, remained completely oblivious to it all. After reporting Nan Guest's reckless driving, he decisively pulled Song Yicheng, Bai Yiji, and Xianbuer into a chat group and earnestly explained his plan to develop in Jinling. Although none of them theoretically intended to leave their hometown, having just survived the terror of a savage beast attack, all three immediately agreed without hesitation. After all, since the Red Moon appeared a century ago, the Celestial Empire had been divided into 5 major regions, with their eastern district's capital being Jinling, a city far safer than the frontier port of Haiqing. Great. Chu Sheng sent another message. Anyone who goes with me to develop in Jinling will receive 5 million settlement funds each to help you settle down safely. As soon as the message appeared, the three froze, doubting he had mistakenly added an extra zero. But Chu Sheng was true to his word and promptly transferred 5 million to each of them, without hesitation or empty promises. Seeing the 5 million hit his account, Xianbuer knelt in front of his phone and exclaimed, "Boss, my life belongs to you from now on." His sincerity was almost overwhelming. Bai Yiji stared at the flood of funds, her emotions stirring deeply. As a Shanghai University of Finance and Economics graduate, she had encountered countless wealthy people, but never a boss quite as generous as Chu Sheng. The company wasn't even profitable yet, and he was already handing out millions in cash to employees plus that rare, unmarketable Shisui herb, signaling a serious investment in each of them. Such a bold gesture meant more than just working a job. It was worth risking their lives for. Words couldn't fully express her gratitude and respect, and Bai Yiji silently vowed her loyalty. Song Yicheng said nothing unnecessary, just sent an image with the word loyalty. After all, he had been pretty annoyed when Chu Sheng called him late last night, but seeing the 5 million credited to his account instantly washed away his anger, replaced with absolute devotion. Loyalty 100, positive energy 100. Song Yicheng mumbled, watching the numbers on his screen steadily climb until the last point filled, making Chu Sheng smile quietly when he heard the notification sound. Though he had spent nearly a whole small goal on the 3, in terms of positive energy, it was barely over 30 points, insignificant compared to what he himself had accumulated. Zhang Xian glanced at Chu Sheng's phone screen, feelings stirring within her. Though she joined the Spirit Control Bureau after graduation and hadn't yet faced the harsh realities of society, she had heard many stories about capitalists none so lavish or generous as Chu Sheng. But Chu Sheng was completely unaware of Zhang Xian's thoughts. All he knew was that he had promised Gu Yun head register at Jinling University in a month. So for the days that followed, he caused no trouble, made no treasure hunts in other worlds, and simply enjoyed the quiet life of the countryside. Every day, he'd either put on his Bluetooth earbuds and sneak off to the village entrance to use AI to play chess with the old men, or he'd run around looking for all the aunties in the village, asking them to help set him up on blind dates. When he wasn't doing that, he'd buy a couple of pounds of sunflower seeds and sit by the roadside at the village entrance with Xiaobai, cracking seeds together. Afterwards, he'd even pee on the shells, which drove the sanitation workers so mad she'd fly into a rage. Not to mention occasionally calling Song Yicheng in the middle of the night to pester him with legal questions. All in all, he hadn't done a single thing a decent human being would do. His positive energy account stood at only 1,201 points, and Chu Sheng sighed helplessly at the number. Just a few days ago, he'd worked hard to earn several thousand positive energy points. Now, nearly a month had passed, and it had only crawled up to 1,201 points. What an irony. Chu Sheng increasingly felt that staying put in the village had no future. Only by hustling around outside was there any chance of striking it rich. Was it that he couldn't bear to leave his hometown? Su Yaya held Xiaobai in her arms, sitting shoulder to shoulder with Chu Sheng on the ridge between fields. Seeing him suddenly heaving deep sighs, she immediately stood up and declared with conviction, "We should get out and see more of the world while we're young. As the saying goes, try new tea with a burning heart, seize poetry and wine in our youth." Chu Sheng looked puzzled. "I don't really know whether poetry and wine need to be seized in youth." He turned to look at Su Yaya's long legs and couldn't help but say honestly, All I know is try new tea with a burning heart. These legs are so smooth, they make you want to touch them. Your mind is full of dirty thoughts. Su Yaya rolled her eyes, reminding him she was talking about serious matters. Chu Sheng froze for a moment, then immediately responded with righteous indignation. My mind isn't full of dirty thoughts. Haven't you heard, having seen the vast ocean, other waters pale in comparison? All men love long legs, so it's not just meal men in the world are like this, understand? Zhang Xian, sitting in the distance, couldn't help but roll her eyes dramatically when she heard this. Although Chu Sheng hadn't left Yin village this past month, he'd caused plenty of trouble. Men, women, old and young in the village all avoided him like the plague. If it weren't for the fact that he'd been specially recruited by Jinling University and would only be staying in Yun village for at most 1 month, they probably would have already gathered a group to go to the Haiqing prefecture office and beg the magistrate to bring him to justice. Is that so? Su Yaya suddenly flashed a seductive smile. Then do you want to touch them or not? No need. Chu Sheng immediately refused, knowing full well this was a trap. Although Su Yaya's long legs were extremely tempting, once this updated version of a female rogue let him take advantage, she'd hold it over him for the rest of his life. Humph. Su Yaya huffed indignantly, realizing Chu Sheng was impervious. These two teasing and playing with each other day after day were truly a perfect match. Zhang Xian muttered to herself, hoping these two wouldn't come up with any new tricks. Dingling, dingling. The sound of bells shattered the tranquility of the fields, and all three turned to look. They saw Dao Gu and Hong Go joyfully racing across the fields, bronze bells hanging from their necks. Chu Sheng had gotten certificates for both spirit beasts and had specially ordered bronze bells engraved with their names and his phone number, in case they got lost and someone needed to quickly find their owner. Clothes make the man, saddles make the horse, and dogs with bells run with glee. Chu Sheng sighed, not stopping the two dogs from frolicking everywhere. But deep down, he knew this carefree time was about to end tomorrow morning. They'd have to board the high-speed train to Jinling, where the concrete jungle wouldn't allow Dao Gu and Hong Go to run free like they could in Yun Village's fields. I want one too. Xiaobai glanced at the bells hanging from the two dogs' collars, then looked down at his own empty neck and immediately started whining like a child. Give me one as well. Chu Shengli promptly shook his head, firmly refusing. The reason was simple: rabbits shouldn't wear bells. He put bells on the two dogs mainly so they could guard the house. If they didn't bark in time, the jingling would still serve as an alert. But Xiaobai was like a mobile blood bank that had to stay discreet. If he wore a bell and it jingled, his identity would be instantly exposed, and he wouldn't be able to stay the agile, happy schemer he was. Why? Xiaobai pouted. His lips trembling slightly, looked exactly like a bullied little baby. What's with the fierce bunny? Su Yaya immediately glared at Chu Shengli, then bent down to gently stroke Xiaobai's head and comfort him warmly. If you want, buy it. I will. He'll get you a small golden lock instead, much more valuable than those cheap bells. I like that. Xiaobai's eyes lit up as soon as he heard the word valuable. Su Yaya scooped him up and tossed a spirit stone to Chu Shengli, clearly signaling this golden lock purchase is your task now. Chu Shengli grumbled silently about this ruthless capitalist heiress, but took the stone and said nothing more. He got up and headed toward the blacksmith shop at the end of the village. How can people be like this? Zhang Xian shook her head helplessly, clearly seeing that Chu Shengli was genuinely from a proper background and was very particular about these things. Cutting corners, negative vibes. Chu Shengli muttered to himself in self-deprecation, but didn't feel he was wrong. His reasoning was straightforward. There's an old saying, a child carrying gold in a noisy market invites trouble. Although gold's value had declined after the spiritual awakening, it was still a precious metal. Having a gold lock dangling from a rabbit's neck would be too conspicuous, definitely not suitable for staying low-key in daily life. While Chu Shengli focused on forging the small iron lock, the Haiqing Spirit Regulation Bureau was holding a meeting. Inside the conference room sat Wu Zhongxing, an old acquaintance of Chu Shengli. Still no sign of Zhou Kai? An older bureau chief asked impatiently. Not yet, Wu Zhongxing replied with a sigh. We investigated Zhou Kai's brother-in-law, Li Bo Tian, who used to be a team captain. He said Zhou Kai knew he was in deep trouble and fled abroad to lay low. Fled abroad? The chief frowned deeply. Do we know how he left? No. Wu Zhongxing winced. We checked all airports, docks, high-speed train stations, even questioned the black market ship captain and illegal taxi drivers. No trace of Zhou Kai anywhere. What are you all doing? The chief slammed the table angrily. A whole month and not even sure how he got out. Someone nearby quickly tried to calm him. Chief, don't get worked up. Zhou Kai is just a small-time local boss. If he ran off, so be it. Cases like this happen every year. No need to overthink. You don't understand. The chief snapped back, ignoring the attempt to soothe him. The reason I'm pushing you so hard is because this missing person is from one of Haiqing's prominent families. The last place he was seen was at Zhou Kai's club, Honglangman. Hearing this significant detail, everyone in the room was shaken and finally understood why the chief was so furious. Despite the current calls for equality among independent cultivators, Anyone in the know understood what it meant when a member of a major family suddenly disappeared in Haichinj. If this case wasn't handled well, their entire household might have to hang up their uniforms and silently bear the blame. The chief inspector sat upright, his face grave, eyes fixed on Wu Zhongxing as he asked in a low voice, "Who exactly is this person? Any leads?" "Don't ask about who he is yet." The chief paused thoughtfully, then said solemnly, "What I can tell you now is this man was carrying over 100 spirit stones, several bottles of basic healing elixirs, and a level 4 Heaven's Silkworm treasure armor." A level 4 Heaven's Silkworm treasure armor. Everyone present gasped. Although level 4 defensive gear wasn't the absolute best, masters could afford it by gritting their teeth. It was usually heavy plate armor. The rare, lightweight Heaven's Silkworm treasure armor was practically priceless and unreachable for most. The atmosphere suddenly turned tense, and Wu Zongsheng's expression changed. The chief inspector's face hardened as he stared at Wu Zhongxing, suppressing his fury. "I'm giving you 1 week to solve this. If you can't crack the case, just take off your uniform yourself." "No, chief." Wu Zongsheng's heart raced. The clues are too few, the case too tough. Even Sherlock Holmes himself couldn't unravel this mystery, let alone asking the famous Detective Kellen for help. "Remember, 1 week. No extensions." The chief's voice cut like ice, clearly eager to dump this mess on Wu Zhongxing. As the others cast sympathetic looks his way, the tense silence was broken by a knock at the door. A female constable hurried in, holding a freshly issued transfer order. "Chief," she said, puzzled, "the higher-ups have issued a transfer order. Because of Deputy Captain Wu Zongsheng's outstanding performance in resisting the ferocious beast attack, he's being transferred to the Jinling Spirit Investigation Bureau's first squad as deputy captain. He has to report there first thing tomorrow morning." "Transferred to Jinling." Everyone exclaimed, eyes sparkling with envy. Though Wu Zongsheng's title remained the same, Jinling's deputy captain post was far higher than Haicheng's. It was a genuine promotion into the core ranks. Wu Zhongxing froze on the spot, shock passing across his face before he couldn't hide a wave of joy. But realizing the occasion was inappropriate, he quickly suppressed his smile, lowering the corners of his mouth into a sorrowful expression. "Impossible." The chief's face darkened as he snatched the transfer letter. Boldly printed on it were the 3 characters Wu Zhongxing, praise for his brave stand against the beast, and a bright red official transfer stamp. "Chief," Wu Zhongxing asked half-jokingly, 1 week was barely enough for this case already. "After this transfer, do I still have to keep following up?" Meeting adjourned. The chief, furious, scowled and stormed out without another word. Heh. At last, Wu Zhongxing couldn't hold back and let a smile tug at his lips. "Congratulations, congratulations." With the chief gone, the others gathered around to offer their congratulations. Thank you. Wu Zhongxing responded politely, but inwardly reflected. He had thought his life was over, that all hope was gone. Yet after meeting Chu Sheng, luck had turned. Everything was changing as if all his wasted, aimless years had been quietly building up strength for this moment. Once so lost and defeated, now he was sharp and ready to shine. The next morning, Chu Sheng was still half asleep and groggy. He had just opened his eyes when Su Yaya firmly pulled him up without an ounce of hesitation. She said they needed to catch an early high-speed train to Jinling, tugging at him like a reluctant child. His eyelids felt heavy, and with a confused face he mumbled, "So early? Can't I sleep a little longer?" But Su Yaya didn't give him a chance to protest and dragged him straight to the bathroom, forcing him to wash up. After washing, Su Yaya gently brushed Xiao Bei's fur with a tender and careful touch. Then she put a small golden lock around its neck. Her fingers softly traced the chain, feeling a strange sense of something off, but she dismissed it without much thought. Looking up at Xiao Bei, a satisfied smile spread across her face. Perfect. The more she looked at the little rabbit, the more she liked it. Not only did Xiao Bei look just like a cartoon bunny, hitting her cutest spot, but even more amazing, it seemed to understand human language and could act adorable and coquettish. It was simply flawless. Xiao Bei stared up at the golden lock on its neck, secretly delighted. This little gold collar instantly multiplied its value. It happily hopped out the door and strutted over to the doghouse where Brother Dao and Red Dog were resting, showing off proudly. "See? I'm wearing a gold lock, worth way more than your rusty bells." But Brother Dao and Red Dog barely paid attention to the collar. Their eyes were locked intently on the little rabbit. Since Chu Sheng brought Xiao Bei home, the dog's natural instinct to chase rabbits had been awakened. But because Xiao Bei always hid on Chu Sheng's shoulder or in Su Yaya's arms, they hadn't been able to make a move. Now, with the rabbit boldly approaching on its own, that fragile balance was shattered, driving the dogs wild with the urge to pounce. Proudly lifting its little head, Xiao Bei boasted, "This gold lock was custom made by my owner, worth way more than your cheap copper bells." No sooner had it finished speaking than the dogs lunged forward. Yet Xiao Bei showed not a hint of panic. Instead, it narrowed its eyes slightly, a disdainful look flashing across its face. Then it transformed into a blur of white light and vanished from sight. "Where's the rabbit?" Brother Dao and Red Dog's expressions changed sharply, stunned by Xiao Bei's speed. Suddenly, Xiao Bei's soft, youthful voice came from right behind them, dripping with contempt. You think you can sneak up on me, little bunny? Though Xiaobai had been hunted by barbarians in another world and hadn't yet mastered any real offensive skills, as a legendary innate spirit fox, its potential and base attributes far surpassed those of Brother Dao and Red Dog. Both are great spirit beasts. Something's behind us. Before they could react, Brother Dao and Red Dog turned around only to be hit repeatedly by Xiao Bei's flying kicks, yelping in pain. So powerful. Su Yaya's eyes lit up, surprised that this little rabbit could actually fight. Its combat ability was clearly far beyond what she imagined. Chu Sheng poked his head out, still holding a toothbrush in his mouth. Although Xiao Bai was mainly a support-type spirit pet, it had real fighting strength. More importantly, after successfully forming a contract, it gained its own status panel. Name, Xiao Bai. Race, innate spirit rabbit. Level, rookie stage 1. Talent. Skills, endless vitality, damage sharing. Though simple, the panel revealed key information. The highest known talent grade for humans and spirit beasts was SSR, but Xiao Bei's talent showed 3 question marks. Since the panel could correctly display SSR, the only explanation was that Xiao Bei's talent surpassed even the SSR limit. Chu Sheng sighed, his mind filled with deeper confusion and anticipation. After Xiao Bai finished a quick combo to finish off the fight, she lightly stepped on Dao Ge's face and said in a cute yet commanding tone, "From now on, in this family, Baby Bunny's status is above yours." Dao Gu and Hong Go were clearly intimidated by her attitude and lowered their heads, growling softly in submission. Baby Bunny was simply too formidable. Su Yaya couldn't hold back her laughter any longer and stepped forward to pick up Xiao Bai. Raising a mischievous spirit pet, negative energy +2, Chu Sheng rolled his eyes helplessly and thought to himself, what does this have to do with me? Although he had taught Xiao Bai a lot over the past month, he never taught her how to bully the family dogs. What on earth was going on? Just as Chu Sheng was lost in thought, Qin Shou and Xiao Fong walked in. When they got married a month ago, Qin Shou was full of youthful vigor and Xiao Fong shyly looked down. But now, Qin Shou's face looked a bit tired, while Xiao Fang's cheeks glowed with healthy color. It's nothing, just kids playing around. Chu Sheng replied after washing up, then said seriously, Old Qin, Xiao Fong, I'm heading to Jinling University today to register. Do you want to come along? No. Qin Shou shook his hand decisively to refuse. It wasn't that he didn't want to accept Chu Sheng's invitation, but he didn't want to put their friendship in a difficult position. He understood his place if anything went wrong later. Chu Sheng would be caught in the middle, which would be awkward. He preferred to reject the offer from the start, preserving their youthful friendship. If things got tough in the future, he could ask Chu Sheng for help directly. All right then, Chu Sheng said with a sigh. I'll keep the position for you. If you change your mind, just come to the Haidang Pavilion at Jinling University anytime. Okay. Qin Shou didn't commit firmly, but his tone carried a hint of melancholy. Will you be coming back this year? Depends on the situation. Chu Sheng's reply was vague. He had once planned to return when he was selected as a martial student for the capital, but never expected to be gone for over 10 years. When he would be able to return home again was a question even he couldn't answer. A heavy sadness weighed on Qin Shou's heart, realizing that they would see each other less and less from now on. All right, we should be going, Su Yaya reminded them, signaling that it was time. Listening to their footsteps fade away, Chu Sheng murmured softly, they're gone. He looked back at his little courtyard. He had once dreamed of a leisurely life, a pot of tea, a humble cottage, a fertile field, and 100 million in savings. Yet, unable to stand the suffering in the world, he decided to leave retirement behind and help save the people. Oh well, he sighed with resignation, pulling his thoughts back to practical matters. He planned to tear down the old house next time he returned and build a big new one. Both sides parted reluctantly, their words filled with reluctance and farewell. Before leaving, Chu Sheng took a small box from his chest and handed it to Qin Shou. Inside was Xiao Bei's dinner and a century-old jus fruit. What's this? Qin Shou opened the box and was instantly astonished. Precise poverty alleviation, positive energy +10. I'm off. Chu Sheng waved goodbye and turned without looking back. Su Yaya was by his side, with Xiao Bai hopping on her shoulder, followed closely by Dao Gu and Hong Go. Wei Qin Shou wanted to return the jus fruit, but Chu Sheng waved him off gracefully and walked away. In the end, Qin Shou reluctantly accepted the box and watched Chu Sheng's figure disappear into the distance. Murmuring to himself, I have a feeling this time he's flying like a rock spreading its wings, a dragon plunging into the sea, destined to write a new legend in the heavenly empire. Just then, the villagers poured out of their homes, setting off thunderous firecrackers to celebrate Chu Sheng's departure. The whole village became alive with festive excitement. Inside the high-speed rail station, Chu Sheng and Su Yaya walked side by side into the bustling crowd. Behind them, Zhang Xian's lips were so tightly pressed together it was harder to control than the trigger on an AK rifle. At this moment, Chu Sheng was taking the train from Haiqing to Jinling, marking the official end of her protection assignment only. Now, could Zhang Xian finally relax and return to her work at the Spirit Control Bureau, without having her worldview shattered by Chu Sheng or being shaken to her core by Chu Sheng's astonishing martial talent. Xiao Zhang, you're just in time. Just as Zhang Xiyan was about to get into her car to head home, a familiar voice called from behind. A sleek black sedan pulled up at the station entrance, and Wu Zhongxing, dressed neatly in his uniform, stepped down. Seeing Zhang Xiyan, he immediately quickened his pace to greet her. Master, congratulations. Zhang Xiyan smiled warmly and congratulated him. When she first graduated, she had followed Wu Zhongxing into the Spirit Control Bureau. He taught her countless detective skills and had become her most reliable support. Hearing that he was being transferred, she was genuinely happy for him. Don't tease me, Wu Zhongxing cut straight to the point. Last night, some senior officials in Jinling called. They're urgently short on personnel there. I've been transferred, but they didn't assign me an assistant. Instead, they gave me the authority to recruit someone reliable on my own. Recruit someone yourself. Zhang Xiyan covered her mouth in shock, staring at him incredulously. That's right. He went on. I immediately put your name forward. To my surprise, they approved it already this morning. So you and I will both be heading to Jinling to report in together. I get to go to Jinling too? Zhang Xiyan was so excited she hid her face with her hands, unable to believe her luck. She had thought that as a fresh graduate she would only be stuck with the tough task of protecting Chu Sheng. Instead, her master had saved her years of unnecessary detours. But almost immediately, she mentally groaned, realizing she probably couldn't shake Chu Sheng off after all. Achio! Chu Sheng suddenly sneezed, her gaze flickering vaguely as if she heard someone quietly mentioning her name. Ding! Ding! Just as Chu Sheng passed through security, the alarm instantly sounded. Sorry, this is Xiao Bai nervously pointed to the little golden lock hanging around his neck and babbled in a babyish voice. This was custom made by Master, super expensive. The security guard girl was surprised, her mouth slightly agape, not used to seeing a talking rabbit. Her eyes quickly filled with excitement, and she couldn't resist reaching out to stroke Xiao Bei's irresistibly cute fur. There are 2 dogs too, Su Yaya quickly reminded her, glancing at the clock since she was in a hurry. All right. The younger security sister reluctantly withdrew her hand and began scanning the 2 dogs. Since the revival of spiritual energy, spirit pets could now travel on high-speed rail, but they had to pay steep ticket prices and strictly follow regulations. Soon, Chu Sheng, Su Yaya, and their 3 spirit pets passed security smoothly and boarded the train. While they waited on the platform, they saw Wu Zhongxing and Zhang Xiyan approaching from a distance. Brother Wu. Chu Sheng greeted them cheerfully, a smile in her eyes. Brother Chu. Wu Zhongxing replied warmly. The atmosphere was friendly and familiar as they exchanged greetings. As they waited for the train, the 3 chatted casually and learned that Wu Zhongxing had been transferred to the Spirit Control Bureau in Jinling, while Zhang Xiyan, as a specially recruited student from Jinling University, would be heading there alongside her master. She was transferred to Jinling too. Upon hearing about Zhang Xian's reassignment, Su Yaya's mood immediately sank even further. She had thought that once she left Haiqing, they would be worlds apart. Yet Zhang Xiyan turned out to be like a stubborn shadow, impossible to shake off no matter where she went, an endless source of irritation. Meanwhile, Chu Sheng wasn't bothered by Zhang Xiyan at all. All he cared about was that his investment had made a big profit, putting him in great spirits. He had expected that moving to Jinling meant rebuilding his network from scratch, but unexpectedly, Wu Zhongxing had been transferred there as well. This not only saved him a lot of time and effort, but also gave him a fellow townsman to keep him companion, added layer of security. By the way, what about your second uncle? Wu Zhongxing suddenly asked, his eyes tinged with curiosity. After all, though Chen Shi had been caught and brought back each time, he was only held for about half a month. Nearly half a month had passed since his last release. No idea. Chu Sheng shrugged, giving a vague answer. He came back about half a month ago, saw there was nowhere to stay at home, and went out wandering again. Zhang Xiyan couldn't help but think sarcastically that their family really did have no place to live after all. She herself had spent a whole month sleeping in a doghouse. Did he go back to see that lady again? Wu Zhongxing's eyes immediately grew suspicious. Chen Shi was definitely not staying put. Definitely, Su Yaya said without hesitation, explaining that her second uncle was no angel. Besides always trying to set Chu Sheng up with girlfriends, his favorite places were foot massage parlors and bathhouses. She remembered when she and Chu Sheng had been dating in the capital, her second uncle often rescued him from the spiritual bureau. Whenever her uncle was cleaning, she would even catch sight of him. You don't know a thing. Chu Sheng scowled in protest before seriously explaining. That's called a man who doesn't refuse what it takes to achieve big things. A man who can't handle a few women won't accomplish anything significant. Wu Zhongxing immediately swore under his breath. If he weren't in uniform, he probably would have raised a glass with Chu Sheng, too true to ignore. Who would stoop to shamelessness to such a degree? Zhang Xiyan looked on with utter disdain, unapologetically disgusted. There was no need to interrogate this guy. A quick catch and the truth would come out. The eldest miss is still a lady, right? Su Yaya squinted, a mischievous smile playing on her lips as if a new idea had struck her. By the way, brother Wu Chu Sheng noticed her gaze and quickly changed the subject. You're so capable at your work, solving tons of big and small cases. Yet you've been the deputy captain in Haicheng for so many years? Almost 40 before you got a chance to transfer to Jinling for a promotion? Don't even mention it. Wu Zhongxing sighed, his tone tinged with helplessness and self-mockery. When I first graduated and reported to Haicheng, the leader's teacup had been in use so long it was polished shiny. I was clueless back then and made a point to wash it sparkling during my shift, thinking he would praise me for being diligent. Instead, among hundreds in the spiritual bureau, I ended up resented by him for more than 10 years. Meanwhile, Li Bo Tian surpassed me and became captain. Hearing that, Chu Sheng fell silent, his thoughts complex and hard to express. By the way, little brother Chu. Wu Zhongxing suddenly frowned, as if remembering a heavy topic, and abruptly asked, when was the last time you saw Zhou Kai? Zhou Kai? Chu Sheng's heart skipped a beat as he quickly pulled out a pre-prepared excuse. Last time, Zhou Kai led people to attack my home. I was so angry afterward that I went to his place, only to find out he was deceiving a young girl. You know May can't stand stuff like that, so I reported him. Later, I heard you guys were after him, and I never saw him again. That makes sense. Wu Zhongxing squinted, thinking carefully about the timeline. It did indeed add up. What's wrong? Chu Sheng feigned surprise. You don't suspect I killed Zhou Kai, do you? You're overthinking it. Zhang Xian rolled her eyes. Though you and Zhou Kai both have the same second rank in the little soldier realm, I haven't forgotten how you barely held your own using new martial techniques when you killed that ferocious beast. Lies and negativity 10. You look down on me. Chu Sheng bristled and argued. I'm not just a martial cultivator, I'm an SSR level beast tamer. Back when I teamed up with Dao Gu and Hong Go, we took down a ferocious beast of the Qi Si realm. Zhou Kai's no brainless ferocious beast. Zhang Xian kept rolling her eyes. In Haicheng, he earned his reputation with real fights. Forget his combat experience, it's his escape skills that matter. If he sensed danger, you really think he wouldn't run? Good point. Wu Zhongxing nodded in agreement. Even though Chu Sheng's combat power was much higher than Zhou Kai's ability to escape wasn't an exaggeration. If he were slower, had have been cut down in the streets long ago. Impossible to survive in Haicheng so long. Unless Chu Sheng could somehow bring him to another world, quietly killing him was out of the question. So the conclusion was, Chu Sheng's strength was godlike, but he wasn't cut out for delicate work. Honesty won, positivity won. No, you guys. Chu Sheng grew anxious, trying to pull out proof to back himself up. But Wu Zhongxing didn't give him a chance. The bullet train slowly pulled into the station, and he quickly grabbed Zhang Xian, striding toward the regular class cabin, leaving the business class where Chu Sheng and his group sat far behind. I really envy them. Chu Sheng gazed after them with longing in his eyes. Though the regular class seats were cramped and legroom limited, that was the path he took coming here. Now he had money in his pocket, but the joy of the journey was gone, just stuck sitting next to the wealthy Su Yaya in the roomy business class. Let's go? Su Yaya tugged on his arm, pulling him inside. Inside the business cabin, a flight attendant greeted them with a professional smile, offering slippers and bottled water, along with a selection of delicate snacks. Little Bai, noticing unfamiliar faces, straightened his small frame and perched his fluffy little head proudly on Chu Sheng's shoulder. The gold locket around his neck glittered under the light, as if afraid no one would notice. So cute. The flight attendant melted instantly. Acting cute is disgraceful. Dao Gu and Hong Go lounged nearby, wearing disgusted expressions. But when Little Bai's gaze swept over, they immediately switched to obsequious smiles, practically crawling on the ground, trying to kiss the rabbit's tiny paws. No wonder these are the troops Chu Sheng brought. Su Yaya rolled her eyes, noticing not a single serious creature was around Chu Sheng. The bullet train began to slowly move again. Outside the window, the scenery turned to streaming lines. After confirming everyone saw Little Bai's golden locket, he yawned, curled into a ball, and fell asleep on Chu Sheng's lap. Although Chu Sheng caught Xiao Bai recharging for the first time, it only deepened the rabbit's gaming addiction. Every night, once Chu Sheng fell into a deep sleep, Xiao Bai would secretly unlock his phone using his fingerprint and dive into the game world. Sleeping again? It was basically the sleep master of the house. Watching Xiao Bai fall asleep in an instant, Chu Sheng couldn't help but roll his eyes in disbelief. Other people's spirit pets either helped with the kids or did chores, but his rabbit just spent all day buried in games or scheming how to play more, even demanding food portions based on its century-old rabbit age. 2.5 hours later, the group arrived smoothly in Jinling. Chu Sheng met up with Wu Zhongxing and others at the station, and together they walked out of the high-speed rail terminal. Qian Buer held up a sign and spotted Chu Sheng from a distance, waving and calling out, "Boss." After each of them received 5 million as settling in funds, they had come with their families to Jinling, not only buying houses and settling down, but also moving the owner of the Haidang Pavilion here per Chu Sheng's instructions. Preparations were mostly done. Now they just waited for Chu Sheng to come to the meeting to finalize details. We're not going together. Wu Zhongxing hurriedly declined, while looking at the minibus waiting to pick Chu Sheng up, pulling Zhang Xian away. Su Yaya watched his retreating back and thought how cautious he was. ignoring even appearances with friends and stubbornly sticking to his rules with no flexibility. Chu Sheng nodded silently, thinking Wu Zhongxing really was impervious to reason. He usually spoke fine, but when it came to interests, he became tense and inflexible no matter how many times Chu Sheng tested him. He never wavered. "Boss, please," Qian Buer said politely, opening the car door. Chu Sheng got in and cut straight to the point. "How's the company now? Any problems?" "There's one issue." Qian Buer's expression turned serious. "Game design is done, but prize distribution is tricky. Those spirit fruits worth hundreds of thousands. If we outsource delivery to riders, the risk is too high. If we hire riders ourselves, the cost is considerable." Cost? Chu Sheng sneered inwardly. He had no concept of costs. Even if he recruited his own delivery team, it wouldn't be a low sit, would be profitable. More importantly, he needed rapid expansion, knowing it was only a matter of time before others targeted them. If he had to go home begging his family for startup capital, there'd be no peace for him. If his hundreds of thousands of employees all received high salaries, no one would dare provoke them casually. Recruiting our own people? Qian Buer looked baffled, worried. That would increase running costs and management difficulties. The spirit fruits are valuable. If stolen, the losses are even bigger. The security issue is simple, Su Yaya interrupted immediately. I know an insurance company called Deqing Li Pei. We can insure every spirit fruit. Deqing Li Pei? Good. Chu Sheng immediately nodded approvingly. They're trustworthy. No. Qian Buer was completely stunned, feeling utterly unable to communicate with the two of them. At that moment, they were discussing how to cut costs and improve efficiency, but shockingly, they were even planning to insure every spiritual fruit. He couldn't understand whether they were here to do business or charity. Taking advantage of a pause, Qian Buer contacted the Great Qing Insurance Company, but Chu Sheng immediately rejected the idea without hesitation, firmly insisting on purchasing the insurance. Well then, seeing Chu Sheng's determination, Qian Buer had no choice but to keep quiet. But he still recalled the promise he made during his job interview and quickly said, "Boss, there are many graduates struggling to find jobs right now, but their quality is quite good. We can recruit them as couriers for a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, which would both solve employment issues and greatly reduce operational costs." 3,000? Chu Sheng glanced at Qian Buer and couldn't help but question. One spiritual fruit is worth over 100,000 yuan, and we can earn millions from the lottery. Do you really think paying couriers 3,000 a month is reasonable? Unreasonable? Qian Buer looked confused, feeling as though he had lost his conscience. On the contrary, it's very reasonable. Su Yaya also looked puzzled. If they're willing, they work. If not, they can leave. There's no shortage of university graduates in this celestial empire. 3,000 a month is already high, and they should have a 3-month probation period too. Birth, damn birth. Chu Sheng seemed to have found a breakthrough and immediately pointed at his nose, scolding. 3,000 a month while they bear risks worth tens or hundreds of millions. Have you all lost your conscience? Conscience? Upon hearing this, Dao Gu and Hong Go simultaneously looked up, acting innocent like they hadn't eaten their conscience. Qian Buer was instantly dumbfounded, thinking, young bosses are really hard to please. During the interview, it was clear Chu Sheng thought he had no conscience, yet now he was reprimanding him about his conscience being eaten by dogs. Did Chu Sheng want him to have a conscience or not? Do you have a conscience? Su Yaya was speechless as well, feeling that Chu Sheng was acting crazy again. If he had a conscience, how could he publicly propose a lottery to exploit everyone? If he didn't, why was he yelling at a 3,000 monthly salary being unreasonable? Chu Sheng straightened his face and said seriously, we live only once, and all we can hope for is a clear conscience. Earning $1 million on a single deal but paying the worker 3,000 a month is completely unreasonable. I think 3,000 per deal is more appropriate, and they should also be provided with social insurance and housing fund benefits to ensure their safety and livelihood. No, Su Yaya became anxious. They're just delivering orders, it's not a skilled job. 3,000 per order. If they handle 10 orders a month, that's 30,000. That salary is way too high. Su Yaya. Chu Sheng raised his voice, his eyes serious. You're also a military recruitment graduate from the imperial capital, educated in the orthodox traditions of the Celestial Empire. Don't just aim for upward mobility. You also need to see the hardships below. Su Yaya's heart jumped, as if being struck by Chu Sheng's words. She wanted to say something polite in her defense, but the words stuck in her throat. At this moment, Chu Sheng was completely different from those hypocrites spouting righteousness and standing on moral high ground. She genuinely stood at the moral apex, looking down on all ruthless capitalists with equal disdain. She was both scared and strangely thrilled. Boss. Qian Buer listened to Chu Sheng's words, so moved, he almost knelt down right there. He had assumed Chu Sheng was offering such a high salary just to win people's loyalty and get them to work harder later on. He never expected Chu Sheng to be a true savior, someone who couldn't bear to see human suffering. But then, a twinge of discomfort crept into Qian Buer's ear. He felt like his own abilities were being seriously overshadowed. We've arrived at Jinling University. The driver suddenly said, bringing the car to a stop. Glancing at Chu Sheng through the rearview mirror, he obviously had overheard the earlier conversation and had already decided to quit the rental company job and apply to be a courier for Chu Sheng. Hearing the driver, Chu Sheng quickly got out of the car, no longer standing on moral high ground, and looked toward Jinling University. The grand and imposing school gate towered before him, with bustling students flowing in and out, each one striking in presence, at least at the novice rank of cultivation, with no useless or weaklings in sight. Especially the female students, all brimming with youthful energy, their vitality palpable. Chu Sheng's eyes immediately lit up. College girls really are the best. He reverted to his true self, his gaze constantly scanning the lively groups of girls hopping and bustling about. Unlike those villains obsessed with married women, Chu Sheng and his friends were loyal college girl faction supporters, young, energetic, and very easy to fool. Can you tone it down a little? Su Yaya's small fists clenched in frustration when she saw Chu Sheng revert to his usual self, but she had no way to stop him. Young people are supposed to be fearless. Chu Sheng had no intention of holding back. Instead, he loudly proclaimed, "I, Chu Sheng, have arrived. From now on, the flag of Jinling University will be carried by me. As the most handsome man in the Celestial Empire, I deeply understand the weight on my shoulders. Today, I swear to relieve the worries of all male classmates and dedicate my love to the cultivation of seedlings, never forgetting my original intention. May heaven and earth bear witness." Who is this guy acting so arrogantly? The students all turned sharply to glare at him, especially the males. Hearing his nonsense about cultivating seedlings, they immediately gave him furious looks like a hornet's nest had been disturbed. Hatred 1, negative energy 1. Hatred 1, negative energy 1. The numbers quickly climbed, and total negative energy soared to 2,402 points. Whoa, over 2,400 points of negative energy. Chu Sheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hadn't expected riling people up could earn him so much. Unlike in society where stirring up hatred might get you into deadly trouble, college students hadn't been beaten down by the world, yet their anger was sincere, but still pure and adorably naive. Even if they acted, they wouldn't be truly vicious. They were high-quality negative energy chives, safe and ripe for harvesting. I don't know him at all. Su Yaya hurriedly covered her face, feeling like she was about to socially die. She never imagined Chu Sheng would shamelessly shout such words in public. At that moment, a window in a nearby teaching building opened. Principal Gu Yun curiously leaned out and saw Chu Sheng making a scene at the school gate. That kid Chu Sheng. Gu Yun frowned deeply. After hearing his oath, he grew even more troubled. I'm starting to think bringing him in through special admission was a mistake. He's not here to cultivate talent for the Celestial Empires, clearly an evil force filling the vacancy in our Jinling University. Soon, Principal Gu was astonished to see that his suspicion had been confirmed. At the school gate, Chu Sheng had just barked like a dog a few times, and immediately several freshmen with displeased expressions strode over. Who just barked like a dog? They stood arrogantly right in front of Chu Sheng. Although Jinling University wasn't as prestigious as the Imperial Capital University after the split, it was still one of the top-ranked schools in the country. Any student who got in was seen as a genius, and no one tolerated anyone showing off in front of them. Xiaoba, the little white rabbit on Chu Sheng's shoulder, spoke in a sweet, innocent voice. Our dog's from the countryside, and it's the first time in the city. It's never seen such a big pile of crap, so it couldn't help but bark a few times. Then it let out a few more woof woof barks. Dao Gu and Hongo immediately caught on and started barking at the freshmen as well. That rabbit can talk? The surrounding college students turned their heads in unison, staring in surprise. The female students' eyes immediately lit up when they saw the adorable little white rabbit. They couldn't help but reach out to grab it. No wonder the villains in novels always fought desperately for the protagonist's pet. Oh, my head hurts. Su Yaya frowned helplessly, looking at the little white rabbit corrupted by Chu Sheng. Originally well-behaved and cute, after a month with Chu Sheng, it not only got much more mouthy, but learned some evil ideas too. You're asking for trouble. The freshman bristled in anger, trembling after just being called a big pile of crap. Chu Sheng ignored them, quietly stepping back a few paces and hiding behind Su Yaya, while Dao Gu and Hongo positioned themselves on either side, guarding against any sneak attacks. Su Yaya gave him a speechless glare, completely baffled by this odd creature. He was clearly a ruthless capitalist, but somehow a good boss, clearly a womanizer, yet dared to boldly declare it in public, clearly arrogant and noisy, yet always hiding behind her. Just when she thought she understood him, he pulled another big twist, always a step ahead of her. Coward, hiding behind a woman and calling that bravery. The freshmen stamped their feet furiously, their pride stung. Yet as soon as they looked at Su Yaya, they were startled by her beautiful face. But the sight of Chu Sheng hiding behind her instantly ignited their fury, feeling their idol was being so desecrated. What if I'm a kept man? Chu Sheng popped out confidently, pointing at Su Yaya. This is Su Yaya, a martial arts cadet from the Imperial Capital and a space-type ability user. We have an official long-term kept relationship. If anyone wants to pick a fight with me, who else should they go after but her? If you've got the guts, go find some rich lady to keep you. Damn, a male student being kept. Passing students immediately gathered excitedly. But some of the male students glanced at Su Yaya's looks and immediately had a meltdown. Why did everyone else's rich lady wear only sturdy sneakers? But Chu Sheng's rich lady had beautiful long legs, delicate feet, and heels. They all fell into deep self-doubt. What exactly am I lacking? The guys cursed inwardly. Hatred 1, negative energy 1. Hatred 1, negative energy 1. Accumulating 3,628 points of negative energy. No way, over 3,600 points of negative energy. Hearing these words, Chu Sheng was instantly startled, hadn't expected to stir up so much hatred. Su Yaya glanced around at the dozens of sharp eyes fixed on them, her face flushing with awkwardness, almost revealing an expression that no ordinary phrase could describe. Several freshmen were dumbfounded, as if witnessing a tall tale. Chu Sheng really said something like that. One of them couldn't help but challenge him. What's that? You think I'm lying? But Chu Sheng didn't back down. He pulled out a black and gold card, trying to provoke the crowd again. See this? This is my proof of patronage. An unlimited credit black card, spend as much as I want. Anyone who lays a finger on me is going against the martial arts candidates of the imperial capital, going head-to-head with capital itself. No sooner had he spoken than a stir ran through the crowd. Someone muttered under their breath, damn, he's really a kept college guy? Are young girls these days really into this? On the other side, another shook their head with a sigh. Back in the day, it was mostly female students getting kept. Who would have thought male students would be kept too? Amid the gossip, Chu Sheng shook his head with a smirk, mocking, times change, progress marches on. Young bodies are the real temptation. Young people can't resist the lure, dreaming only of quick riches, forgetting that steady feet make the future. Interrupting the noisy chatter, he lowered his voice to add, enough noise. Let me give you the market rates. Freshman girls bring in 10,000 per month, sophomores 8,000, and seniors only 5,000. A senior girl quickly jumped in. Let me add here, we pay 20,000 a month for freshman boys. The classroom erupted. Wealthy women recruiting males, rich patrons keeping female students, money and romance all tangled together. Someone half-jokingly summed up, male and female students alike turned into kept companions, then marry with the money. Isn't that a sign of civilization's progress? The senior even bragged, I'm good at sucking snails too. Listening to the earth-shattering discussion, Su Yaya grew indifferent toward this first love. Embarrassment chilled her whole body. Meanwhile, Chu Sheng, sitting nearby, was on the verge of letting out a bizarre goose call, which only piled on 1,562 points of hatred negative energy. That meant 1,562 points of bad vibes. Right now, he had 1,312 points of positive energy, but a whopping 7,626 points of negative energy. Negative times negative equals positive, giving him a total of 5,125 points of positive energy. Chu Sheng silently thought, this has to be amplified to make it worthwhile. It was as if he'd finally found his main purpose in this university storm. Suddenly, several freshmen strode forward angrily, their faces full of disdain as they confronted him. You're Chu Sheng, right? Proud to be kept, with zero shame. You're a disgrace to Jinling University. You don't even deserve to be called a student. Chu Sheng stood tall, undeterred, answering confidently. If that's how you see it, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Chu Sheng. I have an SSR grade talent. At 6, I became a martial arts candidate in the imperial capital. At 18, I awakened as a beastmaster. As he dropped that title, the entire hall erupted in noise, shock mixed with sympathy. Having a top-tier SSR talent awaken as a sewer beastmaster seemed like head cracked under psychological pressure. Yet Chu Sheng remained calm and continued. A month ago, Jinling University's principal, Gu Yun, that old man himself, personally came to my home and invited me, giving me a special admission slot, preparing for me to study here and eventually stay on as faculty. So strictly speaking, I'm not really a student. You should call me Teacher Chu. The moment he said this, an uproar of curses burst out. Students bellowed, damn, that kind of person can be a teacher? Principal Gu must be blind. Birth damn birth. Gu Yun clenched his fists tightly by the window, veins bulging. He regretted bringing Chu Sheng into the university. But the next moment, he forced down his anger. Regret was useless. He had to find a way to rein in this troublemaker. If he let him leave campus unchecked, it would be irresponsible towards society, and his own reputation in the education field would be ruined. Reputation down 1, negativity up 1. The numbers kept jumping before finally settling at 624 points. Chu Sheng sighed quietly. Despite his heart to save the world, he had to sacrifice his image, and he didn't know when he could turn things around. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded behind him. A freshman pounced like a leopard, but Chu Sheng didn't even move or look back. Oh whoa! Dao Gu and Hong Go howled simultaneously, unleashing an intimidating aura. Just a month ago, they were at the 4th realm of the grass sack stage. After absorbing a century-old Zhu fruit, They had broken through to first realm of the pawn stage. Pawn stage first realm. The watching students gasped. This power level meant little in the Celestial Empire, but for a freshman, it was already formidable. Especially since Chu Sheng had two spirit pets, victory was certain. Dao Ge lunged forward, pinning the attacker to the ground. Go away. Go away. The freshman shrieked in panic, staring at Dao Ge's sharp teeth. Chu Sheng, stop. Another freshman rushed out, furrowing his brow in a finger-pressing hand sign. Spirit power exploded, temperature rising sharply. Several fireballs, about the size of soccer balls, materialized, ready to blast Chu Sheng. Firewielder. The crowd cast sympathetic glances at Chu Sheng. Two pawn stage spirit wolves were no match for a firewielder. They weren't even on the same level. Yet Chu Sheng remained rooted to the spot. Scared stiff? The firewielder sneered mockingly. Oh whoa. Han Go's body blazed with flames, gathering an enormous fireball in its mouth before spitting it out without hesitation. What? A fire spirit wolf? The crowd exclaimed. Oh no. The firewielder's expression changed drastically, hastily launching fireballs to intercept. Boom. The two attacks collided, sending scorching heat waves rippling outwards. Fall back. The crowd panicked and scrambled away. Chu Sheng, however, stood unmoved, facing the heat-heated martial cultivator. Gu Yun frowned deeply by the window. Unlike those naive college students still in their innocent prime, he could immediately tell that Chu Sheng had excellent physical fitness, clearly the result of rigorous martial arts training. Even more impressive, he had successfully broken through to the first level of the Xiaozu realm. Otherwise, there was no way he could so easily withstand the scorching waves of energy. Let's go? Su Yaya was struggling to hold on, and quickly grabbed Chu Sheng to teleport them to the rear. Space abilities truly were incredible. The college students nearby gasped again, amazed by the power of dimensional manipulation. At once, the female students cast envious glances at Su Yashi was not only beautiful and wealthy, but she also possessed the legendary spatial ability. It was as if she were a favored child of heaven itself. The male students stared jealously at Chu Sheng, realizing he was being kept by the young, gorgeous, and rich Su Yaya, who freely spent her black card privileges. And on top of that, she had space powers. How could such fortune strike a single person so completely? Admiration 1, negative energy 1, jealousy 1, negative energy 1, hatred 1, negative energy 1, dragging others down, negative energy 1. A total accumulation of 806 points of negative energy. Only just over 800? Chu Sheng frowned, clearly a bit displeased compared to his previous gains. But university was a place where strength spoke for itself. Watching Dao Gu and Red Dog's powerful displays, plus Su Yaya's spatial abilities, no one dared to rashly challenge them despite their grievances. This is just a gutter level. Although the students envied them, they were unconvinced and still dismissed Chu Sheng. He might dominate early on with two spirit pets infused with attribute powers, but once he advanced to the Qi-Si realm, he would be crushed effortlessly. Things were starting to get interesting. Gu Yun quietly observed everything, her gaze returning to Chu Sheng. Though she didn't know when he began training in martial arts, breaking through to the Xiaozu realm at 18 showed talent no less than those who focused on supernatural abilities. In other words, the old guard in the capital had truly misjudged the situation, chasing away a true dragon in the guise of a mere loach. Huh. Chu Sheng suddenly sensed something and immediately looked in Gu Yun's direction. Gu Yun remained calm and composed, sitting upright as if she had done nothing shameful, confidently meeting Chu Sheng's gaze. I'm starting to look forward to this, she murmured. Thinking about the upcoming duel against the capital university's students, Gu Yun's lips curled into a subtle smile. If Chu Sheng could defeat those students as a failed candidate, it wouldn't just be a slap to the faces of the capital's elders, it would also satisfy her own sense of justice. Even if Jinling University was split into 13 branches, she was confident she could still outperform the capital university. You're finished, kid. Gu Yun fixed Chu Sheng with a sharp look, almost letting out a sinister villainous laugh. She had once only thought about how to deal with this troublemaker, but seeing Chu Sheng's potential, her plan shifted. Not only would she punish him properly, but she would also harness his potential as battle strength. Wasting it would be unacceptable. That old woman's smile is so creepy. Chu Sheng felt uneasy, suspecting Gu Yun wasn't quite the straightforward principal she appeared to be. Just as his thoughts swirled, a sudden commotion erupted ahead, immediately drawing everyone's attention. All eyes turned sharply toward the source of the disturbance. Who dares to steal the spotlight from this precious bunny master? Xiaobai frowned immediately, turning his head indignantly to look. He saw a tall, imposing man with a face as cold as ice walking toward them. The man stood ramrod straight like a lush pine tree, radiating a powerful aura like a blazing sun, with an innate noble bearing that made people afraid to meet his gaze. It's him. Chu Sheng frowned immediately, his expression complicated, clearly recognizing the person. Unlike himself, a genius from a commoner background, and unlike Su Yaya, a capitalist heiress, This person was truly a young master from a great aristocratic family, the eldest young master of the Jing family from the imperial capital, Jingnan. Even as a martial arts selection student from the imperial capital, Chu Sheng could only watch him from afar and wouldn't dare to speak with him. Who's that? Xiaobai asked curiously, leaning over with an inquisitive look. The real brother Nan. Chu Sheng answered casually, but his mind was still filled with doubts. After all, this scion of an aristocratic family could easily enter the gates of Imperial Capital University, yet he appeared at the entrance of Jinling University, which was truly abnormal. Su Yaya seemed to sense Chu Sheng's confusion and said in a low voice, "Don't you know yet?" A while ago, at the dragon transformation ceremony of the Jing family in the imperial capital, the eldest young master Jing Nan failed his dragon transformation, while the second young master Jing Bei succeeded. As a result, the eldest young master lost his inheritance rights, and all the family's resources went to the second young master. I see. Chu Sheng instantly understood why the other party would appear here. With the revival of spiritual energy, the changes affected not only living beings, but also many objects, such as the highly representative 6 dragon transformation pools which could transform the human body into dragon people, greatly enhancing their strength, and were sustainable resources. When the dragon transformation pools emerged, they triggered an earth-shattering battle. The 6 pools belonged to the 5 great families of the Celestial Dynasty, with one passed down from the Jing family ancestors. Look, look! Suddenly, another voice called out in surprise, causing everyone to turn and look. Outside the school gate, a white horse galloped forth with vigorous strides. A handsome man dressed in white ancient costume sat on the horse's back, as if transported back to ancient times, looking like an elegant scholar. Su Xia. Jing Nan frowned deeply, recognizing him. Well, if it isn't our brother Nan. The man on horseback smiled provocatively with some mockery. Haven't seen you in a few months, and you've fallen this low? I think you should stop calling yourself brother, and instead call me Brother Su, and recognize me, Su Xia, as your boss. Su Xia, it's Su Xia. Upon hearing this, the surrounding college students erupted in excitement. Unlike Chu Sheng, who was specially recruited for his talents, and Jing Nan, who entered Jinling University through family connections, Su Xia was this year's martial arts champion of the Eastern region and entered Jinling University through genuine ability. His background was also quite formidable, was the son of the city lord of Gusu City in the Eastern region. Simply put, he had both money and power. It's Su Xia, Brother Su. The female college students gazed at him with affection, clearly deeply attracted to him, calling it love at first sight. Get lost. Jing Nan couldn't be bothered with Su Xia and coldly uttered a single word. You still think you're a brother? Su Xia's expression darkened instantly, cold energy surging within him as if ready to explode at any moment. The atmosphere immediately tensed, and the crowd around them grew excited, quickly stepping back to clear space for the two. The students divided into 2 groups, waving banners and chanting slogans. Go Su Go! Go Nan Go! Just as the standoff between Jing Nan and Su Xia was about to escalate into a real fight, a roar of a sports car engine thundered through the school gates. A sleek black luxury car pulled up steadily, and a young man in a black shirt stepped out. His hair was styled in glossy tinfoil waves, a sparkling diamond earring hung from his left ear, a typical rich, second-generation look overflowing with style. Anyone could tell he was no ordinary guy. Hai de Fu, Brother Hai himself. The female students immediately erupted in excitement, almost fainting with enthusiasm. Compared to Jing Nan, the aristocratic son, and Su Xia, the city lord's heir, Hai de Fu was the scion of the wealthiest family in the Celestial Empire. His family background needed no introduction to, words summed it up perfectly. Domineering power. They're all just full of themselves. Chu Sheng glared darkly at the 3 shining figures before him, growing increasingly sour. In his heart, he wished he could crush them all to pieces. Why was he ignored the moment he showed up, while these 2 caused a screaming frenzy the instant they appeared? Ready for a fight? Hai de Fu looked on with amused interest, flashing a handful of shiny spirit stones from his pocket. Fight! Hurry up and fight. Whoever wins takes these spirit stones. Put on a show, and this young master will give extra rewards. He threw down 20 spirit stones casually. Each was worth 10,000 spirit stones, totaling at least 200,000. For cultivators, this wasn't astronomical, but the crowd was blown away by the heavy stakes being thrown into the confrontation. Though Hai de Fu's gesture seemed casual, it revealed the depth of his family's wealth. The gathered students swore under their breath, thinking this was their chance to replace Jing Nan and Su Xia to impress Brother Hai. Faced with such bravado, Su Xia's face hardened as waves of defiance stirred inside him. Is that all you've got? His gaze locked fiercely on Hai de Fu, feeling a sting of humiliation. Hai de Fu's expression brimmed with contempt, dismissing Su Xia entirely. Though his family's roots weren't as deep as Su Xia's or Jing Nan's, his own power was no facade. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hold his place at Jinling University. Fight, fight! Shouts erupted from the crowd, with girls screaming excitedly, thrilled to witness such a spectacular duel on the very first day of school. But surprisingly, the three didn't rush to start brawling. Instead, a war of words broke out, taunts flying back and forth, dragging Jing Nan into the fray in attempts to spark a three-way free-for-all. This little bunny is not happy. Xiao Bai, feeling sidelined as the three dominated the spotlight, puffed her cheeks in obvious displeasure. Once the center of all attention, little Jean Sua was now completely marginalized, left without even a sliver of stardom. I'm a little upset too. Chu Sheng grumbled as the standoff dragged on without action. He sulked off to buy a bottle of iced Coke, specifically the pure glass bottle kind. He downed it in one gulp, then flung the empty bottle hard toward the three young men. The glass bottle hit the ground with a crisp, bunga simple, shattering noise in other countries. But here in the Celestial Empire, it seemed to carry a special meaning. The whole scene instantly fell silent, like someone had pressed pause. Everyone held their breath, watching intently. Chu Sheng, blending into the crowd, pinched his nose and shouted, "Nengu commands. Finish him off." "Damn, it's an ambush." Hai Dafis I twitched sharply at the warning, and he quickly stepped back, deliberately putting distance between himself and the two. Despicable scoundrels. Su Xia clenched his teeth and spat a string of curses, deciding to strike first. In a flash, a folding fan appeared in his hand. He swung it swiftly toward Jing Nan, and an intense aura burst forth around him. A fierce wind whipped up, stirring dust into a swirling cloud. What's going on? Jing Nan's face was full of confusion, unable to understand the situation. But Su Xia had already closed the gap, leaving no time for Jing Nan to react. Jing Nan clenched his fists tightly and launched a sudden strike, the force of his own expanding gust spreading outward fiercely. Boom! The two forces collided violently in midair, erupting with a deafening roar. A strong shockwave radiated outward, pushing back the watching students who stumbled away in alarm. Yet the two combatants remained rooted, neither budging an inch. Evenly matched, the students all stared fixedly, realizing neither side could gain the upper hand. The tension in the air thickened, charged with an electric mix of excitement and anxiety, negative energy soaring. Doing something wicked really does make you feel alive. Chu Sheng, who was counting on fate for luck, frowned in frustration, yet oddly felt as refreshingly cool as an ice-cold soda. Fight, fight. The atmosphere grew more heated, and seeing this, Xiao Bai quickly shouted encouragement. Stay sharp, don't lose face. Good job. Ouch. Su Yaya, having witnessed everything, suddenly felt a pounding headache. What on earth are you guys doing? Just as both sides were about to step up the fight, the campus guard rushed forward and shouted, halting the conflict. As the gatekeeper of Jinling University, he had seen countless youngsters like them and knew the instability they brought. Without hesitation, he separated the two, breaking up the imminent clash. These kids nowadays, each one more unruly than the last. From afar, Guyan still stood by the window of the teaching building, looking down at the scene with a complex expression, her thoughts unreadable. Meanwhile, the commotion had attracted a crowd of new students, packed three deep inside and out, completely blocking the campus entrance. They were like curious children, each one craning their necks to see what was happening. So this is Jinling University? Chu Sheng slowly got lost in the crowd, barely noticed anymore. Although he had cultivated both martial arts and beast control, reaching the second level of the junior disciple realm, the freshmen here were almost all bursting with youthful vigor. Their rich spiritual fluctuations made it obvious they came from all over the Celestial Empire, a gathering of elites. Heroes abound, countless as rivers flowing upstream. A surge of pride rose inside Chu Sheng. He didn't care about Nange, Shug, or Hage. To him, only Shunga deserved to reign over Jinling University. At that moment, a middle-aged female teacher stepped out of the campus holding a megaphone and announced loudly, "My name is Chen Shui, but you can call me Teacher Chen. Don't crowd together, please head to the freshman registration office promptly to facilitate dorm assignments. Avoid pushing and shoving." Heeding her words, the students quickly dispersed in an orderly fashion, their actions more polished and disciplined. Watching the glowing youthful faces, Chen Shui smiled warmly. "Teacher, stop pretending to be young." Chu Sheng happened to pass by and bluntly called out, "You're not 18 anymore. I'd say you're at least 38. Chen Shui immediately went on guard and shot Chu Sheng a sharp glance. Just thinking about being a university professor and a role model for others, Chen Shui chose to forgive the impulsive young man, Chu Sheng. A prompt sounded. Defense down 2, negative energy 2. Only 2 points. Hearing this, Chu Sheng felt somewhat dissatisfied and thought, hey, that's way too little. Chen Shui didn't make a fuss over it, and continued gazing at the vibrant college student, sighing deeply. The Zodiac has only gone through 2 cycles. How did one become such a boring adult already? As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Shui was so angry she couldn't reply but firmly etched Chu Sheng's face in her memory. Suddenly, her anger level soared. Anger 100, negative energy 100. 100 points of anger. Sensing danger immediately, Chu Sheng knew she had completely lost her composure. He wisely decided to back off and quickly pulled Su Yaya's hand, slipping away through the crowd. Old crow. Xiaobai mimicked Chu Sheng, using that rare phrase in a babyish voice. Nearby students all turned their heads in shock at such a blunt tease. I, Bunny, am super brave. Xiaobai, now the center of attention again, puffed out his chest and proudly showed off his shiny golden lock. She called me old crow. This remark hit Chen Shui's defenses once more. Her anger skyrocketed instantly. Anger 200, negative energy 200. 200 points. Hearing this, Chu Sheng almost swore aloud, realizing he had just stirred up a hornet's nest. He immediately grabbed Su Yaya's hand and hurried into Jinling University. Looking around at the ancient, elegant pavilions and halls, Chu Sheng marveled. Is this the heritage of a prestigious old university? Su Yaya's eyes lit up, unable to help but muse. Seeing these classical buildings reminds me of the 10 elegant pursuits the ancients spoke of: calligraphy, incense burning, tea tasting, listening to the rain, admiring snow, moon watching, wine drinking, flower picking, playing the zither, and chess playing. Such refined pleasures. Chu Sheng looked sincere. I don't really understand those 10 elegant pursuits, but I know men now have 7 elegant hobbies: flower appreciation, armor removal, mountain climbing, exploring mysteries, flower arranging, tide watching, and incense burning. Meanwhile, outside, Qian Buer watched Chu Sheng leave, racking his brain in frustration. He had thought Chu Sheng was kicked out of the Imperial Capital University due to scheming, but it turned out he made a name for himself through real talent and was specially recruited by Jinling University. Everyone believed that despite his humble origins, this guy would rise to a lofty social status, build powerful connections, and show them all a bigger world. Yet unexpectedly, Chu Sheng's mischievousness came out right at the start of school. He openly promoted his seedling business, offending the powerful families of Jingnan, Suxie, and Haidafu, and even a female teacher at Jinling University. At this moment, Chu Sheng wasn't aware of Qian Buer's worryish was busy leading Su Yaya deeper into the courtyard of the sprawling campus. You're so bad. Su Yaya's eyes sparkled with mischief as she flashed a knowing smile. She bit her thin lips gently, her voice soft and teasing. Actually, nowadays women have 7 refined arts too: playing the flute, ball skills, calligraphy, singing, surfing waves, traveling freely, and meditation. She adopted a deliberately mysterious tone, provoking Chu Sheng. What are you planning to do? Chu Sheng immediately caught her hint, his eyes sharpening with alertness. Looking at the woman in front of him whose figure and looks were undeniably excellent, was reminded of her female rascal streak and quietly warned himself not to let the fleeting sweetness become a lifetime trap. Brother Chu. Su Yaya instantly turned into a delicate southern girl, taking his hand with an expression so pitiful it seemed she might burst into tears any second. You wouldn't want me to be that kind of a failed woman in the spring-tide rain, with an empty ferry crossing, would you? Her eyes brimmed with teasing expectation. Such shame on our refinement. Chu Sheng quickly surrendered, donning a posture of moral purity. Clearing his throat, he said, refinement or not, we can talk about that another time. Seeing Chu Sheng still playing coy, Su Yaya shifted to a more seductive sorceress expression, leaning lightly on him, her voice soft and alluring. I heard that if men don't marry soon, the single tax will be coming. You wouldn't want to work hard just to end up supporting someone else's kids, would you? Thanks for the reminder. Chu Sheng maintained a calm facade, showing no reaction. So, to avoid raising other people's children, I've decided to write a guidebook on how to avoid pitfalls. They'll call it To Avoid the Tax. My cousin and I got our marriage certificate. You. Su Yaya was so angry she almost exploded, itching to throw herself on him. But then a victorious smile spread across her face. Positive energy, level 1. Chu Sheng hummed triumphantly, excitedly taking little by to line up at the registration desk. Just you wait, young lady. Su Yaya stomped her foot angrily but obediently waited nearby. At that moment, Chu Sheng turned and tapped the shoulder of a girl standing ahead of him in line. Hey, little sister, how long have you been waiting? Who called me little sister? Am a real guy? Came a crisp male voice. The girl spun around, revealing a delicate and feminine face with a slender figure, but unmistakably a man's voice. Clearly, one of those rare cases where a boy looks like a girl. Sorry, I thought you were a girl. Chu Sheng quickly apologized and introduced himself. I'm Chu Sheng, from Yun Village, a freshman this year. Didn't look carefully just now, my bad. Yun Village? The guy looked confused, not having heard of it. Then he relaxed and smiled. I'm Chong Ling, from Xinbei District, also a freshman this year. You better pay more attention next time. Xinbei District? Chu Sheng was equally puzzled. Neither of those places rang a bell. Changing the subject, Chong Ling suddenly asked, did you hear? Tuition fees went up 50 this year compared to last. What? 50%? Chu Sheng exclaimed loudly, drawing attention from nearby students. Others in line began venting their frustration as well, relieved to have a shared complaint. For martial arts students, the tuition was already sky high. A 50 jump was like adding fuel to the fire, putting even more strain on already tight family budgets. Damn, how can they get away with this? Chu Sheng's anger flared. If they dare raise it 50 today, tomorrow they'll bleed us dry. We absolutely cannot give in. We must protest to the end. Protest? Many looked hesitant, few willing to start a commotion. Chu Sheng's voice grew stronger as he patted his chest with righteous vigor. What's there to hesitate about? We're college students after all. Chu Sheng immediately stepped forward, embodying the spirit of justice. That year, university students marched out of their classrooms, raising the banner of their ideals. They dared to stand up to fierce beasts in the fight for equality and freedom. Now that victory was within reach, was a little bloodshed really something to fear? Exactly. Seeing Chu Sheng lead the charge, the students' passion ignited instantly. Classmates Chu Sheng raised his arm high, his voice resolute and powerful. One person's protest goes unnoticed, but when we speak together, they can't pretend not to hear. Let's go to the dean's office and demand what's rightfully ours. Right. To the dean's office to protest. The students responded quickly, overcome with excitement and ready to move. Yet Chu Sheng kept his arm raised, shouting protest, but never took a step forward. Chong Ling watched the crowd slowly walk away and couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, weren't you going to the dean's office to protest? Why aren't you going with everyone else? Chu Sheng answered confidently, I'm a special admission student with a tuition waiver. Saying so, he pulled out his proof and headed straight to register. Chong Ling's eye twitched slightly, thinking what a shameless guy he was. But luckily, Chu Sheng was sensible enough not to recklessly join the excited crowd's antics, or who knows what consequences might have followed. He glanced at the students still by his side and understood in his heart they would all come back soon. In this world, no one wants to be the first to stand up. Everyone is like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Those who stand up for them usually get frozen by harsh winds and bitter cold. So this understanding was a true reflection of their suffering. Su Yaya felt her headache return with a vengeance as she watched Chu Sheng's integrity slip further away and sighed helplessly. Here we go again, she muttered silently. But Chu Sheng was defiant inside, thinking, how can this be called stirring the pot? I was just born in the wrong era. The senior in charge of registration handed over the admission letter. The opening ceremony is in 3 days. Don't be late, Junior. If you don't have a place to stay, I can help arrange a dorm. No need for a dorm. Chu Sheng took the letter and refused firmly, then grabbed Su Yaya's hand and turned to leave. It wasn't because he was worried about losing face or getting attacked in the dorm at midnight. Was a kept male student, after all, with professional standards to uphold. Naturally, he would live in a luxury villa. After registration, Su Yaya's eyes sparkled with excitement, bursting with anticipation. So where are we going? A romantic date? To buy a villa. Chu Sheng responded confidently. If I'm going to study and live in Jinling, I need at least a 500 square meter villa to feel at ease. Su Yaya gasped. You can't be serious. Do you know how much villas cost in Jinling? Want me to buy one for you? Chu Sheng shrugged off her concern, speaking firmly. The cheapest bra in your wardrobe costs over 1,000 yuan and is only 0.02 square meters. Converted, 1 square meter of your bra costs more than 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. Jinling's housing prices are around 30,000 to 40,000 yuan per square meter, so your bra is actually priced at twice the housing value. Plus, bras only last a year, but a villa can be lived in for decades. So the price of your bra is actually hundreds of times the price of a villa. You'd rather spend money on bras than buy a villa for the man you love. That's the kind of love you always talk about? Exactly, sir. Xiaobai echoed sternly. Loving a man is shown through actions, not words. Stop fooling boys with empty promises. Su Yaya was momentarily speechless, helpless as if she were the man being scolded, silently enduring this sudden reprimand. Awaken 1, positive energy 1. Let's go? Chu Sheng grabbed Su Yaya and jumped into the van. His eyes locked intently on Qian Buer sitting in the front passenger seat as he asked, is there a villa community in Jinling with over 500 square meters, beautiful environment, and good security? Qian Buer immediately caught on and nodded without hesitation. Yes, there is. Though a shady salesman, he never hesitated when a client made clear demands. Even if uncertain, he could quickly get the information through his connections. The van slowly pulled away from campus, heading towards the upscale neighborhood Chu Sheng had specified. 3 days later, I will become the brightest star. Chu Sheng vowed silently. He still remembered how badly had been upstaged at the freshman welcome ceremony. Those so-called main characters had annoyed him deeply. The noble son of a prominent family exuded aristocratic air and looked more distinguished than him. The city lord's son appeared in ancient costume riding a white horse, showing off impressively, and the richest son outshone him in both wealth and popularity. This time at the new student ceremony, Chu Sheng resolved to completely overshadow them all, making everyone at Jinling University from the president down to the students remember his name. Meanwhile, at the moment Chu Sheng left campus, a crowd gathered outside the president's office. Many freshmen who heard someone was leading a protest hurried over eagerly, but when they arrived, they found the supposed leader, Chu Sheng, was nowhere to be seen. President Guyan opened the door with a puzzled look. Is there a problem? The students immediately lost their nerve, smiling awkwardly. Nothing. Their zeal was instantly extinguished and they no longer dared to demand tuition reductions. Like the classic saying goes, without a leader to stand out, everyone is just a sitting duck. They quickly dispersed. With years of experience, Gu Yun sensed these students had been stirred up by outside forces. After an investigation, it was revealed the mastermind was Chu Sheng. Furious, Gu Yun growled, convinced this kid was the toughest bonehead encountered in his career. He must live on campus. Gu Yun slammed the table firmly, his gaze resolute. We need to keep Chu Sheng under close watch so he can't run off causing trouble. Inside the van, Chu Sheng suddenly sneezed, feeling like someone was calling him from behind. Qian Buer turned around and reported, "Boss, we've arrived." Outside was a cluster of exquisite detached villas with gardens, lush and peaceful amid the sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking. Qian Buer counted off details. These villas have a basement level and 3 floors above ground, with garden areas over 200 square meters each. On a clear morning, you can even see 10 miles of the Qinhuai River. The environment and security here are top-notch, no complaints. Chu Sheng got out and looked around, eyes brightening immediately, but then frowned in slight concern. It's so big. Where will my employees stay? Qian Buer grinned and teased, "Boss, employees have their own quarters. All your employees live right in your heart." Su Yaya got goosebumps hearing that and smiled awkwardly, but Chu Sheng felt the words struck a chord, igniting his spirit. He shot Qian Buer a grateful glance, secretly thinking about promoting and raising his salary. "Boss, I've already contacted the sales office. The asking price is 20 million yuan for a fully renovated moving-ready house. Maybe we can still negotiate," Qian Buer said expectantly. Chu Sheng cut him off immediately, "No negotiating the price." Chu Sheng immediately interrupted, his tone serious and resolute. "This is an economic downturn. Don't keep trying to save money at my expense. Think more about the hardworking people out there. Their wives and kids are waiting at home, counting on that money for meals." The staff who had just arrived at the sales office were deeply moved by Chu Sheng's warm, yet practical words. Many of them felt their eyes grow red with emotion, as if they wanted to fall to their knees and cling to his legs, begging him to take them under his wing. A ripple of positive energy seemed to spread through the air. Every person was filled with gratitude, tears welling up in their eyes. Gratitude 10, positive energy 10, not bad at all. Satisfied, Chu Sheng glanced at the 10 points of positive energy he had just gained, then turned to Su Yaya and gave her a meaningful look. Next up, it was this wealthy lattice turn to perform. Awesome. Qian Berzi stood dumbfounded nearby, almost ready to kneel and beg Chu Sheng to accept him as an apprentice. Who would have thought this guy not only earned a good reputation but boldly got women to pay his bills, all without a hint of living off a woman? Meanwhile, Su Yaya grew more and more confused. Was it obsession or love driving her? Though 20 million was no problem for her, she still gritted her teeth and took out that hot-selling gold coin savings she had accumulated over years from her father-in-law's side. Without hesitation, she completed the transaction. Soon, the contract was signed. "I need security." Chu Sheng repeated his reason for refusing to let Su Yaya put her name on the property deed. "Chu Sheng, you're going too far." Su Yaya's chest ached with anger, emotions swirling like a brewing storm inside her. Her fury soared, negative energy dramatically rising. Rage 100, negative energy 100. This was real anger. Chu Sheng could feel the imminent crisis too, but he refused to compromise, only offering a face full of grievance and defense. "You don't love me at all. You just want my body." Su Yaya totally lost it, like a helpless man, emotions out of control. But in the end, she gave in not to prove her love, but to make sure that if they parted ways, there would be no regrets. Awakening 10, positive energy 10, targeted support, positive energy 200, pretty effective. Hearing the prompt, Chu Sheng felt even more satisfied. Now he had 5,346 points of positive energy and 1,862 points of negative energy, netting 6,277 positive energy points. Not only could he strengthen himself well, but he could also indulge in spending more freely in other worlds. "Boss Chu, hey, raise your key." The sales office manager beamed, handing over a key with both hands. They had expected Qian Berzi's call to be just negotiating, but Chu Sheng sealed the deal so swiftly, without haggling even once, ensuring they didn't miss a juicy commission. In this economic winter, it was truly like a blessing in disguise. "All right, you guys keep busy." Chu Sheng took the key and left with Xiaobai. Woof woof. Dao Gu and Red Dog followed closely, vigilant as ever, patrolling their territory. "This baby finally has a home." Xiaobai jumped off Chu Sheng's shoulder, excitedly bounding around the villa, eyeballing every corner curiously. Stretching its neck, it peeked through the door crack to see what was hidden there. Suddenly, a pop sound. The small golden lock hanging from Xiaobai's neck was sucked to the door and stuck firmly. Huh. When Little White saw the little golden lock being attracted, it immediately fell silent. After all, it had only arrived in modern civilization a little over a month ago, yet had inherited part of Chu Sheng's memories, spending 7 or 8 hours a day scrolling through short videos and 3 or 4 hours playing games. If it remembered correctly, real gold shouldn't be attracted to magnets at all. Deceiving a spirit pet, negative energy too. Chu Sheng froze for a moment, raising an eyebrow slightly as he looked curiously at Little White. Little White, unwilling to accept this, stubbornly pulled off the little golden lock and began rubbing it repeatedly against the floor, finally confirming that this wasn't pure 999 gold at all, but rather old iron 666. Chu Sheng. Su Yaya's voice rang out, burning with fury. This young lady gave you 2 whole spirit stones to have a little golden lock made from pure gold. And this is how you half-ass things for me. Don't falsely accuse me. I didn't cut corners. Chu Sheng declared righteously. This is indeed a little golden lock made from pure gold, personally crafted by Master Zhao Chunjin from our Yun village. It's fake. Little White cried out in shock, suddenly feeling heartbroken. You even deceive children? Su Yaya was so angry she was about to explode. Are you really that desperate for those 2 spirit stones? Yes. Chu Sheng nodded honestly. I've had my eye on a computer for ages, plus a mechanical keyboard, gaming controller, and even RGB case lighting. I'm just a few tens of thousands short of bringing it all home. Buying a computer? Little White immediately stopped being sad, thinking this reason was pretty reasonable. How old are you? Su Yaya demanded furiously. You're already 18, an adult, and still buying this electronic junk? Aren't you afraid people will laugh at you? What's there to laugh about? Chu Sheng declared righteously. They don't get to judge me for spending tens of thousands on electronic junk, because they're neither my friends, nor will they ever be my wife. You. Su Yaya trembled all over with rage, and suddenly lifted her foot to kick at Chu Sheng. Here we go again? Chu Sheng sighed helplessly. He'd already seen through this move. Just as he prepared to crouch down and dodge, Su Yaya instantly vanished from her spot and reappeared behind Chu Sheng in a flash. The same trick won't work on this young lady, she shouted loudly as her long, slender legs came sweeping through the air with a whistling sound. But Chu Sheng was no longer the same as before. His martial cultivator's robust physique actually withstood the kick. Bang! With a loud sound, Su Yaya remained completely unmoved, her eyes wide with shock, barely able to believe it. Although she knew Chu Sheng had resumed martial cultivation, when they last met he was still at the trash bag realm. How could he possibly break through to the small soldier realm in less than a month? Could it be that his martial Dao talent was just as monstrous as his supernatural abilities? However, Chu Sheng paid no attention to her surprise. He grabbed hold of Su Yaya's long leg and said while backing away, "You let go." Su Yaya's cheeks instantly flushed red. Forgetting she was a female rogue, she instead struggled like a proper, innocent young lady, hopping on one foot and even pounding at Chu Sheng with her little fists. Flirting with others, negative energy too. Can't hit me, you can't hit me. Chu Sheng wore a cocky smirk on his lips as he continued backing away. You. Su Yaya, humiliated and furious, decided in her rage to go down together with him. Suddenly, she lunged forward and forcefully pinned Chu Sheng to the ground. They both collapsed onto the floor, tightly embraced. As their eyes met, it felt like they could hear each other's heartbeats thundering, and a subtle haze of intimacy filled the air. Just as the tension between them grew unbearable and their gazes were still filled with unspoken desire, Xiaobai suddenly darted in front of them. A fluffy little head popped up, looking left and right with wide-eyed curiosity, clearly wondering what these 2 upright apes were up to. Ahem, startled, they both sprang apart as if struck by lightning, quickly distancing themselves as if caught in the middle of an intimate moment by a child walking in unexpectedly. Though Xiaobai didn't understand the affection between the 2, it didn't forget its mission. It leapt up onto Chu Sheng's shoulder, gently nuzzling his face with its soft head, as if playfully begging for the privilege to use the computer. Kid, stop playing video games. Chu Sheng ignored Xiaobai's cute antics and shifted the topic. This villa is really nice. I need to check out the rooms. I'm going to pick one too. Su Yaya said with a hint of embarrassment, starting to look around the various rooms in the villa. You're picking a room too. Chu Sheng stopped in his tracks and turned to question her. Aren't you supposed to report to the Imperial Capital University? School's about to start. What? Are you planning to kick me out after you're done using me? Su Yaya shot him a glare, fists clenched tightly. Although the property deed was in Chu Sheng's name, she had paid for the house with her own hard-earned money. She had been furious that she wasn't even allowed to choose her own room during the purchase, and her anger was boiling over. Chu Sheng shook his head helplessly. Women really were unpredictable, but he stood his ground. It's not that I don't trust you, I just don't want you to fall behind in your studies because of me. School should come first. You don't need to worry about that. Su Yaya retorted, puffing up. I'm 2 years older than you and have been attending Imperial Capital University for 2 years now. I'm a junior doing an internship this year, so I can stay in Jinling long-term. Stay here long-term? Chu Sheng suddenly made a sharp sputtering noise. He clearly didn't understand these rules of the world. Some people could come home early or stay late, but not live here permanently. You could have mistresses if you wanted, but not live with them long-term. You also needed your privacy. You don't seem too welcoming of me living here. Su Yaya narrowed her eyes, a dangerous glint flashing in her gaze. Are you planning to use my money to keep some other women here and then cheat on me? No way. Chu Sheng looked away nervously. I was just thinking if you stay long term, we'll need to buy a car for getting around. Otherwise, it's really inconvenient. I don't have any money. The moment she heard buy a car, Su Yaya immediately grew suspicious. I spent all my allowance on this villa. Don't try to trick me into buying your car. What's that supposed to mean? Chu Sheng felt insulted, frowning. I had you put the house in my name not for your money, but to see your attitude. As the two confronted each other, the tension thickened, yet beneath it lay a complicated, deeper emotion beginning to take root. Attitude? Su Yaya immediately rolled her eyes, completely disbelieving that it was just a punctuation mark. However, Chu Sheng quickly took out his phone, and a long string of numbers flashed on the screen over 200 million. The number made Su Yaya's face change dramatically, and she couldn't help but ask, your company hasn't even opened yet. Where did you get so much money? You're from a business family too. Don't you know these things shouldn't be asked casually? Chu Sheng only nodded calmly without saying much, then casually put his phone away. Su Yaya's mind stirred, as if she vaguely understood something. As a wealthy second-generation inheritor, the first bucket of gold often carried a shadowy background, and it was precisely those dark sources of capital that allowed them to get ahead earlier than others. So, everyone tacitly understood some matters and didn't bother digging deeper. But from another perspective, Chu Shang's willingness to disclose this on his own showed he clearly didn't consider her an outsider. This made her feel that the 20 million she invested wasn't wasted. I'm going to practice. Don't disturb me. Seeing that she caught on, Chu Sheng dropped a sentence and headed upstairs. Stubborn like a dead duck. Su Yaya watched his back with a flash of contempt in her eyes. He was clearly secretly in love with her, but always acted cold and aloof in front of her, pretending to endure things just for money, with no emotional entanglements whatsoever. Yet, on second thought, Chu Sheng's trust in her also made her feel that helping him buy a car wasn't a bad deal after all. By now, Chu Sheng had reached his upstairs room, took off his shoes, and sat cross-legged on the bed. He took out more than a dozen spirit stones from his spatial ring and arranged them in a circle. Then, he activated the cultivation mode of his golden finger, determined to improve his strength seriously. Cultivation mode activated as the prompt sounded. Chu Sheng quickly entered meditation, his breath concentrating. Those spirit stones slowly emitted dense spiritual energy like fine white threads, each flowing into his meridians. His internal meridians seemed to weave a more complex network, and his breath started to surge violently. Humph! The small golden lock on his neck disappeared, and his spirit pet, Xiaobai, stared at Chu Sheng with an imposing aura. But seeing his rising internal momentum and the thickening spiritual energy around him, Xiaobai soon dropped its displeasure and affectionately jumped onto his bed, closely absorbing this spiritual energy. In just 2.5 minutes, Chu Sheng's painstakingly accumulated positive energy points flooded out like a torrent, decreasing by over 1,000 points. Bang! A muffled sound erupted within his body as Chu Sheng broke through to the third tier of the novice realm. Seeing how much energy he had spent, he immediately closed the cultivation mode and glanced at Xiao Bai and the spirit stones nearby. The stones had dulled in luster, while Xiao Bai showed a satisfied expression, having successfully advanced to the second tier of the novice realm. Can the positive energy still be used for it? Chu Sheng was secretly amazed and grew even more curious about the origin of the jade pendant. This pendant not only let him shop in other worlds for free, but also offered multiple modes to assist cultivation, and now it could even provide energy to his spirit pet. He found it hard to imagine where his mother had gotten it all those years ago, but he didn't dwell on it long and silently activated the enlightenment mode, continuing on his path of cultivation. Based on his seasoned experience as an avid bookworm, Chu Sheng firmly believed that as long as the protagonist kept growing through his own efforts, the truth would eventually come to light sooner or later. Boom! A deafening roar exploded in Chu Sheng's mind, instantly plunging him into a state of sudden enlightenment. Before him appeared a figure standing tall on the turbulent banks of the Yellow River, raising a massive sword and delivering a powerful downward slash. The sword's edge struck the ground fiercely, causing it to tremble violently, and the Yellow River split open like it had been cut by a blade, its waters surging and tearing apart with overwhelming force. So powerful. Chu Sheng's heart leapt as he snapped back to reality from his epiphany. Consumed 3,000 points of positive energy, moon-splitting slash successfully perfected to the masterful realm. Seeing the deduction prompt, Chu Sheng felt a sharp pang in his chest. Though he had mentally prepared for the heavy cost of upgrading skills, he hadn't expected it to be so exorbitant. He originally had over 6,000 points of positive energy, but just boosting his cultivation and skills instantly drained nearly 4,000 points, leaving only 2,198 positive energy remaining. With an additional 104 points of negative energy, his net total was just 2,250 points, clearly running a deficit. This won't do. The game needs to launch as soon as possible. Chu Sheng grew restless, jumping out of bed and slipping on his shoes. He then grabbed Xiao Bei's soft, floppy rabbit ears, pulled out his phone, and called a ride heading straight for Haiding Pavilion in the heart of Jinling City. What's going on? Xiao Bai mumbled groggily, eyes half open in confusion. Chu Sheng didn't explain, feeling the urgency of the moment as he hurried downstairs. Suye wasn't home, likely the young lady was out shopping, so he headed directly to Haiding Pavilion without hesitation. Before long, Chu Sheng arrived at the city's busiest district, where the grand Haiding Pavilion stood prominently. Taking in the dazzling array of skyscrapers, he silently vowed, one day, I'll own a building of my own. For now, his funds were tight, so he rented just one floor of office space. Fortunately, with the economy slowing down, rents were relatively cheap, costing just over 10,000 yuan a month, a decent deal. Right as he entered the company, Qianbo eagerly came to greet Chu Sheng, smiling as he helped open the door. Bai Yiji immediately stood up from her seat upon seeing him. Please, have a seat. Make yourself at home. Chu Sheng waved them down, asking as he looked up, I came by to check on the progress of our game. How's it going? The game is finished, Bai Yiji replied quickly. Song Lu just called to say the game's official registration is completed. The name you chose, Sangwa Plus, has been locked in. Platform integration is also done, so it's ready to launch anytime. Then launch it immediately. Chu Sheng, having sharpened his blade, decisively made up his mind to start making money. Right now? Qianbo hesitated, his face uneasy. He quickly reminded, Boss, we haven't contacted the Great Qing Insurance yet, nor recruited delivery riders. Wouldn't launching so suddenly be too rushed? No problem. Chu Sheng waved off the worries. He'll first set a server-wide guaranteed minimum, charging 1 yuan per lottery draw to hook players in. With the odds set at 1 in a million, even if every player draws once a second across the entire server, that's only about 80,000 draws a day. It would take more than 10 days before anyone wins the grand prize. Server-wide guaranteed minimum. Qianbo was stunned momentarily but couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Had always thought of himself as a hardened top salesperson, but now it seemed this young boss was tougher than anyone else. Had heard rumors, Chu Sheng gave riders 3,000 yuan commission per order and thought of him as a savior to workers, but with such low lottery odds, even getting 2 orders a month would be considered good for the riders. What's wrong? Chu Sheng asked urgently, turning to glare at them since they still hadn't said a word. No. Qianbo shook his head without hesitation. We've already secured the advertising company. Once our game launches, they'll immediately deploy online influencers to flood all the major forums and fan boards. Good. Start right away. Chu Sheng made the call, decisive, no hesitation in hiring the online hype team. Boss, Bai Yiji nervously interjected, our delivery coverage is limited. With our current capacity, forget about the entire eastern region, we can barely cover the area around Jinling City. Limited tech? Chu Sheng sighed inwardly. This plugin was really disappointing. Other protagonists just had to twitch a finger and the plugin would instantly become invincible, pulling whatever they wanted directly from the system. But his plugin, he wasn't sure if the writers just switched styles or padded the text. Everything had to be figured out by the protagonist himself. Exactly. Qianbo also realized the problem. We're hiring couriers, so at best we can do same-city deliveries. For nationwide delivery, we'd need to partner with courier companies. Then let's start with an internal beta. Chu Sheng pondered for a moment. Initially, open only to players around Jinling. We'll leave other cities until we make some money. Isn't that rushing it? Baiji looked worried. She thought young people were too impatient to handle things properly. Not at all. Chu Sheng's expression suddenly turned serious. Preparation never ends. You have to start moving forward to find the flaws and fix them. If you keep hesitating, the plan just stays on paper. Understood. Qianbo and Bai Yiji nodded together, feeling the unusual resolve in their young boss. Xiao Bai too. Chu Sheng noticed Xiao Bai nodding repeatedly. I know online games are tricky, but you have to try it yourself to know the truth. Being timid, afraid to launch, or spend money than your dream of dominating the whole server is just empty talk. All right, I'll leave it to you from here. Chu Sheng knew he wasn't the expert, and after giving his instructions, he left with Xiao Bai. He didn't ask Qianbo to see him off, nor take a ride-sharing service. Instead, he took a bus to familiarize himself with Jinling Ancient City. Meanwhile, Qianbo and the others launched their plan. A flood of online influencers swarmed the forums and fan boards, pushing massive traffic and aggressive advertising. The ads didn't show dazzling game footage, only tantalizing lottery prizes. No way. A 30-year-old Qingling fruit? Someone gasped. Is it really Qingling fruit? You can get Qingling fruit from a game? And no limits? Qingling fruit always sold for over 100,000 yuan each and was nearly impossible to find. I've been stuck at SAC 9 layers for years, just missing this fruit to nourish my meridians. Another said excitedly. 1 yuan per draw? That's a bargain. Someone shouted. Did you see the winning odds? 0.000001. What's the point? A voice reasoned coldly. You don't get it. 1 yuan a try? They'll spend 2,000 it might hit. Another argued. Exactly. Can't afford a house or marriage. Might as well take a gamble. I make 3,000 a month and can't spend it all even single. Emotions ran high. Wait, this offer's only valid in Jinling area. Someone noticed the restriction. The entire forum exploded with heated discussion over the lottery, and the community instantly buzzed with excitement. With the official closed beta of Three Kingdoms Plus launching, a wave of excitement immediately swept across the internet. However, when it was announced that the test was limited to the Jinling region, discontent and protests quickly ignited. Many even rushed out late at night, hailing taxis to Jinling, afraid of missing out on some major opportunity. Is it starting? Chu Sheng sat on the noisy bus, his eyes fixed on the notification blinking on his phone screen. Just as he was about to tap it open, the sharp sound of childish crying came from the front of the cabin. Following the sound, he saw a small girl sitting mid-bus, her face no bigger than a palm, fair skin flushed with red, and a delicate little nose that made one want to pinch her cheek. Her slender frame seemed so fragile it could be toppled by the gentlest breeze. Her eyes glistened with tears, and one by one, sparkling drops rolled down her cheeks like fine rain falling on a fragile white flower, invoking an involuntary urge to comfort her. What's wrong? Chu Sheng's heart tightened. A whisper came from a nearby passenger. I heard someone stole her money on the bus. Passengers exchanged looks of pity. It wasn't that no one wanted to help, but in today's world, kindness often goes unrewarded. Far too many stories about well-meaning folks ending up falsely accused, or worse, had left people choosing to stay uninvolved. Indifference had become the default shield. So sad. Chu Sheng shook his head with a sigh. It wasn't that he lacked the will to help. Rather, he feared getting tangled up in trouble if he intervened. There were too many cases where an act of bravery turned into a disaster. Today's goodwill could easily become tomorrow's crime. He resolved to stay sharp and remain an observer. Just as most were about to ignore the scene, the girl sobbed out, "What am I supposed to do? That money was my brother's life-saving fund. He's still in the ICU waiting for treatment." Life-saving money. That phrase sent a sudden chill through the bus. The air felt charged, the tension invisible but palpable, as if a silent blade had been drawn. Faces turned serious, eyes sharp enough to pierce glass. If it were just ordinary cash lost, few would care. Hat's not their problem. But when it involves money that could mean the difference between life and death or securing a future, no one was willing to stand back. "I think I just saw a man get off the bus," someone shouted. Before anyone else could react, the driver slammed on the brakes and reversed, chasing after the fleeing figure. Not far outside the bus window, a man in black stood counting bills with a smug smile, clearly enjoying himself. "That's him." A passenger yelled angrily and jumped off the bus. "Shoot." The thief glanced back, face darkening at the sight of the bus closing in. But he wasn't just any crook, was a cultivator at the third level of the Chaobag grass sack stage, far beyond a normal person's strength. No sooner had he spoken than a shadow flashed like lightning, seizing the moment and delivering a powerful kick that landed squarely on the thief, claiming first blood. Fighting evil, positive energy 10. A faint smile tugged at Chu Sheng's lips. It was he who had scored the first hit. The thief spat blood and flew backward dozens of meters. "Beat him to death." A few nearby passengers shouted in fury as they surged forward to join the attack. "Stop. What are you doing?" A harsh female voice cut through the noise, just as a special police motorcycle roared to a halt right in front of the crowd. What was inevitable had arrived. What wasn't supposed to come, came anyway. Chu Sheng couldn't help but mutter mentally. The plot really was as predictable as ever. But when the rider removed her helmet, revealing her face, Chu Sheng's expression brightened. She was Zhang Xian, recently transferred to Jinling. Why is it always this one? Zhang Xian frowned deeply upon seeing Chu Sheng, a headache already brewing. "Help! Somebody help me." The thief, seeing Zhang Xian still hadn't appeared, panicked and shouted for help loudly, crying out desperately. Zhang Xian, unable to pay attention to Chu Sheng, hurried forward to try to stop the commotion. "Stop!" she called out urgently. "Stop what?" Chu Sheng grabbed her roughly and reprimanded her from a moral high ground. "Do you know this guy's a thief? He even steals a little girl's life-saving money. Don't stand against the people." "I didn't steal." The thief hurriedly defended himself, his tone panicked yet innocent. "So you still dare to deny it?" At those words, Xiaobai immediately rushed over and gave him a ruthless smack. Stealing from a thief? Stealing life-saving money? Compared to the thief's bad reputation, Chu Sheng's was relatively positive, so Zhang Xian finally stopped in her tracks. The passengers, seeing the constable on scene, soon held back as well, their eyes nervously fixed on Zhang Xian as if afraid she might suddenly judge it all as mutual fighting. "Hey!" Zhang Xian suddenly seemed distracted and pulled out her walkie-talkie. "This is Unit PC 1201. During patrol, encountered an emergency. Requesting backup." "What? Arriving in 2 minutes?" A voice responded over the radio. "Backup?" The passengers' hearts tightened, and someone immediately stepped forward to explain. "Only 2 minutes?" Chu Sheng caught a subtle meaning in the reply and frowned. 2.5 minutes. He grumbled. "Are you stuck in traffic? Need 5 or 6 minutes?" Zhang Xian asked hesitantly. "Is that enough?" Chu Sheng was displeased, thinking the time too short. Zhang Xian gave a helpless smile. "I just arrived to report in at Jinling City. 5 or 6 minutes is already the absolute limit. Honestly, there's no way to get more time. Fine, Chu Sheng relented, allowing the passengers to continue the fight. 5 or 6 minutes. The passengers finally realized the signal like an order and immediately intensified their attack on the thief. Help! Help! The thief covered his head desperately, wailing in pain, howling like a slaughtered pig. Stop! Stop! Zhang Xian feigned shouting, but didn't move a step. After 5 minutes passed, seeing the thief's face bruised and swollen beyond recognition, she finally stepped forward to halt the angry passengers. Go quickly. The passengers, wise to the hint, scattered away awkwardly and quickly. Little girl, what's your name? Zhang Xian ignored the thief lying bruised on the ground, picked up the few bills dropped beside him, and walked over to the little girl. Is this yours? Yes. The girl clutched the money tightly, tears welling in her eyes. My name is Wang Xiuxiu. My brother is poisoned and in the hospital's ICU. This is the only money I have left. Thank you, officer sister. Thank you, kind young man. Wang Xiuxiu? Chu Sheng studied her, surprised that she was a Xiuer. Thank you. Wang Xiuxiu bowed repeatedly to them, words pouring out in thanks. Don't be like that. Chu Sheng quickly helped her up and declared with righteous solemnity, I'm Chu Sheng. Not only a student at Jinling University, but also an honest and kind person. Helping you get your money back isn't because you're pretty or because I want anything from you, but because I believe in justice. Honest and kind. Zhang Xian looked at Chu Sheng and couldn't help but think, seriously? If it weren't for her being ordered to watch over Chu Sheng for a whole month, Wang Xiuxiu would have long believed his smooth talk and thought he was some kind of honorable gentleman, offering herself to him. Although that was a bold claim, Wang Xiuxiu's cheeks immediately flushed bright red, and her expression became flustered in an instant. She lowered her head, nervously twisting the edge of her clothes, her small feet fidgeting anxiously, and she didn't even dare to look Chu Sheng in the eye. Don't listen to his nonsense. Zhang Xian shouted as she waved over some arriving colleagues and grabbed Wang Xiuxiu's hand. She quickly led her to her motorbike, planning to take her to the hospital herself. Good, get her away from Chu Sheng, that scoundrel. Otherwise, this innocent girl might get fooled emotionally and end up hunted down by Su Yaya. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm the righteous protagonist here. Chu Sheng's face showed displeasure, but he was powerless to stop them from leaving. Zhang Xian had already taken Wang Xiuxiu far out of his reach, leaving Chu Sheng helplessly holding Xiao Bai as he walked toward his newly purchased villa. He muttered to himself, hoping that Wang Xiuxiu would learn to be more careful, so she wouldn't foolishly come rushing to Jinling University later, bringing him a banner in praise. Before long, Chu Sheng returned to his new home by the Qinhuai River, just as Su Yaya had arrived back as well. But the scene before him made him furious. Su Yaya was busy directing a crew of workers who were hurriedly moving out all the furniture, replacing it with brand new high-end pieces she had personally selected. In the yard gleamed an ultra-luxurious sports car, its cold gleam catching the light. Damn, she's planning to stay for a long time. Chu Sheng swore under his breath. The truth was, he could never let his secret about time travel slip out. If he ended up living with Su Yaya, she might very well figure it out. So, isn't this car gorgeous? This will be our ride around Jinling from now on. Su Yaya beamed the moment she saw Chu Sheng return, as if seeking his approval. Chu Sheng gazed at the sparkling sports car and sighed softly. Ah, you just don't get me. If you don't say it, how am I supposed to? Su Yaya's joy instantly deflated, leaving her speechless and the atmosphere awkward. Understanding doesn't need to be said. Chu Sheng sighed again and headed toward the house. No, Su Yaya was left dumbfounded and silent, standing there like a neglected little boy. Inside, Chu Sheng kept muttering to himself. Who's being flirtatious here? I'm the one misunderstood. Before he could say more, his phone suddenly buzzed loudly. Anger 1, negativity 1. Irritability 1, negativity 1. Chu Sheng suddenly realized something and hurriedly checked his phone. His game, Three Kingdoms Plus, had just launched and attracted a flood of players into Jinling City. But they weren't here for the graphics or gameplay. They were desperate to snatch up the expensive Qingling fruit items worth tens of thousands. The insanely high odds of winning had triggered an uproar of angry players. Damn it, I spent 500 yuan and got nothing. 500? I already dropped 2,000. No way, I'm putting in another 1,000 to make sure I win. Is there no safety net? Why haven't I won yet? Who's stopping me? I can throw in 80,000 more. The frenzy of recharge madness and non-stop player complaints erupted like wildfire, instantly setting Jinling City's gaming market ablaze. A total of 10,245 points of negative energy were instantly unleashed. Chu Sheng let out a curse. Hadn't expected such a powerful effect. With the explosive popularity of Three Kingdoms Plus, he suddenly became the center of attention from various factions. It was quite amusing that Qingling fruit was being offered as a prize. This young man's mind sure worked fast, starting with just over 100,000 in capital and turning it into millions in revenue. A profit margin multiplied more than tenfold. But one or two Qingling fruits obviously couldn't sustain such a highly profitable business for long, since their supply was extremely limited. Besides, these fruits weren't worth much at all. However, The official announcement claimed that Qingling fruits would be supplied as prizes without limit. Anyone who knows advertising in this empire understands that it's full of exaggerations and shady dealings. Who would believe that? Do you believe it? I don't. Do you? I certainly don't. It's just insulting. Although the major powers paid him no attention, many smaller factions immediately sent scouts to keep an eye on Chu Sheng. After all, most of the realm's resources were monopolized by noble families, and spiritual fruits available to ordinary people were becoming scarce. To prevent their family's status from declining, every possible source of spiritual fruit was scrutinized. As for spending money on lotteries, these factions hadn't figured out Chu Sheng's background yet and weren't willing to invest up front. At that moment, Chu Sheng was completely unaware of the looming danger. He was lying on his bed, making a call to check on Qian Buer's latest report. Boss, we're on fire. Qian Buer's voice was full of excitement and barely contained joy. Thanks to the massive deployment of paid internet commentators and viral videos, tens of thousands of players had flooded into the game and lottery in just one afternoon, with total draws exceeding 300,000 times. Over 300,000 draws. Chu Sheng's face remained calm, but his mind quickly started doing the math. At 1 yuan per draw, that meant over 300,000 yuan in revenue, with an average of about 10 yuan spent per player. Roughly 300,000 draws in total. Qian Buer eagerly added. And that's just the data from the first afternoon after launch. If players start posting their real prize photos, it will definitely attract even more participants. Chu Sheng sighed. Big cities are really different. Jinling has so many wealthy people. Before he finished speaking, his mind was already churning on how to rapidly expand the company and dominate the entire empire. At that scale, losing 100 yuan now would be nothing. It could easily turn into millions down the line. The little white rabbit pressed against the phone, listening excitedly. Though new to the modern era, it understood the importance of small money and secretly rejoiced at becoming a family member of the prosperous spiritual rabbit clan. At that moment, Qian Buer reminded him again, Boss, we already have over 300,000 draws in just half a day, and the numbers are still climbing. Players will probably start winning prizes tomorrow. We have to hire couriers quickly to deliver them. Good point. Chu Sheng asked, has the recruitment announcement gone out? Any applicants for courier positions? A few. Qian Buer reported immediately. One man named Chun Yaozu caught my attention. He seems perfect, definitely capable of being a courier for our Haitang pavilion. Oh, Chu Sheng's eyes brightened. What special abilities does he have that make you recommend him so highly? Boss, this guy is amazing. Qian Buer's tone was full of admiration. Qian Buer said excitedly, I'm 28 this year, with a mortgage of 1.5 million. I'm the only child in my family. My baby was just born, and my wife isn't working. The important thing is, she's had 9 years of schooling. Very polite, she says thank you and sorry all the time. Honestly, she's like a high-quality, soft-hearted workhorse. Damn, Chu Sheng couldn't help but curse. That's not a workhorse, she's clearly a slave. Qian Buer quickly asked, Boss, whatever you call her, workhorse or slave, we're waiting for you to make the call. All right, she's hired, Chu Sheng decided cautiously. Give her 1,000 yuan per order during the 3-month trial period. If she doesn't lose any orders in that time, after confirmation, raise it to 3,000 yuan per order and provide full benefits, 5 insurances, and 1 housing fund with official employment. Got it, boss. Qian Buer nodded and quickly asked, should Chen Yaozu come to you for the Qingling fruit later, or will you come to the office tomorrow? He'll come to the office, Chu Sheng said. Thinking about the over 10,000 negative energy points he had accumulated, he wanted as few people as possible to know his home address. Understood. Qian Buer finished reporting and hung up. 300,000 in half a day. Chu Sheng hung up and sighed. Though he knew the Qingling fruit had huge appeal, he hadn't expected it to be this tempting. Then he started pondering the first thing to do with the money. Should he be like those villains, forget his roots, chase vanity, be greedy and willful, squander money, be lazy and arrogant, rude and unreasonable, hit people when down, burn bridges, act shamelessly, stingy, ungrateful, cruel despite wealth, sharp-tongued? No, I'm not a petty person. Chu Sheng shook his head firmly. I'm a gentleman. I can't lose myself just because I'm rich. After thinking it over, he decided to treat himself more often. Tinto foot massages, karaoke, rescue women crushed by life's hardships. What about the rest of the money? Chu Sheng racked his brain. Investing felt risky, likely to lose everything. Buying a stable financial product seemed safer. Although the economy was in a downturn, the government still provided a fallback with their safest investment product, the Empire's traditional Kuju League. No need for complicated research, just invest based on experience. I'll think about it after I get back, the impatient Chu Sheng said as he got up, preparing to head to the company. But when he reached the building's lobby, he saw Su Yaya wearing a loose bathrobe, revealing her long legs, lying on the sofa scrolling through her phone. He could faintly hear a female blogger's urgent voice coming from the phone. Ladies, heads up. Jinling has a real red she-wolf. I've met more men than she's slept with. Don't date Jinling boys. Only fresh college students from out of town, clean and energetic. It's back to school season. To avoid trouble, Go scavenge in universities. First come, first served. Are you heading out? Su Yaya heard the noise, turned to peek. Seeing Chu Sheng dressed neatly, and recalling the video shed just watched, alarm bells went off in her head. She suddenly sprang up from the sofa. There's some stuff going on at the company. Chu Sheng said casually, reaching out to grab the car keys. Didn't you say you don't like this? Su Yaya's expression darkened instantly. She realized this man was really hard to please. I said you don't understand me, not that I don't like it. Chu Sheng replied confidently, striding towards the sports car. But just as he was about to open the car door, his attention was caught by the brand new red bike parked nearby. So, like it? Su Yaya turned around, quickly refreshed her outfit, and appeared behind Chu Sheng, dressed for action. Earlier that day, Chu Sheng had claimed no interest in sports cars. Taking that as a hint, she remembered the ghost fire bike they rode in Yun Village and didn't hesitate to order one as a surprise for him. Don't think being nice to me means I want punch you. Chu Sheng boasted stubbornly as he took the bike keys and deftly unlocked the ignition. All talk, no action. Su Yaya rolled her eyes in mock annoyance, happily hopping onto the bike's back seat. But unlike Zhang Xiyan, who liked to keep her distance, Su Yaya pressed herself firmly against Chu Sheng, grabbing hold of his solid chest muscles with both hands. Wow! Su Yaya exclaimed, her eyes lighting up immediately. Chu Sheng had recently retrained in martial arts, greatly improving his physique. His chest was broader and firmer than before, and the feel made her reluctant to let go. Hey, stop that! Chu Sheng said helplessly, holding his hands protectively over his chest. There's nothing in our contract about forcing anything. Hee hee. Su Yaya grinned mischievously, like a little troublemaker. The contract says kept, but you never signed a no-teasing clause. If you think it's unfair, you can catch me at night, and I'll catch you during the day. How about that? That's undignified, really undignified. Chu Sheng trembled like a shy scholar, completely powerless facing this version of Su Yaya as a cheeky street-smart girl. All right, let's go. Su Yaya stopped teasing and wrapped both arms tightly around Chu Sheng's waist. With a resigned sigh, Chu Sheng stepped on the gas. The bike's engine roared as they zipped through the neon-lit streets of Jinling, catching the curious gazes of pedestrians along the sidewalk. Before long, they arrived at Haideng Pavilion. Chu Sheng handed over a dozen or so Qingling fruits to Baiji. So this is your company? Su Yaya looked at the pavilion in front of her, unable to hide a sigh of helplessness. She had planned to invest hundreds of millions as a shareholder in Chu Sheng's company. But before she could get the funds from old Deng, Chu Sheng had already launched the company himself, with over 200 million in liquid assets on paper. Yet Chu Sheng never bragged. After the handover, he was ready to drive home and sleep. Seriously? Su Yaya was speechless. You're still young, and you've got a beauty like me to accompany you. The nightlife is just getting started, and you want to go home early to sleep? Nightlife? Chu Sheng thought sarcastically inside. Where in the Eastern District is their nightlife? On their drive home, they noticed a car tailing them persistently. An enemy? Su Yaya asked, tilting her head. No. Chu Sheng answered honestly. All my enemies are dead. No. Su Yaya looked back several times, confused. Could it be I spent too much today and appeared wealthy? Maybe they want to kidnap me while no one's around? You're overthinking. Chu Sheng rolled his eyes, secretly thinking Su Yaya should write screenplays. Brother Chu Sheng. I'm so scared. Su Yaya suddenly clung tightly to Chu Sheng's waist, continuing her dramatic act. What if they see how pretty I am and drag me into the small forest by the roadside? You have to protect me, okay? In life, I belong to the Chu family, and in death, am one of the Chu family's dead. Dragged into the woods. Chu Sheng rolled his eyes, feeling utterly speechless. With Su Yaya's spatial powers, it wasn't just about being dragged into the woods. Catching her at all would be nearly impossible. Besides, with her demonic temperament, she wouldn't provoke anyone first. Who would dare mess with her recklessly? Screech. The tires ripped against the pavement. Seeing the road clear ahead, the car behind accelerated rapidly, overtaking Chu Sheng's motorbike, then skidded sideways, blocking the middle of the road. They're really coming for us. Chu Sheng slammed on the brakes, surprised by their boldness. As the main city of the eastern region, Jinling was covered with surveillance and known for top-tier security. Yet these guys actually dared to force them to stop in the street. Either they're crazy, or someone's got their back. The car door opened, and two men in black suits stepped out. You're Chu Sheng. The leader cut straight to the point. We came to ask you some questions. See, I'd better answer honestly, or don't blame us for being rough. Looking for brother Chu Sheng? Su Yaya was still caught up in her drama, showing a worried expression. I'd like to see how rough you can get, Chu Sheng said, ignoring Su Yaya and smirking at the two men. Kid, you refuse the toast, but accept the penalty drink. Their faces instantly darkened, and a fierce aura began to surge from them. Earlier that afternoon, they'd been assigned to investigate the origins of Chu Sheng's spirit fruit. Discovering he was an Imperial Capital Martial student with an SSR power talent, they were about to give up. Who dares touch an Imperial Capital Martial student? But then they found out Chu Sheng had awakened as a beast tamer, was expelled from the capital, and was now just a freshman at Jinling University, broken into 13 parts. So they decisively accepted the mission. Two Chi sea-level cultivators. Su Yaya immediately recognized their power and, surprisingly serious, asked, "Are you sure you want to do this? Need me to step in? You're the one who can't handle it." Chu Sheng seemed to switch on something inside him. He leapt off his motorbike and drew a level 5 alloy heavy sword from his spatial ring. Instantly unleashing the moon-breaking slash, he descended like a mountain, his heavy sword crashing down with immense force toward the two men. Foundation realm, triple stage? They sneered, clearly not taking Chu Sheng seriously. But in the next moment, their expressions froze. A terrifying force from the heavy sword struck down like Mount Tai. Chu Sheng's surging blood energy was visibly thicker and more powerful than theirs at the Qi Si level. Could he really have just started martial cultivation? Su Yaya's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to believe what she was witnessing. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The two Qi cultivators' expressions changed drastically, their previous composure vanished. Forcing themselves to move, they quickly dodged aside. With a deafening boom, Chu Sheng swung his sword down hard. An explosive sound burst forth, echoing through the air. Immediately, a violent storm of energy swept outward. Thick qi surged wildly, tearing through the surroundings. The concrete beneath cracked open with a thunderous roar, forming a massive crater. Cracks hundreds of meters long spread wildly in all directions. Both Qi cultivators spat a mouthful of blood, staggering backward several steps before barely regaining their footing. Although they had narrowly avoided Chu Sheng's direct slash, the overwhelming storm of qi battered them relentlessly. Their chests churned painfully with violent surges of qi and blood. So powerful, Su Yaya's eyes were wide with shock, deeply intimidated by Chu Sheng. He had already reforged his martial path to an extraordinary degree, but now he was challenging opponents an entire realm above him and not just one, but two masters from the Qi realm at once. Are you really Qi cultivators? Chu Sheng's eyes flickered with doubt. Their strength was far too weak. Although he had painstakingly opened 12 meridians and enhanced his small Zhou realm beyond ordinary limits, they should not be so thoroughly outmatched by someone one realm below, but facing twice their number. You're asking for death. The two Qi cultivators' faces darkened with shame and rage as they charged fiercely at Chu Sheng, shouting. One flanked left and the other right, moving in perfect coordination. One rapidly drew a dagger aiming for Chu Sheng's upper body, while the other lunged toward his lower half. To Chu Sheng, their movements were as slow as snails. He leaned back smoothly, dodging the high horizontal slash from the dagger. His broadsword swung horizontally, blocking the low stab. Clang! The clear clash of metal rang sharply with sparks flying. Impossible. The Qi cultivators' faces dramatically changed. They hadn't expected Chu Sheng to block their sneak attack. Suddenly, Xiaobai sensed the perfect moment. Jumping nimbly off Chu Sheng's shoulder, it bounded swiftly before one Qi cultivator and swiped fiercely at his eyes with its claws. Ah! A scream of pain burst out as the man staggered backward several steps. But Xiaobai didn't continue its assault instead. It quickly retreated the same way and hopped back onto Chu Sheng's shoulder, transforming once more into the cute mascot. What? The rabbit has secret moves too. The other Qi cultivator was startled and on high alert. If you dare lose focus in front of me, I'll take your life. Chu Sheng's voice turned icy, his broadsword rising swiftly with a demonic aura, then slicing down. Damn it! The opponent's pupils shrank in terror as death approached. Though on the brink of collapse, he struggled desperately, hastily raising his dagger to block the sword. Bang! The heavy sword slammed down with an ear-piercing sound. The man was sent flying like a cannonball, trailing a spray of bright red blood. The dagger shattered violently and flew from his grasp. Cough, cough, he crashed dozens of meters away before convulsing violently, coughing hard. Oh my god! Su Yaya gasped, the bloody scene before her shattering her nerves. The man's chest bore a deep sword gash, blood gushing like a spring. His dagger-wielding arm trembled violently, skin torn in multiple places clearly caused by the tremendous internal injuries from the powerful blow. Chu Sheng wasn't simply challenging above his level, he was utterly crushing these Qi masters with absolute dominance. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The man whose eye had been poked just opened it, and immediately froze on the spot, filled with a mixture of shock and disbelief. According to their intelligence, Chu Sheng was supposed to be just an obscure sewer beast tamer. How could he be so ferocious? Fighting evil, positive energy too well, now the truth is undeniable. Chu Sheng raised his heavy sword, his gaze cold as ice, pointing it at his opponent as he demanded in a chill voice, "Who sent you?" We don't know." The man was so frightened he dropped to his knees, voice trembling. "We're just ordinary underground mercenaries. When there's a task, the broker calls us. We don't know who's behind itly that they want to find out where your Qingling fruit came from." Not saying more, Chu Sheng twitched the corner of his mouth into a cold sneer. He had expected that founding a company would draw attention, but hadn't imagined that after just a daytime beta test, a pack of wolves would be circling at midnight. It made sense, thought his was their probing attack to test the defenses. Without the skills to protect the fruit, Tomorrow, countless hungry wolves might pounce and tear him apart. Are you okay? Su Yaya's brows furrowed with concern as she stepped closer, trying to persuade him to stop. They don't know what you're holding, but I do. Right now it's just one Qingling fruit, and underground mercenaries are already crawling out of the woodwork. Once the Zhu fruit and Shisui herb go on sale, who knows what jackals and tigers might come running. I'm fine. Chu Sheng shook his head resolutely, eyes shining with a defiant fire. He understood Su Yaya's worries, but giving up was never part of his plan. Putting aside the fact he had gained tens of thousands of negative energy points in just one afternoon, anyone who ran at the first sign of trouble was doomed never to reach the peak of martial arts. Su Yaya still looked worried and was about to continue persuading him when Chu Sheng raised a hand to stop her, signaling he had his own pace. Suddenly, he pulled out his phone and called Zhang Xian. Chu Sheng, are you sick or what? Zhang Xian snapped on the other end as soon as she answered. It's already 11:30 at night. Why are you calling me in the middle of the night? Don't you know I have to work tomorrow? 11:30 and you're going to bed? Su Yaya listened to the conversation and was speechless, thinking these two really had no nightlife at all. I just got attacked. Chu Sheng interrupted Zhang Xian's complaints with impatience, his tone calm. Are you dead yet? Zhang Xian immediately jumped out of bed, her eyes shining with the eagerness to prove herself. If I were dead, why would you call me? Chu Sheng grumbled. I already wounded 2 attackers. They'll send you my location, come quickly and help me clean up here so you don't hold up my sleep. Okay, I'm on my way. Zhang Xian, sensing a chance to shine, no longer cared about the time and promised right away. Just as Chu Sheng called Zhang Xian over, a small drone hovered silently in the nearby darkness, quietly transmitting footage of the recent clash to a screen. So it really is an imperial capital marshal candidate, rising fast again. A figure stood facing the screen, swirling red wine in hand, voice laced with faint mockery. Too bad you became a juicy piece of meat in the eyes of the powerful the moment you founded Haidang Pavilion. The greatest sin in this world isn't hoarding or greed, it's the audacity of a commoner like you trying to control a treasure coveted by all through sheer strength. If everyone were as selfish as you, refusing to hand over their spoils, who then would be willing to bear the burden for our future? The next morning, Chu Sheng and Su Yaya both walked out of the Jilin Bureau's main gate. Last night, with a single sword strike, Chu Sheng had completely demolished the entire street. Zhang Xian couldn't intervene to help cover them, and had no choice but to bring everyone back to the bureau for detailed questioning. Can't you be a little gentler when you fight? Zhang Xian followed closely behind, grumbling nonstop. She had thought that by joining last night, she could snag some credit while Chu Sheng quietly went home to sleep, and everyone would be happy. But when she saw the scene, she was dumbfounded. The whole street cracked and shattered. Even the trees by the roadside weren't spared. She had been busy working until dawn without a break. This scene only confirmed what she had suspected before. Zhou Kai's disappearance definitely wasn't Chu Sheng's doing. He simply wasn't precise or delicate enough to pull off something so meticulous. I was already holding back. Chu Sheng protested with an innocent expression, insisting he had only used about 30 of his power. Originally, he had just wanted to casually test his own strength and how damage was distributed on Xiaobai. Unexpectedly, it was so inefficient for the 2 Qi high-level fighters to team up. He hadn't even gone all out, yet those 2 went down first. Stop arguing, I'm tired. Su Yaya let out a big yawn and lazily declared she was going home to sleep. Yeah, this little bun is tired too, Xiaobai mumbled weakly, slumping on Chu Sheng's shoulder with a dazed look. All right, let's go home. Chu Sheng was getting sleepy too. He hopped on his ghost bike and got ready to leave the Jilin Bureau. Just as he started the engine, a tall woman walked up beside Zhang Xian. She also wore a detective's uniform, but her face was sharp and cold like a carved ice sculpture, every line clear and precise. Her elegant, swan-like long neck gave off an unapproachable chill. Captain Qi. Zhang Xian immediately snapped to attention and saluted upon seeing the newcomer. This was Qi Yu, the captain of the Jinling Jilin Bureau, and direct superior to Wu Zhongxing. Not bad, Qi Yu said approvingly with a cold gaze. You've only been here 2 days, and you've arrested a thief plus 2 underground mercenaries. You won't need to patrol anymore. You'll join us handling cases from now on. Thank you, Captain Qi. I will do my best, Zhang Xian replied, suppressing her excitement and saluting again. She had originally seen Chu Sheng as a massive troublemaker she planned to drag back eventually. But unexpectedly, through the right approach, Chu Sheng had turned out to be a stepping stone for her promotion. Hyo. Chu Sheng couldn't help but sneeze, whispering that he suspected someone was cricket-chirping him from behind. But feeling sleepy and hungry, he didn't think much more about it, and rode his ghost bike straight back to his villa by the Qinhuai River. As soon as he opened the door, he heard a familiar voice coming from next door, timid, like a bullied weak girl. That voice, Chu Sheng's eyes lit up instantly as he recognized Wang Xiuxiu. He parked and went to look at the neighboring villa's door. The neighboring villa was similar in style to his. A few shiny luxury cars were parked in front. Several men with dyed blonde hair were surrounding a young girl. It was Wang Xiuxiu, the same girl he had met on the bus yesterday. You're taking advantage of the situation. Wang Xiuxiu looked like a troubled young lady, tears shimmering in her eyes as she trembled in the corner. Little girl, one blonde-haired man said with a surprisingly reasonable tone, look at how much housing prices have fallen. Song Xiao spending 2 million to buy this place is already very generous. 2 million. As soon as Chu Sheng heard this, he was speechless, secretly thinking, I spent 20 million on this. But Wang Xiuxiu, who suffered from social anxiety, was so overwhelmed that tears welled up in her eyes and her voice trembled. But before she could finish, a blonde guy nearby interrupted impatiently, enough with the buts. Young Master Song has already given 2 million, which is no small sum. You don't want your brother to die in the hospital, do you? Another blonde smirked and leaned closer. If you think that's not enough, you can just agree to be young Master Song's girlfriend. Then you can keep living here and even get money to treat your brother. With that, several other blondes started jeering, and the atmosphere instantly became foul and chaotic. Wang Xiuxiu looked at them in horror, her eyes filled with despair, but in her heart she imagined a white knight coming to save her. Chu Sheng muttered under his breath, this plot is way too cheesy. As stale as old shoes. Suddenly, a scene popped into his head, himself shouting, let go of that girl, and then getting caught up with a wealthy young master, setting off a series of flashy confrontations and comeuppances. Just as Chu Sheng was lost in his thoughts, a sharp shout rang out, let go of that girl. Startled, he cursed inwardly, damn, who stole my line? A woman suddenly descended from above, landing firmly. Though plain-looking, her smile revealed sharpness and resolve. She brandished a large blade, accompanied by a black and white spirit pet with intelligent eyes. It was a husky evolved into a spirit beast. That's her, Su Yaya exclaimed upon seeing the newcomer. Chu Sheng turned, curious, but shook his head. Don't know her, just heard the name. Su Yaya said seriously, her name is Zhang Sanyang, a true northeastern gal, and one of the 3 core members of our whirlwind demon-slaying squad. Chu Sheng muttered, demon-slaying squad, softly realizing who she was, a demon slayer. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy in the world, many animals mutated, changing in form and moral disposition. Some spirit pets absorbed the energy and stayed benign, like Dao Gu, Red Dog, and the husky beside Zhang Sanyang. But some beasts became demons, feeding on humans to evolve faster, sneaking into cities to harm people. This gave rise to the profession of demon slayers. Seeing this, Wang Xiuxiu threw herself into Zhang Sanyang's arms, crying, Sanyang, don't be afraid. You're here now. Zhang Sanyang protected Wang Xiuxiu with fierce determination, glaring at the blondes and shouting abuse. Look at you all, little sons of turtles. You deserve a beating. How dare you take advantage of the situation and mess with our whirlwind squad? Wanna bet I'll slice you all to pieces with one swing? At her words, Su Yaya's eyes lit up. She vanished instantly, only to reappear moments later holding a big bag of steaming breakfast, large meat buns, rich soy milk, tricolored red date steamed cakes, and corn rolls. Chu Sheng looked at the colorful breakfast and frowned. Can we even eat this? After all, I was just attacked last night. Feels like someone's trying to poison me. Su Yaya rolled her eyes dismissively. Relax, I picked this place at random. It's not some fancy factory-made stuff. At worst, you get an upset stomach, no poison. Only then did Chu Sheng feel reassured and began eating with gusto while enjoying the unfolding drama. I'm hungry too. When Little White saw them having breakfast, he opened his mouth and pointed at the food with his front paw. Chu Sheng sighed helplessly and took out the last century-old red fruit. He had started with a dozen or so of these century-old red fruits tucked away, but ever since raising this gold-swallowing rabbit, they were all gone. Looking at Little White, he began to calculate whether he'd need to make a trip to the other world soon, otherwise Little White would run out of food by tomorrow, and his weight would definitely drop. My dear owner is the best. Little White happily took the fruit and snuggled back into Chu Sheng's arms. Woof woof. Just then, Dog Brother and Red Dog saw Chu Sheng feeding them and hurried over carrying 2 small stools in their mouths. Chu Sheng gave a bitter smile. Here come the debt collectors again. He pulled out a few spirit fruits and handed them to the 2 dogs. Then he took the stools from them, sat down with Su Yaya, and watched the lively scene while eating. So wasteful. Su Yaya felt a pang in her heart watching this. Though she came from a wealthy family and had seen many spendthrifts, she had never before met someone who fed century-old spirit fruits to spirit pets like Chu Sheng did. Just as she was thinking this, suddenly there was a loud bang. Yellow Hair from next door totally lost it and charged at Zhang Sanyang. But Zhang Sanyang was no pushover. As a genuine demon hunter, she grabbed Yellow Hair's hair without hesitation and kicked one of his henchmen. Ah! Yellow Hair screamed in pain, his painful expression slowly coming into view. The other Yellow Hairs gasped and took a couple of steps back. Even Chu Sheng, who was just watching, tightened his legs nervously, thinking that the Northeast Tigress really was fierce and got straight to the point in a fight. Damn, how dare you start a fight? Zhang Sanyang rolled up her sleeves, fingers cracking loudly. Without hesitation, she threw all caution to the wind and unleashed a fierce tiger descends the mountain move, charging into the crowd like a savage tigress, fists and feet flying. The Yellow Hair screamed help, help. as they got pummeled, faces bruised and bloodied, scattering and falling to the ground. Just as Zhang Sanyang was about to go for another round, a luxury car door opened nearby, and a middle-aged man stepped out slowly. Chu Sheng's eyes sharpened at it was no one else but Captain Li Bo Tian from Haiqing, whom he had unexpectedly met before, also Zhou Kai's brother-in-law. He and Zhang Xian had briefly mentioned how Li Bo Tian was arrested for domestic violence, sentenced to divorce with nothing, and expelled from Haiqing's Spirit Control Bureau for repeated cover-ups. They thought they'd never cross paths again, but here he was, suddenly showing up in Jinling. You know him? Su Yaya asked curiously as she ate her breakfast. Sort of. Chu Sheng came back to reality, chewing his big meat bun. This Li Bo Tian is the one who gave me my space ring and level 5 alloy greatsword. Even crazier, he insisted on giving me 300 million, didn't even give me the chance to refuse. Are you sure he was really giving those as gifts? Su Yaya eyed him suspiciously, as if Chu Sheng was spinning another tall tale. Putting aside Chu Sheng's earlier theory about the first pot of gold, who would just give away so many valuable things for no reason. Not only did Li Batian gift Chu Sheng a space ring and weapons, but he also directly transferred 300 million in cash. Chu Sheng's expression grew serious as he nodded in acknowledgement. None of these were things he had asked for. Li Batian had simply offered them all in one go, especially that enormous sum of money, delivered so quickly that Chu Sheng didn't even have a chance to refuse. He joked to himself inwardly, "Hey, race my proof, Your Highness." Meanwhile, Xiaobai swallowed a zhu fruit in one bite, then immediately hopped back out to vouch for Chu Sheng. Su Yaya couldn't help but roll her eyes silently, thinking, "You're proving things a little prematurely. This part of the story might not even have happened yet." She didn't press further, knowing that some things were better left understood by all without digging too deep, as prying could come across as impolite. Here comes another one who just doesn't know when to keep his eyes open. Zhang Sanyang cursed loudly the moment she saw Li Batian. But Li Batian remained calm and immediately sized up her cultivation level Qi, C level 9. His spiritual power surged within, causing cracks to ripple across the ground beneath him, intensifying his intimidating aura to its peak. Sanyang, don't be so quick to anger. This person is a Grandmaster level fighter. Su Yaya warned nervously. Zhang Sanyang snapped her mouth shut and stopped cursing, swiftly positioning Wang Xiuxiu behind her for protection. Although she was a demon exorcist at Qi C level 9, she fully understood that she couldn't hold out more than a couple of moves against a Grandmaster. Li Batian expressionlessly stated, "Song Xiao has his eye on this villa. 2 million for the deal. Everyone's happy. Don't refuse the wine and then complain about penalties." Zhang Sanyang snorted coldly, standing firm. "In your dreams. Our team leader Wang Lei paid 27 million for this villa back then. Even in this bad economy, selling for 20 million is reasonable. Offering 2 million and still wanting to live here? Get lost. 27 million? Chu Sheng's eyes lit up as he silently calculated that he had pocketed a 7 million price difference. Not going to discuss it? Li Boshan's face darkened sharply and his Grandmaster's aura flared once again. Zhang Sanyang glared fiercely and threatened. This is the home of Wang Lei, leader of the Whirlwind Squad. Wang Lei's own sister Wang Xiuxiu lives here too. If you dare pull any tricks, don't think just because you're a martial Grandmaster you can get away with. Idavan, a superpowered Grandmaster, would be dead. Li Batian sneered. I never had the courage to mess with the old Wang Lei in the past. But who in Tian Chao doesn't know Wang Lei's been poisoned, lying in the ICU waiting to die? How could he threaten me now? Zhang Sanyang's face turned pale with anger, but she was powerless. Because what Li Batian said was true. Wang Lei was indeed gravely poisoned and confined to an ICU bed, or no one would dare come here to bully his sister. Who exactly is this Wang Lei? Chu Sheng asked curiously, sensing this Wang Lei was someone significant. Very powerful, indeed. Su Yaya nodded in explanation. Wang Lei is a Thunder-type Awakener with an SS or level supernatural talent, just one tier below you. He can also use electric power to temper his body, compensating for the typical weakness in Awakeners' close combat skills. He's regarded as a rising star among Tian Chaos younger generation. An SS or level Thunder-type Awakener. Chu Sheng's eyes glowed brightly, feeling there might be some mysterious connection between himself and Wang Lei. If he had no relation to Wang Lei, then Wang Lei's sister Wang Xiuxiu must be someone he was definitely linked to. With a loud bang, the stone slab beneath Li Boshan's feet shattered, and he shot forward like a cannonball. The roar of his fist sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh. Sanyang's pupils contracted sharply as she raised her broadsword in front of her. Li Boshan's iron fist slammed against the blade with a deafening clanging that made ears ache. The immense impact sent the sword trembling violently. Blood splattered from the cracked webbing between her thumb and index finger, and Sanyang was flung backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground. Sanyang! Wang Xiuxiu screamed, rushing over with trembling hands to help her up. Woof woof. The husky snarled fiercely and lunged at Li Batian, but was blasted away by an invisible force, howling as it tumbled into a roadside flowerbed. Xiaohe! Wang Xiuxiu's tears flowed like a river. 2 million. Sell or not? Li Batian said coldly, his gaze razor sharp. After being swindled out of all his savings by his brother-in-law and kicked out with nothing, he felt no mercy toward women anymore. To him, they were just wolves in sheep's clothing. Biting her lip, Wang Xiuxiu trembled all over. Her brother was still in the hospital, and 2 million wouldn't last long, but if she refused, Sanyang would. Seeing the tide of battle turn, Chu Sheng felt a pang of dread. Sanyang had fallen in less than 2.5 minutes, proving once again the value of the first master who appeared. I have to go in. Chu Sheng pulled out his phone. What are you doing? Su Yaya grabbed him. That's a master. You're only third stage pawn realm, and even my spatial ability doesn't dare challenge a master. I'm no male lead in a romance novel. Chu Sheng rolled his eyes, quickly dialing Zhang Xian's number and handing the phone to Su Yaya. A good citizen obeying the law first calls the police, then pretends to be tough. Who's there? Li Batian suddenly spun around, his sharp gaze sweeping toward Chu Sheng's hiding spot. This was bad. Chu Sheng's heart skipped as he realized how terrifying a master's perception was. But the call was connected, so he leapt from cover wielding his level 5 heavy sword. Let go of that girl. Wang Xiuxiu shivered. Through tear-blurred eyes, she looked toward the voice. Seeing Chu Sheng descending with the sword, her heart pounded like a drum, and she thought of his previous words about pledging himself to her. Pawn Realm Stage 3. Sanyang's flicker of hope instantly died out. It's you. Li Boshen's eyes bloodshot, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. He had thought his compromise would buy peace. Unexpectedly, Chu Sheng had long been in cahoots with Wu Zhong, shamelessly exaggerating the insult to the hero's lineage. Because of their schemes, he became the target of constant investigations from higher-ups. It was precisely due to these investigations that the transfer of money to Zhou Kai was uncovered. Then, since Zhou Kai absconded with his funds, in a fit of rage, he beat his wife, which led to him being sentenced to leave with nothing and expelled from the Spirit Management Bureau. In short, all his misfortunes stemmed from that starting point involving Chu Sheng. Yes, it was me, Chu Sheng admitted without hesitation, secretly feeling a grim sense of satisfaction as he added. Your misery didn't just start with might was entirely because of me. Including the fact that you'll soon be arrested by the Spirit Management Bureau, I was the one who made that call. You came at just the right time. Li Batian sneered coldly, lacing his words with sarcasm. Perfect timing to get rid of a nuisance. Previously, he had held back because Chu Sheng still held a public office. But now that Chu Sheng was no longer employed and had the backing of the Jinling Song family, as long as they didn't kill him, this scandal could be easily suppressed. Fueled by anger, Li Batian let out a shout and charged ferociously at Chu Sheng. Just the right time. Chu Sheng, having been confused about his own strength last night, finally erupted completely this time. A fierce energy surged through him like a raging storm, stirring up waves of power. His tightly gripped level 5 greatsword gleamed with an icy cold light, seemingly concentrating all his strength and momentum. An invisible, overwhelming pressure slammed toward Li Batian in a crushing strike. This can't be possible. Li Boshen's eyes were full of disbelief. He almost suspected hallucination. Although Chu Sheng's cultivation was only at the third stage of the foot soldier realm, the combat power he unleashed now was comparable to a martial cultivator at the Energy Sea realm. Combined with his perfected ultimate skill, Moonbreaker Slash, he was a deadly threat. Even Sanyang was stunned. No one could believe that someone so young as Chu Sheng could possess such an incredible power. With a heavy thud, Chu Sheng swung his sword down violently, causing the surrounding void to tremble as waves of disturbance radiated outward. But the greatsword stopped just under 5 centimeters from Li Boshen's chest, firmly blocked by a shield formed from condensed spiritual energy. No matter how much force he exerted, the sword's blade could not pierce. So what if you're a genius? Li Boshen's eyes glinted coldly as he gathered spiritual energy in his palm and slammed it forcefully into Chu Sheng's chest. Bang! The impact echoed deeply as the palm strike connected. Uft! Chu Sheng spat blood and was knocked flying backward, several ribs in his chest audibly cracking and breaking. Chu Sheng! Su Yaya cried out in alarm, rushing forward to catch him. But none of it seemed to truly hurt Chu Sheng. His shattered ribs instantly fused back together, leaving no trace of injury. How is this possible? Li Batian was utterly baffled. He had seen with his own eyes that his strike connected, even heard the cracking of ribs, yet moments later the damage had vanished completely. Not even top-tier healing medicines could achieve this effect. Chu Sheng didn't offer any explanation. Gripping his level 5 greatsword tightly again, he charged at Li Batian with fierce momentum, refusing to yield an inch. Let's see how many times you can recover. Li Boshen's gaze turned icy as he met Chu Sheng's relentless assault. No matter how many times he knocked Chu Sheng back or inflicted damage, Chu Sheng always immediately stood back up and kept fighting. Hungry or what? Put some effort into it. Little Bai, sitting on Chu Sheng's shoulder, swung his little feet lazily, as if watching a good show unfolding. No way, this can't be happening. Not only were Sanyang and the others stunned speechless, Even Su Yaya next door looked utterly bewildered. Everyone had assumed that Chu Sheng challenging a grandmaster way beyond his level was suicidal. Yet, to their surprise, he showed an incredible toughness, like an immortal cockroach. Not only did he possess astonishing resilience, he kept struggling up from the brink of collapse again and again, forcing the fight to drag on. As for the little white creature perched on Chu Sheng's shoulder, no one paid it any attention or linked it to the strange events. They just thought it was a cute pet charm he used to attract female attention. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Li Batian began doubting his own sanity, wondering if he was still dreaming and hadn't really woken up. Even if Chu Sheng was a martial prodigy and unafraid to challenge higher-level experts, he was only in the third stage of the pawn realm. How could he repeatedly take devastating blows from a grandmaster and still spring back to life full of vitality? Damn it, this hurts like hell. Chu Sheng groaned, cursing as he forced himself to get up. Though boosted by the extra-long health bar shared by the little white, which made him almost impossible to kill, the pain was all too real with every grimace he gave off. But the battle also confirmed a suspicion Chu Sheng had. Unless the opponent was two entire realms above him and struck at full power from the get-go to finish him in one blow, no one could truly put him down. Li Batian was indeed 2 realms higher, but his hesitation and caution kept him from unleashing his full strength against Chu Sheng. Does it hurt? The little white cocked its head mischievously, as if teasing, not even a little bit. This kid, I have to admit, you're really strong, Li Batian said, taking a deep breath to steady himself and suppress his inner turmoil. His gaze sharpened. But no matter how strong, you can't match a grandmaster. From now on, I won't mess around. I'm going to get serious. Before he could finish, a loud siren blared as a Wawa vehicle rushed onto the scene, cutting him off. It turned out Zhang Xian had received a call from Su Yaya and learned that Chu Sheng had just come out of the Spirit Enforcement Bureau and immediately caused trouble, with no intention of going home to rest. She swiftly led a team to take control of the situation. Can't help it. She's just desperate to get stronger. Zhang Xian's eyes burned with determination as she took charge of the operation. You actually reported this to the authorities. Li Batian was shocked and quickly looked toward Chu Sheng for confirmation. That's right, it was me. Chu Sheng puffed out his chest proudly, a faint smile of self-righteousness on his lips. But this declaration earned him no reward. Damn it, this really is something else. Li Boshen's mind churned, swearing under his breath. He knew very well that the underworld operated by strength, where only power spoke. Yet Chu Sheng stubbornly ignored the unspoken rules by openly reporting and calling the cops, seriously disrupting the code. Fighting evil, positive energy, Chu Sheng said with a sunny righteousness, standing tall and proud like he was the sole beacon of light in the world. So cool. Wang Xiaoxia's heart raced as she looked at Chu Sheng. Though they'd only known each other 2 days, he had already saved her twice, and the image of this cheerful, strong young man was deeply etched in her mind. She quietly repeated 4 words inside her heart, devoted to you. Huh. Sanyang shot a glance toward Wang Xiaoxiao and immediately grew wary. Though grateful for Chu Sheng saving their lives, her years of roaming the martial world warned her this guy wasn't ordinary. She knew she had to keep a close eye on their Captain Wang Lei's white cabbage and never let outsiders get too close. Everyone, hands on your heads. Zhang Xian's presence surged as she asserted the authority of a female officer, swiftly commanding her team to bring the entire scene under control. Even facing his former superior Li Batian, she showed no mercy, fully aware that she was now a soldier, while Li Batian had long since become an outlaw. Li Boshen's face flushed red with anger. He wanted to argue, but dared not strike back. Though Zhang Xian's cultivation was a full realm below his, he could easily kill Li Batian with one palm and move freely in this place. In the underworld, power and backing mattered most. No matter how reckless Li Batian was, he had no choice but to cooperate obediently at this moment. However, Li Batian wasn't without connections. His gaze quickly shifted to a luxury car nearby. The door was flung open roughly, and a young man stepped out. He wore a limited edition white shirt with 2 buttons undone at the collar, a thin cigarette dangling from his mouth. As his eyes swept over the crowd, they brimmed with contempt and an innate sense of superiority. When his gaze landed on Chu Sheng, it instantly turned icy cold, as if Chu Sheng had ruined something precious and deserved to be torn to pieces. This was the young master Song Li Batian had mentioned. Chu Sheng didn't avoid his stare. Instead, he met it coolly, silently amused. Better behave. After all, he still had the divine silkworm armor up his sleeve, ready to frame anyone at any time. Combined with Li Boshen's ties to Zhou Kai, their scheme would be flawless, impossible to refute. Be careful, Su Yaya whispered as she leaned in. His name is Song Zhong, the second young master of the Song family from Jinling. Word is, the Song family's network is notoriously tangled as basically a local kingpin. Send off? Chu Sheng's face flickered with confusion. He didn't understand where such a name came from. Unlike the name my parents gave me, Sheng means never giving up always winning. Song Zhong seemed provoked by the challenge. When his eyes caught Su Yaya's, they flared sharply. Ignoring Chu Sheng and the nearby officers like Zhang Xiyan, he swaggered forward arrogantly, raising his voice. Miss, if you'll spend the night with me, we'll let bygones be bygones and let your boyfriend off. How about that? Instead of exploding, Su Yaya seized the opportunity to throw herself into Chu Sheng's arms, pressing close and taking the advantage. Damn it. Xiao Bai couldn't help but curse. What a dumbass, everything that comes out of his mouth stinks like rotten trash. A talking rabbit? Song Zhong glanced sideways at Xiao Bai before turning back to sneer at Chu Sheng. Kid, there's no black or white in this world, only gray. If you have connections, it's self-defense. If not, it's cold-blooded murder. Believe it or not, one phone call, and I can lock you all up tight in prison. Before he could finish, a heavy punch landed with a thud. Chu Sheng, uninterested in this spoiled second generation, taught him a hard lesson with his fists. Stop. Officers from the Spirit Enforcement Bureau hurried forward to intervene, but Zhang Xiyan blocked them. She wasn't trying to cover for Chu Sheng. She simply couldn't stand Song Zhong's arrogance. How dare he say such things right in front of her, as if she were some inexperienced rookie? Her eyes showed no compromise, only the firm determination to claim the credit for this victory. Fighting evil, positive energy, 200 weight, 200 points? Or just positive energy? Chu Sheng's expression stiffened. Hadn't expected Song Zhong to be worth so much. But thinking about how the guy was a wealthy young master with a gang of henchmen harassing others like a classic villain straight out of a novel, it made sense that as the protagonist, Chu Sheng would earn plenty of positive energy for putting him in his place. How dare you hit me, you little punk? Song Zhong shouted angrily, pointing at Chu Sheng. Do you know who I am? I'm the second young master of the Song family from Jinling. My big brother Song Qian studies at Jinling University, and you have the nerve to hit me, but won't even take a proper fight. Chu Sheng had never been one to go easy on anyone. He shrugged off the outburst and landed more than a dozen heavy punches to Song Zhong's face. The main player used this. Little Bai hurried home and grabbed a large iron hammer. Holy crap! Sen Yang's eyelids twitched in disbelief. She thought that rabbit sure knew how to hurt someone. But Chu Sheng showed no mercy, swinging the iron hammer down hard at Song Zhong. Wait. It's a misunderstanding. Song Zhong's eyes instantly cleared as panic set in, and he staggered backward, clearly terrified. He really did care about this miss. Su Yaya saw Chu Sheng getting genuinely angry, and the smile on her face was harder to hold back than the muzzle of an AK-47. Is he my boyfriend, or not? Wang Xiuxiu, seeing Su Yaya looking stylish and cunning, glanced down at her own clothes and suddenly felt a wave of insecurity. Chu Sheng, how dare you? Li Batian shot readied and shouted furiously, his aura surging. Had been counting on Song Zhong to shield him, but if he got killed, there'd be no explaining it to the Song family, only a life on the run. Stop fighting. Stop it right now. Zhang Xiyan saw the tension about to explode and quickly stepped forward, grabbing Chu Sheng's arm. Though part of her wanted him to knock Song Zhong out, Li Boshan's master-level strength was no joke. If they really fought, no one could stop the chaos. Enough, stop. Su Yaya also stepped up to persuade Chu Sheng, promising she'd deal with things personally from here on. Although the Song family was the power in Jinling, the Su family wasn't to be underestimated, especially with her being an Imperial Capital Martial Selection student who possessed legendary spatial abilities. Consider yourself lucky. Chu Sheng grit his teeth and dropped the iron hammer. Yu Song Zhong wanted to spit more threats, but the pain forced him to shut up, too afraid to anger Chu Sheng further. Before, people bowed down just hearing he was from the Song family. This time, Chu Sheng went berserk, ignoring any backing Song Zhong had and punching him like he was smashing meatballs. But having taken such a huge loss, Song Zhong would never give up. He was determined to make Chu Sheng pay, showing him exactly what it meant to offend the Jinling Song family. Take them all away. Zhang Xiyan, ignoring any plans for revenge, immediately detained Song Zhong and his group. She was extremely pleased, convinced Chu Sheng was her guiding light, and that if used correctly, they'd soon achieve great merit and progress. I'm coming to see too. Su Yai didn't go back to sleep, but followed Zhang Xiyan as they left. Poor guy. Chu Sheng cast a sympathetic glance at Song Zhong and silently mourned for him for exactly 2.5 minutes. Women have always been sharp and perceptive, especially Su Yaya, whose personality was like that of a little witch. When Song Zhong openly teased her, even if it didn't cost him his life, he'd still have to pay dearly. But she actually managed to. San Yang had no interest in Su Yaya's identity. Her gaze was fixed tightly on that tempting backside. Unlike her own wide hips when she walked, Su Yaya's hips swayed lightly, while her waist remained still. Her stride was like banana leaves gently stirred by the morning breeze after rain, exuding a soft yet elegant charm. Now that's what a woman is, San Yang thought bitterly. At best, I'm just a motherly figure. She sighed helplessly, regretting that her martial training once made her too bulky. Now her waist was almost as thick as a bucket, stiff and immobile when she bent over. Working herself to exhaustion daily fighting demons earned her little. It was far easier for Su Yaya to make money by just softly swaying her waist and calling out brother. While Su Yaya was all praise, she was stuck with a mountain of debt. Chu, Chu classmate. Thank you. Wang Xiuxiu stepped forward cautiously like a shy girl with social anxiety, barely able to meet Chu Sheng's eyes as she quickly bowed her head. Is that all you have to say for thanks? Chu Sheng's expression changed. Seeing no benefits, he began dropping heavy hints. We're all fellow wanderers of the martial world. What's this thank you nonsense about? San Yang replied bluntly, little brother Chu, we're neighbors, aren't we? After all, distant relatives can't compare to close neighbors. We should hang out more often from now on. Chu Sheng wasn't ready to give up and tried fishing for more favors, but San Yang cut him off. Speaking of which, these guys wasted so much of our time already. We should hurry to the hospital and check on the captain. It was nice meeting you, little brother Chu. Let's leave it here for now. Before he could say anything more, San Yang grabbed Wang Xiuxiu and strode off. Woof woof, the husky barked twice, shook its head, and followed. Just leaving like that? Chu Sheng grumbled helplessly, thinking these people might be strange, but since they hadn't met before, it wasn't too surprising. Still, he didn't press further. He knew monks might run away, but temples would stand. As long as Wang Lei remained in the ICU hanging on, there would come a day when they begged him for help. Soon Chu Sheng returned home, skipping his nap, and instead picked up the phone to contact Qian Buer. Find someone to check on the renovator. I need to see if this villa still has room for remodeling. I want to carve out a private space for myself to facilitate future trips to the other world. The craftsman arrived quickly, examining Chu Sheng closely before asking for his requirements. The demands are simple. Chu Sheng got straight to the point. On the second floor where I live, I want a section off a secret room. Can you do that? The craftsman hesitated. It can be done, but you already have a cultivation room on the second floor. Having another seems unnecessary. You don't get it, Chu Sheng said seriously. I'm a kept man, currently sponsored by a wealthy woman. The craftsman was speechless with shock. These days, kept men aren't even keeping it a secret anymore. What does being a kept man have to do with a cultivation room? Could it be? Chu Sheng hurried to cut off his wild imagination. Don't guess wildly. There's a girl next door, surname Wang. Surname Wang. The craftsman was even more confused, not understanding Chu Sheng's meaning. Chu Sheng explained with a straight face, even though I'm a kept man, I have self-awareness. If I ever get overwhelmed, I can always chat with little Wang next door. The craftsman immediately understood and looked utterly shocked. Exactly. Chu Sheng nodded confidently. So this spare room is for little Wang. Let's just call it the Pavilion of Prince Tang. A small voice triggered a huge shock. Upon hearing it, the master was so stunned that he was speechless, thinking to himself that cultured people really do speak differently. Morally flawed. Negative energy, 10 who's morally flawed? Chu Sheng immediately couldn't help but scoff in his mind. He was just pretending to be lecherous. There was no way he could go around telling people on the street, I've awakened a golden finger ability that lets me travel between two worlds and obtain rare treasures. I'm even planning to build a secret chamber for free access later on. The master gritted his teeth and finally agreed. Although he deeply despised such a scandalous affair, the economy was tough, and his wife and children were counting on him to keep the food on the table. He had no choice but to suppress his disgust and reluctantly accept this dirty job. Chu Sheng asked at once, how long until it's done? The master glanced at the structure on the second floor and said, about 2.5 hours. I have one earth element awakener and one wood element awakener under me. As long as the materials arrive, the renovation should be enough. All right. Chu Sheng nodded in agreement. Then he took Xiaobai straight up to the third floor, planning to borrow Su Yaya's cultivation room. Now that cultivation was all the rage nationwide. Every household had their own training space. His own Tilmilinyuan villa had several spacious, soundproof cultivation rooms between floors, each equipped with tablets for easy internet access and excellent environment. As soon as he stepped into the cultivation room, Chu Sheng couldn't help but mutter a curse. Damn. He saw that his positive energy had reached 2,474 points, but his negative energy had skyrocketed to 25,742 points. In just one night, tens of thousands of negative energy points had been added. The net sum of positive and negative energy totaled 15,345 points, far surpassing what he had accumulated in an entire month before. Looks like he needed to take things up a notch. A faint smile tugged at Chu Sheng's lips. He hadn't expected such rapid progress. He immediately entered cultivation mode, focusing on improving his strength. Xiaobai got excited as well, sticking close with an alert and curious demeanor. Just as Chu Sheng started his practice, the first lucky player in the game was born. I won. I won. A boy sitting at his computer nearly jumped out of his seat in excitement, staring at the flashing golden Three Kingdoms Plus game interface. A winning pop-up demanded his shipping address and fingerprint confirmation. At that moment, a loud server-wide broadcast rang out, repeating the announcement 3 times, instantly electrifying the entire server. Congratulations to player Naibai Deshuezi for winning the grand prize. The server immediately exploded with chatter. No way, someone really won. Worth the grand prize, someone finally hit it. Haha, my 20 years of good credit finally paid off. Impossible, must be rigged. Totally rigged. I spent 30,000 and got nothing. 30,000. I spent 70,000. Stop me. I was going to put in 80,000 more. What about the guarantee? We haven't seen it after spending over 100,000. Looking to buy Qingling fruit, starting at 100,000. Contact if selling, long-term buyer. Amid the heated arguments and celebrations, the delivery work for Haitang Pavilion had quietly begun. In Qianbuer's office stood a man wearing a white t-shirt. Printed boldly on the shirt was the name and logo of Haitang Pavilion, a leaf of autumn begonia. This was none other than Chun Yaozu, the newly hired employee. Yaozu, here you go? Qianbuer said calmly, though with a hint of meaning, as he pulled a metal box from his drawer. Chun Yaozu looked at the box with a furrowed brow and puzzled expression. Manager Qian, this metal box is... He had just heard that the first grand prize draw had taken place and was about to get the ling fruit to deliver from Baiji when Qianbuer called him into the office. This is your escort box. Qianbuer spoke evenly. I specially had it made with first-grade alloy, sturdy and reliable. It has Beidou positioning and fingerprint unlocking. Soon, players' fingerprints will be temporarily registered inside. Once closed, only the player's fingerprint can open it. If anyone tries to force it open, the alarm triggers immediately. Chun Yaozu's frown deepened as a surge of anger welled up. Manager Qian, is this a sign you don't trust me? Though upset, he swallowed his pride, thinking of his wife and child, and held back his frustration. Leaning back, Qianbuer was frank. Honestly, yes. We just met yesterday, can you really trust me? Chun Yaozu was momentarily at a loss for words. Qianbuer continued. Don't be mad. Our boss is young, values loyalty, but doesn't yet understand how complicated the world is. We have to think about him. When he makes money, naturally, we all get rich. Manager Qian is right. Chun Yaozu felt a warm glow, as if tasting something sweet. He recalled the tough days as a delivery rider, barely earning 200 or 300 yuan a day. Now, Boss Chu paid 1,000 per order, and after 3 months, the salary would increase to 3,000 with proper benefits. More than anyone, he wanted Boss Chu Sheng to succeed. At that moment, Baiji entered carrying the Qingling fruit. She carefully placed the fruit into the escort box in front of Chun Yaozu, then took out professional equipment to record the player's fingerprints. All set, Baiji said. No one can open this box now except with the player's fingerprint. This means you have to personally deliver it to the player's hands to complete the mission. Chun Yaozu's expression grew serious. Taking the heavy metal box, he jumped on his beloved electric scooter and set off without looking back. Sigh. Qianbuer suddenly sighed. Finally managed to get a serious mood, and then a little electric scooter ruins it. Outsiders might think we're filming a comedy. Definitely, the atmosphere is broken. Baiji nodded in agreement. Then, with dreamy eyes, she added, if every rider had a white horse and wore silver armor like a legendary white knight, escorting the box to the prince's castle, I swear, my excitement would skyrocket. Qianbuer rolled his eyes. You've got night fever. More like you want to see the boss personally sent to jail. Bai Yiji was undeterred and continued fantasizing. Nowadays, armor and horses aren't illegal. Add a silver lance, it'd be insanely cool. That would be cool, Qianbuer admitted, imagining the scene too. But his vision of knightly escorts wasn't a romantic fairy tale, it was a battlefield filled with smoke and thousands of charging horses. A sudden chill surged through Chu Sheng's heart, an inexplicable sense that someone was deliberately trying to push him into that deadly predicament. But there was no time to dwell on it now. He could feel his spiritual power reaching a critical point. The sprawling network of his meridians grew increasingly complex, like an intricate highway system, with energy racing wildly through every channel. Suddenly, a muffled boom exploded, and Chu Sheng's aura surged uncontrollably. A violent wind swept through the cultivation chamber, as if a fierce storm had erupted. All of this signaled that he had finally broken through to the 4th tier of the Xiaozu realm. Smack, smack. Beside him, Xiaobai gave a sharp little lick, rolled over onto its back, exposing its belly, and stretched out its soft pink paws. Matching Chu Sheng's progress, Xiaobai had broken through to the 3rd tier of the Xiaozu realm. Not only had its recovery ability greatly improved, but its health bar also surged rapidly, looking much stronger. Just spending a little over 1,000 positive energy points? Chu Sheng glanced at his account balance, raising an eyebrow as a fresh wave of insight washed over him. Quickly entering a focused state, an image formed in his mind's eye, moonlight spilling over a mountaintop, a tall figure wielding a heavy sword. No flashy moves, just a single moon-splitting slash aimed at the full moon hanging in the sky. Thunderous roars shook the heavens as the mountaintop trembled and storm clouds churned. Compared to Chu Sheng's own limited ability to slash through a street with one strike, this moon-splitting slash was on another level entirely. It tore the high-hanging moon apart, sending a torrential meteor shower cascading down like a waterfall, stirring the soul. Chu Sheng's heart jolted awake from his enlightenment. He had thought the martial arts techniques he'd found online had limited power, only able to reach a masterful level. Yet his efforts had propelled this moon-splitting slash to a level of unsurpassed perfection. Even the most talented martial artists would labor for years to achieve this realm. but he had done it in mere minutes, defying all odds. A notification popped up on the screen, consumed 10,000 positive energy points. Successfully comprehended the peak perfection moon-splitting slash. Chu Sheng's eyes widened. Before he could celebrate, he switched to serious mode. No matter how much he had anticipated the enormous energy costs of leveling up, he still found it hard to accept that the final and most difficult natural perfection realm required such a vast amount of positive energy. Fortunately, since establishing his company, he had accumulated thousands of negative energy points daily, which could be converted to over 5,000 positive energy, keeping his reserves fairly robust. With a chime, his phone screen lit up with a message from his first employee, Wei Junjie. Drones and survival gear have all been purchased, but were being stopped at the community property entrance. Chu Sheng relaxed his brow and immediately contacted the property management for clearance. Then, taking Xiao Bai, he stepped out of the cultivation room to see the Tungwang Pavilion on the second floor completed, boasting excellent soundproofing. Behind a hidden door disguised as a bookshelf lay a large, comfortable bed. Not bad, not bad. Chu Sheng nodded approvingly and paid the final balance without hesitation. Just then, Wei Junjie arrived at the villa by car, unloading dozens of unopened boxes of equipment. Seeing Wei busy, the craftsman politely exited the villa. Wei looked at Chu Sheng with admiration shining in his eyes. Boss Chu, you're working hard. Chu Sheng smiled faintly, his gaze steady and resolute. Chu Sheng casually cracked his knuckles and then sat down on the living room sofa. Yes. Wei Junjie replied quietly and quickly took a seat, hurriedly reporting. Boss, as per your orders, I've purchased flashbangs, smoke grenades on the black market, and a military drone capable of flying 80 kilometers. Good. Chu Sheng nodded in approval, then his gaze sharpened as he said, set those aside for now. I want you to keep a close eye on the second young master of the Song family, in Jinling, Songzhong. I have a feeling this kid might make a move against me soon. Understood. Wei Junjie immediately stood up, his expression turning serious as he solemnly promised to complete the task. Don't be so serious. Chu Sheng cracked his knuckles again, signaling him to sit down. One more thing, keep an eye out for any noble families trying to pry into the Tian Kanbaojia. Don't alert them, but report back the moment you have any information. Got it, they'll be vigilant. Wei Junjie nodded and prepared to leave for the mission. Chu Sheng waved his hand, not stopping him, then took out 3 Qingling fruits from his pocket and offered them. Your transformation powers aren't that strong yet, and you often operate alone. It's dangerous. These 3 Qingling fruits are specially for you. Train hard and try to break through the innate realm sooner. Boss. Wei Junjie looked at the fruits in his hand, his eyes moist with emotion. He had been just a minor background actor with a dreary life, but ever since meeting Chu Sheng, it was like a light had illuminated his world. He no longer worried about survival and now had a chance to see a broader horizon. Xiaobai tilted its head, confused. Qingling fruits were common in the forest, and it had never given them a second glance. Why did Wei Junjie get so emotional over them? Loyalty reached 100, positive energy 100. Another one completed. Chu Sheng heard the system announcement and felt a surge of joy. Now Wei Junjie, Bai Yiji, Qian Buer, and Song Yicheng had all reached full loyalty, meaning he had 4 trustworthy confidants in hand. Chu Sheng wasn't sure if their loyalty could fall later, but for now, they would never betray him. Just as Chu Sheng busied himself strengthening bonds, Song Zhong was escorted out from the Spirit Administration Bureau. Chu Sheng, huh? Song Zhong climbed into the car, his face darkened like thunder. I've never suffered such a huge loss since birth. Send people to capture him immediately. I'll personally slaughter him and make sure he pays for crossing me. Young Master Song, Li Batian, who was also freed, looked uneasy. Chu Sheng is no ordinary guy. His parents both hold the highest Tian merit honors. If we kill him, Jinling might be shaken by an earthquake. Highest Tian merit honors. Song Zhong's eyes suddenly cleared, his murderous intent ebbing. Compared to common thugs like Zhou Kai from Haiqing, as the second young master of the Song family in Jinling, he understood the weight of those words. Killing Chu Sheng wouldn't just spark a simple investigation, but trigger a massive anti-terror operation. It could even draw a powerful figure behind the scenes to personally oversee Jinling. Still, the thought that Chu Sheng had sabotaged his plan kept the fire of rage burning inside him. Young Master Song. Li Batian seemed to sense his anger and whispered, there are many ways to make someone disappear. There's no need to get involved personally. Song Zhong immediately fell silent, his gaze becoming profound as he finally grasped the meaning behind Li Batian's words. Although Chu Sheng had his family backing him, UPA, seemingly ironclad Gatudov death-free card, nothing in this world was absolutely black or white. Most things existed in subtle shades of gray, which meant there was plenty of room to maneuver. Chu Sheng, let's see how long you can keep up your arrogance this time. Seeing that Song Zhong understood, Li Batian's lips curved into a cold smile. Originally, he hadn't planned to deal with Chu Sheng directly, but Chu Sheng's talent had exceeded expectations, making him realize that if he didn't eliminate this hidden threat, he would be walking on thin ice in the future. Since Chu Sheng and Song Zhong had formed a deadly grudge, why not take this opportunity to snuff him out in the cradle clean and efficient? Song Zhong pondered for a moment before asking, "Tell me, how can we make someone disappear without arousing suspicion that I'm behind it?" Li Beitian quickly replied, "When I was a squad captain in Haicheng, I knew an underground assassin. That person possesses a rare illusory ability that can make his body become as insubstantial as a projection." An underground assassin? Song Zhong furrowed his brow slightly. "I don't care what abilities he has. I only want to know if he can take out Chu Sheng while ensuring no one discovers I'm behind it." "Rest assured," Li Beitian explained. "He treats killing as an art form and can create accidental death scenes. Even if investigators show up, they won't find a single clue. What's even better is that we don't need to contact him directly, can reach him anonymously through an underground broker." "All right, he's the one." Song Zhong's lips curved upward, feeling as if he held a winning hand. Before he could savor his triumph for more than 2.5 seconds, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed it was his older brother, Song Qian. "It's my brother." Song Zhong's smile instantly froze, his heartbeat accelerating sharply. While this older brother might swagger around outside with his pack of lackeys, within the Song family, he didn't dare breathe too loudly, especially when facing him. The one hailed as a genius like a mouse encountering a cat, scared out of his wits. He didn't dare hesitate and quickly answered the call. "You useless piece of trash." As soon as the call connected, Song Qian launched into a tirade. "I told you to handle Wang Lei's sister, and not only did you end up in the Spirit Suppression Bureau, you also got involved with an Imperial Capital martial arts candidate. Is your brain filled with nothing but your lower half and shit?" "Brother, I didn't." Song Zhong hurried to defend himself pitifully. "Chu Sheng has already been expelled from the Imperial Capital. He's not an Imperial Capital martial arts candidate anymore." "Am I talking about Chu Sheng?" Song Qian interrupted without hesitation, furious beyond measure. "I'm talking about Su Yaya, the one you harassed. Not only is she the eldest daughter of the Su family, she's also a conceptual space-type ability user, a key talent being cultivated by the Imperial Capital. Do you have the nerve to look in a mirror first? Are you worthy of her? Yet you dared to ask this heavenly prodigy to spend a night with you? Do you know what it cost me to bail you out this time? How much benefit I had to sacrifice?" "Suyaya?" Song Zhong was first stunned, then his earlier anger was immediately drowned by grievance. "Damn it, how is this my fault? What proper Imperial Capital martial arts candidate would come to Jinling City to buy property and register residency, then pretend to be a fragile woman, pitifully leaning in Chu Sheng's arms? Just the thought that he had somehow provoked an Imperial Capital martial arts candidate and then got berated mercilessly by his own brother made him channel all his anger on a Chu Sheng, blaming him for everything that had happened. Rage 500, negative energy 500. 500 points of anger? When Chu Sheng heard the prompt, he paused in disbelief, wondering who could possibly hate him that much. But as a calm and steady protagonist, he knew safety had to come first. Besides recruiting capable talent to work for him, hiring bodyguards was urgent after all. No one wanted to be ambushed. Personal security was non-negotiable. Who should I find? Chu Sheng scratched his head and muttered to himself. Then he immediately thought of the Whirlwind Squad, not because he had just built the Tung Wang Pavilion, but because he trusted their values. The demon-slaying task was officially sanctioned. The pay per mission was low, but the danger was extreme, like dancing on the edge of a knife. One slip, and you'd meet your end. By contrast, the underground world made money fast, but was easier. If the Whirlwind Squad's morals were crooked, they'd have long since crossed the line and joined the underground gangs. They wouldn't willingly remain demon slayers protecting the people. Most importantly, their captain Wang Lei was critically ill, yet his teammates never abandoned him. That loyalty spoke volumes. They were honest and devoted, perfect candidates for bodyguards. Chu Sheng murmured, "I have to visit the hospital first." At the same time, he switched into his good neighbor mode, spinning his visit as purely out of concern with no ulterior motives. Of course, it wasn't just because his place was a mess, and he wanted Wang Xiuxiu to help clean. With this contrived kindness in mind, Chu Sheng hopped on his ghostly motorcycle, picked up his spirit pet Xiaobai, and headed to the hospital. He didn't know which hospital Wang Lei was admitted to, but given the severity of the poisoning, only Jinling First People's Hospital was qualified to take such critical patients. On the way, he also bought a basket of fruits and flowers, planning to use this good neighborly image to score some points. Before long, Chu Sheng and Xiaobai arrived at Jinling First People's Hospital. After asking a young nurse, they learned that Wang Lei had been admitted to the intensive care unit following poisoning. Chu Sheng politely thanked her. The nurse, touched by his manners, bright-eyed, secretly debated whether she should ask for some over-the-top favors. However, Xiaobai seemed to understand intuitively and immediately said in a gentle, childish voice, "Private Bunny, no touching allowed." The nurse froze, surprised that this little rabbit could talk in so politely. Other nurses nearby were also drawn by the voice, gathering around. Let's go, don't get stared down." Xiaobai clearly couldn't stand the flurry of eager eyes, urging Chu Sheng to leave quickly. Chu Sheng smiled wryly, thinking how popular this little guy was. even joking about opening a rabbit cafe and having Xiaobai as the guest greeter. Just then, one nurse, unhappy that Xiaobai wouldn't let her touch him, wore a dissatisfied expression like someone at a fan convention threatening to report a vendor selling Korean fried chicken. She seemed ready to report Chu Sheng for bringing a spirit pet into the hospital without proper clothing, which skirted the rules. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Chu Sheng shook his head and continued toward the ICU with Xiaobai in tow. Chu Sheng quickened his pace, leading Xiaobai through the hospital corridor toward the ICU. The ward's indicator light flickered around the corner. From a distance, he spotted San Yang and Wang Xiuxiu. "Brother Chu, what brings you here?" San Yang spun around sharply, a flicker of wariness in her eyes. Chu Sheng noticed her instinctively step back half a step to shield Wang Xiuxiu. The glory days of the Whirlwind Squad were long gone since their captain Wang Lei was poisoned and hospitalized. Their situation had steadily worsened. Now, the only member who still seemed to hold any value was the downcast Wang Xiuxiu. "I heard the neighbor was ill and came specifically to check on you," Chu Sheng said calmly, offering a basket of fruit and fresh flowers to Wang Xiuxiu. "Thank you." Wang Xiuxiu's voice was barely above a whisper. When she reached out to accept the gifts, her fingertips accidentally brushed Chu Sheng's hand. She jerked away as if shocked, her cheeks instantly flushed. San Yang immediately stepped aside to create distance between them. "Brother Chu, you're very thoughtful. We're neighbors, after all," Chu Sheng said, sensing her clear defensiveness and deciding to change the subject. "I heard your captain was poisoned. What kind of toxin was it?" "Snake venom." Wang Xiuxiu lifted her head, eyes reddened. "The venom of a serpent demon that's been cultivating for 100 years. That shouldn't be too hard to cure, right?" Chu Sheng frowned. "I remember when I was in the imperial capital, their hospital could handle such poisonings." "Yes, the imperial hospital can," San Yang replied with a bitter smile, shaking her head. "So after the captain was poisoned, we pulled every string we could to get him sent there, but what we never expected was that even the detox doctor was a hand-picked insider." "Great, one influential insider meets another." Chu Sheng couldn't help but curse under his breath. He had always thought the imperial hospital was a sanctuary of excellence, a place of authority and sanctity. To discover it was rife with favoritism and nearly killed another insider was infuriating. Alas, Sin Yang sighed heavily. It was because of that insider doctor that our captain didn't receive timely treatment. The poison reached his heart meridian, and he slipped into a coma. Now he's barely clinging to life, supported only by imported life support machines. Sob. Wang Xiuxiu could no longer hold back and collapsed into San Yang's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. The poison reached his heart meridian. Chu Sheng repeated quietly, his gaze drawn toward the ICU glass window. On the bed lay a man with tightly shut eyes and exaggerated chest muscles, even visible through his hospital gown. A breathing tube was inserted in his mouth, and various monitors were connected to him. Most strikingly, faint black qi pulsed and shifted beneath his skin. "San Yang, do you still have money?" A booming voice interrupted the silence. At the corridor's end, a towering man nearly 6 feet tall appeared. The floor slightly trembled with each step. His muscles strained against his clothes, making him look like a human tank. "Ernyo, what are you doing here?" San Yang hurried over, lowering her voice. "This is a hospital. So this is Ernyo." Chu Sheng scrutinized the burly man, recalling the information Head gathered earlier. The Whirlwind Squad had 3 members, Captain Wang Lei, Zhang San Yang, and Chen Ernyo. Chen was said to possess godlike strength, a rare prodigy in martial arts who appeared once in a century. But just as fate is fair, while he was gifted with superhuman power, he lacked intelligence. He probably struggled to connect even with middle schoolers, maybe only sharing a common language with kids in elementary school. "No money again. No money again." Ernyo came running over, his face full of anxiety and his voice trembling. He had just checked with the nurse and found out that the boss account was already empty. If they didn't pay soon, the hospital would have no choice but to remove the life support tubes. Out of money again. Sanyang's brows immediately furrowed. The reason they switched to Jinling First People's Hospital was because the medical bills in the capital were outrageously high. What was even more frustrating was that hospital, relying on its size, refused to give them any explanation, forcing them back to Jinling for treatment. But no one expected that after just a few days' delay here, their savings would be completely drained. "They'll go see if there's a place to rent," Wang Xiuxiu said anxiously, pulling out her phone to contact a real estate agent. "Stop it," San Yang interrupted, rubbing her temples. "With the economy like this, forget about buying a 20 million yuan villa. There aren't even many people spending tens of thousands on small apartments. It's all your fault." Chu Sheng cut in sharply, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "If you women treated buying houses as a serious goal, prices wouldn't keep falling and the economy wouldn't be tanking." "That makes sense." Ernyo nodded vigorously, feeling Chu Sheng had hit the nail on the head. When he first started earning, everyone around him urged him to buy a house quickly. But the moment San Yang made money, no one pressured her. She just kept spending on food, fun, and shopping. Now the men's pockets were empty. If women really could hold half the sky, China might still be thriving for another 20 years. That's nonsense. Sanyang fireballed in anger and scolded them. Then, instantly switching to a pitiful tone, she pleaded, "Little brother Chu, look how tough things are for us now. Why don't you just buy our villa?" Stabbing right in the lungs there. All that negativity plus 10. Chu Sheng internally groaned, but kept his poker face. "Who's stabbing lungs?" he asked, feeling he was just stating facts. Sanyang continued, "That villa was bought by our boss for 27 million yuan a few years ago. If you buy it, we'll give it to you for 25 million. How about that? 25 million? Chu Sheng forced a bitter smile to himself. It was clear they didn't see him as an outsider. On his face, though, he feigned regret. "Sanyang, it's not that I don't want to help, I just don't have that kind of money. Honestly, I'm just a kept man supported by rich women." "A kept man?" Sanyang's eyes widened in shock. "You're a young guy, and you're happy to be kept by women?" At that moment, other patients waiting nearby, who had been ready to curse, all froze, suddenly quiet, and perked up their ears. "What kind of nonsense is that?" Chu Sheng replied confidently, disregarding their stares. "Women paying for men is perfectly natural. It's not some bonus point, it's standard operating procedure." "Damn." The male bystanders swore outright. While those words stung, they quietly thought about how without rich women supporting them, nobody would spend money on the man. They quickly started looking down on Chu Sheng, eager to kick him out of the men's social circle. The women, meanwhile, were even more disdainful, thinking this kept man had no backbone. But when their gazes drifted to Chu Sheng's well-defined figure and the muscles outlined under his fitted t-shirt, they couldn't help but feel a bit envious, even jealous of how pampered those rich ladies' lives must be. Scorn +1, negativity +1, jealousy +1, negativity +1. Chu Sheng seized every opportunity, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth as he thought, "Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. I can't let it slip away." Just as he was about to make another move to harvest, a doctor in a white coat hurried over with a grave expression. "If you don't pay soon, we'll have to remove the oxygen tube." "No, you can't take it off. You can't." Wang Xiaoxia's eyes welled with tears as she pleaded, voice trembling. The doctor replied coldly, "The hospital isn't a charity. If you don't pay, the hospital's annual financial report will take a huge hit. If everyone refuses to pay, how is the hospital supposed to survive?" Sanyang paced anxiously, heart a tangled mess, unsure where to find the money. The doctor sighed and shook his head. "Your brother's been poisoned by snake venom, and it's reached his heart. Even the rarest antidotal herbs can only delay the toxin, not cure it. Unless you can find an antidote herb that's at least 200 years old, there's no permanent cure." 200 years old. Everyone's spirits sank completely. After all, the spiritual energy revival here was only a century or so old. Where could they possibly find a 200-year-old herb? Chu Sheng's chest puffed up, ready to put on a show with a dramatic flourish, already imagining the perfect soundtrack for his entrance. Just as he stepped forward, a heavily accented voice interrupted. "See Dao Pu, let me give it a try. Maybe I can help detoxify him." "Who's that?" Chu Sheng's face darkened, turning around with displeasure. Walking towards them was a foreign doctor dressed in a white coat, blonde-haired and blue-eyed, quite different from their local doctors. Sanyang's eyes brightened instantly, as if seeing a savior. The revival of spiritual power wasn't limited to their country. Abroad, many foreigners had awakened light-type abilities, and their instant healing skills were far superior to domestic ones. Although light-type ability users existed at home and had made progress under court support, they still couldn't compare to these foreign experts. "Mr. Bugabin." The Chinese doctors quickly approached respectfully. This foreign expert was hired at great expense by the hospital and was a genuine light-type ability user. "Hello." Bugabin nodded with an accent. Then his gaze shifted to Sanyang. "I'm an S-rank light ability user, Qi C realm level 8. I possess a skill that purifies toxins. Light ability, Qi C level 8. Detox skill." The onlookers' faces lit up more and more. Their hopes flared like a sparked fire. They might really have a chance this time. Then Bugabin turned serious. "However, my fee is very high. I heard you own a property worth over 20 million. If you want me to intervene, whether or not I succeed in curing the poison, that house must be my payment." As soon as he said this, a burst of whispers exploded around them. "No way, that's shameless. Pay if it works or not. Foreigners only care about money, no conscience at all. This is robbery in the middle of a crisis. Treatment costs more than 20 million for a house." The atmosphere instantly grew tense, charged with anger and mixed emotions swirling through the crowd. "The reason you think it's expensive is because we have subsidies abroad. Medical treatment costs this much all the time." "That's right, SS or level light-type awakeners are incredibly rare, so their fees are ridiculously high. Just wait, our nation will bring these prices down sooner or later." Whispers buzzed constantly all around, but the foreigner's offer didn't change one bit. Sanyang suddenly faltered, unsure what to do. Although Bujayabin's ability gave some hope, the villa was still their last lifeline. If this detox attempt failed, not only would Wang Lei's life be lost for sure, but their hard-earned home would be gone too. It would be a total loss. Both the man and the property in Wang Lei's life would have no chance of continuing. How about it? Bu Jiabin urged, his heavy accent thick. You need to decide quickly. If you drag it out any longer, I can't guarantee success. San Yang turned to look at Wang Xiuxiu, wanting to hear her opinion. The sister's close bond made her hesitate, but the patient was Wang Xiaoxi's own brother, and the villa was his family's property. This critical decision was not hers to make. Save him. Wang Xiaoxi's eyes glistened with tears as she nodded firmly, without hesitation. Even if it meant losing everything, as long as there was a sliver of hope, she was willing to risk everything. All right, he'll start treatment right away. Bu Jiabin confirmed, then quickly strode into the ICU ward. Chu Sheng stood silently on the side without a word of opposition. It wasn't that he wanted to curry favor with the foreigner or become cheap Brazilian steak, but he had already seen through the entire situation. The Imperial Capital Hospital once had an SS-level light-type awakener Simone with a talent capable of easily breaking down toxins. And Wang Lei had been transferred from there. If this detox treatment really worked, the Imperial Capital wouldn't have ignored it. This Bu Jiabin was probably just after the villa. As for why Chu Sheng didn't expose this, it was because he wanted them to experience utter despair. When their money was all spent, their home destroyed, and their loved ones nearing the end of life, he would then step in to help. A rare kindness like warmth amid snow they'd never forget. What? What if I'm wrong? Chu Sheng chuckled dryly to himself. Then he'll just poison him again. Guess I really am too evil. He turned to look toward the ICU. Bu Jiabin was already standing by Wang Lei's bedside, holding a jeweled wand. He adopted a solemn, sacred expression and began chanting slowly. Tear through the darkness. O light, purify as dawn disperses the night. At his words, the wand suddenly blazed with dazzling radiance, instantly illuminating the entire ICU. The beam shone directly on Wang Lei, quickly dispelling the black aura around him. It's working, it's working. San Yang and Wang Xiuxiu stared anxiously at the bed, eyes full of hope. But the good scene didn't last. The wand's glow began to fade, and the black mist swiftly recovered Wang Lei's body. It's failed. Bu Jiabin shook his head helplessly, exhaustion etched across his face. Brother. Wang Xiuxiu covered her mouth, choking back sobs, unable to accept the cruel reality. Captain. San Yang and Ernie's faces were filled with pain, as if their whole world was shattering. Can I try? Just when everyone was sinking into heavy grief, Chu Sheng suddenly spoke, a confident, almost cocky look on his face. The three who had been frowning immediately turned their heads toward the source of the voice. However, when they saw it was Chu Sheng speaking, the flicker of hope in their eyes instantly faded. They had no intention of trusting this pretty-faced young man with the antidote. Third Madam and the others showed their suspicion openly, while patients in nearby wards looked on coldly, shaking their heads and silently thinking, what is this kid causing trouble for? Get lost. The doctor from the Celestial Empire wore an impatient expression and waved Chu Sheng away. After all, Chu Sheng was so young, showing no trace of the demeanor of a real healer. Even though he was a rare light-type awakener, simply looking like an imperial citizen made it impossible for him to have the skill to remove the poison inside Wang Lei's body. Chu Sheng listened to the cold jeers around him and sighed helplessly in his heart, thinking, being the protagonist is truly not easy. He had intended to quietly save a life, but instead a bunch of minor characters were using their status to look down on him. It was infuriating. Don't fight, don't fight. At that moment, a heavily accented voice sounded. Bu Jiabin stepped forward like a civilized man to stop the conflict, then hesitated a little and asked, may I know your name, friend? Let's skip the Chinese name. Chu Sheng quickly waved his hand and said, I deeply admire your country's culture, so I gave myself a foreign name, Wasnababa. Wow, jumping right in with a foolin' ULT. The atmosphere immediately turned strange. Hearing the name Was, the crowd's expressions shifted, and some began to understand the hidden meaning. Bu Jiabin didn't quite get it, and just thought Chu Sheng was honoring their culture. The imperial doctor jumped up angrily and shouted, Kid, what nonsense are you spouting? Then he cursed, how dare you bark like a dog? Before the words were finished, a lively little white beast leapt out swiftly, heading straight for the provoking doctor. Without giving the doctor a moment's reaction, the little white beast stretched out its paw and jabbed the doctor's eye. After scoring a hit, it executed a spinning white rabbit move, cleverly using the doctor's face as a springboard and nimbly jumping back onto Chu Sheng's shoulder. The doctor clutched his eye in pain and was kicked to the ground so fast no one could react. Third Madam was shocked and stared curiously at the little white creature accustomed to dealing with demons and beasts. They could recognize spirit beast qualities, but had never seen anything like this one, which could speak and was so intelligent. Not to mention the speed it had just shown. It was nothing like an ordinary low-level demon beast. Releasing rabbit to bite people, negative energy 10. Chu Sheng smiled wryly in his heart, but said defensively, I didn't release a rabbit, it bit itself, okay? Amid the commotion, other doctors shouted in a panic, quick, call security. Within seconds, a security team arrived rapidly, led by an elderly man with white hair wearing a white coat and a name badge clearly the hospital director, Director Huang. The injured doctor hurriedly stood up, furious, and complained to the director, Director Huang. You're just in time. This kid not only started a fight, but arrogantly insulted Jinling First People's Hospital as garbage, claiming we can't cure the disease, but he can sob. Chu Sheng was speechless, knowing the plight of the protagonist had only spoken casually to test the waters, but to these minor characters, it turned him into an obnoxious troublemaker. Director Huang listened to the report, glanced at the unconscious Wang Lei in the ward, and his expression darkened. As the director of Jinling First People's Hospital, he naturally knew the director of the Imperial Capital Hospital and understood that Wang Lei had been transferred there to handle this hot potato of a case. Originally, he had been struggling over how to deal with such a thorny matter, but unexpectedly, Chu Sheng took the initiative to come over. Director Huang, the security guard whispered, asking whether they should detain Chu Sheng. However, Director Huang had already made up his mind. He waved his hand gently to refuse, a hint of compassion in his voice. As doctors, our duty is to save lives. If someone truly has superior medical skill, we should remain humble, not be jealous of their talent. If this young man can really detoxify the patient, we mustn't stop him from treating them. Chu Sheng narrowed his eyes, sizing up Director Huang with suspicion. Although he didn't know what schemes the man was hiding, a thought flashed through his mind. All truly successful people are bad guys, while kind-hearted good people have long been weeded out through fierce competition. Genuine success rarely comes from kindness alone. Nearby, San Yang and the others wore conflicted expressions, unsure whether to trust Chu Sheng. He clearly ignored them, handing a phone to Xiaobai and signaling to record everything for evidence. Without hesitation, he pushed open the ICU door and strode directly toward Wang Lei's bedside. Who let you in? Get out now. A young nurse cried out, rushing forward to sternly warn any outsiders not to enter. But before she could approach, Director Huang raised his hand to stop her silently. Chu Sheng was blunt and unyielding, immediately pulling off Wang Lei's oxygen tube. Then he waved lightly and pulled a small piece of a red blood ginseng root from his pocket. Red blood ginseng replenishes blood and vitality, symbols of life force. Though not necessarily an antidote, it was enough to sustain Wang Lei's life. This root was a 1,000-year-old spirit ginseng, enhanced through 10 transformations, far stronger than those a century old. Looking at the ginseng in his hand, Chu Sheng said confidently, this should be enough. San Yang, what are you doing? Seeing him pull off the oxygen tube, San Yang and the others were furious, ready to rush forward and stop him. But before they could act, Chu Sheng had already forced the red blood ginseng into Wang Lei's mouth. Instantly, the dark energy receded like a tide, and Wang Lei's eyelids began to flutter slightly. Impossible. Director Huang's eyes widened in shock, as if seeing a hallucination. Initially, he had planned to shift the blame and attribute Wang Lei's death to Chu Sheng. If held accountable, Chu Sheng might only face disciplinary action and could even be persuaded gently. But unexpectedly, this young man named Chu Sheng had not only challenged the authority of imperial medicine, but outright tore up the death sentence handed down by the powerful, pulling Wang Lei back from the brink of death. Suddenly, on the bed, Wang Lei coughed violently, the sound clear to everyone present. Alive! He's alive! The whole room erupted in cheers. Everyone had assumed Chu Sheng was just a pretty boy coasting by on looks, but no one expected him to snatch a man back from the jaws of death so effortlessly, leaving them amazed at how so easy it seemed. Chu Sheng calmly explained, I don't really understand medicine. It's all about rare treasures and how old they are. Huh. Xiaobai cradled his phone, tilting his head with a puzzled expression. What on earth are these people barking about? It's just a root from a millennium-old red blood ginseng. Back when it was in the forest, it would toss away one root after another without a second thought. To have such an over-the-top reaction from people so inexperienced, shouting and screaming like this? Absolutely impossible, absolutely impossible. Bujabin immediately panicked, shouting in alarm as he rushed to Wang Lei's bedside to check. Sure enough, the toxins inside Wang Lei's body had started to recede. He coughed a few times, his eyelids twitched lightly, then finally opened his eyes. The heart rate monitor by the bed showed a strong beat, and his pulse gradually steadied. Brother! Wang Xiuxiu could no longer hold back. She threw herself against the bed, hugging it tightly as tears streamed down her face. Ever since she learned her brother was poisoned and hanging by a thread, she had been agonizing every night, unable to sleep. Especially after receiving the hospital's critical condition alert, the weight was suffocating. She couldn't even imagine life without him. Saved a life. Positive energy 100. Not bad, not bad. Chu Sheng muttered to himself with a satisfied smile. He remembered when he first brought back that red blood ginseng root. It only cost him 100 points of positive energy. Now, the effects of just a small piece of its root had already paid back that investment. All future profits would be his alone. Third sister, Ernyo, the boss has woken up. The two men wore faces full of excitement and relief. There was finally hope for their family to continue. Yet just as everyone was ready to celebrate, The black vapor that had been slowly dissipating suddenly stalled. It hovered over Wang Lei's chest, directly above his heart, beginning a slow, circling motion. Third sister, what is this? Her face instantly turned pale as she anxiously glanced at Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng said gravely, the poison runs too deep. What I gave him earlier wasn't an antidote, only temporarily suppressed the toxins. To fully cure him, we need the right medicine for the poison. The right medicine? A chill ran through everyone's hearts. Their desperate hope instantly turned into endless despair. The doctors had already made it clear that a specific antidote herb, one aged more than 200 years, was required to neutralize the poison. But with the spirit aura awakening having only lasted under 100 years, such an herb simply couldn't be found anywhere. Temporary suppression? Director Huang exhaled deeply, relief washing over his face. After all, Wang Lei was a rising star in the Tianqiao youth, drawing the attention and competition of many powerful factions. If Chu Sheng managed to save Wang Lei before anyone else, it would humiliate Jinling First People's Hospital, making them the laughingstock. Since Chu Sheng couldn't fully detoxify, and neither could anyone else, things were at least a one lost face. At the same time, Bujabin relaxed somewhat on hearing that the detox had failed. If Chu Sheng had succeeded in curing the snake venom after him, his reputation would have taken a heavy hit, making it hard to stay prominent in Tianqiao and forget about getting free steak in the future. Chu Sheng glanced at the two, seeming unwilling to let them off the hook just yet, and said, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? What's the bad news? Ernyo asked, his eyes flickering with curiosity. The bad news, I just told you. Chu Sheng answered honestly. I can only temporarily suppress the toxin. To fully detoxify, the right antidote herb is absolutely necessary. And the good news? Third sister and the others' hearts pounded as they stared at Chu Sheng, desperate to hear any hope that could save their lives. The good news is, Chu Sheng spoke slowly. I still have the medicine we used to counter the snake venom earlier. I can't promise it'll keep Wang Lei safe forever, but there's enough for 2.5 years. 2.5 years. San Yang and the others gasped aloud. Their voices exploded in the dim room like a blast of life, bringing a rare hope. Even though it only extended Wang Lei's life by 2.5 years, this was by far the most uplifting news they'd heard in months' time, enough to keep searching for a true cure. But Chu Sheng's tone shifted, growing serious. This antidote isn't cheap. You all. Chu Sheng Wang's Xiaoxia's eyes welled up as she rushed forward and knelt, trembling with anguish. Please, save my brother. He's the only family I have. If you save him, he'll serve you my whole life, this one, the next one, even the one after that. Hey, what are you doing? Chu Sheng hurriedly helped her up, his voice full of helplessness. I'm a gentleman, no habits like that. He smiled and shook his head. Although he had built a pavilion on the second floor of his house, he wasn't like those old landlords. Neither would he bring girls home as servants like the folks next door. At most, he might have someone help tidy up the messy rooms, but no one came and went at will. That young man is? Wang Lei's weak eyes strained to focus, his voice hoarse. That's Chu Sheng, San Yang answered at once. He's the new neighbor who just moved in next door. Silla Du Pu, Bugabin. A man with a thick accent cut in. We agreed earlier, whether we succeed or not, the villa belongs to me. So he's not your neighbor's mine. San Yang and the others' faces darkened with anger, but there was nothing they could do. What frustrated them even more was that if they had known Chu Sheng was such a skilled doctor, they wouldn't have agreed so easily just now. Now they were utterly defeated, no money, no home. Turning over his hat, all that remained in their hearts was regret and despair. Well, that's the effect I was going for. Chu Sheng said, feigning nonchalance. If you have nowhere to stay, you can come to my place for now. What a good guy. Ernyo gratefully thanked him repeatedly, their favor for Chu Sheng skyrocketing. San Yang, is this appropriate? She looked conflicted. After all, Chu Sheng was a pretty face, and bringing people home didn't seem quite right. Chu Sheng smiled wryly, aware it wasn't ideal either. It wasn't that he wanted to enjoy the life in his pavilion. Su Yaya, that little rich lady, was far too difficult to deal with. If he dared bring anyone home, she would be cutting him with a kitchen knife in no time. He knew this perfectly well. So he went straight to Director Sun and got the phone back from that little white hand, recording Director Huang nodding in approval for the nurse to let people into the ICU, as well as the entire process where he saved Wang Lei with the injection. Chu Sheng smiled slightly and stood before Director Huang. What are you trying to do? Huang frowned, his face darkening. Chu Sheng, you're no good. Nothing much. Chu Sheng smiled meaningfully, voice low. Director Huang, I'm sure you don't want me uploading these videos online exposing your illegal actions, allowing outsiders into the ICU, and botching life-saving efforts, right? Yu Huang trembled with fury, desperate to kick Chu Sheng away immediately. Enough with the Yu. Chu Sheng calmed down, lowering his voice. Return the villa to us and pay me 20 million as hush money, and he'll delete the videos. How about that? You're quite bold, kid. Huang stared deeply at Chu Sheng, sharp as a blade. Then, calming himself, he warned, but your top priority right now isn't haggling prices, it's deleting that foreign novel you wrote. Reality is more dangerous than you think. Even someone like Wang Lei, a favored son of destiny, must choose silence. Do you really think this video can take me down? The entire passage carefully preserves all core plot points and details, with smoother language, richer scenes, more direct emotions, and a tighter overall pace. Non-essential subplots are minimized to maintain clear and complete story clarity. Damn, not even pretending anymore. Chu Sheng couldn't hold back a curse, staring at Dean Huang in shock. He had expected the dean to at least care about his reputation, but instead, Huang laid his cards on the table without hesitation, coldly saying, "What can you do to me? Kid, you have no grip on reality." Dean Huang scoffed, eyes full of disdain. As the dean, his power far exceeded anything Chu Sheng could imagine. Just because you flipped through a couple of novels doesn't mean you're invincible. In the real world, you're not even on my level. You have no right to negotiate with me, and don't even think about threatening me. Yeah, what can you do to me? Bujibin stepped forward proudly, chest out, acting like a high-status foreigner. Seeing the situation going south, Sanyang hurriedly grabbed Chu Sheng, trying to persuade him to back down. Don't be fooled by the Whirlwind Squad's reputation in the demon-hunting world against these powerful elites. They're nothing. Otherwise, how could they just quietly transfer here after a medical accident with no explanation? I don't buy it. Chu Sheng's stubborn temper flared. He pulled out his phone. Song Zhong, I remember you said you're the second son of the Jinling Song family, the local boss of Jinling. If something happens, just shout your name, and ITLL work, right? Song Zhong, second son. Dean Huang's heart jolted, a chilling feeling creeping over him. He hadn't met Song Zhong, but knew the Jinling Song family was a powerful local clan, and vaguely that their second son was some kind of spoiled playboy. Sanyang's face suddenly twisted in confusion. She remembered Song Zhong got beaten by Chu Sheng and sent to jail just yesterday. They should be enemies, so why did Song Zhong suddenly become Chu Sheng's backup? Nothing much, Chu Sheng continued, still holding up his phone. There's a foreigner here who wants to buy the villa you fancy, the one next door to my place. I was terrified when I heard you want to chop off his limbs, gouge out his eyes, and sell them to Myanmar as kidneys. Bujibin flustered, frantically pushing Dean Huang to smooth things over. You really know Jinling's second son Song Zhong? The old dean squinted, half believing it, half doubting. But Chu Sheng had lived 2 lives, spent 10 years in the capital, seen countless important figures, and was immune to the arrogance of big shots like this. Master Song, he wants you to come over, Chu Sheng said, unfazed, even sneering at Dean Huang. No, no, no. Dean Huang quickly refused the meeting, though inside he suspected Chu Sheng was bluffing, but couldn't prove it. He was afraid Song Zhong really had him in his sights. With Bujibin also backing out of the villa deal, Huang had to yield. TCH, Chu Sheng sneered and hung up. What the hell is that old man up to? Meanwhile, Chu Sheng's second uncle Chen Shi was sitting comfortably in a foot massage parlor, enjoying himself. Had been chatting warmly with the foot masseuse when his phone rang. It was Chu Sheng, nagging on and on, leaving him confused. Uncle, I'm going all out. The masseuse pressed down hard with her diamond fingers on Chen Shi's foot. Chen Shi's eyes went wide. He took a deep breath, obviously thrilled by the intense massage. Swindling and deceiving people, negative energy 100. Who's swindling anyone? Chu Sheng immediately grumbled inwardly, insisting he was upholding justice. To put it more grandly, he was defending the dignity of their celestial dynasty and absolutely couldn't let their homeland be easily tainted by a foreigner. Time to go, no need to drag things out. Dean Huang, having suffered a loss, looked grim and knew he couldn't stay any longer. He waved his hand, signaling the security guards to disperse, while shooting the nurses a meaningful look, hinting that they should quickly kick out those patients who owed money and stop letting freeloaders occupy the beds. Then, with an impatient air, he turned and left. Let's go too. Chu Sheng never liked being driven away. Naturally, he wouldn't wait for others to lose their temper and directly told everyone not to linger here. Nyo immediately obeyed, stepping forward quickly to carry the weakened Wang Lei on his back. Although the 1,000-year-old crimson blood ginseng in Chu Sheng's hand couldn't completely detoxify, its effects were far superior to those overpriced hospital equipment. So this trip naturally saved them money. Sanyang, her face full of distrust and vigilance, she caught up and asked, "What's your relationship with Song Zhong? Didn't you two fight just yesterday?" "Yes, I did fight with Song Zhong yesterday, and personally sent him to the police station." Chu Sheng made no attempt to hide it, pulling at the corner of his mouth. "Just now I was just bluffing that foreigner for fun. I never expected he'd actually believe it." Bugabin's face turned ashen, his whole body trembling with anger, inwardly cursing these celestial dynasty people for being too cunning. Deceiving people's feelings, negative energy 100. Chu Sheng secretly felt this was helping him recognize society's treachery and didn't pay much attention to Bugabin, turning to leave the hospital with Sanyang and the others. They drove their motorcycles all the way, racing back to the villa by the Qinhuai River. "Thank you." Wang Xiuxiu seemed to have mustered all her courage, bowing deeply to Chu Sheng at the door. In her heart, she calculated. First time helping catch a thief, second time helping drive away that dandy Song Zhong, and now this third time lending a hand. Wasn't this Chu Sheng exactly the legendary repay with marriage candidate? You're welcome. Chu Sheng helped Wang Xiuxiu up, smiling that he was merely a good person. Just as he was jokingly teasing Wang Xiuxiu, a black business bin slowly stopped by the roadside. Inside the vehicle, Song Zhong and Li Beitian were quietly observing Chu Sheng's every move. What are we doing here? Song Zhong, catching sight of the shy blush on Wang Xiuxiu's face, felt anger surge in his heart. His original plan had been smooth. While Wang Lei was poisoned and in the ICU, he'd get his hands on Wang Xiuxiu's sister and simultaneously acquire a mansion worth tens of millions. But now, Chu Sheng had stolen all the glory and turned it into wedding clothes for him. Young Master Song, I've already contacted an assassin, Li Beitian reported nervously, but Chu Sheng's combat ability is extraordinary as an SSR-grade beast tamer who cultivated in the imperial capital for over 10 years. I'm worried those assassins simply can't kill him. If they can't kill him, why did you hire them? Song Zhong was so angry, he almost wanted to strike down Li Beitian. Don't worry, young Master Song. My plan is if the assassin can kill Chu Sheng, that's naturally best, but if not, it doesn't matter. The two sides will inevitably have a fierce battle, and as long as Chu Sheng makes a move and kills someone, we can use that opportunity to report to the authorities and go through proper channels. Li Beitian explained methodically. You're so devious. Song Zhong's lips curved up, his eyes flashing with a wicked smile. Once Chu Sheng can't help but make his move and kill someone, even if he just entered the Celestial Bureau, he won't be able to save himself. The entire situation was on the verge of erupting, with undercurrents surging. Chu Sheng couldn't help but shiver involuntarily, a sense of unease rising in his heart. He felt as if someone was secretly watching him, suspecting there might be troublemakers lurking with ill intent. Yet, when he scanned the area around him, he found no suspicious figures. Could it be his imagination playing tricks? Doubt crept into Chu Sheng's mind, but he shook it off and turned to head home. Whether he was truly being watched or not, he knew one thing for certain. Staying cautious and composed was never something to let slip. Once home, he planned to make a trip to the other world not just to help his spirit pet Xiao Bai find food, but also to quickly search for the antidote that would bring Wang Lei back to work as soon as possible. As soon as he returned and arrived at the familiar Tungwang Pavilion on the second floor, Xiao Bai suddenly became alert, tensing up all over. Although it was just an auxiliary spirit pet, it was a natural-born innate spirit beast, having endured years of trials in a cruel primal forest, making its danger perception extremely sharp. Who's there? Chu Sheng also sensed something was wrong and quickly scanned his surroundings. At that moment, a man suddenly appeared out of thin air, wearing a black hooded mask, clad in tight night black clothing that covered him completely, without a single gap. Chu Sheng's heart jolted, instantly connecting the man's presence to his past experience as an Imperial Capital martial student. The man's voice was hoarse and grating. I hid so thoroughly, yet you still found me. But it doesn't matter. From the moment I appeared before you, your fate was sealed. Villains die by their own words. Aren't you afraid of exposing yourself first? Chu Sheng cut him off sharply and charged forward, pouncing directly. Fists and feet collided with dull thudding sounds. Chu Sheng threw a heavy punch, but the other man easily intercepted it. The man sneered coldly. Useless. You're only around the third or fourth realm of the foot soldier level, while I have reached the first realm of Grandmaster. His strength was steady and solid, radiating killing intent. You may be a Grandmaster, but you're just an awakener. Chu Sheng's eyes darkened suddenly as he burst forth with even greater power. What? The man was stunned, pupils shrinking sharply as an immense pressure forcefully pushed him back. Although the gap between martial cultivators and awakeners narrows at higher levels, Chu Sheng's raw strength was like a hulking bipedal dinosaur clad in skin extremely formidable. Just as Chu Sheng thought brute force would win the day, his fist struck through what seemed to be an invisible projection, passing right through the man's figure as if he had no physical body. The man mocked smugly, it's useless. Though my ability isn't offensive, awakeners are natural enemies of martial cultivators. Unless you sewer-dwelling beast tamer types count. Too much nonsense. Chu Sheng stayed unfazed and swiftly spun around, launching a fierce kick back. With a loud bang, their forces clashed once more. Just as the man was about to activate his old trick of blurring his form, Chu Sheng whispered the secret phrase, open door mid-contact, indicating he had no intention to kill. Suddenly, a golden gate materialized before them with a loud boom. The gate split open, unleashing a powerful suction that pulled both men and Xiao Bai in like a black hole. The sudden shift drained the man's face of color, filling him with an indescribable terror for the first time. Despite years of experience without failure, this eerie situation left him bewildered, utterly oblivious to the technique Chu Sheng had just used. Woo-woo big windmill. Xiao Bai gripped Chu Sheng tightly, afraid of being flung away, its body rattling violently under the force of the suction. When Xiao Bai opened its eyes again, They were inside that familiar yet primeval forest, with the outline of the primitive tribe faintly visible in the distance. Gate opened successfully, consumed 3,010 points of positive energy. Damn, it cost over 3,000 points. Chu Sheng's eyes widened in shock. A curse immediately exploded in Chu Sheng's mind. Knew he only had 10 points of positive energy left. Compared to the last time when Xiaobai returned with 2,000 points, 1,000 points barely covered a single entry ticket at the Grandmaster level. Half the cost of Xiaobai's ticket, but right now Chu Sheng didn't have time to dwell on that. He quickly drew his level 5 heavy sword and swung it fiercely toward the man in front of him. What kind of place is this? The man was still dazed, looking confusedly around the unfamiliar surroundings, unclear how he had been teleported here. But Chu Sheng gave him no chance for explanation. The heavy sword flashed before his eyes as Chu Sheng unleashed the peak mastery move he had just learned, Break Moon Slash. Damn it! The man's pupils shrank sharply. He hurried to activate his ability to blur his form, but because had been distracted just moments before, the phasing was incomplete as the sword descended. Chu Sheng's heavy strike slammed down, shaking the ground violently. A fierce gust tore through the area, uprooting trees and cracking the earth in spiderweb-like fissures spreading outward. Ugh! The man spat blood as the sword's power blasted him back. Even so, he could endure such a blow, truly worthy of a Grandmaster-level cultivator. Chu Sheng spared no mercy and immediately pursued, raising his heavy sword again. Moving so fast he was nearly a blur. Though awakened beings don't possess the physical qualities of true martial cultivators, breakthrough cultivation rapidly enhances their stamina. This Grandmaster Awakened's flesh was already comparable to Chi C-tier martial artists. Still, his true goal was to leap beyond his rank and challenge Chi C experts. Sensing danger, the man forced himself to suppress his wounds with deep breaths, desperate to escape the threat. Trying to run? Chu Sheng sneered. In front of me, you either fail completely or die without a trace. Don't underestimate me. The man frantically phased his body again, hoping to shake off Chu Sheng. But Chu Sheng's sword crashed down once more, causing the earth to tremble even more violently. This time the man's phasing was complete, and he narrowly avoided the fatal blow. You're useless, he taunted, awakened or not. You can't slay me with martial techniques. But Chu Sheng's eyes were filled with disdain. To him, the gap between martial cultivators and awakened was huge, but not all awakened were invincible. Like that fairy who once prided herself before divorce afterwards, she was as worthless as a cheap water meter on the streets of Hangzhou, worth no more than 20 yuan for a dozen. Booming and thunderous, the Break Moon Slash struck repeatedly. The sword energy gathered like a storm, sweeping across the surroundings. The earth continued to tremble, the roar unrelenting without even a second's pause. Yu the man looked at Chu Sheng's relentless attack in terror, never imagining such strength. He had planned to use his ability to phase and evade, but phasing only lasts for so long. With a bang, the phasing dissipated. Chu Sheng's sword struck the man's head precisely, shattering it into a mass of gore. From the remains, a transparent crystal rolled onto the ground, shimmering with a faint glow. An ability core? Chu Sheng bent down and picked it up. When awakened reach Grandmaster level, they typically condense such an ability Korea unit that processes their power and greatly boosts their strength. After death, these cores quickly dissipate into the world. But the instant he touched the core, a sudden message flashed in Chu Sheng's mind. Activate prediction mode and acquire new ability? Mastering a new supernatural ability. Chu Sheng froze in place for a moment. Then a surge of overwhelming joy swept over him. Ever since the spiritual energy of the world revived, awakening supernatural powers had become the goal everyone yearned for. People were constantly trying to find ways to gain abilities after birth, some rudely extracted power cores from others to attach to themselves, others brewed pills to stimulate the mind, and some used modern technology to probe the nature of these powers, but without exception, all attempts ended in failure. Now, without struggling to break through the innate realm, just stepping into the rank of a low-level soldier, he could possess a second ability. The only downside was that this power core couldn't be preserved for long. Chu Sheng stared at the power core in his palm and sighed. Since those awakened who broke through to the master level could condense power cores, researchers had studied this mysterious substance from every angle. But it was like an ice cube once removed from the body, it quickly dissolved. Despite trying every method, they couldn't find a way to store it long-term. Damn, this is really giving me a hard time. He reflected that after facing 2 waves of assassin attacks recently, he suspected maybe he had attracted trouble by being too conspicuous and had planned to lay low to avoid suspicion. But now there was a new problem after all. He wasn't a demon who could go around digging power cores off others' bodies. He could only wait helplessly for them to come to him. There's movement ahead. The intense fight earlier had alerted the barbarians of the primal tribe. A group of wild men carrying bone spears darted rapidly through the forest. Their formation scattered, and they charged straight toward Chu Sheng. Time was tight. Chu Sheng glanced at the power core in his hand, realizing he had to end the battle quickly. Reluctantly, he gave up over 3,000 points of ticket revenue, focusing instead on his remaining 1,435 points of positive energy. His negative energy was a staggering 11,260 points, which, when offset, converted into 7,065 points of positive energy. Heartbroken, he had no choice but to head home. Suddenly, the world spun around as he traveled through time and space with Xiaobai, successfully returning to Tungwang Pavilion. The return consumed 2,010 points of positive energy, and Chu Sheng complained, "Shouldn't the kids' ticket be half price? I'm really reluctant to spend so much. Next time, he'd think twice about bringing Xiaobai along." But there was no time to dwell on that now. He sat cross-legged on Tungwang Pavilion's large bed, entering simulation mode to begin understanding his new ability. Xiaobai, as if sensing his master's concentration, obediently crouched by his side. Outside the villa, Song Zhong and the others grew anxious. "Weren't you saying he's a professional expert? It's already moonlight, and still no success report." Song Zhong frowned, complaining. Li Batian hurriedly reassured, "Don't rush. If we want to kill Chu Sheng this time, we have to create an accident. The assassins must be setting up the scene carefully. We can't leave any clues." "What a pain." Song Zhong muttered a few words. Before he could curse for 2 minutes, Li Boshan's phone suddenly rang. It was the underground broker. On the line, the other side urgently reported, "The assassin's tracker has lost signal." "What? The tracker disappeared?" Li Batian instantly switched to speakerphone and anxiously questioned for details. "The tracker was completely cut off, no more signals," came the reply. A hoarse voice came through the phone on the other end. "We've equipped every assassin with a tracker, but just now the signal vanished abruptly inside the target's home." "The tracker disappeared?" Li Boshan's senses immediately sharpened. His expression tightened as he hurriedly pressed, "What's going on with the tracker? Could the target have installed some kind of signal jamming device?" "Impossible." The other party's tone was resolute. "Our tracking technology is not only cutting edge, but globally comprehensive. Unless the device was physically destroyed or the target was somehow transported to another dimension, the signal cannot just vanish into thin air." "Transported to another dimension?" Li Batian muttered, frowning deeply. That just didn't sound real. Setting aside whether alternate worlds even exist, how could Chu Sheng, a mere ordinary beast tamer living in the sewers, possibly possess the ability to teleport someone? He quickly reached a conclusion. The tracker must have been destroyed. "This makes sense now," Song Zhong said excitedly. "Chu Sheng definitely killed him. After discovering the tracker, he disabled it. He must still be at home dealing with the body. We need to report this immediately so my uncle's people can rush over and arrest Chu Sheng the assassin." "The assassin was killed?" Li Batian whispered again, increasingly doubtful. Chu Sheng was only at a low to mid-level novice stage, while the other party was a first-level grandmaster awakener a full 2 tiers higher. Even if their power was intangible and their attacks limited, for Chu Sheng to silently kill such a high-level opponent, it didn't add up. If the other party were still alive but the signal vanished mysteriously, that also made no sense. Unless Chu Sheng truly possessed the strength to kill him, the tracker's disconnection couldn't have happened without leaving a trace. But Song Zhong ignored the complex deductions, focused only on getting Chu Sheng handed over to authorities, to show him how it feels when his own tactics are turned against him and to have the moral high ground to point fingers. The scene shifted to inside the Tungwang Pavilion. Xiaobai lay lazily beside Chu Sheng as the ability crystal in his hand quietly disappeared. Spent 5,000 positive energy points to simulate physical intangibility succeeded. Chu Sheng slowly opened his eyes, sensing subtle changes in his body. Rather than saying he simulated the intangible ability himself, it was more accurate to say the ability crystal contained a skill book named Physical Intangibility, recording the assassin's understanding and mastery of this power before his death. Once Chu Sheng activated simulation mode, he unlocked this secret manual. Unfortunately, the assassin's intangibility talent was only rated level, meaning he could only master this one skill, and the intangible state could last a maximum of 3 seconds. Still, it was a powerful trump card. Chu Sheng didn't linger on this and immediately opened his attribute panel. Name, Chu Sheng. Race, human. Bloodline, none. Constitution, none. Profession, awakener, martial artist. Level, novice stage 4. Talent, SSR grade. Skills, human-faced beast heart, blood boiling, beast fury, physical intangibility 3 seconds. Martial arts, moonbreaker / peak mastery. Spirit pet, innate spirit rabbit contract limit 11. Positive energy, 55 points. Negative energy, 0 points. Training mode, off. Enlightenment mode, off. Evolution mode, off. Simulation mode, off. Bloodline, constitution, none. Staring at the numbers in front of him, Chu Sheng murmured to himself, fixating on the bloodline and constitution categories. He used to think these traits were innate and fixed at birth, no room for later improvement. But now, after realizing new abilities could be awakened via ability crystals, he began to suspect some traits might be acquired postnatally. Just as he was lost in thought, The tablet beside him abruptly blared an alarm: unauthorized intrusion, warning harshly interrupting his reflection. Someone broke in. Chu Sheng frowned and reached out to tap his tablet. On the screen appeared the view of the courtyard. Four constables were silently climbing over the outer wall. Dao Gu and Hong Go immediately started barking fiercely at the intruders, their aggressive stance deterring the constables from rashly entering deeper into the villa. Neighbors Sen Yang and Nyo, hearing the commotion, quickly came running over from their own homes. What are you doing? Nyo snapped angrily, pointing at the four and yelling, "This is a private residence. Don't you know that? Who gave you permission to break in?" "We received a tip-off," one constable said grimly, his tone calm. "The occupant of this house has killed someone, and the body is being dealt with inside. We rang the doorbell but got no answer, so we had no choice but to climb over the wall." Sen Yang immediately interrupted, "No choice? Do you have a search warrant? Who authorized you to barge into someone else's home like this?" "We don't have to explain ourselves to you," the constable retorted coldly, glancing at Dao Gu and Hong Go. Although the two dogs had just reached the first level of the small soldier realm and awakened attribute powers, they posed no real threat in the city. The constables in Eastern Jinling were all highly skilled and certainly not intimidated by two little dogs. Just as they were about to take action against Dao Gu and Hong Go, Chu Sheng slowly stepped out of the villa. Having seen the constable's aggressive approach on the surveillance feed and recalling the recent assassination attempt on his family, he did not hesitate to pull out his phone and call Wu Zhongxing and Zhang Xiyan. Knowing them not only made backdoor favors easier, but, more importantly, gave him a powerful ally in times of injustice. Woof, woof. Dao Gu and Hong Go immediately formed a protective circle around Chu Sheng, their bodies tense. Loyalty was commendable, but their strength was sadly lacking. Chu Sheng looked at the two dogs with a sigh. Just now, a Grandmaster-level assassin sneaked in without being noticed. "Hello," the lead constable greeted politely upon seeing Chu Sheng emerge. "Hello," Chu Sheng replied coolly, but hearing that simple hello set off his guard. Like an old friend who hasn't called in years suddenly ringinges it to rekindle the friendship? Or just to borrow money? Or maybe there's a blade hidden behind the words. "We received a tip-off," the lead constable began again, then cut straight to the point. "Someone was just killed in your house, and the body is still being dealt with inside. Prove it, or I'll sue you for slander." Chu Sheng warned decisively. "I'm a specially recruited student at Jinling University and plan to stay on as faculty. With such high morals, how could I possibly kill someone at home?" Exactly. Xiaobai nodded in agreement. "We didn't see you kill anyone just now." San Yang couldn't help but raise her eyebrows, thinking to herself that although Chu Sheng's words sounded lofty, deep down he seemed like a parasite, hardly the morally upright type. "Then what were you doing just now?" The lead constable glanced sharply at Xiaobai, who could talk, his gaze more piercing. "We rang your doorbell multiple times, standing right outside. You clearly heard it from inside, but you didn't open up? I'm basically an honest good kid. Honest +1, positive energy +1. Chu Sheng replied with an innocent look. The tense standoff carried both pressure and an awkward realism, the atmosphere freezing in cautious opposition. Chu Sheng muttered quietly to himself, but still spoke with full confidence. "I was just training in my home practice room. I'm not some mischievous kid who's hated studying since childhood, from a poor family wasting away cluelessly at school. Nor am I a failure who gave up on academics early and plunged into the world. I refuse to mark myself with the arrogant scars of fleeting youthful success and disbelief in the pain of parting. There's no need to act out cold romances or secret betrayals with my beloved, nor to travel with friends only to part ways with forced smiles and broken bonds." Every word cut sharply into the hearts of those present, causing their eyes to twitch slightly and a wave of sadness to wash over them. Each sentence struck a chord with their own unspoken memories from youth. It wasn't just because those days were in the past. This boy was shockingly young, but seemed to see through everything already, standing in the sunlight mocking their ignorance, as if had already discerned the path ahead. If it wasn't their first encounter with Chu Sheng, they might have thought he was deliberately targeting them. Right in the feels. Negativity 100. Chu Sheng mentally grumbled, silently defending his straightforward nature. "I'm just telling the truth. Who did I owe anything to?" Xiaobai nodded obediently again, as if serving as Chu Sheng's most loyal witness. Right or wrong, it was clear at a glance. At that moment, the lead constable revealed a cold expression and moved to enter the house for inspection. Chu Sheng immediately raised his hand to signal. "You can, but you have to show me a search warrant first. Once you do, come in any time you want." "A search warrant?" The constable's brow immediately furrowed, clearly sensing this young man would be hard to deal with. Still, recalling the orders from headquarters right before, he knew he had to push forward. It wasn't fear of offending second young Master Song Zonggit, was that he hoped to earn credit for this case. Just as several constables prepared to break in, Wu Zhongxing and Zhang Xiyan arrived hurriedly, quickly inserting themselves between the parties. They rushed into the villa courtyard, separating Chu Sheng from the constables, then showed their identity as deputy captain of the Central Bureau and coldly asked, "Which precinct are you from?" With the deputy captain's identity revealed, the constables suddenly felt immense pressure. Though they knew they'd hit a wall, they still forced themselves to explain. Captain Wu, we received a tip-off saying there's been a murder in Chu Sheng's house and the body is being dealt with. We're following procedure. Following procedure? Wu Zongsheng's face darkened. What murder? You barge into someone's home just on one tip? Is that how you were taught to investigate by your teachers? The constables were left speechless, realizing their explanation was weak and unjustifiable. Meanwhile, Song Zhong was growing impatient. Seeing the scuffle resume, he didn't hesitate and got out of the car. I personally just saw a Master Realm awakened individual enter his home and they haven't come out yet. Impossible. Is he crazy? Li Beitian looked on at Song Zhong stepping out, unable to suppress his disbelief. He had thought the plan was foolproof, ready for attack and retreat, with no loose ends. Never expected fate to hand him a clumsy ally silently stepping up as a witness, causing trouble. Again, that guy? Chu Sheng narrowed his eyes at Song Zhong's leisurely approach. A thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps the silkworm treasure armor really should find its owner now. Chu Sheng, you're finished. Song Zhong closed in on Chu Sheng, unusually smug and arrogant. No one can save you today. The uncles have already arrived. Ridiculous. Chu Sheng rolled his eyes, unwilling to bother with this cocky guy. Although that assassin managed to sneak into his villa earlier, the man was already at peace in another realm. Even if Song Zhong searched the entire world, he wouldn't find any evidence of Chu Sheng killing anyone. You just said Chu Sheng killed a master-level awakener. Zhang Xian glanced toward the villa, which was intact without a single scratch, and immediately rolled her eyes. Let alone the fact that Chu Sheng's cultivation is only at the 3rd or 4th tier of the novice rank. With his terrifying innate divine power, if he really fought a master-level awakener, not only would the villa be wrecked, the whole villa district would be in ruins. Wu Zhongxing nodded in agreement. Chu Sheng's innate divine power is indeed well-deserved. Looks like you all finally understand me. Chu Sheng instantly put on a face full of grievance, mimicking the mournful Do-E from the legend of June Snow. Betrayed emotionally, negative vibes 100. Even if you say that, Chu Sheng still felt exhausted inside and didn't bother arguing. Being attacked by an assassin sent by others in the middle of the night, fighting back successfully, yet being accused of playing on people's feelings. Being the protagonist is tiring. Next life, he might as well be the villain. You're just covering up. Covering up. Song Zhong jumped onto his moral high ground, gesturing wildly. You all just want to shield Chu Sheng, the murderer, support him. Are you worthy of the uniforms you wear? Are you worthy of the trust of the common people? You're making baseless trouble. Zhang Xian's expression instantly turned cold, her aura beginning to surge. The day before, she had personally witnessed Song Zhong's arrogant and overbearing behavior, and she already deeply disliked this spoiled playboy. Adding to that, she had just arrested him last night and was stunned that he had somehow been rescued. Her hatred toward Song Zhong intensified fiercely. Calm down. Wu Zhongxing saw Zhang Xian's emotions rising and quickly stepped forward to steady her. It's good that young people are passionate, but as a master, he needed to keep an eye on them, so they wouldn't give up halfway and become jaded, unmotivated old-timers. Song Zhong refused to back down and insisted that Chu Sheng was covering up, his confidence clearly backed by powerful allies. The 4 constables he had brought along, seeing his certainty and support, could only grit their teeth and echo, "We must search his villa today. Don't fight, don't fight." Chu Sheng, afraid his new home would be torn apart, reluctantly agreed to let them search. However, he wasn't a pushover. If the search turned up nothing, Song Zhong would have to give him a clear explanation. No problem. Song Zhong immediately waved his hand, pulling out something, still arrogantly boasting. This is a level 5 heavenly cicada cloak, capable of withstanding a full strike from a master-level expert. If you don't find any evidence in the search, this cloak will be yours. Is there such a good deal? Chu Sheng's eyes lit up, excitedly taking the weapon. Like the level 4 heavenly silkworm armor he already had, this heavenly cicada cloak was an internal armor with even higher defense slider and more breathable, like a close-fitting black camisole. As a gentleman, Chu Sheng also understood the principle of reciprocity. Now that someone was gifting him a level 5 celestial silkworm cloak, it was only natural for him to return the favor with a level 4 celestial silkworm armor. Although his level 4 armor couldn't match the level 5 cloak, the bond between people was priceless and couldn't be measured by money. Young Master Song. Li Batian hurriedly stepped forward to stop him, his face grim as an ominous feeling washed over him. The scene before him made him even more uneasy. An assassin had infiltrated the Chu family estate, and the tracking signal vanished right here. Yet Chu Sheng remained calm and composed, showing no sign of guilt or panic. Either Chu Sheng had incredibly strong mental fortitude, or had already dealt with the assassin thoroughly. Neither possibility was good. The first meant that this young man, only 17 or 18, was mentally tough and would likely retaliate fiercely if given the chance. The second was even scarier. Li Batian didn't believe Chu Sheng could have disposed of a body so quickly without powerful backing. Step aside. Song Zhong ignored the warning and pushed Li Batian away. As if under a protagonist's spotlight, he insisted on lowering himself to present the equipment to Chu Sheng. Then, flanked by 4 constables, he swaggered into the villa, beginning a thorough search. No matter how carefully they rummaged, there wasn't a single sign of a fight or any useful clue inside the house. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Song Zhong searched the entire place but couldn't reconcile the facts with reality. He had personally seen the assassin enter and the tracking signal disappear inside Chu Sheng's home. How could there be no trace at all? Young Master Song, we found a secret chamber, someone reported after comparing the first and second floors, quickly locating a hidden room called Tengwang Pavilion. A secret chamber? Haha. Chu Sheng, you're done for. You're going to get arrested. Song Zhong's arrogance burst forth as if he were singing, his face full of smug delight. Perched steadily on Chu Sheng's shoulder, Xiaobai widened his eyes in confusion. Was this guy crazy? Why was he so excited? But Song Zhong didn't restrain himself. He even started doing a strange cha-cha dance in front of Chu Sheng, then eagerly hurried upstairs to inspect the Tengwang Pavilion. Is this guy a clown sent by monkeys? Chu Sheng stood awkwardly, feeling increasingly embarrassed about his celestial silkworm armor. I think so too. Wu Zhongxing nodded in agreement. Not the sharpest tool in the shed, but even he couldn't understand where Song Zhong's confidence was coming from. Given the situation, anyone with half a brain could see there was no way Chu Sheng could lose. Song Zhong stubbornly shoved all his chips on Chu Sheng losing. If Chu Sheng weren't completely unofficial, had almost suspect it was some new form of bribery. Song Zhong strode upstairs and pushed open the Tengwang Pavilion's door, revealing an empty room. He froze, then descended into a frenzy of doubt. He tore through everything, even ripping apart the bedding as if forcing the assassin's body to be hidden there. But Chu Sheng stood calmly nearby, watching quietly with no intention of stopping him. After all, the other party had gifted him a level 5 celestial silkworm cloak for free. As the unofficial top brother on the leaderboard, tearing apart the bedding or messing things up a bite or even setting his villa on fire didn't really matter. It would just add to the excitement for the top-ranked brother. Captain Li, aren't you going to take a look? Wu Zhongxing completely ignored Song Zhong and instead turned around to greet his former superior. When Wu was deputy captain in Haicheng, Li Batian had made things difficult for him, causing plenty of trouble. But now, Wu Zhongxing had risen to deputy captain at the Jinling city headquarters, while Li Batian had been stripped of rank and forced to work as a bodyguard for the simple-minded playboy Song Zhong. The stark contrast instantly erased the humiliation Wu once endured, filling him with a refreshing satisfaction, like drinking an ice-cold Coke after decades. He couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Humph. Li Batian felt displeased but snorted lightly, quietly vowing, I managed to put Wu Zhongxing down before, he'll do it again. These grievances are only temporary. Even a broken tile can turn its fortunes around someday. For now, the most important thing was to get that troublemaker Song Zhong away quickly before he embarrassed himself further. Chu Sheng, just you wait. Song Zhong's expression twisted with madness. Realizing there was no point searching further, his anger flared, and he threw his blanket to the ground harshly. Ready to go home and stop playing the fool, his rage and frustration hitting peak levels. I know you're angry, but don't lose control. Chu Sheng, remembering their earlier bet, immediately stepped forward to block Song Zhong. What do you think you're doing, Chu Sheng? Li Batian quickly positioned himself in front of Song Zhong, flashing a sharp gaze to intimidate him. However, Chu Sheng also had his own standing in Jinling City. At that moment, Wu Zhongxing and Zhang Xian stepped out to support Chu Sheng pair, who always stood on the side of justice. They were naturally displeased to see Song Zhong come to provoke late at night and bully the honest, law-abiding Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng, don't be ungrateful. Song Zhong sneered when he couldn't shake Chu Sheng off. This grade 5 Tian Luo cicada cloak is a treasure of the Song family. If you dare wear it, you won't live to enjoy it. Before he finished, Xiaobai cut in with a sarcastic tone. Wow, didn't expect such a disgusting person exists. Your words are just hot air, losing then refusing to admit it, threatening others. No wonder your mother puked the moment she sensed your existence. That was a rather civil insult. Zhang Xian immediately turned to Chu Sheng as if to ask, did you teach him that? No, not me. Chu Sheng hurriedly denied. The rabbit learned that online by himself. Yu Song Zhong flew into a rage, wanting to vent on spicy rabbit heads. Ouch, still angry, huh? Xiaobai continued, provoking shamelessly. No wonder no one in your family spoke to you the year you were born. You've always been a little born spiteful. So cute. Xin Yang looked at the talking Xiaobai on Chu Sheng's shoulder with confusion, wondering how a rabbit could talk. Yu Song Zhong's face flushed red, his eyes fixed tightly on Chu Sheng. What are you looking at me for? I'm not a newborn. Chu Sheng retorted innocently. I don't know how it was when my mom was pregnant, but my dad called me dad for a whole year before I called him dad back. Then he excitedly said dad to me several more times. At these words, everyone present twitched, finally understanding why the rabbit had suddenly spoken. You can't trust the original, let alone the copy. You're asking to die. Song Zhong completely lost control of his anger and lunged fiercely at Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng was well prepared. His level 5 alloy greatsword suddenly sliced out. The blade aimed straight at the charging Song Zhong with a powerful downward strike. Though the sound of the sword hadn't yet reached the air, the fierce energy surged forward first. The level 5 alloy greatsword carried an overwhelming momentum, like the crushing weight of Mount Tai pressing down. Instantly, a fierce gust swept through the villa's hall, rattling the furniture as it was pushed back. Yet Chu Sheng did not seize this chance to draw the victor's blood. The sword's tip halted just an inch from Song Zhong's forehead, precisely slicing off a single lock of his hair that drifted to the floor. Everyone present was stunned by this scene. The strike erupted with formidable power, then retracted with perfect control, severing only the hair at Song Zhong's brow without causing him harm. It was a stunning display of mastery and violent elegance. So strong. Faces around him shifted dramatically, filled with admiration. Wu Zhongxing slowly muttered for words, his gaze lingering in awe. He had thought Chu Sheng would rely solely on his beast-taming talent after coming to Jinling, never expecting the young man's prowess in martial arts to be just as remarkable. After all, Song Zhong had begun practicing martial arts at age 3 and had trained tirelessly for over 30 years. Only days ago he had broken through to the 9th realm of his Qi Si and mastered a peak-level technique. In comparison, Chu Sheng was barely in his 20s, yet not only possessed SSR-grade beast-taming talent, but had also grasped martial techniques of equal caliber. This realization plunged Wu Zhongxing into self-mockery, feeling he had lived like a dog all these years. Hearing the clash, Dao Gu and Hongo immediately flanked Chu Sheng on either side, on high alert. Chu Sheng gripped his long sword and wore a cold expression. "You should count yourself lucky to be born in Tianqiao," he said, eyes sweeping to Song Zhong. "Lucky still to be in my homeblood spilled here is a real pain to clean." Song Zhong was both shocked and furious, glaring fiercely but afraid to move. Outside, his Song family's backing made him arrogant. But this madman Chu Sheng disregarded the Song family's power and subdued him effortlessly with a single slash. A heavy dread and rage blossomed in his heart. Fear 500, negative energy 500. Song Zhong thought inwardly. Chu Sheng immediately retracted his sword and ordered him to get lost, worried the man might get injured in his own home. Seeing this, Chu Sheng also snatched the Tianluo cicada garment from Song Zhong's hands. Though enraged, Song Zhong dared not resist. He shot a hateful glance at Li Batian and stormed off in fury. Li Batian sighed. "Sigh, this spoiled second-generation heir is really hard to please. The situation's so complicated now, there's no need to solve things with brute force. It's only a few 10,000s a month, really not worth risking our lives. Stealing treasured items." Chu Sheng immediately objected silently. What he won by strength did not count as theft. Nearby, San Yang and Erniu exchanged looks, their eyes fixed on the Tianluo cicada garment in hand, full of envy. In the early days of the spiritual energy revival, cultivation resources could still be exchanged with merits. But over 50 years ago, after the Red Moon disappeared and external pressures eased, some powerful figures used their high positions to divide up these resources. By the time wandering cultivators realized it, all the benefits had been taken by those top-tier elites. Now, not only are treasures like this rare, even dozens of spiritual fruits are nearly impossible to buy. What nonsense are you up to now? After Zhang Xiyan and the others had mostly left, she couldn't hold back and finally confronted him. Having personally guarded Chu Sheng for a whole month, she naturally didn't believe he had any noble qualities or integrity. Since Song Zhong dared to report him directly to the authorities and even wagered a level 5 Tianluo cicada cloak, he must have solid evidence. "I'm innocent." Chu Sheng immediately protested, his face full of grievance. "I'm clearly the victim here. That Song guy is the one causing trouble for me." "Stop, stop, stop." Wu Zhongxing quickly raised his hand to interrupt. "We don't have time for your protests. Just say clearly, what exactly happened?" Chu Sheng took a deep breath, looking helpless. "I was just practicing at home when suddenly a killer sneaked in, claiming I ruined Song Ershio's plans and was sent to kill me." "Ruined Song Zhong's plans?" Wang Xiuxiu mustered courage. Having just seen the scene at Chu Sheng's place and hearing about the assassin, guilt suddenly welled up inside her. Had she not stood up for Chu Sheng, he might have been assassinated by now. Her guilt intensified, and so did her negative emotions. Noticing Wang Xiuxiu's gaze, Chu Sheng froze for a moment. Xiaobai nodded vigorously, as if trying to vouch for him and prove his words were true. Lawless and outrageous. Zhang Xiyan exploded in anger, her sense of justice instantly ignited. What happened next? Wu Zhongxing remained calm but pressing. "That assassin really was a master-level awakened? How did you manage to escape from him?" Zhang Xiyan immediately caught on and turned to stare intently at Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng sighed, feeling weary but still confident. "I raised the stakes and directly gave him 3 century-old Zhu fruits. After accepting them, he left on his own." "Zhu fruits? 3 century-old?" San Yang and Ern Yo, standing by his background, let out sharp cries. Although they recognized each word separately, they couldn't comprehend them combined, utterly shocked beyond their imagination. Could anyone really pull out 3-century-old jus fruits at once to settle a dispute? What? You gave him 3-century-old jus fruits? Zhang Xian's eyes went wide as she stared at Chu Sheng. Having guarded him in Yun village for a whole month and seen him feeding rabbits with century-old jus fruits, she didn't doubt a word. Besides, she had witnessed his grand style of paying wages. Buying off someone with a few century-old jus fruits was routine for him. Losing 3-century-old jus fruits? Wang Xiuxiu felt an immediate tightness in her chest, as if struck hard. She thought even if she sold herself, she couldn't cover such a loss. Her guilt deepened further. Not only had she put Chu Sheng in danger, but also caused him to lose such precious items. Her negative emotions doubled. Xiu'er, you're way too sensitive, aren't you? Chu Sheng's gaze settled on Wang Xiuxiu, as if spotting a machine dedicated to scoring points. Zhang Xian's expression hardened with determination. This is a criminal case. Compared to everyone else's shock, Wu Zongsheng's face became noticeably serious. His gaze sharpened as he pressed for more details. Although he knew deep down that Chu Sheng had powerful backing and access to rare, precious materials, he himself didn't take it seriously at all. But if those 3-century-old jus fruits were stolen right under his watch, that would be a dereliction of duty by the Jinling Spirit Management Bureau. He had to report the case immediately and make sure the items were recovered. Without hesitation, he grabbed Chu Sheng and headed back to the bureau to record a statement. Chu Sheng hadn't expected Wu Zongxing to be so serious about it, and immediately regretted fabricating the bribery excuse earlier. His heart raced nervously. But Wu Zongxing ignored all that and forcefully took Chu Sheng back to the bureau for a night of iron window hospitality. It wasn't until 8 or 9 the next morning that a dazed Chu Sheng stumbled out, looking worn and haggard. Gotta say, you're something else. Zhang Xian couldn't help but tease. You've only been in Jinling City 3 days and already spent 2 nights locked up in our bureau. I absolutely refuse to come again tonight. Chu Sheng grumbled angrily and set off straight for home to catch up on sleep. But a protagonist's fate is never so simple. Before he even got home, his phone rang. It was Principal Gu Yun calling. Come to Jinling University right away. Isn't school starting tomorrow? Chu Sheng asked, puzzled, silently grumbling about the old principal. But before he could think more, Gu Yun snapped into the phone. No time for talk. Just get here. That old guy, just wait. Chu Sheng fumed with anger, but had no choice but to hail a cab and rush to campus. Not long after, he was back at Jinling University. The scene was much the same as last time, students bustling about, the campus lively and busy. Just as Chu Sheng was about to storm straight into the principal's office, a seemingly ordinary but sharp-eyed student blocked his path. Hey brother, what's up? The guy greeted familiarly. I'm Jiangxi Wei, a freshman from Jiuzhong Prefecture. Nice to meet you. I'm Chu Sheng from Yunsuan. Chu Sheng replied politely, shaking his hand. Yunsuan? Jiangxi Wei blinked, clearly unfamiliar. Listen, you just registered today, right? Every year on registration day, not only do new students gather, but there's also the legendary Senior Sister 618 party. I'm dealing in second-hand bedding used by the Senior Sisters. And that foot washing basin? Perfect for eating instant noodles. Want to grab a set? No thanks. Chu Sheng declined bluntly. I'm not into second-hand stuff. Even if I were, it'd have to be brand new, pure, and untouched. Brother, you're still too naive. Jiangxi Wei was undeterred, patiently continuing his sales pitch. The world's a harsh place. Finding a widow is tough enough, let alone a pure virgin. Quality guys are scarce nowadays. Trying to marry a virgin is like climbing to heaven. We gotta learn to compromise with reality. Chu Sheng smiled and patted his shoulder. Away, where there's a will, there's a way. As long as you find someone who shares your values, no matter how imperfect, you can build a family. You just don't get it. Jiangxi Wei frowned gloomily. In today's society, chasing girls is like crossing rivers full of carp. Even scoundrels struggle to marry. Ossified fools like us can only muddle along and go with the flow. Don't give up on yourself. Chu Sheng encouraged sincerely. If you're both a little rough around the edges, even if she's lazy or greedy, there'll come a day she'll loosen the belt. Is this fate then? Jiangxi Wei grew more sentimental, on the verge of despair. I laugh boldly under the sky, wielding my sword, ready to give life for the mountains, spending fortunes for love, and yet, nowhere to marry. Chu Sheng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, but had no words to reply, nodding quietly instead. This bittersweet exchange perfectly reflected Chu Sheng's tough but soft-hearted nature and the bittersweet struggles of youth drifting further from reality. Oh, lighten up. What if she turns out to be a good girl? A flicker of hesitation appeared on Jiangxi Wei's face. He clearly didn't want to see the girl he admired going hungry. True to his roots as a native of Jiujiang, his tough spirit was admirable. Seeing his stubbornness, Chu Sheng sighed but didn't press further. Just as Chu Sheng was about to take his leave and head toward Principal Gu Yun's office, a sudden commotion stirred among the students. They quickly converged toward one side of the sports field. Hurry up. Something good's about to happen. Someone shouted. I heard a few strong freshmen came this year. None of them are pushovers. Yeah, I heard Principal Gu really went all out, recruiting talents from all over the Eastern District. Looks like he hasn't given up. Yith wants these young guns to give the imperial capital a run for their money. Of course, after having his efforts fragmented 13 ways over a lifetime, he's been itching to make a stand. The chatter grew livelier, and Chu Sheng's curiosity got the better of him. He squeezed through the crowd to get a better look. On the field stood two figures. One was Jing Nan, the eldest son of the imperial capital's Jing family, whom Chu Sheng had met just a few days before. The other wore a school uniform and looked polished and refined, but his eyes were sharp as a wolf's, radiating a fierce, killing aura. That's him. Jiang Shiwei quickly joined, obviously recognizing the boy. Who is he? Chu Sheng asked. Nan Yutong, Jiang Shiwei answered. He's not like this year's martial arts champion Su Xia. He didn't take the martial arts entrance exam, but was the top scorer in the literary exam. His strength is unquestionable. People call him the deadly scholar. Polished on the surface, but ruthless in action. Watching the two on the field, Chu Sheng wondered silently, another Nange? Which one is the real Nange? Jiang Shiwei ignored the question and grabbed Chu Sheng's arm, pulling him toward the other side of the field. There, two more faced off. One rode a white horse with an imposing aura. Was the martial arts champion Su Xia from a few days ago. Opposite him stood a tall man with a calm smile, exuding the carefree vibe of a wandering knight, a man of unconventional style. Who's that? Chu Sheng asked again. Wu Erxi. Jiang Shiwei's face lit up with gossip. He used to be Su Xia's trusted right-hand man and was by his side for quite a while. But he surpassed him and became one of the Eastern District's twin stars. During the martial arts exam, he gave Su Xia quite a headache. Chu Sheng's eyes brightened. From loyal aide to major rival, don't tell me they're about to clash right here? Before Jiang Shiwei could answer, he pulled Chu Sheng to look in another direction. Not far off, two more boys in school uniforms stood face to face. They looked almost identical, obviously brothers, but their eyes clashed like sparks of lightning, with no warmth between them. Brothers? Chu Sheng's eyes widened in confusion. Yes, Yang Ling and Yang Tai. Jiang Shiwei replied matter-of-factly. Now, three equally matched groups stared each other down on the field. The charged atmosphere set everyone's nerves on edge. Chu Sheng watched them, feeling a surge of excitement welling up inside. These freshmen were definitely no ordinary bunch. Jiang Shiwei's face lit up with a thick air of gossip as he said, back in the day, the Yang family was definitely a powerhouse in the Eastern District. Even the Su family from Gusu City had to keep their distance. But guess what? Their parents suddenly got divorced and split the family fortune right down the middle. After that, the two brothers basically became poor nobodies. He shook his head. This left them with almost no resources for cultivation, so they couldn't compete with the heirs of other wealthy families at all. Every time the brothers met, it was either blaming each other for stealing half their share or complaining nonstop. They fought all the time. Chu Sheng couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn, there's power struggles between rich families, even at university? He paused, then quieted down. With the old generation of elites fading out and the second generation stepping up, these kinds of family dramas probably aren't over yet. Just then, Jiang Shiwei's eyes brightened as he whispered and pulled Chu Sheng aside. Look over there. He pointed toward the crowd gathered nearby. Among them stood a man who towered over everyone else, well over 2 meters tall, with muscles bulging like forged steel. Yet, his sharp gaze was fixed not on the crowd, but on a medium-height young man with dyed yellow hair. The guy's domineering aura felt suffocating. Chu Sheng felt an invisible pressure slam down on him. His heart tightened. This vibe is terrifying. Jiang Shiwei whispered, that's Yang Qian. He has a godlike strength unlike anyone else. Opposite him stood Su Dafeng. Rumor was these two families were mortal enemies, with their ancestors having faced off in bloodshed. Whenever they met, sparks flew. Wow, even feuding families got involved, Chu Sheng remarked, scanning the playground. This university sure was getting exciting. Everyone, don't fight, don't fight. Just as tension peaked, a young man in Taoist robes calmly stepped into the scene. Holy crap, he's here too. Jiang Shiwei gasped, staring wide-eyed at the young Taoist. You know who he is? Chu Sheng shook his head. No? Jiang Zhen, Jiang Shiwei said immediately. He was raised in the Maoshan Taoist sect from a young age, with incredible talent, considered a 19th century Taoist prodigy. Didn't expect, even the principal personally invited him. Chu Sheng murmured, Taoism? Ever since the spiritual energy revival 100 years ago, everyone's been chasing breakthroughs. Martial arts and supernatural powers all come back to the Tao concept. To encounter Tao so young is extraordinary. But the tough guys on the playground couldn't care less about Jiang Zhen, barely sparing him a glance. Jiang Zhen stood there, feeling awkward. Suddenly, the sound of hooves thundered, breaking the tension. A huge pure white Pegasus streaked overhead, wings spread wide, carrying a boy dressed in a Jinling school uniform. Holy crap, a flying horse. Chu Sheng shouted. Who is this guy? How's he so cool? Before Jiang Shiwei could answer, the boy on the Pegasus loudly introduced himself. Well then, how about giving me some face, Molly Lang? Holy crap, Ma Lilong is here too. Jiang Shiwei couldn't help but curse loudly. his voice making the surrounding air tremble slightly. Rumor had it that this guy was from Huayin City, born into a military family that had served for generations. Just a few days ago, he'd sparred with the young master of the capital's south, and neither could claim victory. He'd even fought a match against Jiang Zhan, and that Taoist prodigy was utterly defeated. To be evenly matched with the young master of the capital's south? Chu Sheng's heart shook. Hadn't expected Ma Lilong to be so formidable. Though he'd never witnessed Jiang Zhan fight with his own eyes, he knew the strength of the capital's Jing family was no small matter. Even though the young master's path to dragon transformation had hit a snag, it was extremely difficult for anyone his age to match him. What do you mean by that, Ma? Jiang Zhan raised his eyes toward the sky, his brow furrowed as he questioned with displeasure. What did he mean by not giving him face? Why should I give you face, you defeated opponent? Ma Lilong snorted contemptuously with cold indifference in his eyes, then withdrew his gaze. Looking for a fight, are you? Jiang Zhan's fury surged as he rolled up his sleeves, ready to throw down. A few days ago when he'd lost to Ma Lilong, it wasn't due to lack of strength, but poor condition. Besides, considering they'd eventually be classmates, he hadn't gone all out, just stopped at an appropriate point. Holy crap, another new challenger. The students watching around them were wildly excited. Originally, they'd thought it was just the battle between the southern brothers, but unexpectedly Su Xie and Wu Erxi had reignited their old grudge. The Yang Ling and Yang Tai brothers were dragged into a feud between elite families, and Xiang Qian and Su Dafeng also couldn't escape their destined showdown. Now with Jiang Zhan and Ma Lilong entering the scene, tensions were even more razor-sharp and spectacular. However, Ma Lilong completely ignored Jiang Zhan, turning his gaze toward Jing Nan and the others in the center of the field, waiting for them to give him face. But every single one of them acted with complete superiority, gazing back indifferently, unwilling to give face even to the King of Heaven himself. The atmosphere was tense, as if small universes could explode at any moment. A flying horse. Unlike the others who refused to acknowledge him, Su Xie kept Ma Lilong firmly in mind. Not because he had any particular fondness for Ma Lilong, but because his own mount could only gallop on the ground, while the other rode a horse that could fly. This gap left him deeply dissatisfied. Not giving me face. Seeing no one paying attention, Ma Lilong grew increasingly displeased, clenching his fists, ready to fight a big battle to prove himself and make it clear to everyone who the real boss among the new students was. Is your face worth a lot? A languid voice drifted down from the sky, drawing everyone's gaze upward. Immediately after, a massive black shadow swept overhead, an enormous crane over 10 meters long, with a man clad in armor standing on its back, majestic as an ancient war god surveying the mortal realm. Despite being fully armored, he emanated an air of relaxation, as if regarding everyone as dust. Su Xie looked up again, his mood instantly worsening. Not because he had any personal grudge with this armored man, but because the other rode a flying crane while he could only ride a horse. His dissatisfaction grew even stronger, wished he could turn everything that could fly into bean paste. Holy crap, it's Lu Yin. Seeing the person on the crane's back, Jiang Shiwei cursed loudly again. This person was from the northern part of the eastern region, having battled sea monsters since childhood, hailed as the future king of the Northern Territory. Just the day before, Ma Lilong had been defeated by his hand. Good heavens, another king of the Northern Territory has arrived. Chu Sheng watched the impressive entrance of the others with a mixture of admiration and apprehension, silently thinking that the pressure of tomorrow's school opening would be no small matter. But to him, none of this was truly intimidating. Arriving on flying horses and celestial cranes was certainly flashy, but if it were him, he'd lead the way in a rugged SUV with hazard lights flashing, followed by a black Audi A6 and a coaster bus, with 4 older model GL8s bringing up the rear. That would make their entrance twice as impactful. Most of those people could only make their classmates scream, but he could have even the venerable Gu Yun running ahead in amazement. Just as Chu Sheng was imagining this grand, unstoppable scene, Gu Yun inside the office suddenly sensed something was wrong. He had been focused on his work, but now felt a bad omen creeping in. Sure enough, the door was abruptly pushed open, and an elderly man with white hair stormed in hurriedly. Old Gu, what trouble have you caused this time? The visitor spat as soon as he entered, barely containing his anger. Seeing the visitor, Gu Yun felt a headache coming on and coldly asked, Old Chun, what are you scheming now? The white-haired man, Chen Buji, was the vice dean of Jinling University. Over the years, both in cultivation and rank, he had always overshadowed Gu Yun. Chen often came looking for trouble, especially trying to push Gu Yun out of the president's seat before his own retirement, just so he could satisfy his own ambition to be president. You're the one causing trouble. Chen Buji immediately bristled with indignation. Look at the students you've recruited. Other universities get headaches over 1 or 2, but you've taken in a dozen at once. Aren't you afraid they'll ruin Jinling University's reputation? Gu Yun shrugged dismissively. Reputation? What's there to worry about? Nowadays, Jinling has been divided into 13 separate departments. Those renowned teachers we trained have drifted away, and parents already label us useless. What's left to lose in terms of reputation? Shinbuji was momentarily speechless at this blunt assessment. And don't underestimate these kids. Guyun stood and walked to the window, gazing over the playground beyond the glass. Though they all have their problems and are difficult to manage, they each have tremendous potential. They're the key to restoring Jinling's former glory. Their potential? Shinbuji frowned, following Guyun's gaze with a look of disdain. While these students had some impressive titles, compared to the imperial capital's top martial candidates, they lagged far behind. They were simply not in the same league. Talent is talent. Potential is potential, Guyun replied with a confident smile in a quiet voice. Some people's talents are heavenly obvious, their achievements predictable, but the future is unknowable. These kids have been tempered by hardship. Within a few years, they'll be reborn stronger than ever. Shinbuji still wasn't convinced, his lips moving slightly as he chose to remain silent for the moment. Meanwhile, on the playground, every student's face was lit with excitement, practically itching for a fight. Just as the tension was about to erupt, a handsome young man abruptly stepped forward. It was Chongling, the very boy Chu Sheng had met on registration day. Stop fighting, he urged urgently. To everyone's surprise, the once fierce combatants suddenly parted as if faced with a flood, and silence quickly blanketed the playground. What's going on? Chu Sheng watched in bewilderment, utterly clueless about the true nature and backgrounds of these people. He is Chongling. Jiang Shiwai's face showed a hint of unease as he stared at the young man before him and said, "This guy doesn't just look androgynous, he's even more beautiful than most girls. And there's a dragon tattoo on his arm." Wait, a dragon tattoo? Chu Sheng froze on the spot, his mind spinning. Had seen dragon tattoos often enough in TV dramas, and since the spiritual awakening many families had revived this tradition. But this guy was clearly a real man. How could he possibly have such a tattoo? You just don't get it. Jiang Shiwei hurried to explain, a trace of helplessness in his eyes. About 10 years ago, the Chong family encountered a mysterious master who passed down a secret technique called the dormant dragon. It doesn't seem powerful while training, but once mastered, one roar can move mountains and rivers, a second can shock gods and spirits, and a third can shake heaven and earth. A mysterious master. Chu Sheng's confusion deepened as he quickly asked, setting aside whether the master is really so mysterious. What does that have to do with the dragon tattoo? You're being so unclear. Jiang Shiwei patiently replied. The dormant dragon technique is formidable, but there's a condition: you must not lose your virginity before mastering it. The problem is, Chongling looks so feminine that many guys get overly excited around him. To prevent any accidents, the Chong family put a dragon tattoo on him. Hearing this, Chu Sheng seemed to understand and fixed his gaze on Jiang Shiwei, waiting for confirmation. That's right. Jiang Shiwei nodded solemnly. People aren't afraid of Chongling himself. They're afraid of getting too close and accidentally breaking his seal through their yang energy. To put it plainly, this guy walks around like a spear covered in filth. Everyone keeps their distance, terrified that even a poke from him would ruin their reputation. Holy crap! Chu Sheng blurted out, and quickly checked Chongling's arm. Seeing the red mark still clearly visible, he finally relaxed. He was also worried he might have accidentally broken the seal last time they'd interacted, which could sabotage his romantic prospects at Jinling University. Meanwhile, inside the principal's office, Shinbuji stood by the window, eyes fixed on the students on the playground. He sighed, judging by the current situation, there isn't a single student here who's easy to handle. Especially that Su Xie and Nan Yutongfear stubbornly defying that young Master Jing. Who knows how big a mess they'll cause in the future. Them? Guyun didn't look at Jing Nan and the others, but turned his gaze to Chu Sheng. Although Chu Sheng had behaved well today like a good student, Guyun's years of teaching experience told him this guy was the most troublesome troublemaker in his career, possibly the first at Jinling University to attract the attention of hostile forces. Oh right. Shinbuji spoke up. What do you plan to do with these dozen or so troublemakers? Guyun already had his answer and said without hesitation, put them all in one class and let them fight it out. I want to see if one or two stand out, or if the strongest just get stronger. What? Shinbuji was so shocked he nearly jumped, completely bewildered. I thought you old man was an intellectual, but turns out you're even harsher than a strict disciplinarian, wanting to keep a dozen troublemakers together like feeding bugs in a jar? Enough. Guyun's expression shifted to serious. Send them back to their classrooms and disperse the playground immediately. Also, have Chu Sheng come to my office. Me? Shinbuji looked around and pointed to himself, forcing out a question. Do you have a problem with that? Guyun gave him a sidelong glance without a word and then sat down at the principal's desk. All right, I'm going. Shinbuji sighed helplessly and turned to leave, fully aware that higher rank came with more influence. An official one level above could crush you with ease. Not long after, the students gathered on the playground were quickly dispersed, and the few troublemakers involved in the fight stopped their antics. But before leaving, they shot each other fierce glares, filled with resentment and dissatisfaction. If it weren't for the fact that it was still the pre-semester break, someone would have definitely shouted, "If you've got guts, don't run after school. You must be Chu Sheng, right?" Chen Buji approached Chu Sheng with a faint smile, sitting upright as he introduced himself. "I am the vice president of Jinling University, Chen Buji. I was also a teacher to your second uncle, Chen Shi, back in the day. So feel free to call me President Shun, or, since a day as teacher means a lifetime as father, you can call me grandfather." Before he finished speaking, Chu Sheng's expression suddenly grew solemn and serious. Without hesitation, he knelt down and said, "Grandpa, your grandson Chu Sheng kowtows to you. From now on, I will work hard to earn money and take good care of you in your old age." The scene left Xiao Bai beside them, both amused and bewildered. He quickly copied Chu Sheng, kneeling too and pitifully shouting, "Make money. Take care of you." No, brother Jiang Shiwei stood dumbfounded nearby, completely caught off guard that Chu Sheng would kneel just like that. The vice president of Jinling University held great prestige with a powerful background and disciples scattered far and wide. Usually, plenty of people outside would want to kneel and call him grandpa. But Chu Sheng was a passionate youth who normally wouldn't back down from a fight at his age. There were plenty of things he could do. How could he publicly kneel so undignified and call him grandpa like that? "Good boy, get back up." Chen Buzi's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly helped Chu Sheng to his feet. As vice president of Jinling University, he had devoted his whole life to cultivation. A wife, no children, and very little free time. Seeing others surrounded by grandchildren naturally sparked envy in his heart. But if someone else knelt in public to call him grandpa, he probably wouldn't even acknowledge it. Yet Chu Sheng was his most prized disciple, Chun Shi's nephew, the only son of that heroic couple. Naturally, he was delighted to accept this grandson. Chu Sheng's kneeling recognition and calling him grandpa filled Chen Buji with joy beyond words. He was determined to protect him for life. Forget that old geezer called Gu Yun. What could he do even if he came? Sure enough, Gu Yun's face darkened like ink. Chu Sheng's bold move shocked him. He hadn't expected him to shamelessly kneel in front of so many students on the playground and call him grandpa, even acknowledging his own second uncle as a father. It was truly an unexpected display of courage. The students lingering on the playground exploded into chatter and curses. They had thought that the likes of Jing Nan, Su Xie, Nen Yutong, or Wu Erxi were already impressive, the clear lead freshman this year. Who would have guessed there was someone even stronger, fiercely clutching the vice president's leg the moment school started? Chu Sheng. Chen Buji, well aware of protocol, revealed a ring from his sleeve and handed it to him. "This is the level 5 speed ring. It will double your speed and last all the way to the Grandmaster realm. Grandpa gives it to you as a welcome gift." A level 5 speed ring. The nearby students' eyes lit up with envy. The speed ring was supportive equipment that could significantly boost combat ability. Only a supreme Grandmaster level awakener could craft such an item, and its market price was hundreds of times higher than equivalent alloy equipment. The atmosphere instantly erupted into excitement, everyone whispering about the lucky new student Chu Sheng. No one expected him to receive such an impressive honor even before the semester began. "Isn't this a bit embarrassing?" Chu Sheng said, but without hesitation, he took the spiritual item and quickly put it on. In an instant, it was as if he'd been struck by electricity. His whole body shuddered, and a faint energy pulsed through his fingertips. As soon as he touched it with his spiritual power, it activated immediately, like an electric jolt at the cellular level, instantly doubling his speed. However, this acceleration came at a cost. Afterward, he would inevitably enter a period of weakness and drastically reduce stamina. The precious bunny, want one too." Little Bai jumped up desperately, clearly signaling that he, too, had knelt down. Oh, it could talk. Chen Buji only then turned and noticed Little Bai, surprised that a rabbit could speak human language. But Little Bai wasn't stingy at heart and didn't miss the chance. Waving a paw, he pulled out a spotless white little spirit fruit from his bosom. The fruit's skin was crystal clear, apparently at least 50 or 60 years old. If sold at auction outside, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price of over $1 million. "That's it." Little Bai disdainfully glared at the spirit fruit, his expression unapologetically dismissive, as if the respectful kowtow just now had been wasted. Seeing this, Chen Buji mistakenly thought Little Bai was shy and reached out to stuff the fruit into its pouch. "Cheapskate." Little Bai snorted coldly, too disgusted to even touch it, then leapt back onto Chu Sheng's shoulder. "Old geezer? Cheapskate." Chen Buji was stunned, thinking he misheard, and blurted out, pointing at himself to confirm, "Grandpa, kids don't know what's valuable." Chu Sheng hurriedly smiled to ease the awkwardness and took the spirit fruit in hand. Kids indeed. Chen Buji wasn't upset, instead leading Chu Sheng toward the principal's office. Morality points minus 1,000, negative energy plus 1,000. Chu Sheng grumbled irritably in his mind. He was just trying to be considerate toward the old man. How did he rack up so many negative marks? Thinking about meeting the principal, he stopped dwelling on it and started planning whether he should bring a gift to mention his campaign for student council president. Definitely not to snag some fresh lychees, nor to have the janitor dig through trash for a lost watch. purely to experience the thrill of power in order to better serve his classmates. Sigh, the answer was right there, but alas, no cheat code. Jiang Shiwei watched Chu Sheng's retreating figure and sighed helplessly. Although he understood that accompanying the vice principal in his old age could bring good luck in career, his cursed leg just couldn't get down on the floor to kneel. So he had no choice but to keep collecting second-hand quilts and small basins from his senior sisters to save up dowry money. Meanwhile, a violent scene was unfolding in the Song family's living room in Jinling. Song Zhong knelt on the ground, tears blurring his eyes, pleading bitterly. Standing beside him was a stern-looking man who resembled him closely, wielding an iron rod mercilessly. Even as the iron rod bent from the blows, the man didn't let up an inch. That man was Song Zhong's older brother, Song Qian. Brother, I was wrong, I really was. Song Zhong took a step back, his face full of remorse, desperately trying to evoke his brother's mercy with tearful words. And you only realize that now? Song Qian was furious. Do you know how much the level 5 Heavenly Cicada cloak is worth? What it means to the Song family? I generously gave you that protective treasure armor, and you risked it all gambling with Chu Sheng. The Song family's arrogance was undeniable, but so was their ruthless coldness, relying on iron fists over any sentiment. Standing nearby, Li Batian watched with great interest. It wasn't that he didn't want to help Song Zhong, but the true master of the Song family was Song Qian. Though he had only been at the Song household for less than a month, his investigations had already uncovered many secrets of this wealthy clan. The power struggles behind these aristocratic families were far more complicated and dangerous than Chu Sheng had ever imagined. Although Song Qian and Song Zhong share the same father, they were born to different mothers, one the legitimate son, the other an illegitimate child. Yet, the Song family patriarch had a special fondness for the illegitimate son, Song Zhong. Not only did he openly bring him into the family home, but he also spoiled him endlessly. But all that is now in the past. A few months ago, the patriarch suffered a severe injury and has been bedridden ever since, barely clinging to life, no longer able to protect his favored son. Control of the household has fully passed into the hands of the legitimate heir, Song Qian. Brother, I was wrong. Song Zhong wailed, desperate and tearful. Don't worry, that orphan Chu Sheng is a nobody. He'll immediately take Li Bo Tian and steal back the Tian Luo silkworm robe. Wait. Li Bo Tian panicked as soon as he was named, quickly explaining, I just want to watch things unfold quietly. Count me out of any stealing. Stealing? What makes you think you can? Song Qian remained gripping his heavy iron rod, rage flaring as his words landed with a fierce smack. Chu Sheng is a decorated prodigy. Think about it, if you steal from him, it'll immediately make headlines. We could do it secretly. Song Zhong, feeling wronged, proposed a brilliant plan after much thought. Sure, there are cameras everywhere, but our Song family status is special. We can guarantee to destroy all the footage after, leaving no evidence. Secretly, Song Qian was momentarily speechless. It wasn't contemplative silence, but a lack of any viable options. Pulling off a theft unnoticed would be hard enough, but Chu Sheng wasn't an ordinary cultivator. Not only did his parents have influence, but he himself was an SSR-level talent. If he went missing for 3 days, everyone at Jinling University would lose their minds. Plus, his close ties with Wu Zhongxing, the deputy captain of the Spirit Governance Bureau, meant any trouble would instantly put the Song family's records on the desks of national security and anti-terrorism agencies. Enough fighting. Song Qian was about to erupt again when a hoarse voice from upstairs broke through, laced with weakness and a plea. Dad, help me. Hearing this call, Song Zhong's eyes lit up as if spotting his last hope. He immediately looked upstairs, begging for help. But the Song family head didn't appear. The voice clearly came from his room, indicating he was seriously injured and lacked the strength even to come downstairs. Chinner, stop fighting. The patriarch's tired but firm voice urged again. Yes, father. Song Qian shot Song Zhong a cold glance before finally dropping his iron rod and turning his back to ascend the stairs, heading straight for the closed door at the corridor's end. Chinner, the patriarch called cautiously, he is your own brother after all. You must take better care of him going forward. Understood, father. Song Qian's voice was calm and flat, yet his fingers clenched tightly until knuckles whitened. As the heir of the family legacy, he knew this was a moment to swallow his anger. Taking over was the top priority. Personal feelings had to take a back seat. Suddenly, a dry cough sounded from inside the room. The patriarch weakly asked, have you found any way to treat my injury? Report, father, Song Qian answered evenly. Top doctors in the country say that to heal your wound, we need the core from a century-old demon beast as medicine. Recently, the Whirlwind Squad hunted down a 100-year-old serpent demon, but the official word is that no core was found inside. How can that be? The patriarch became agitated. A century-old demon beast almost always cultivates a core. Did you send people to investigate? Are they really without one? Or are they unwilling to sell it to us? Report, father, Song Qian's tone remained steady. After you were injured, the Song family's rivals began moving aggressively. I dared not investigate openly. Instead, I sent my younger brother to charm Wang Lei's sister not only to gather information on the core, but also to try to pull the whirlwind squad to strengthen our family. You did well. The patriarch's face showed clear relief and pride upon hearing this. Song Qian sighed, and then added, unfortunately, my brother doesn't know how to pursue a girl. He ended up buying her mansion outright, and even tried to control her forcibly. That only angered Chu Sheng and the whirlwind squad. Now the relationship is very strained. This useless troublemaker. The head of the Song family had just cracked a rare smile, barely savoring it for 2.5 seconds before almost turning pale with anger, as if he had rolled his eyes upside down in frustration. This youngest son, who usually caused enough headaches with his antics outside, had now dared to squander and make a scene at a critical moment concerning his own father's life, showing not the slightest regard for the old man's fate. Don't worry, father, Song Qian spoke up, his voice steady and calm. Although the conflict between the second brother and the whirlwind squad had ended on bad terms, creating a difficult situation, this actually gave him a justified reason to personally visit tonight to apologize and, while there, try to gather some clues about the inner core. He'll handle this trip, you can leave it to me. Hearing this, the head of the Song family relaxed a bit, the tension in his eyes softening with a trace of relief. After all, although the youngest son tended to mess things up more than he accomplished anything, the family still had the eldest son sensible, capable, and exceptionally talented in martial arts. Now a sophomore at Jinling University, he was a true pride of the family. Father, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Song Qian finished his words without lingering, respectfully saluted, and turned to leave. Young Master Li Batian hurried to meet him as he descended the stairs, his tone anxious. The second young master's injuries are serious. Should we call a doctor? Treatment? Song Qian gave him a sideways glance, dripping with disdain. That guy's as stubborn as a mule. What good is treatment? Even if he recovers, he'll just go back to causing chaos. Yes, of course. Li Batian forced a smile, nodding repeatedly. Upstairs in the room, Song Zhong listened as his older brother publicly mocked him in front of everyone. His eyes reddened with hurt, nearly on the verge of tears. But when he caught the cold glare from his brother, he swallowed the tears and fell silent. After all, that crazy Chu Sheng might rough him up, but his brother could beat him to death. Song Qian withdrew his gaze, sharpening it again. He dismissed Song Zhong without a second thought and coldly ordered, within 3 minutes, I want every piece of information on Chu Sheng. Whoever offends the Song family, hero or not, won't get away with it. Yes, sir. Li Batian didn't dare delay and hurried off to gather Chu Sheng's dossier. Standing nearby, Chu Sheng shivered involuntarily. He could clearly feel hostile intentions bearing down on him, as if someone was ready to trap him. Yet seeing Chun Buji beside him, who had just been acknowledged as his grandpa, immediately felt a surge of safety. Though Chun Buji was the vice president of Jinling University, he had reached the supreme grandmaster level after decades of teaching. His students were widespread across many departments in Jinling, and even the local power of the Song family had to tread carefully in dealings involving him. They're here? Gu Yun looked up at the two arrivals and closed the file in his hand, motioning for them to sit. You're too polite, principal. Chu Sheng seemed to forget his earlier displeasure with Gu Yun. He forced a smile and handed over a small gift box. What's this? Gu Yun furrowed his brow and said coldly, take it back. I don't accept gifts. It's a specialty from my hometown, Chu Sheng hurried to explain. You left so quickly last time, so you never got to try the local specialties from Yun village. I brought some especially for you this time. Gu Yun's expression softened, thinking that the local delicacies were harmless enough. Keep it then. Chun Buji spoke up with a hint of envy. At least the kid traveled all this way with sincere intentions. Not even I, the grandpa, got any. You want some too? Chu Sheng looked troubled, a reluctant expression crossing his face. It wasn't that he didn't have extra specialties, but gifts were about sincerity and appropriateness. After inquiring along the way, he found that Yun village's specialties really weren't suitable for Chun Buji. Well, Chu Sheng resigned himself, mentally planning how to smooth things over. The entire story remains intact, with detailed characterization and vivid scenes that sharpen the emotional tension and tighten the narrative flow. Seeing that Chun Buji was not there, Gu Yun, who had his own copy of the gift box, accepted it readily, a faint, barely noticeable smile flickering in his eyes as he prepared to tease Chu Sheng later. Suddenly, he shook his head, quickly finding a way to avoid putting Chu Sheng on the spot. Waving his hand to dismiss any further trouble, he directly asked, Old Gu here, why did you come looking for me? Your big grandson? Gu Yun's expression grew serious. There are 2 things I need to say. First, Chu Sheng, from now on you must live in the dormitory. Live in the dormitory? Chu Sheng jumped up sharply, yelling, I'm only used to living in the girls' dorm. Gu Yun's brows furrowed tightly. His tone left no room for argument. That's not up for debate. I've found out that you've only been in Jinling for 3 days, and for 2 nights in a row you ran off to the Jiling bureau. If you keep staying outside, I'm afraid you'll turn the whole city of Jinling upside down. Chen Buji was shocked too. Although he had long suspected Chu Sheng was trouble, he never imagined things were this serious. Chu Sheng hurried to explain, "In the victim here, helping out with the case." He then turned to Chen Buji for support. Chen Buji, well aware of the principle that rank always wins, could only helplessly give Chu Sheng a look that said, "Even if I called Grandpa, there's nothing I could do. Decision's final." Gu Yun waved his hand to seal it, then resumed, "The second thing, I heard you started a game company here in Jinling, with prizes that include 30-year Qingling fruits? And you said there's no limit on how many you give out?" "That's correct," Chu Sheng admitted without hesitation, not even trying to hide it. "Is that so?" Gu Yun exchanged a glance with Chen Buji. A wave of unrest suddenly stirred within them. The Three Kingdoms Plus game had only launched a few days ago, but quickly soared to the top of trending topics. Especially after lucky winners posted photos of the real prizes, the whole nation was buzzing. Scores of martial cultivators flocked to Jinling just to snatch a bargain before the prizes ran out. Chu Sheng nodded again. "I'm the owner of Haidang Pavilion." Guyan took a deep breath to steady himself, then said, "Everyone has their secrets. I want to ask about the origin of your Qingling fruits. I just want to know, can you help Jinling University get a batch of 30-year Qingling fruits as well?" Chu Sheng went still, stunned for a long moment. The position and influence of Jinling University's principal commanded respect throughout the nation. For him to come asking in persona was basically a strong request. Chen Buji sighed. "You don't understand. Since Jinling Academy was split into 13 parts, the education budget has been slashed drastically. On top of that, martial cultivation families have become increasingly insular, making spiritual fruits scarce on the market. Even if we have the money, we can't buy a large supply of Qingling fruits. At best, we might occasionally pick up some strays, which is nowhere near enough to meet the students' needs." Chu Sheng grasped the full picture and nodded. "I see. Like the Matawa hydropower station, where the troops haven't moved, but the technicians go first. If we want Jinling University to rise again, the first problem to solve is the shortage of spiritual fruits." At this point, the atmosphere immediately grew heavy, signaling the prelude to a coming transformation. Gu Yun smiled warmly and said, "Right now, the market price for a single Qingling fruit is 100,000 yuan. Jinling University is willing to buy them at 120,000 each. 120,000 apiece." Chu Sheng suddenly let out a sharp, explosive laugh and shook his head firmly in refusal. Although 120,000 was well above market price, as a seasoned cutthroat capitalist, he knew that one Qingling fruit could net over 1,000,000 yuan in profit. There was no way he would sell it for just 120,000. "Don't just think about making money." Gu Yun immediately switched to an instructive tone, his voice softening but carrying a hint of seriousness. "Once greed takes hold, a person's desires expand without limit, and eventually fatal mistakes will be made. Those with ability should set an example and bear greater responsibilities." "Sorry," Chu Sheng replied without hesitation. "My shoulders only bear long legs. I'm not carrying any burdens." "Scoundrel!" Gu Yun was so angry his beard seemed to bristle as he glared. He hadn't expected Chu Sheng to talk back like that. It only confirmed his belief that Chu Sheng was the biggest troublemaker had ever encountered in his career and the one person capable of filling the void of a villain at Jinling University. "What's the point of getting mad?" Chen Buji quickly stepped forward to intervene, giving Chu Sheng a warning look. "Let's go." Gu Yun's anger shot through the roof. His negativity, soaring, was genuinely furious now. Chu Sheng knew he wasn't going to get the short end of the stick, so he hastily led Xiaobai out of the office. "That little bastard," Gu Yun seethed, wishing he could hang him up and give him a good beating. All right, Chen Buji said with impatience. "How much money he makes is none of your business. Could agree to sell at 120,000 apiece. And you're defending him?" Gu Yun's expression darkened. The Qingling fruit was already inflated to 100,000 by unscrupulous merchants, which is outrageous enough. But that little punk actually raised the offer even higher. At this rate, not only will freelance practitioners have no chance, even the university students we train won't survive. Ye Chen Buji chuckled bitterly, glancing out the window. Outside, a group of graduates in martial arts uniforms laughed and posed for photos. A sharp contrast to the nervous new students arriving for registration, a stark visual divide between two eras. Yet none of them realized how brutally harsh the job market really was outside, like an icy tomb. The graduation ceremony was nothing but a forced celebration amid despair. Sai Gu Yun exhaled deeply, his face full of helplessness. As the president of Jinling University, he understood why the higher-ups had split the school, not just because they feared Jinling stealing the spotlight from the capital, but because university students were currently the only active group capable of stimulating nationwide consumption. "All right, don't be so mad," Chen Buji said to soothe him. "Xiaosheng isn't that bad. Look, he didn't come empty-handed. He specially traveled all the way from his hometown with a gift." "I couldn't care less about his local specialties," Gu Yun said, but his hands couldn't resist opening the gift box. When he looked inside, his face instantly went from calm to shocked. Instead of the hometown snacks had expected, there was a piece of pure white lace-trimmed lingerie, clearly marked with a tag that read "Midnight Judgment Deadly Curves." "That's his hometown specialty." Gu Yun's eyes went wide in disbelief mixed with frustration. Chen Buji wanted to laugh, but dared not. And just like that, the jealousy had been holding on to completely disappeared. Chu Sheng had always thought that, in Chu Shengsen's heart, the old man was less important than the school principal. He never expected he was mistakenly judging a noble heart with a petty mind. Chu Shengxin, being a hopeless bachelor, really wasn't cut out for handling these local specialties, but it was clear he was sincerely trying. That bastard. Gu Yun's face instantly flushed bright red, like a boiling kettle. Anger 200, negative energy 200. How did he get mad again so quickly? Chu Sheng sighed, thinking the hometown specialty had been given away for nothing. But before Chu Sheng could even regret the small loss for 2.5 seconds, he received a call from Qian Buer. Boss. Qian Buer was bursting with excitement. The online user count for 3 Kingdoms Plus has just hit 5 million. Even with the jackpot odds set at 1 in a million, the players' enthusiasm is unstoppable. We're getting 7 or 8 winners a day, meaning daily revenue reaches 7 or 8 million. So much. Chu Sheng was surprised to hear this. He had assumed that with odds set at 1 in a million, it would take at least 7 or 8 days for a big jackpot, but the players' fervor had far exceeded expectations. This also indirectly proved that no one had ever tasted anything this good before. Chu Sheng silently thanked those great martial arts families. If they hadn't blocked all upgrade paths, he could never have made 7 or 8 million in a single day. Exactly, boss. Qian Buer continued excitedly. We're not even at the peak yet. We can probably multiply that by 3 or 4. And this is just for Jinling City players. If the whole server goes online, hitting a daily small goal will be no problem at all. A daily small goal, Chu Sheng said, amazed. So this is what having money feels like. I feel like my conscience has been restored. Your conscience is back? Xiao Bei's eyes immediately lit up, looking longingly at the phone, clearly wanting one for himself. If your conscience is back, you should do good deeds. Chu Sheng ignored Xiao Bei's phone request, hung up, and prepared to rescue Broken Her. But just as he pulled out his phone to locate the address of Jinling's Red Romance, he caught sight of a pretty young woman squatting by the roadside, wearing a JK uniform. Next to her was a white cloth sign that read, "I'm a college student. My tuition was stolen. Hoping for help from kind people." A homeless female college student? Chu Sheng's heart softened, and sympathy welled up inside him. Following the principle of if a beggar asks for money, give bread instead, he went to a nearby steamed bun shop, bought several steaming white buns, and walked back to the young lady. Huh. The girl clearly paused at the sight of the large buns. Not far off, a few people in a business van showed surprised expressions, including an old acquaintance of Chu Sheng, Zhang Xian from the Spirit Control Bureau. Why is it this guy again? Zhang Xian groaned upon seeing Chu Sheng. They were in the middle of a capture operation, and the seeking help from kind people JK girl was actually their team leader, Chiyu. Here, eat. Chu Sheng handed over the buns, thoughtfully, including a bottle of water. Thank you. Chiyu was so angry she felt like grinding her teeth, but she reluctantly accepted the buns and started eating for the sake of the mission. Grudge 10, negative energy 10. Wait, why was that negative energy? Chu Sheng was confused and started doubting his good luck charm was broken. Chiyu finished eating, quietly folded up the cloth sign, and moved to a new spot to continue the task. Chu Sheng, wanting to get to the bottom of things, followed her and still carrying handed over 2 more buns. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.